Yes. Public security comrade. Lin Weiwan looked at the two police officers openly. My last name is Tang Yicheng, and this is my desk mate, Guyushu. Don't be nervous. We are just checking some things with you as a routine matter. Please cooperate with me. Educated youth Lin. A policeman took out a notebook and a pen from his shoulder bag. Lin Weiwan looked at the two people's posture. It didn't look like they were checking things, but more like interrogating. Of course, I don't know what the public security comrade wants to ask. Lin Weiwan looked like a good boy. Dongxing Village showed a movie the day before yesterday. Did all the people from your educated youth point go?
Well,
it seems not. Several old educated youth should not have come to watch. Why didn't they come? Do you know the reason? Public security Tang on the left was responsible for questions and Guyushu, who was sitting on the right, was responsible for recording it. I'm not too sure about this. They just wanted to rest or go to the back mountain to pick mountain products. Lin Weiwan told the truth. Then, why didn't you pick mountain products with them? Guyushu raised his head and looked at Lin Weiwan with sharp eyes. It's the first movie in the countryside. It's very meaningful. Naturally, I'll go watch it with my sisters. Lin Weiwan didn't miss Guyushu's eyes. How is your relationship with Wu Erqiao? Guyushu continued to ask questions. The relationship is not good, but not bad. How is the relationship between Wu Erqiao and the Zhao brothers and sisters? I'm not sure about this. It was okay before, but I'm not sure about it after I moved to the backyard. You had several quarrels and even fought before. What was the reason? Are the police comrades interrogating me? Lin Weiwan looked at Guyushu in confusion. It was not because of anything else. Guyushu's tone was too much. The scrutinizing look and tone made people uncomfortable. Comrade Lin, please cooperate with our investigation and don't talk about other things. Disrupt our work. Guyushu felt that Lin Weiwan was very suspicious and his attitude became even tougher. Lin Weiwan leaned back in the chair and did not answer Guyushu's words. Tang Yicheng cleared his throat and smiled a little. Lin Jiqing, you misunderstood. This is just my temper. I have no intention of targeting you. Let's continue. Tang Yicheng tried to mediate. He was a little disgusted by Guyushu's haste. The educated youth group is so small. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts between them. Girls will naturally have conflicts when they are together. Lin Weiwan did not deny it. Even if she lied about these things, there were others who told the truth. There was no need. Did you drink the malted milk that Wu Jiqing gave you that night? Tang Yicheng looked at Lin Weiwan, who sat up straight again.
No. Why not?
That's malted milk, a good thing. Guyushu continued to ask. Maltese is a good thing, but I never lack good things, and I don't like drinking malted milk. Just because you don't like it? Then why did you take it and drink it? I took it because Zhao Weinan persuaded me, saying that I couldn't tolerate others. Wu Erqiao married Zhou Weishi, and she is also my sister-in-law. What about the malted milk? Pour it out. Pour it out, such a good thing? Guyushu couldn't help but speak a little louder. Does Gugong'an think I should drink it? Do you know where the drug was put? That's why you poured it out. Then why didn't you tell others? Guyushu felt that the beautiful girl in front of him was simply a vicious person. Lin Weiwan's lips were slightly curved with a hint of smile. I don't know Wu Erqiao put the drug, but I'm worried about them.
Why? Who are they?
Tang Yicheng felt that the girl in front of him didn't look like a girl who was only 17 years old.
Too calm.
Wu Erqiao and the Zhao brothers and sisters. Although I have some relatives with them, our relationship is not good. Lin Weiwan directly talked about the eggshell incident last time. The village chief, the team leader, and the villagers all saw it and can testify for me. If it were you, would you drink it? I don't know what they think, but I have the right to protect myself from harm. Although I don't know whether the bowl of malted milk is clean, I know what kind of people they are. Lin Weiwan looked at the two public security comrades calmly, without a trace of fear. After listening to Lin Weiwan's words, Guyushu did not think that this was the case. Instead, he felt that Lin Weiwan was too cunning. This did not match the confessions of Zhou Weishi and Wu Erqiao at all. Wu Erqiao admitted everything, and Zhou Weishi took all the responsibility. He felt that he owed Wu Erqiao a lot. In the things they confessed, the only variable was this Lin Weiwan. Wu Erqiao said that it was Lin Weiwan who caused her to be bullied at the beginning, and she watched Lin Weiwan drink the malted milk. The person she was insulted at first and met in the end was Lin Weiwan. What did you and Wu Erqiao do last night? I went back to the educated youth point and put on a coat. It was a bit cold at night. Why didn't the educated youth at the educated youth point see you go back? I didn't see them either.
You have to ask them about this.
After all, I live in the backyard and rarely contact the educated youth in the front yard. We don't even talk when we meet. As for why, I think the public security comrades may not believe what I said. It would be better to call other educated youth to ask them, and we will know. Lin Weiwan felt that some words were more convincing when spoken by others. She didn't know why this public security officer surnamed Go had such a strong hostility toward her. Okay. Thank you, educated youth Lin, I'll take you out. Tang Yicheng felt that it was enough to ask here. Some things could be verified with other educated youth. Then he would know which side had a problem. Of course, today they came not only to check Lin Weiwan but also to take Sun Deong back as well as Zhou Weinan, Zhou Rongrong, and others. They should be investigated, educated, and dealt with. A small village dared to drug people. This must be dealt with. After Lin Weiwan left the village committee, he went up the mountain with his bamboo basket and hatchet on his back. Shen Shirley and Zhou Rongrong packed up their dingxi. Zhou Weishi and Wu Erqiao would not come back, at least not in the next few years. The house was empty anyway, and now that they had obtained the certificate, they wanted to move in. After they had put their things away and had not yet left the educated youth site, they were stopped by the team leader and the village members, led by 2 police officers. Shen Shirley explained a lot, but could only watch the police take Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong away. Dasheng drove the ox cart and sent several people to the town. Shen Shirley watched his newlywed wife being taken away, and his heart was filled with sadness. Not far into the mountain, Lin Weiwan saw a pine tree, took out his slingshot, and began to pick up stones on the ground. Soon, more than 20 pine cones had fallen under the tree. Lin Weiwan squatted down and threw them into the bamboo basket one by one. Behind the woods, a petite figure slowly approached. Wang Ping stood behind the big tree, watching Lin Weiwan picking up pine cones one by one. Whether the space bead was still on Lin Weiwan, she had been looking for opportunities to find the black jade bead that Zhou Rongrong had swapped since the autumn harvest. Finally, she found it in the pocket of a piece of clothing in Zhou Rongrong's closet and quickly swapped the bead. She pricked her finger in a deserted place and used blood to activate the black jade bead, but there was no reaction at all. She tried more than 10 methods, such as soaking it in water, concentrating, praying, etc., and in the end she almost ate the black jade bead. The black jade bead had no reaction at all, and Wang Ping was puzzled. It was not until recently that she figured out whether Lin Weiwan was reborn like herself. The black jade bead had been hidden by him a long time ago, and Lin Weiwan did not go to the countryside in his previous life. Now she came to the countryside to seek revenge, so she immediately went to find the village chief and built a house next to Lin Weiwan. Originally, she proposed to live in Lin Weiwan's house, but the village chief would not agree to it. After all, the money for building the house was paid by Lin Weiwan himself. Wang Ping thought about talking to Lin Weiwan, but thinking of Lin Weiwan's current vigilance, she still didn't say it. Seeing Lin Weiwan pick up the pine cones and continue to move forward, Wang Ping could only follow slowly behind, not losing her, but not letting Lin Weiwan find her. Wang Ping now only needs to confirm one thing, whether Lin Weiwan will put the things into the magical space when he goes up the mountain. Walking into the mountain, when he sees dead trees, Lin Weiwan will stop, cut them into similar lengths, tie them with ropes, carry them on his back, and stack them on the bamboo basket. Wang Ping narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't believe that a person would not use such a convenient treasure. As long as she knew that the things were on Lin Weiwan, she would them away even if she had to. As long as she got the treasure, she could get into a good university, and even if she didn't get in, she could use the space to cheat. In the future, if she has the space, gets a good job, and finds someone to marry, she will be a winner in life. It was her turn to enjoy life in this life. After a while, they finally gathered 2 large bundles of firewood. Lin Weiwan took out a shoulder pole, picked up the firewood, and walked down the mountain. Lin Jiqing, I'll help you. Chun Lei ran over from behind and saw Lin Weiwan carrying the firewood and a bamboo basket and hurried over. Lin Weiwan looked at this sunny boy. Didn't Chun Jiqing chop wood? No, I saw a wild rabbit and chased it for a long time but couldn't catch it, so I just picked some mushrooms. Chun Lei scratched his head a little embarrassedly, grinning and showing his standard 8 teeth. You are greedy. I still have some baked preserved vegetable and meat pie. I will give you one to satisfy your craving later. Lin Weiwan was not stingy with this free labor that she came here for. Since she was relieved, she naturally had to give others some benefits. Chun Lei reached out to take the burden on Lin Weiwan's shoulders, and Lin Weiwan smiled and squinted. Thank you, Lin Jiqing. I admire you very much. You can live well on your own when you first come to the countryside. Unlike us, when we went to the countryside, we couldn't do anything and couldn't do anything well. Chun Lei walked not far from Lin Weiwan, and the two talked as they walked towards the educated youth point. Since I can remember, I have been dependent on my grandfather. All I know is either taught by my grandfather or learned from the neighbors. It's just for a better life with my grandfather. Lin Weiwan seemed to recall Grandpa Lin. On the way to the countryside, Wu Erqiao was sentenced to 6 years of reform as a negative example because of his bad influence and intentional injury to the educated youth. On the other side, Zhou Weishi was sentenced to 4 years of farm reform for stealing and drugging. Because Zhou Weishi took all the responsibility, Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong were involved but not the mastermind. They were detained for education, wrote a letter of repentance, and were released back to the educated youth point. Zhou Weishi looked at the city that was gradually receding and the hopeless future, and sighed softly. The fact is a foregone conclusion. Whether one person admits his fault or the 3 siblings admit it together, it will not reduce the time of labor reform. Instead of the 3 siblings going in together, it is better for him to go in alone. In this way, the 2 of them may still remember his goodness after he comes out. Even if he doesn't remember the past, Zhou Weishi doesn't want the 3 siblings to go in together. Haisher, Zhou Weidong sat in the yard. Haisher in autumn was a bit cold. Mr. Zhou next to him is now more serious. A few days ago, when he saw Zhou Weidong coming back with luggage, he fainted again due to anger. Compared with Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou has a much stronger mentality. Her biological son is gone. Her second grandson has lost his title of doctor, her youngest grandson is on the verge of death, and her daughter-in-law is not in good health. Now the eldest grandson has also been taken down by the army. Mrs. Zhou is still in good health, but she looks a little older. Looking at a room full of old, weak and disabled people, she frowned and her turbid eyes kept turning. Now the family's food has to be counted, and fine grains have not been eaten for a long time. We have to think of a way. Zhou's mother came out with the family's clothes, sat on a small stool, and washed them bit by bit. After washing for a while, she felt a little dizzy and dizzy. Even though the eldest son asked for leave to come back to take care of him, he still didn't recover. His health was getting worse day by day. Now the whole family depends on Zhou Weidong as only demobilization fee to live. Although it is called demobilization fee, Zhou Weidong's situation is even worse. He is just a small captain, but the army received news about Zhou's father. Zhou Weidong failed the political review and was persuaded to leave in less than 2 months. Not only did he not arrange a job after returning, he also lost the subsequent welfare subsidies. Only a subsidy.
Wei. Dong send. Send.
A telegram. Let them.
All.
Come back.
And.
Lin. It's not too late. Grandpa Zhou looked at the sky, trying to pull the corners of his mouth to tell his eldest grandson what he wanted to say. Grandpa Zhou spent a lot of effort to say just a few words, and the saliva at the corners of his mouth was about to flow to the ground. Mother Zhou listened to Grandpa Zhou's laborious words and wiped her hands quickly. Yes, tell them to come back. It's autumn harvest and food distribution time, and those heartless people don't even know to send food back home. Also tell Zhou Rongrong and Lin Weiwan to come back. My health is not good, and your grandmother is old. As daughters of the Zhao family, they should do something. Chen Xian sat on the steps and tapped her swollen legs. She did not recover well after the operation, and she was malnourished and didn't eat enough. Now her body is still in big trouble. In her situation, the elderly at home need care. If she applies to the Youth League office and the neighborhood committee, she can still get one of them back from the countryside. Zhou Weidong glanced at Mother Zhou and thought it would be better for the two to come back. Now the family needs someone to take care of them, and this situation needs to be discussed with Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan opened the door and went in to get a Meikai pancake for Chunlei. Chunlei helped Lin Weiwan put the firewood in order. As soon as she turned around, she saw Chunlei standing at the door looking at her. Hey, eat something first. You've worked hard just now. Lin Weiwan handed the Meikai pancake to Chunlei. Thank you, Lin Jiqing. Oh, by the way, I found 2 chestnut trees on the mountain when I was catching pheasants today. Let's go pick them together tomorrow with the tools. Chunlei happily took the pancake, took a bite, and asked Lin Weiwan. Seeing Chunlei eating happily, Lin Weiwan nodded. Okay, let's go up the mountain together tomorrow. Chunlei greeted the other people in the backyard and went back to the front yard. Lin Weiwan's smile gradually solidified, and she took out the radish she had exchanged with Aunt Li. She put it on the chopping board and began to cut it into strips, preparing to dry it into dried radish. Sister Lin, you still have to go up the mountain tomorrow. Hu Xiaopeng leaned against the door frame with his arms folded across his chest. Well, Chen Jiqing said he'll come to see me tomorrow. Lin Weiwan didn't expect that Hu Xiaopeng heard their conversation and didn't hide it. There are many poisonous snakes and wild animals on the mountain, Miss Lin. Be careful. I saw a snake this long the day before yesterday. He measured the length with his hand. Lin Weiwan's eyes moved away from the radish in her hand and looked at Hu Xiaopeng at the door. The light of the setting sun shone into the house from behind Hu Xiaopeng, allowing Lin Weiwan to look at this little fat man who was always known for his greed. Hu Xiaopeng turned back to his laughing face and looked at Lin Weiwan. Sister Lin, why are you looking at me like this? My house will be built in a few days, and I will treat you to a good meal then. Okay, but this time you cook the dishes and I'll wait to eat. Lin Weiwan said with a smile. The next day, Lin Weiwan packed lunch in her backpack, carried a kettle and a bamboo basket, locked the door, and followed Chunlei to the back mountain. Wang Ping and Du Shanshan's house is half built, and they will probably be able to move in a few days. Today is the last day of rest, and tomorrow they will go to work as usual. Walking beside Chunlei, they will pick some mountain products and fungus and put them in the basket. Lin Jiqing, which way are we going? Chunlei pointed to the direction of the dense forest. There are few people walking on this road, and the weeds are denser. You are really good at finding things. You actually walked this way for a chicken. Lin Weiwan looked at the weeds that were as high as her waist. She was somewhat familiar with this road. It was the direction of the road where she found ginseng last time. I don't know why I had a brain attack and chose such a mountain road. I remember that Lin Jiqing always went up the mountain to chop firewood before. Did you encounter any good things? Chunlei stared at Lin Weiwan with his big eyes, with a curious look on his face. Encountered good things? The best time was when I shot 2 pheasants, but I got lost.
Oh, don't mention it.
Lin Weiwan thought of the time when she was doubled by Yi Jibai. Of course there are good things, but I can't tell you. Oh, where did you catch it? I heard that pheasants sometimes live in fixed areas. Maybe we can meet them there. Chunlei said excitedly, looking at Lin Weiwan with stars in his eyes. It's over there. Lin Weiwan pointed to the hillside on the right. Chunlei looked at the dense forest and nodded. Then we'll go catch pheasants after picking chestnuts. The two walked farther and farther, and Chunlei's machete kept cutting the weeds that blocked the way. Occasionally, some mushrooms and herbs were encountered on the road and were collected by Lin Weiwan in the bamboo basket. Lin Jiqing knows medicine? Chunlei also picked some mushrooms and put them in the bamboo basket behind him. I just know a little bit. Lin Weiwan has been studying the 100 Herbs map or practicing acupuncture in the space these days. Since he encountered some herbs on the mountain, he naturally couldn't go empty-handed. The two climbed half of the mountain and finally saw the wild chestnut tree. Moreover, there were 2 trees. Chestnuts were delicious, but difficult to pick. The ripe ones fell to the ground, but many were still hanging on the trees. If you want to pick them, you can either climb up the tree and shake it hard or use tools to knock the chestnuts down. The two bent down and picked the chestnuts on the ground into the bamboo basket. After a while, they were sweating and their backs were sore. Oh, there are so many chestnuts here. Chun Lei and Lin Jiqing are here too. Feng Yuzhen pulled Su Xiaohong out of the woods. Chun Lei wiped the sweat off his head with the towel around his neck. Sister Feng, come quickly. There are a lot of chestnuts here. Feng Jiqing and Su Jiqing are here too. What a coincidence. Lin Weiwan had a general impression of the two people. They didn't bother each other.
I didn't expect to meet them in this mountain.
There were still a lot of chestnuts on the two chestnut trees. Even if Lin Weiwan and Chun Lei filled the bamboo baskets, they couldn't take them away at once. Lin Weiwan didn't mind the extra two people. Su Xiaohong walked behind Feng Yuzhen, glanced at Lin Weiwan squatting on the ground, and quickly turned her eyes away. Then pick them quickly, or it will be dark when you go back. Feng Yuzhen strode over, put the bamboo basket behind her on the ground, and started picking chestnuts on the ground. It was very tiring to squat down, stand up, squat down again, and pick up chestnuts on the ground. After several people got the chestnuts off the tree, they all lowered their heads to pick them up. The four of them picked up chestnuts on the ground back and forth, but the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The black cloth shoes with dirt on them stepped on the leaves on the ground and walked step by step towards the girl who was lowering her head to pick chestnuts carefully. With her right hand behind her back, she was holding a wooden mallet for washing clothes. You found the chestnuts. The appearance of a male voice interrupted the plans of several people. Looking up at Yi Jibai, who suddenly appeared, Lin Weiwan slowly stood up. Yes, come and pick them up together. There are still a lot. Yes, Yi Jiqing, if we don't pick up so many chestnuts, we'll have to come again tomorrow. Just now we were thinking of peeling the shells of the chestnuts so that we can take more back. Feng Yuzhen's eyes flickered and her eyebrows slightly raised, and she said in a light tone. Yi Jibai strode towards Lin Weiwan. He didn't carry a bamboo basket on his back, but only a hatchet on his waist. He walked a few steps to Lin Weiwan's side. I didn't bring a bamboo basket when I went up the mountain today, so I didn't pick any. I wanted to chop some firewood to take back, he said and glanced at Lin Weiwan's bamboo basket, which was already half full. I'll help you pick it up and then hurry down the mountain. I'm afraid it will rain, he said, pulling Lin Weiwan's bamboo basket over and quickly helping Lin Weiwan put chestnuts into the bamboo basket. Feng Yuzhen turned around and continued to pick chestnuts, but Su Xiaohong's eyes were fixed on Yi Jibai. Even when picking chestnuts, her eyes would occasionally drift over the two of them. Picking chestnuts was even more absent-minded. Lin Weiwan lowered his head, but couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. It was really not the right time. Walking money, let Yi Jibai disturb it like this. In his heart, he opened the small notebook, made a note, and his eyes swept across Feng Yuzhen's back. In the backyard, Lin Weiwan sat at the door of the house, wearing gloves and picking the chestnut thorns bit by bit. He used a wooden stick to knock it open so that it would be easier to peel it and reveal the chestnut inside. Yi Jibai sent me back and ran away again. I really don't know what this person is busy with. But before leaving, he solemnly reminded me not to go into the mountains again. I wanted to help, but since it's not needed, forget it. I do and have to get the reward. Lin Weiwan, you are amazing.
You picked so many chestnuts back.
Wang Ping came from the front yard with a thermos and saw Lin Weiwan sitting on a small stool picking chestnuts. In a few days, they will be able to move to the backyard. Looking at Lin Weiwan in front of her, Wang Ping felt that she was one step closer to success. After sending the thermos to her house, Wang Ping rarely walked to Lin Weiwan's side. Seeing Lin Weiwan picking chestnuts bit by bit, she felt that Lin Weiwan was too stupid. With such a treasure, he didn't do anything big, but was picking chestnuts here. What was he thinking? He could take a few days off and go to the black market a few times. Everything would be enough. Lin Weiwan, are you still going to pick chestnuts? Take me with you so we can have some company. Lin Weiwan looked up at Wang Ping, who had never interacted with him. I'm not going recently. If you want to go, go with Qin Jiqing. We went with him this time, but I'm afraid there are no more chestnuts there. Foam Jiqing and Su Jiqing also know the location. Lin Weiwan did not hide the location of the chestnut tree. Many people in the educated youth camp knew about it, so it's probably been picked up long ago. The educated youth camp was still relatively calm at this time, and everyone was doing their own work. The front yard suddenly became noisy, and the trustworthy people in the backyard had already rushed to the front yard. Wang Ping looked at Lin Weiwan and smiled. Let's go and take a look. Lin Weiwan stacked up the 2 bamboo baskets and put them in the house. He took out the padlock and locked the door, and then went to the front yard. Wang Ping followed Lin Weiwan with her eyes rolling. She didn't expect Lin Weiwan to be so strict and remember to lock the door even when there was a commotion. I am very strong, so it will definitely not work to force it. Thinking of this, Wang Ping paused and thought of a good idea. The front yard had attracted many villagers who were not working because of the noise. If there was a quarrel or something happened in the village, it could not be concealed. In this era, when even basic communications were not popular, some things were like ants encountering sugar, swarming in. Even if there was no phone, even going back to the mother's house could spread to several villages in a short time. At this time, there were sounds of quarrels and smashing things coming from the room of the female educated youth. Because it was the room of the female educated youth, it was not easy for the male educated youth to go in even if they heard the noise. A few aunties and sisters in the village squeezed in, and they were more interested in watching the fun than trying to stop the quarrel. Wang Li's family even took out a handful of melon seeds and leaned against the door frame to eat them. Wang Ping Lin Weiwan squeezed in and saw Cui Hongying and Lin Huahua fighting. Their hair was messed up, their faces were bruised, and their clothes were torn to reveal their underwear. You witch! You dare to steal my girl! I'll beat you to death, you shameless rascal! Lin Huahua was furious. Wu Erqiao was finally eliminated. There were still people messing around. These days, she and Zhao Kaiyang had been making good progress. They went to work together, and went home together every day, cooked together, and went up the mountain to chop vegetables and pick mountain products. Today, Cui Hongying came back and shamelessly took Zhao Kaiyang's clothes to wash. You are shameless. The educated youth Zhao doesn't like you at all, and you just stuck to him. Cui Hongying felt that if she had to choose a man, Zhao Kaiyang would be more suitable. Although she thought Yi Jibai was good, he was too fierce. In the face of beauty and life, it was more important to save her life. There were only a few people in the educated youth point now. After careful selection, Zhao Kaiyang was still better. She couldn't marry a man in the village when she was older. No one needed to say what it meant for the educated youth to go to the countryside. Those who had connections in their families had already used their connections to get a job. There are many who have stayed in the countryside for 5 or 6 years and finally became old maids, without even the right to choose a good one. Nowadays, there are more women than men. If you don't act now, it will be too late later. Isn't it the purpose of a woman to marry a man in her life? Now, among the short men, the tallest one can only choose Zhao Kaiyang. The Zhou brothers are useless. One will go to jail, and the other will become a sister. Looking at her will remind me of what happened that night. How will they live in the future? The two of them are inseparable, and neither of them will give in. Now they have to fight for their dignity, even if they don't make money. Lin Weiwan stood in the outer room and watched the two people fighting through the gap. I really don't know why these two people fell in love with Zhao Kaiyang, the chatterbox. It's hard to understand. Hu Xiaobang and Xin Minghua are better than him. In the black market, Du Shanshan covered her face with a thick makeup, and she looked dark and old. The bamboo basket in front of her was filled with white rice, which was selling like crazy this time. Since she accidentally opened the computer of the space supermarket, she actually found that she could place an order to replenish the stock in the computer page. There are still so many samples, but the goods ordered 3 days after the order is placed can be replenished at the original price. Du Shanshan doesn't care where the things come from. She only cares about how long this strange space can be used. How many times can the things appear? Thinking of her current situation, making money is the top priority. In the past few days, she took down all the things that can be sold on the shelves and piled them in the aisles of the supermarket in the space, leaving the shelves as empty as possible to replenish the stock. While counting the money, she weighed the rice to the people who came to buy things. Go away. A group of 3 people came over. Our eldest brother wants to do some business with you, come with us. 3 strong men pulled Du Shanshan, who was sitting on a small stool, and left. Du Shanshan was startled by the 3 men who suddenly appeared. What are you going to do?
I
won't go. Du Shanshan fell down, trying to break free from the control of the men.
À cela plendait dans du Shanshan espace.
Be honest, don't force us to use force. The man yelled, and directly pulled Du Shanshan out of the alley. Everyone in the black market lowered their heads. No one wanted to make trouble, and every black market had a boss. Those who were buying things walked away from it, pretending not to see the man being kidnapped. After entering a small courtyard, the big man knocked on the door. Brother, the person is here. Come in. A deep and magnetic voice came out. Du Shanshan was pushed into the room and sat on the ground with her ankles sprained. A man sat on the chair facing the door. The man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and his face was as handsome as a jade. Seeing the person who was pushed and looking at him in surprise, he was not displeased at all. Putting down the teacup in his hand, the man stood up and stretched out his slender hand to pull up Du Shanshan, who was sitting on the ground.
My brother is sorry.
I just want to invite you here to discuss cooperation. Tang Jing'an stared at the woman in front of him with narrow eyes and pressed Du Shanshan on the chair. His every frown and smile was aggressive. He had been staring at her for a long time. From the first day this woman came to the black market, she sold the kind of white and good rice. He cooked and ate that rice. There was no stone, no broken rice, and the rice was threshed cleanly, without any rice bran. Even the refined rice in Beijing can be compared with it. Where can this thing come from in the Black Province? At that time, he did not arrest the person immediately, but asked his brothers to follow for a while. In addition to knowing that this woman was an educated youth who went to the countryside in Dongxing village, he did not see where she went to get the goods. Today, she suddenly got more than 100 kilograms of rice, so Tang Jing'an could only ask someone to invite her. Du Shanshan looked at the extraordinary man in front of her, and her whole person was a little trapped. This man simply met all her expectations of a man. Face, figure, height, voice. If he debuted in the future, he would be a real male protagonist.
What?
Ahem. What cooperation? Du Shanshan just opened her mouth to speak before she realized something was wrong, and quickly lowered her voice and asked in a hoarse voice.
Well,
I can take all the goods you have. As long as you have goods, I will take them. You don't have to sell them yourself every time, which saves a lot of time. Tang Jing'an looked at Du Shanshan with a playful look, but did not expose Du Shanshan's disguise. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Tang Jing'an. The black market in this area is under my control. Tang Jing'an said softly, but the momentum he exuded was not small, and he had a feeling of looking down on the world. Du Shanshan was attracted by Tang Jing'an's aura. She didn't expect that she would meet such a high-quality man. Isn't this the male protagonist who made a fortune in a novel? He has brains, courage, and planning. He is definitely one of the first batch of talents to make a fortune after the reform and opening up, and he is on the list of richest people. My name is
Du Jiu.
Du Shanshan quickly turned her head and gave herself a pseudonym.
Du Jiu.
From now on I will call you Brother Xiaojiu. Tang Jing'an raised his thin lips slightly and read out the 2 words Du Jiu in a low, hoarse, and magnetic voice. His phoenix eyes narrowed and looked at Du Shanshan affectionately, as if he was savoring these 2 words. Du Shanshan felt that the 2 words Tang Jing'an said were too provocative, and her whole face was a little red. Fortunately, the color of the foundation on her face was dark enough to cover up her hot and red face. I don't know how much stock Brother Xiaojiu has left. I will buy it all. The current market price of rice is 1.4 cents, and you need a food coupon. The price in our market is 2.2 cents per caddy, and no coupons are needed. Brother Xiaojiu's rice is of good quality, and I won't treat you unfairly. I will buy as much rice as you have at 2.3 cents per caddy. This way you save time and effort, and I can take care of my brothers more. The price Tang Jing'an gave was 1 cent higher than what Du Shanshan sold herself. In this day and age, there is a limited supply of fine grains, so there is no need to worry about selling them. If he can keep Du Shanshan stable, he will have a place in the black market of the 3 northeastern provinces in the future. He doesn't care about this little profit, and the source of goods is what's important now. Du Shanshan's heart was finally put down when she heard Tang Jing'an say this. After being forcibly brought here just now, she thought she would be skinned alive if she didn't die. Unexpectedly, this black market boss was so young and righteous and easy to talk to. Not only did he not lower the price, but he also raised the price by 1 cent. She would not underestimate this 1 cent. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fall. This 1 cent higher per caddy may not seem like much, but selling 2,000 caddies means an extra 20 yuan. With wages generally not high now, 20 yuan is enough for a family of 4 to live for a month. And it saves time for herself. She doesn't have to carry it out to sell and waste time, and can have more time to read and study. Okay, Brother Tang is straightforward. From now on, as long as I have goods, they are yours. Du Shanshan continued to respond with a rough voice. The two chatted for a while and got along very well, almost becoming sworn brothers. After leaving the house, Tang Jing'an told his brothers that Du Jiao would be his younger brother in the future, and that they should be polite when they meet in the future. The two agreed to trade 2,000 kilograms of rice at the end of this month. Du Shanshan left, and Tang Jing'an called his brother Lin Huahua over. Go and keep an eye on her. Don't let anyone find out. Make sure you know how she contacts her boss. Don't alert the enemy. Lin Huahua agreed, and took Wang Erge with him, and the two followed Du Shanshan from a distance. Not long after turning out, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked out from behind a house. You keep following, I'll go back first. Yi Jibai instructed as he looked at the people going away. In the youth courtyard, Dong Daqing, who went to the city to buy things for his wedding, had already returned. Feng Yuzhen also came down from the mountain with Su Xiaohong, and the two of them acted as good guys again and separated Cui Hongying and Lin Huahua, who were fighting each other. Lin Weiwan had already taken out the 5-spice Mao Ku and was eating it with Wang Qiaoyan, who had just returned from the mountain. Wang Ping's expression was not very good. What was this? She had been following him for a long time and didn't even get to eat a single Mao Ku. Zhao Kaiyang, what do you think? This matter started with you, so say something. Dong Daqing just looked down on people like Zhao Kaiyang who were looking at what was in the pot and hanging on to this and that. Men, once they make a decision, they act. They don't have to think so much. Zhao Kaiyang was pushed out by Chen Lei and looked at the two women who were fighting. He moved his lips and wanted to say that he looked down on both of them. What did it have to do with him? They volunteered to help him wash clothes and cook, and he didn't ask them to do so. Could it be that he would marry a woman who washed his clothes for him? He was not popular at home and no one cared about him, and his family conditions were not bad. His eyes moved, and he saw Lin Weiwan, who was eating melon seeds in the crowd. If she looked like that, he would be happy even if he had no parents. Who made that woman so rich? Even if she didn't work for the rest of her life, the rent of the villa would be enough for him to live for the rest of his life. It was much better than the salary of his elder brother and second brother, which was so high that he couldn't even kick it away. Besides, it would be a face-saving thing to marry such beautiful girls. What are these two women? They are marginal figures excluded by the family, and I can't bring any benefits to his future life. Would he be stupid to take over by himself? Lin Jiqing and Cui Jiqing and I are just ordinary friends. Our educated youth group has always been friendly and helpful. I think the two educated youths are overthinking it. Zhao Kaiyang cleared himself. He couldn't marry either of them. Zhao Kaiyang, what did you say? Zhao Kaiyang, how can you say that? Cui Hongying and Lin Huahua shouted almost in unison. This was too much. Even if they liked one but not the other, it was not so embarrassing to have such a fight. Friendship is about love and mutual assistance. Isn't this just insulting others? The two of them even fought each other. This was the first time that Zhao Kaiyang said that he was just an ordinary friend to the two of them. In the past, he just said it vaguely. He didn't take the initiative and didn't refuse. Even if he said some euphemistic rejection to keep a little distance, it sounded like he was afraid that the woman's reputation would be bad, and he looked like he was considering the other party. Lin Weiwan felt that such a person was really amazing. Even if he didn't like the other person, he could still get benefits from the other person, and he could hold back his dislike for the other person. You said that Zhao Kaiyang has such high standards. What kind of conditions would he be interested in? Wang Qiaoyan leaned beside Lin Weiwan and ate spice mao ke. Lin Weiwan looked back at Wang Qiaoyan. You don't like him, do you? If you like him, stay away from me. Wang Qiaoyan spat out the hair in her mouth after hearing Lin Weiwan's words. Can you not discuss me? Do you think my vision is so bad? She said and rolled her eyes at Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan smiled. Fortunately, Wang Qiaoyan was not confused by the magic of Zhao Kaiyang. This Zhao Kaiyang looked ordinary. Except for being taller and a little white, his features were really ordinary. So ordinary that women would think this man was very reliable at first glance. Just such a face, and wearing patched clothes could make two female educated youths jealous of him. Zhao Kaiyang, you rascal. Lin Huahua slapped Zhao Kaiyang on the right cheek. Zhao Kaiyang's face became ugly. It was one thing to be embarrassed, and another to be slapped in the face. Cui Hongying did not take action, but continued to attack Lin Huahua. Lin Huahua, you are sick. Zhao Jiqing has no interest in you. It was you who chased after him. When did Zhao Jiqing admit that he liked you? And you got angry and hit him. He pushed Lin Huahua directly. The one with more strength pushed Lin Huahua down, and Lin Huahua's head fell on the corner of the table. The village chief quickly asked the women in the village to help Lin Huahua, who had fainted. Looking at the bleeding forehead, the scene became chaotic again. Aunt Li ran out and grabbed a handful of potash from the stove. She pressed it on Lin Huahua's bleeding forehead. Cui Jiqing, are you going to kill someone? You dare to do it in front of everyone. Team leader Zhao Dezhu felt that he could not cover up anything after meeting these educated youths. He was not relieved at all, and his head was broken. Cui Hongying was also scared. Unexpectedly, she pushed Lin Huahua, and she fell down. No, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't expect this to happen. I just pushed her gently. Cui Hongying was a little flustered. She tried to explain, but she looked pale and powerless. Where assertion? Hurry up and hitch the ox cart. The village chief shouted to the outside. I feel that I have never been so tired in my life, as in these few months.
Oh.
I am so tired. Why are you all gathered here? Hu Xiaopeng squeezed in from outside, followed by his old partner Shin Minghua. Where have you been? Come with us. Lin Weiwan squeezed aside. The four melon-eating people gathered together, eating melons in unison and watching Zhao Kaiyang being beaten. Minghua and I are going to the city to get some meat and an iron pot. I have lost weight these days. Hu Xiaopeng touched his increasingly thin round face and narrowed his eyes. Lin Weiwan glanced at the bamboo basket placed in front of Shin Minghua and nodded. No wonder he hadn't seen the two of them all day. Sister, how did you make these melon seeds? They are so fragrant. I stir-fried them with secret ingredients. Lin Weiwan smiled. These melon seeds were planted by herself last year.
Hey.
Where did you get the melon seeds from? Wang Qiaoyan looked at Lin Weiwan. They were sent from Haisher. Okay. Wang Qiaoyan quickly ate the melon seeds in her hand. Otherwise, they would be eaten up by Hu Xiaopeng. At this time, Zhao Kaiyang had already sternly rejected the two of them. It seemed that the scene was very awkward. Lin Weiwan clapped her hands. Let's go back. You don't want to watch it? Yeah, it's boring. Lin Weiwan was about to squeeze out of the crowd.
Hey.
Wake up. Wake up. Aunt Li's voice came out. Lin Huahua's confused eyes gradually focused, and she covered her forehead that was hurt by the collision and looked around. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Zhao Kaiyang. Zhao Kaiyang, if you don't like it, why did you accept my benefits? Then you should return the money you borrowed from me, 8 times in total, a total of 120 yuan. There are also 30 kilograms of cornmeal and 20 kilograms of rice. Lin Huahua's sudden voice surprised everyone, and after hearing Lin Huahua's words, everyone was even more sighing. In this era of material scarcity, a family of several people can save 100 yuan a year. This Zhao Kaiyang actually borrowed so much money from Lin Huahua. Zhao Kaiyang's face darkened. He actually said this in front of so many people. He took a deep breath, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then showed a somewhat embarrassed smile.
I
will give it to you. Let's make things clear today. Since Zhao Jiqing is not interested in me, then return the money to me, so that he won't deny it in the future. Lin Huahua was not ready to let this matter go now. She knew very well what kind of person Zhao Kaiyang was. I didn't say I won't pay you back. I don't have that much money now. I borrowed some money from you for urgent use, but I didn't borrow that much. Did you remember it wrongly? Zhao Kaiyang started to act like a rogue. Although some of them had IOUs, some didn't have IOUs at all. Who could prove that he didn't acknowledge them? Cui Hongying watched Lin Huahua and Zhao Kaiyang settle accounts and felt that she had done something wrong again today. This Zhao Kaiyang actually borrowed so much money from Lin Huahua. He looked like he was in good condition, but it turned out to be a false impression. Lin Huahua looked at Zhao Kaiyang with irony in her eyes. How could she be so stupid to fall in love with such a man before? She walked straight to her box, took out the key to open it, and took out the IOUs inside. She turned around and unfolded it to show the people in the room. The 5 IOUs added up to 85 yuan. Zhao Kaiyang gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Lin Huahua to actually keep the IOUs and prepare to ask him for money. But this is the current Lin Huahua. The previous Lin Huahua just kept the IOUs as a souvenir and felt that he was more involved with Zhao Kaiyang. Lin Huahua, I don't want our relationship to be known to everyone. We need to continue to get along for a while and get to know each other better. Zhao Kaiyang changed the subject. His pockets were cleaner than his face. What could he give back to Lin Huahua? It would be better to appease Lin Huahua first. I really don't know what happened to Lin Huahua today. She had to be with me before, but it seems like she suddenly changed her personality. No need to understand. From what I know about you now, you are too shameless. It would be better for you to return my money to me. Lin Huahua felt ironic and disgusted when she heard what Zhao Kaiyang said. It was a pity that she died unclearly in her previous life. Zhao Kaiyang left her to go to college, but she died because she was alone in the countryside waiting for childbirth. Huahua, we will talk about these things later. I will accompany you to the city to bandage your head first. Zhao Kaiyang walked towards Lin Huahua and said with concern, Zhao Kaiyang, pay the money back quickly, or I will see you in the city. You can choose one. Lin Huahua wanted to take advantage of the pressure on Zhao Kaiyang to let Zhao Kaiyang pay back the money. His family would not take care of him anymore. This money would be his support in the future, and he could not let Zhao Kaiyang get away with it. Village head, team leader, please help me with this matter. Zhao Kaiyang tricked me into lending him money, saying that he needed it urgently, but now he won't pay it back at all. Lin Huahua turned to look at the village head and team leader. After she died, it was the team leader and the village head who took pity on her and found a good place facing the sun for her burial. After the notice was sent out, Zhao Kaiyang did not come back, and there was no news from her family. The village head looked at Lin Huahua's forehead, which was no longer bleeding, and turned to look at Zhao Kaiyang. Do you choose to pay back the money, or do you want us to take you to the youth educated office and notify your family? Village head, it's not that I don't want to pay it back, but I don't have any money now. I will pay it back, but you have to give me some time. I will work harder to earn work points and pay it back to Lin Jiqing. Zhao Kaiyang hurriedly explained, but the way he addressed Lin Huahua changed again, from Lin Jiqing to Huahua, and then to Lin Jiqing. People with discerning eyes naturally understood Zhao Kaiyang's thoughts. Village chief, it's not that I don't want to pay it back, I will, but I really don't have money right now. Zhao Kaiyang insisted that he had no money and you couldn't do anything to me. He turned his gaze to the direction of the 4 people eating melons and saw Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan, educated youth, please lend me some money. I will pay you back immediately when my family remits money to me. Zhao Kaiyang knew that anyone could be short of money, but this Lin Weiwan definitely had money. Lin Weiwan was eating melon seeds with relish, but he didn't expect to eat melons on himself. What are you thinking? Get out of here. Lin Weiwan cursed directly. Did he think he was easy to bully after not fighting for a few days? He would pay me back when the remittance arrived. What does it have to do with you to lend you money? Lin, educated youth. We are all from the same educated youth point. Help each other. Why curse each other? Zhao Kaiyang continued to speak shamelessly, insisting on dragging Lin Weiwan into the water. I have money, but I won't lend it to someone like you.
You look down on me.
If you have time to think about nothing, you might as well think about how to pay back Lin Huahua. Lin Weiwan spat out a mouthful of hairy skin and said pooh. Zhao Kaiyang, pay me back, or I'll use your work points to pay it back. When Lin Huahua heard what Lin Weiwan said, her mind suddenly opened up. Yes, if she has no money, she still has a whole year's work points. She can use the work points to pay it back. She can't eat so much food, and she can directly use the work points to exchange for money from the community. Zhao Kaiyang's expression at this moment was as if he had eaten, black and smelly. Lin Huahua, you want to kill me? That food is my whole year's ration for next year. If you take it away, how can I live? How can you be so vicious? Zhao Kaiyang was furious, and he looked at Lin Huahua with a vicious look. Then you should ask your family for money to return my money to me. You didn't consider my life or death when you borrowed the money. Now you should consider yourself when you pay back the money. You are not a good person. Lin Huahua felt that she was really blind before. How could she like such a person? You. What do you mean by you, village chief? I hope you can make the decision for me. I want his work points first. When he returns the money to me, I will return the work points to him without taking a single cent from him. And you have to return my cornmeal and rice to me. Lin Huahua directly asked the village to deal with this matter. The matter was not big, but it was enough for Zhao Kaiyang to drink a pot. The rest of the revenge will be taken slowly. Turning to look at Cui Hongying, you pushed me and almost killed me. Now my head is broken. Are you waiting for me to report to the police and the Youth League office, or what should I do? Lin Huahua didn't feel that her head hurt much at this moment. The pain was that she couldn't take revenge in time. Cui Hongying took another step back. I didn't mean it, and it's okay for you to be talkative now. I haven't settled the score with you for hitting me before. Lin Huahua looked at the village chief again. Village chief, the matter of her pushing me down and hitting my head is handled by the village, or should everyone be witnesses? I will go to the city to seek justice for myself. Lin Huahua didn't bother two people and asked the village chief directly. The scorekeeper came in with the account book, and under the calculation of the team leader and the scorekeeper, Zhao Kaiyang's work points for nearly a whole year were deducted from Lin Huahua's page. If Lin Huahua didn't take all of Zhao Kaiyang's IOUs, Zhao Kaiyang's work points for the year might not be enough to be deducted. Cui Jiqing, you were so violent in the fight that Lin Jiqing was injured. You should compensate Lin Jiqing 30 yuan. If you disagree, I will not care. You can go to the city to settle it yourself. The village chief is very experienced in dealing with such fights. The educated youths who went to the countryside were all 17 or 18 years old, and fighting was common. In the village, you occupied my house today, and I occupied yours tomorrow. Fights are also common. As long as it is not a life and death fight involving the family, it is easy to deal with in this village. It's just a slap in the face, then some waffling, and finally compensation. Lin Weiwan's eyes were fixed on Lin Huahua, who also had the last name Lin. Lin Weiwan was deeply impressed by this Lin Huahua. Under what circumstances could a person who loved someone wholeheartedly change his heart? It's amazing that he suddenly realized it after just one bite. Back in the backyard, Lin Weiwan continued to peel the remaining chestnuts. Then he saw Du Shanshan coming back in a hurry, carrying a lot of things. From large items like water tanks and iron pots to small items like needles, thread and fabrics, they were moved to the backyard by someone. After dinner, the people in the front yard came out to watch the fun. I didn't expect Du Shanshan to do such a big thing without saying anything. It costs a lot of money to buy these things. Since the house has not been completely built, only some of the things can be put in, and the remaining small items have to be taken to the front yard. Du Shanshan just returned to the front yard when she heard screams, and the people in the yard ran to the front yard again. Du Shanshan placed her broken thermos enamel basin and the soap that was stepped on and could not be seen in shape in front of everyone. Who did this?
Who did it?
Du Shanshan's eyes swept to the group of educated youth at the door. Lin Weiwan looked at the broken thermos, the enamel basin, and the cup with the paint chipped off. It seems that Cui Hongying and Lin Huahua broke other people's things during the fight. Lin Huahua was not here at the moment. Uncle Ershing sent him to the city to bandage his head. Feng Yuzhen and Chen Lei, two good men, followed him. Cui Hongying stood in the yard holding a basin, her eyes dodging. Wang Qiaoyan stood beside Lin Weiwan and grimaced as she looked at the broken things. The people in the Educated Youth Center were not in a good mental state. Tell me who did it, or I'll go find the village chief. Du Shanshan has learned one thing now, to find the village chief if there is something. Dong Daqing sighed. As an old person in charge who has not left the Educated Youth Center, he still has to take care of it. Du Jiqing, this should be caused by the fight between Lin Jiqing and Cui Jiqing just now. Dong Daqing said, and looked at Cui Hongying. The original owner is here, but she doesn't stand up for what she did. Du Shanshan exploded when she heard it, her eyes fixed on Cui Hongying, and then looked at Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan, I didn't provoke you. Why do you treat me like this? Du Shanshan ignored Cui Hongying when she saw Lin Weiwan. The well-hidden jealousy in her heart burst out, and she shouted out in grievance. Seeing Du Shanshan like this, Lin Weiwan looked directly at Dong Daqing. Dong Jiqing, remember not to say a word. There are two Lin Jiqings in the Jiqing point. If you say that, Du Jiqing will misunderstand. After saying that, Lin Weiwan rolled her eyes at Dong Daqing and continued to take out melon seeds and them with Wang Qiaoyan. Is life boring? Not boring. Isn't this better than some TV series in later generations? And it's a real-life version. Dong Daqing touched his nose a little embarrassedly. Du Jiqing, you wrong. It's Lin Huahua Lin Jiqing. He looked at Lin Weiwan embarrassedly. Sorry, Lin Jiqing, there was only Lin Huahua and Lin Jiqing before, so I subconsciously said Lin Jiqing. Lin Weiwan spit out the melon seed shells in his mouth, looked at Dong Daqing with a smile. Dong Jiqing, a busy man, is about to become the son-in-law of Accountant Li. Naturally, he has neglected a lot of things in the Jiqing point. It's okay, I don't blame you. After hearing what Lin Weiwan said, the eyes of several people in the Jiqing point fell on Dong Daqing again. The meaning in their eyes is worth pondering for a while. Dong Daqing felt uncomfortable being looked at by several people, so he could only turn his head away. Yi Jibai came back with 2 boxes of braised pork packed from the state-owned restaurant in the city and saw that something happened again in the Jiqing courtyard. Naturally, he heard the conversation of several people, and his sharp eyes swept over them. He stood behind Lin Weiwan, together with Hu Xiaobang and Xin Minghua. Du Shanshan did not say any words of apology to Lin Weiwan, but instead focused her eyes on Cui Hongying. Cui Jiqing, you broke my things, what should I do? It's not just me. The kettle was broken by Lin Huahua. If you want to compensate you, go find Lin Huahua. Cui Hongying didn't care about anything at this moment. Even if she had to pay, she couldn't pay alone. Du Shanshan glared at Cui Hongying. She had such an attitude even after doing something wrong. She broke the kettle. What about these things? Don't think about denying it. How could Du Shanshan let Cui Hongying go? Anyone who came back from a trip and saw that their things were broken would not feel good. Even if I have to compensate you, I have to ask Lin Huahua to come back. It's not me who broke the things. It was Lin Huahua who used your things to hit me first, and I didn't know these were your things. Cui Hongying was dragging her feet. Anyway, even if she had to pay, she had to make a fuss about Lin Huahua. How about this, Du Jiqing? When Lin Jiqing comes back, let's talk about the compensation for the things together. Dong Daqing still stepped forward to mediate. Lin Weiwan felt that there was nothing to watch and walked to the backyard. Yi Jibai saw Lin Weiwan leaving and naturally followed behind. Opening the door, Lin Weiwan turned around and looked at Yi Jibai. What do you want? Yi Jibai handed the cloth bag to Lin Weiwan. I brought it back from the state-owned restaurant. Although it's not as delicious as what you cook, it still tastes good. Lin Weiwan looked at the canvas bag handed to him by Yi Jibai, but did not reach out to take it. Yi Jiqing, You don't have to give it to me. You have been very tired these days of autumn harvest.
Take it back.
Thinking of the things about Lin Huahua, Cui Hongying, and Zhao Kaiyang, it was not a good idea for him to accept Yi Jibai's things without knowing why. Yi Jibai did not expect to be rejected by Lin Weiwan. His slender figure could not help but take a step forward. His deep eyes were full of inquiry. Is it because of the duck egg incident last time? Yi Jibai felt that he almost took the blame for the 4 duck eggs last time, but he also had a way to deal with it. Did Lin Weiwan distance herself from him because of this incident? No, it's just that things are expensive now and I can't accept your things. Lin Weiwan just stared at the tall figure in front of him. Yi Jibai looked around. The workers working in the backyard had already left, and he suddenly understood why Lin Weiwan didn't accept his things. He stood up straight, and his temperament changed instantly. His expression was serious, and his eyes were compelling. He looked down at Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai, whose momentum had changed, and took a step back. Are you going to hit me if you don't accept it? He looked at me with such a serious expression. Comrade Lin Weiwan, can you sublimate our revolutionary friendship a little bit more? Yi Jibai stared at Lin Weiwan very intently at this time, for fear of missing anything. When it comes to chasing a wife, whether it's love at first sight or at first sight, it's best to play it straight. Since you know your feelings, then find a way to marry her. After hearing what Yi Jibai said, it was Lin Weiwan's turn to be dumbfounded. Where do you want to sublimate? Lin Weiwan didn't dislike Yi Jibai as a person. She couldn't find any dissatisfaction with his eyebrows, eyes, face, and figure. She didn't dislike his personality, but getting married was something that Lin Weiwan had never considered since her rebirth. Yi Jibai narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Weiwan's thoughtful look. We can start with dating. If you think there is something wrong, you can stop. I will definitely not stop, but you can ask. Yi Jibai added the second half of the sentence in his heart. Lin Weiwan's ears blushed at Yi Jibai's gaze. The meal was quickly prepared, and the two of them set up a table in the outer room to eat. Although the two of them were dating openly, in this troubled era, they still had to abide by the rules. On the other side, Fatty who was about to call Yi Jibai for dinner, sighed and walked towards the front yard. It seems that the eating team has lost another main force. Meat, his beloved flesh and blood, and all the pheasants in the future are saying goodbye to him. It gets dark earlier in autumn, and it is already dark after 7 o'clock. After washing the dishes and cleaning up everything, Yi Jibai wiped his hands dry. Prepare to go back to the front yard. Lin Weiwan sat on a stool and watched Yi Jibai clean up and sweep the floor, eating melon seeds. He was so bored. There was a knock on the door in the front yard. Open the door, open the door. The faint voice was no one else but Shen Shirley. Zhou Weishi and Wu Erqiao have already arrived at the farm and have begun working day and night to carry out the transformation. Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong were taken away by the police for 2 days of education and finally released. Shen Shirley was relieved when he saw the 2 people being released and felt very distressed when he saw Zhou Rongrong in a bad mental state. The 3 of them returned to the educated youth site, ate some corn porridge, and then rested. The next day, when Lin Weiwan opened the door, she saw Yi Jibai already standing at the door with 2 buckets of water at his feet. Seeing Lin Weiwan open the door, he smiled and poured the water in the bucket into the water tank behind the door. They quickly lit a fire and cooked, and by the time Lin Weiwan finished washing up, the food was already on the table. Lin Weiwan looked at the hot food and felt a little uncomfortable. Is the treatment of being in a relationship so good? Lin Weiwan stood there in a daze. I have never met such a person in my previous life. This is not a relationship at all. It's just finding a worry-free nanny for myself. Yi Jibai set the table and dishes, and couldn't help but smile dotingly at Lin Weiwan, who was standing there in a daze. Why are you still chilling? Eat quickly, we have to go to work soon. I can only cook a few simple dishes, they are not as delicious as yours, you can try them. Lin Weiwan sat down to eat. He was not sure whether Yi Jibai could cook before, but he had to cook quite a few times since he went to the countryside to split up. After dinner, Yi Jibai cleaned up quickly again. Lin Weiwan carried a shoulder bag and a kettle and went to the drying yard with Yi Jibai. The corn had dried out after 2 weeks of drying in the sun. Fortunately, it had not rained recently. Corn dries quickly. Now, everyone was divided into several teams and began to rub the corn kernels. This is also the last process after the autumn harvest. After the corn is threshed, it can be sent to the grain station. A group of educated youth gathered together again, minus Zhao Weishi and Wu Erqiao. Now men and women gathered together, rubbing the corn kernels manually. Because Lin Huahua was injured, the village chief specially approved a 3-day vacation. Now Dong Daqing looked around the educated youth. In half a month, Li Zhaodi and I will get married and have a wedding banquet. Let's all go to have fun together then. Naturally, Lin Weiwan did not respond to Dong Daqing's words and concentrated on rubbing the corn. Feng Yuzhen was the first to look up and glanced at Dong Daqing without saying a word. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Dong Daqing lowered his head awkwardly and rubbed the corn with all his strength. As for Dong Daqing secretly doing big things and becoming the son-in-law of an accountant, naturally, the people in the Educated Youth Center would not go there, as the old educated youth and accountantly did not get along well. Dong Daqing's behavior was no different from that of a traitor. The new educated youth also did not get along with Dong Daqing, and the people in the Educated Youth Center were not the kind of people who would put themselves in a difficult position, so naturally no one paid attention to Dong Daqing.
Hey.
There's a letter. Is Zhao Weinan here? Here's your telegram. The postman stopped his bicycle at the edge of the drying yard and shouted. Zhao Weinan quickly stood up to pick up the letter. He didn't expect that there would be a telegram from home. This is not cheap. It will arrive in 3 days at the fastest, but the fee is calculated by the word. After hearing the telegram, Zhou Rongrong quickly stood up, patted her red palms, and ran to Zhou Weinan. Opening the telegram, there was a huge amount of information in just a few words. Grandpa is critically ill, mother is seriously ill, come back quickly, and take Lin Weiwan with you. In just a few words, not even a punctuation mark was typed. Zhou Rongrong looked at Zhou Weinan. He didn't mention herself in his heart, but mentioned Lin Weiwan instead. What is going on? Grandpa is dying and wants Lin Weiwan to go back. Is there something good? Zhou Rongrong looked worried. Second brother, what should I do?
Grandpa.
Grandpa, how could that be? Let's book tickets and go back to check. Zhou Weinan nodded and looked in the direction of Lin Weiwan. How could he convince Lin Weiwan to follow him back to High City? Looking at the village chief who was talking to the team leader, Zhou Weinan walked straight over. Village chief, something happened at home, and we need to ask for leave to go home. Li Changwei looked at the Zhou siblings and said, this matter is under the jurisdiction of the team leader. You can ask Captain Liu. The educated youth in Dongxing village were all sent to work in production teams, but unlike the agricultural, forestry, and military corps, which had leave for visiting relatives, those who were sent to work in production teams did not have leave for visiting relatives. To leave to visit relatives, they had to ask for leave from the production team leader. In addition to their own transportation, if they used up all their rest days in the month, they would still be deducted money for not showing up for work. Otherwise, if you didn't go to work today and she went home tomorrow, she wouldn't be able to manage you. The team leader explained to the Zhou brothers and sisters and mentioned the 3 people's visit to the Public Security Bureau, hoping that they were really asking for leave to go home, not just going back or not. If you don't return on time, I'll notify the Educated Youth Office in the city. By then, you'll have a bad record, and you know what the consequences will be. The team leader does not want any more problems to occur within his jurisdiction, whether it is the educated youth's own problems or the problems caused by the production team. As long as the incidents are recorded one by one, it will not be conducive to the development of the Dongxing village production team. Don't worry, team leader, we will definitely come back after we finish visiting. We also need to ask for leave for Lin Weiwan. She is my uncle's sister, and she will go back with us. Zhou Weinan agreed and asked for leave directly for Lin Weiwan to act first and report later. In this way, filial piety was the top priority and the leave was applied for, so he had to go back even if he didn't want to. When the village chief heard Zhou Weinan mention Lin Weiwan, he turned around and asked the scorer beside him to call Lin Weiwan. After all, Lin Weiwan was the orphan of a martyr, and the discord between him and the Zhao family was witnessed by everyone, so it was better for the person involved to be there. Shen Shirley also came with Lin Weiwan. When he heard that the Zhao brothers and sisters were going back to High City to visit their relatives, Shen Shirley also wanted to go back with them. The main reason was that he really had no money, and the several letters he sent back home were like rain falling into the sea with no response. Captain, Rongrong and I have already got the marriage certificate. The Zhao family has something going on, and I have to go back to help out. Shen Shirley came over and applied directly to accompany Zhao Rongrong. Lin Weiwan glanced at Zhao Weinan and directly refused. I have nothing to contact with the Zhao family, so I won't go back. Lin Weiwan, do you still have a conscience? Your grandfather is critically ill, and you don't even go back to see him. You are unfilial. Lin Weiwan smiled. Whether I am a member of the Zhao family is still a question. Don't forget that my surname is Lin now. You are the ones who posted the claim of kinship. I don't acknowledge it. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhao Weinan provocatively. The Zhao family must have had bad intentions in asking her to return to High City. What were they plotting against her? Lin Weiwan, you can't deny that you are a member of the Zhao family just because I chose Rongrong and didn't fulfill the arranged marriage. You got lost that year because you were too playful. You cannot deny the Zhao family's kindness in raising you because of your fault. When Chen Shirley saw that Zhao Weinan failed to persuade Lin Weiwan, he directly joined in. With just a few words, he described Lin Weiwan as an ungrateful white-eyed wolf who turned love into hatred. Chen Shirley, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? A 6 or 7-year-old child got lost in the cold winter because he was playing too much. You got lost just because you were playing too much. Let me see. After Lin Weiwan finished speaking, Zhao Weinan's face turned ugly, and he looked elsewhere. Yi Jibai had already walked behind Lin Weiwan when he heard this. Lin Jiqing is dating me. She is not blind. She looks down on you. These words made Shen Shirley blush, mainly because Yi Jibai crushed Shen Shirley with his strength. One was a genuine product, and the other was a gift for a group purchase. There was no comparison at all. After Yi Jibai finished speaking, many young girls in the village sighed. Some of them did not dare to express their pursuit, while others had been beaten up before. In the hearts of these girls, Yi Jibai is just a thorny plum that can only be admired from afar and not approached, and whoever can get it will be pricked by him. Now that the beautiful flower has someone else, I can only sigh. Zhao Rongrong, who was standing next to Zhao Weinan, was the first to notice that Zhao Weinan's expression was wrong, but she didn't say anything. Hearing Yi Jibai say this, he felt a little uncomfortable. Why did Lin Weiwan always get good things? It's not that she is not attracted to Yi Jibai, but Chen Shirley has better conditions and is easier to deal with. Compared with this, although Yi Jibai looks better, his conditions are unclear. Nowadays, good-looking men do not necessarily have good conditions, but Chen Shirley is different. The conditions of a Shen family are not comparable to those of ordinary families. She turned to look at Lin Weiwan with a gleam in her eyes. Lin Weiwan, Brother Shirley and I are childhood sweethearts and truly love each other. It's best if you don't have this idea. Although your last name is Lin now, you have Zhao family blood flowing in your body, and that can't be changed. I know you're not happy about the Zhao family adopting me. Even if you've been cruel to me, you can't just ignore Grandpa. If you don't go back, Grandpa will die with his eyes open. Can you bear to watch Grandpa lying there waiting for you to go back? Zhao Rongrong cried, and every word seemed to have used up all her strength. She burst into tears after she finished speaking. When the older members heard this, their anger towards Lin Weiwan reached its peak. People have a common problem. They like to bring things that are similar to themselves into themselves. Especially for the elderly of this generation, it is not allowed for their children to be unfilial and fail to support them. Since Lin Weiwan's previous deeds were notorious, no one came forward to speak up for her. One reason was that they were afraid of getting beaten, and the other was that they were afraid of losing money. It wasn't something that happened to them, so there was no need to get into trouble for someone else. But the looks they gave Lin Weiwan were all unfriendly. Zhao Rongrong, Chen Shirley, you two can do whatever you want, and don't be disgusting in front of me. I have never liked you from the beginning to the end. Don't talk so nicely. The relationship between your Zhao family and me has not been specifically defined yet. First you lied to me that I was your biological sister, and then you wanted a job and asked me to donate a kidney to save people. Your credibility is exhausted in my eyes. There is no credibility, including your grandfather. I don't think I owe you anything for letting a grandfather who has been missing for 10 years donate a kidney to his grandson as soon as he was recognized. You are filial and consider the relationship between brothers and sisters. Why did you rush to leave home and go to the countryside? As Lin Weiwan said this, he glanced at the Zhao brother and sister. Now Zhou Laosan is out. There are only 3 of you left, and her medicine is ready. People should act and speak with conscience. You should also have a better attitude when you invite me back. I don't owe you anything. Lin Weiwan rubbed Zhou Rongrong's chest with his fingers. He didn't use much strength, but the look in his eyes was very intriguing. When Shen Shirley was about to reach out to stop him, Lin Weiwan withdrew his hand, crossed his arms, and looked at the few people. Zhou Weinan thought for a moment. Xiao Wan. We were anxious and said something unpleasant. We are anxious about something happening at home. Let's go back together and take a look. Lin Weiwan smiled sarcastically. If you had said that earlier, there wouldn't be so many problems. You have to make a decision without my consent. Who do you think you are? Zhao Dezhu calculated the time. If they go directly to the city today, change trains, buy tickets, and go back and forth for 4 or 5 days, it will be enough to give them 3 or 4 days in High City. The round trip takes nearly half a month. I'll go back and write you letters of introduction. You can pick them up before dinner. Be sure to come back before mid-October. Several people walked back. Yi Jibai stayed beside Lin Weiwan. Be careful when you go back and go find Wei Shizhou if you encounter any problems in High City. Lin Weiwan nodded. He now had space to protect his life, and he had mastered the art of flying needles to locate acupuncture points within 3 meters. There shouldn't be anyone so blind as to cause trouble for him. It just so happened that she also needed an opportunity to give a big gift to several people from the Zhou and Shen families. As for those people, Lin Weiwan had a smile on his face. He was just acting. He was planning to go back to High City to hand in the Shen family's account book. I didn't expect that this opportunity would come to me, so I certainly can't waste it. His eyes swept over Zhou Rongrong. By that time, the Shen family would be in trouble. He really wanted to see whether this pair of Mandarin ducks would end up in a complete failure. Feng Yuzhen watched the few people come back and hurriedly busy herself with the work at hand without stopping. Sitting back next to Wang Qiaoyun, Lin Weiwan put on his gloves and said, I'm going back to High City tomorrow. Do you have any letters to write home? Wang Qiaoyun paused and said, I'll write a letter when I go back in the evening. Can you help me bring it to my mother? Lin Weiwan nodded and quickly rubbed the corn in his hand. As for speed, it's the same as everyone else's, nothing too outstanding. The corn cobs in front of each person fell very high, even though they were working together. But the educated youth were not harmonious from the beginning, and the workload was naturally divided clearly. After all, there are still many people who are sneaky and cunning. Zhou Rongrong's palms are already red and swollen. But seeing that no one else said anything, I had no choice but to continue working, albeit at a much slower pace. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Shen Shirley, hoping that Shen Shirley could look at her more and help her more. The two have now moved into Wu Erqiao and Zhou Weishi's house. We've already got the certificate, so it's not a good idea to always hide in the woods. Fortunately, Zhou Weishi and his wife had packed up all the household items, so the people who came only took away their luggage, and the other household items were still in the house. Zhou Rongrong is a member of the Zhou family, so the village and the educated youth center naturally have nothing to do with their affairs. After all, the money for building the house was raised by the Zhou family. After returning to the educated youth center, Lin Weiwan just opened the door and saw a dark shadow rushing out at his feet. He subconsciously jumped back and bumped into Yi Jibai, who was behind him. Yi Jibai hugged Lin Weiwan to prevent him from falling. What's wrong? Lin Weiwan stood up straight. There's a rat. It's this big. Lin Weiwan compared the size and felt that it was right to sleep in the space at night. What if he runs onto the Kong at night? Lin Weiwan shuddered unconsciously when he thought of this. Yi Jibai stopped Lin Weiwan behind him, picked up the firewood stick behind the door, and went in. Lin Weiwan thought that he would have to live here for another 2 or 3 years, and it would not do to have mice in the house. Yi Jibai checked everywhere and was relieved when he didn't see any rats. Check it out. Pack your things, and I'll take you to the city tomorrow. Yeah. Lin Weiwan fetched some water to wash, and Yi Jibai went back to the front yard to wash and change clothes. He came back with 30 kilograms of rice brought back from the city to cook. He also had 4 eggs in his pocket that he had exchanged from Aunt Lee's house. Lin Weiwan put the letter of introduction she got from the captain into her bag. If she wanted to go back, she would need this letter of introduction to buy a ticket or stay in a guest house. Without a letter of introduction, it would be difficult to move forward in this era. She took 2 sets of cloves and stuffed them into her canvas pocket and quickly kneaded flour to prepare a pot of steamed buns for herself to eat on the train. Lin Weiwan didn't want to touch the food outside, especially after the Zhao brothers and sisters drugged her. It was not convenient to buy a box lunch on the train. After all, it was more reliable to bring your own food when following the Zhao brothers and sisters. The steamed buns still had to be passed in front of Yi Jibai. It was inconvenient to have someone around, and she had to do the whole show. Otherwise, there were ready-made ones in the space. As long as the luggage was filled, who knew what was in it? After packing 2 bags and a shoulder bag water bottle, Lin Weiwan put on a quilted jacket on the outside. The weather in the northeast in late September was very cold in the morning and evening. Lin Weiwan put all the cotton-padded clothes, sweaters, trousers, military coats, scarves, and hats in the closet into the space. In order to avoid being too cold on the way back in half a month, if you don't bring good clothes in such a short time and you can't make them on the spot, you will freeze to death if the temperature drops suddenly. It's better to be prepared. Since there's space, you should use it reasonably. In the cave, several weak flashlights illuminated the empty cave. It should be here. Why is it gone? We have searched all around here. This cave is so secret, and it was dug by humans. The things must be here. Sistering, look at these 2 bodies. There is no mistake. I'm afraid someone discovered this place before us and transported the things out. The voice of the boy came from the cave entrance, and the light of the flashlight shone on the 2 dried skeletons at the cave entrance.
Bah!
A slap sounded. You useless people, you have been looking for things for so long, but you were taken away with everything. A sharp female voice came out. It was our mistake. Check carefully for me. See if there are any clues. The sharp female voice came out again. For flashlights shone on the ground inside and outside the cave, looking for clues. Looking at the cleaned cave, the woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Who did it? So many things were transported out quietly. Sistering, look here. The voice of the young man came, and several people walked towards a bare open space outside the cave. Under the illumination of the flashlight, there was half a shoe print under the weeds. Although it was a little blurry, it was still clear that the shoe print was not big, and it should be a woman's shoe print. Several people gathered together and calculated that, judging from the dust in the cave, the things were transported away within the past 3 or 4 months. Those who went up the mountain during this period and did not come back were all ruled out. In the morning, Lin Weiwan got dressed and ate breakfast with Yi Jibai. Under the dim kerosene light, Yi Jibai's face with clear outlines was close at hand. Lin Weiwan paused while picking up the food, wondering what he was thinking. Yi Jibai looked up at Lin Weiwan's thick eyelashes and couldn't help but recall the feeling of his hand when he covered Lin Weiwan's eyes last time. He couldn't help but smile and stretched out his hand to scratch Lin Weiwan's tall and upturned nose. Why don't you eat yet? What are you thinking about? Lin Weiwan was startled by Yi Jibai's sudden move and hurriedly lowered his head to eat. Alas, beauty is misleading. You can only look but not eat. I've been single for so long that everything I see is good. After eating quickly and locking the door, Yi Jibai carried Lin Weiwan's luggage to the front yard, and the educated youth also got up. Wang Xiaoyan saw Lin Weiwan coming out and hurriedly handed Lin Weiwan the letter she had written last night in her pocket. She took out a small package and handed it to Lin Weiwan. Keep it for the car. Lin Weiwan didn't know what it was, but Wang Xiaoyan's life was not rich, so she didn't want to take it, so she pushed it back. I brought food. Wang Qiaoyun's face turned black, and she stuffed the small cloth bag into Lin Weiwan's arms. It's just a few eggs, not a good thing. If you don't want it, give me the letter back. Seeing this girl who always frowned, Lin Weiwan could only hold the warm small cloth bag and put it down quickly. Zhou Weinan, Shen Shirley, and Zhou Rongrong were also at the door of the Educated Youth Center. Each of them carried a luggage bag. In comparison, Lin Weiwan carried 2 bags, which looked quite a lot. The 5 people sat on the ox cart driven by Ershing. Their clothes were all clean and new, just like when they went to the countryside. The difference was that after the baptism of the autumn harvest, except for Lin Weiwan who brought a cheating device, there was no change. The others, including Yi Jibai who was busy all day, were a little thin. Yi Jibai was better. He had been living with Lin Weiwan for the past 2 days, and he had eaten more oil and water, and his complexion was better. Zhou Weinan, Shen Shirley, and Zhou Rongrong were miserable. Most of the money they brought to the countryside was lost. The food was not good, and there were a lot of things that were not going well. Even if they were dressed neatly, they looked like refugees. Zhou Rongrong looked at Lin Weiwan's fair little face, and thought that she was now dark and thin, and even the clothes on her body were so fat that the cold wind blew in. She felt a little angry. A group of people failed to bring down Lin Weiwan, which was really infuriating. Thinking of returning to High City, her face became better. She had to find a way to let the Shen family find her a job and stay in High City. She was already the daughter-in-law of the Shen family. The rice was a fait accompli. Even if the Shen family looked down on her, she had to pinch her nose and accept it, as long as Shen Shirley listened to her. The morning in late autumn was chilly, but fortunately everyone wore padded jackets. When they arrived in the city, they just caught the bus and bought tickets quickly. Yi Jibai sent Lin Weiwan to the bus and stuffed something wrapped in a blue checkered handkerchief into Lin Weiwan's hand. Don't save money where it's needed. Lin Weiwan pinched the handkerchief and knew that it contained money and bills, and couldn't help but smile. Although he knew that he didn't lack money and bills, Yi Jibai still prepared them thoughtfully, which made Lin Weiwan feel that this man was reliable. The bus was full of people and started to leave. Lin Weiwan waved to Yi Jibai outside the window. 2 people from the Educated Youth Point also asked for leave. Feng Yuzhen accidentally sprained her ankle when she went out, and it looked serious. Su Xiaohong asked for leave to go to the city to buy medicine for Feng Yuzhen. The few people who squeezed onto the train sat in their seats. Lin Weiwan had finished her breakfast in the guest house. Naturally, Lin Weiwan didn't want to look at the 3 people sitting opposite. She could only lean back in the chair, pull down her knitted hat a little, and pull up her knitted scarf a little to pretend to sleep. Someone sat down next to her soon, and Lin Weiwan didn't open her eyes to look, but just lifted the scarf that was a little bit off. "Girl, where are you going?" Lin Weiwan entered the space with consciousness and began to practice flying needles. The normal flying needle technique of acupuncture is not flying needles in the true sense. Instead, it is to hold a 1.5-inch needle between the nail gap around the side edge of the index finger and the fingertip of the thumb. The upper arm drives the forearm to drive the wrist, and a wrist-shaking movement is made. When the needle is inserted, it rotates in, and then a needle-piercing technique in acupuncture is completed. And Lin Weiwan has made a new breakthrough in flying needles after reading medical books and practicing flying needles after being transformed by Lingquan water. That is, like in martial arts novels, the flying needle is really thrown out. Instead of a single needle insertion at a close distance, the distance ranges from 20 centimeters to 50 centimeters and then to 1 meter. Now the flying needle can enter the acupoint within 3 meters without any error. Although the acupoint positioning trick has not been tested on others, it has been tested on myself. For example, it is difficult to move an inch when the needle is inserted into the Zelinki acupoint, and the hand cannot move when the needle is inserted into the Weiguan acupoint. It's just that the times are not stable now, and Chinese medicine is greatly persecuted. Lin Weiwan doesn't want to be exposed. As long as he can save his life at the critical moment, Lin Weiwan is all about hard work and study. In the space, even if he couldn't practice without his body inside, he would still use his consciousness to control the flying needles. When no one was around, Lin Weiwan tried it outside. He could only control relatively light objects with his consciousness, such as a leaf, a key, a needle, and the control range was just 3 meters. I don't know what will change in the future, but for now, this is the maximum that Lin Weiwan has developed. At noon, the smell of food came, and Lin Weiwan raised his hat. The 3 people opposite were eating cornmeal cakes with a box of black pickles. Lin Weiwan didn't want to pay attention to the 3 people and had nothing to say to them. He took out the steamed buns with residual heat and a can of cucumber pickles from the bag space under his feet. He took out chopsticks and started eating. Oh, the girl is in good condition. She actually brought white flour steamed buns. A woman's voice came from the side. Lin Weiwan turned his head and noticed the middle-aged woman sitting next to him. The woman was about 50 years old, with a pigtail tied into a bun at the back of her head. She wore a dark blue jacket with a slanted collar and a pair of symmetrical light blue patches on the cuffs. Her face was rough with fine lines but not very thin, and she looked well off. Although dark, it was a little oily. Her eyebrows were soft and had no special features. Sitting next to the woman was a man who looked like she was from the same family. He had thick eyebrows, sparse eyebrows, triangular eyes, and prominent cheekbones. He was taking out an enamel water cup from his bag to get some water. He stood up and was about 1.8 meters tall. He was wearing a dark gray outfit that was 70% new, without a single patch. Yeah. Lin Weiwan only responded and turned his head to look out the window. At this time, Lin Weiwan's entire face was exposed, and the woman's eyes lit up. His snow-white skin was so unique. While eating a steamed bun made of 2 kinds of flour, he looked up and down in a subtle way. Lin Weiwan unscrewed the kettle and drank a sip of water. He ate a white flour bun with some side dishes and took out 2 tea eggs to eat. He leaned back in his chair and ignored the few people. His consciousness entered the space and opened the handkerchief that Yi Jibai had given him, which had not been opened. Inside were 8 national general bills of Datong and Yida. The train stopped and started, and there was nothing to say to the 3 people opposite. In addition to looking at the scenery, Lin Weiwan just read a book with his eyes narrowed. Lin Weiwan chose to ignore the enthusiastic eyes of the aunt next to him and even did not answer the questions asked, pretending that he did not hear them. After a few times, the woman did not rush to talk to Lin Weiwan. After being rolled her eyes and ignored by several people, the woman chatted enthusiastically with the 3 people opposite. The train had been running for a day and a night, and now there were many people crowded in the aisle. Lin Weiwan got up and took the kettle to solve his personal problems. As soon as he walked out of this carriage, Lin Weiwan found that there were 3 men following him. Looking at the women holding children and the elderly people nearby, Lin Weiwan could only continue to walk to the front carriage. After passing through 2 carriages, there was a soft sleeper carriage, where there should be a steward. Even if a fight broke out, there was no one in the corridor of the soft sleeper carriage, so there was no need to worry about hurting innocent people. Quickly passing through the crowd, Lin Weiwan found that there were not only 3 people following him, but 4. They were very targeted, and Lin Weiwan had no idea how he had offended them. Judging from the appearance of several people, they were all martial artists. The most hateful thing was that the steward who was supposed to be guarding the 2 carriages was not there. Lin Weiwan stopped and turned to look at the 4 people behind him. The 4 people knew that they were exposed after their eyes swept over them, and they didn't care about anything at this time. They just wanted to quickly hold the girl in front of them and take her away. The 4 people pulled out the daggers and half-broken iron rods hidden in their arms. The man in the lead waved his hand and rushed towards Lin Weiwan with 3 people. Without saying a word, Lin Weiwan looked around and found that there was no tool at hand. He could only pretend to pull out the rolling pin, a magic weapon for self-defense that the aunt next door gave him when he went to the countryside. The 2 sides were less than 2 meters apart. The door in the middle opened, and a tall young man came out with a gray-haired old man. The sudden appearance of 2 people seriously disrupted the formation of the 2 sides. The narrow and empty corridor was originally suitable for Lin Weiwan to deal with a few people. Although he had not practiced systematically, with the blessing of powerful strength and flying needles, it was still no problem. Now the leader directly knocked the two people down, and the few people were in a mess. The two men behind him strode over directly, and the knives in their hands seemed to have eyes and rushed towards Lin Weiwan. The rolling pin blocked horizontally and chopped vertically, and Lin Weiwan used his hands and feet to fight with the two people. The young man tried hard to block the old man behind him, and he had been hit by several punches from the leader. The punches hit the flesh, and he wanted to control the two people without attracting more people. Zhao Xingzhan's handsome face, at this time, had two symmetrical panda eyes. He still blocked the old man behind him, but the door of the single room was closed. Several people were huddled together, just blocking the door, with no way to retreat. Behind them was a girl fighting with two men. No matter how loud the train rumbled, the soft sleeper next to them could hear unusual noises in the corridor. It was just that things were going on, so how could the people in the soft sleeper come out to meddle in other people's business? Every time Zhao Xingzhan wanted to open his mouth and shout, he would be punched. Here, Lin Weiwan kicked someone away and was hit on the arm with a stick. He threw out 4 flying needles and pierced the Fengfu, Yamen, Tianzhu, and Fengqi acupoints of the man who had just been knocked over by him. Since the distance was only 2 meters, and it was the first time that Lin Weiwan pierced someone, as long as the 4 needles were deep enough, and one of them was accurately positioned and deep enough, it would make the person lose his attack power. The mildest symptoms are headache, dysphagia, incontinence, and the worst are paralysis and loss of mobility. Simply put, the needle was inserted too deeply and injured the spinal cord. The man fell straight down after being hit by the needle, unable to move at all. The man fell down, causing the movements of several people present to pause. Several people did not see the needle flying out of the girl's hand, but only saw the man being kicked. The old man in the middle saw it clearly. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he looked at the girl behind him in surprise. It is possible that acupuncture can hurt people, but it is not something that ordinary people can do. To insert the needle into the body like a dart from a distance of more than 1 meter, and to accurately insert it into the acupuncture point. I have been practicing medicine for more than 60 years, and have not yet mastered the skill. The old man's excited expression was beyond words. At this time, Lin Weiwan inserted another needle into the Weiguan acupoint on the right hand of the man next to him, and the man's originally raised hand could no longer move. The man showed a look of shock in his eyes, and when he saw the silver needle on his wrist, he knew that the reason must be here. He wanted to raise his hand to remove the needle, but Lin Weiwan seized the opportunity and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to bend over in pain. Who knows how a girl can have such great strength? After another injection, the man couldn't get up. The 2 people over there had already kidnapped the tall man who was beaten like a panda. The old man was quickly pulled over by Lin Weiwan. "Don't move or I'll kill him." The leader put his dagger on Zhao Xingzhan's neck. He stared at Lin Weiwan's hands, fearing that another flying needle would fly. At this time, the 2 naturally saw that their brothers were plotted against by this inconspicuous girl. "Go and remove the needle." The leading man instructed the man next to him. The man quickly removed the needles from the 2 people who fell to the ground. However, no matter how they helped the 2 people, they couldn't stand up and could only curse in their mouths. "Lin Weiwan, come here. If you dare to resist, I will kill him immediately," the leader said as he strangled Zhao Xingzhan's neck and pulled out Zhao Xingzhan's belt with one hand.
Tie your hands.
"Hurry up.
Who are you?
Why are you arresting me?" Lin Weiwan looked at the strange man in front of him calmly. Although the fight with the 2 men just now was full of dangers, after careful analysis, the direction of the knife was scary, but it was not to kill him. "Didn't you hear me telling you to tie your hands? Do you think holding a stranger hostage will make me surrender? Why don't you tell me why you want to arrest me?" Lin Weiwan didn't care about the stupid big guy who was beaten into a panda. "You will know if you follow us honestly. Since you don't care, there is no need to keep him." The leader waved his arm directly after saying that. Lin Weiwan was 1 step faster, and 6 needles were fired at the same time. The 2 men stood there in disbelief. Lin Weiwan rushed over quickly and pulled away the dagger in front of the panda man's neck. The leader fell straight down. Another fell down at the same time.
Ah.
Someone is murdered. A passenger opened the door and looked out when he heard the noise stopped. He saw several people lying on the ground and shouted loudly. Lin Weiwan frowned and looked at the woman who screamed loudly. "Thank you so much." In the police station, in front of Lin Weiwan was a trained policeman and 2 crew members. His luggage had been checked, and now Lin Weiwan was sitting aside. "Comrade Lin, do you really not know these people?" Wang Xian was looking at the beautiful girl in front of him. She was said to be an educated youth who went to the countryside, but she didn't look like one at all. He had seen many educated youth who went to the countryside on the train in the past 2 years. They were either tanned or skinny. But the girl in front of him had fair and translucent skin, and she was not skinny. "I don't know them. I was going to get some water when I found these guys following me. I wanted to ask the train attendant for help, but by chance I didn't see any train attendant after passing through 3 carriages in the morning. As a result, they blocked me in the soft sleeper carriage." Lin Weiwan told the truth without hiding anything. The 4 people had been controlled. Since they were paralyzed by Lin Weiwan, they had no ability to resist, and there were witnesses. The 4 people committed the crime with knives, but Lin Weiwan was not implicated at all. Instead, he was comforted by the train attendant. After reading the letter of introduction and leaving contact information, Lin Weiwan was released. At this time, the old man and the panda man were standing at the door of the police station. When they saw Lin Weiwan coming out, the old man hurried forward. "I'm sorry, because of me, you suffered an unprovoked disaster." Lin Weiwan apologized immediately. Unexpectedly, because he led people away, innocent people were still injured. Xiao Xingzhan supported his master with one hand and gently touched his swollen eyes with the other hand. If his senior brother knew about this, I don't know how he would laugh at himself. "Wu Hai, it's about that group of bad guys." "Where are you going, little girl?" Qin Shuan asked the girl in front of him. "I'm going back to Hai City, because my elders are sick. I asked for leave to go back to visit them." Lin Weiwan felt very sorry when she saw the man's dark eyes. What a coincidence. "I also have a few tricks. If you need me, I can go and see." Qin Lao's target was naturally Lin Weiwan. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to get closer to him? "Thank you, but no, they are irrelevant to me." Lin Weiwan did not say it politely, but refused directly. It was not her intention to cure them. Qin Lao was surprised. She was an interesting girl who traveled thousands of miles to see irrelevant people. "Put some on his eyes. It looks serious." Lin Weiwan couldn't help but say as she looked at the panda opposite. "Okay, little girl, if it's convenient, come to our box and we'll talk." Qin Lao looked at Lin Weiwan, not wanting this seedling to slip away. "Okay." Lin Weiwan agreed with her luggage. After all, the 2 people on the other side had given her a certificate to prove that it was the 4 people who hurt her. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain what happened today. After entering the private room, there were 2 people in the private room for 4 people, the panda man and the old man. The panda man opened his bag, found 2 pills and swallowed them, and then threw a cool towel to apply to his eyes. Old Qin's eyes were on Lin Weiwan. "What's your name, little girl? Who is your master?" Lin Weiwan didn't expect the old man to ask this question. "My name is Lin Weiwan, and I don't have any master." Old Qin was surprised and happy to hear this. If there is no master, then he can accept him as his disciple. He has learned everything by himself. He has found a treasure. "My surname is Qin, and my name is Qin Shuan. I studied medicine at the age of 8. I have been practicing medicine for more than 60 years. Now I am a traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the ex-military region of Beijing City. You can be my last disciple," Old Qin said directly. "Show your identity and status. Throw out benefits, and your last disciple is something that many people can't even ask for." Lin Weiwan looked at the smug old man in front of her, thought for a moment, and shook her head.
"Why?"
"I am a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Is it shameful to be my disciple?" Old Master Qin was very surprised by Lin Weiwan's refusal. How could a normal person reject him? Even an abnormal person would not reject him. His thick and long eyebrows were about to be pulled together, and his eyes swept over his second disciple. "Are you married?" Lin Weiwan shook his head. Why did he ask this?
No.
That's great. I have 2 disciples. Both are good. You can pick anyone. Old Master Qin waved his hand and said that he could solve Lin Weiwan's lifelong affairs. Lin Weiwan's jaw dropped to the ground when he heard this. What a random matchmaking. Xiao Xingzhan, Master, I am your real disciple. When Xiao Xingzhan heard what his master said, his expression was uglier than crying.
No.
I'm still young. Let's not consider this for now. Lin Weiwan felt more and more that the old man in front of him was not very reliable. If she recognized the master, would he turn around and sell her out? Old Master Qin sighed helplessly. Let me tell your elders, they will definitely support you to study medicine with me. Lin Weiwan blinked and smiled. The elders who can make decisions for me are gone. No more? Yes, no more. No more? Old Master Qin raised his voice uncertainly. Yes, it's really gone. Lin Weiwan gave a positive answer. Old Master Qin's face was not very good. The younger one couldn't make sense, and the elders didn't exist, so there was no place to find the parents. Why is it so difficult for me to accept a powerful apprentice? Comrade Lin, my master is really a leader in the medical field. If you become my master's disciple, it will definitely be the best choice. Xiao Xingzhan held the towel in his slender hands. After receiving the help message from his master, he quickly joined the ranks of persuasion. Lin Weiwan didn't know the leader of the Chinese medicine field. Even the reason he practiced these was because there were more medical books of this kind in the space. The reason why I chose to study medicine was not because there were many medical books in the space, but more because the previous director of the space was probably a medical student. After rebirth, Lin Weiwan only wanted to destroy the Zhao family and the Shen family to avenge himself. He had never thought about his life plan carefully. What to do in the future, and what to do was indeed not considered seriously. Thinking that there was still 2 years to consider this matter, Lin Weiwan had a small goal in his heart. That was to study medicine, but not Chinese medicine, but Western medicine. Lin Weiwan found a lot of Western medicine in the space, including various anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, cough medicines, and medicines for treating various problems and diseases. If these medicines can be made in advance, it will benefit many people. And the reason why Lin Weiwan started to study Chinese medicine was only because he wanted to use acupuncture for self-defense, mainly because there were really no other self-defense books in the space. You can think about it carefully. Xiao Xingzhan looked at the girl who was about to become his junior sister. The reason why the old man was obsessed with taking the girl in front of him was because of that flying needle that shocked people. The skill that only exists in novels and comic books is really exciting. I hope to give me some time to think about it. Lin Weiwan still wanted to think about it carefully. After leaving the soft bag, they left contact information with each other and learned that Mr. Qin would stay in High City for a few days. As for the 4 strange people caught on the train, they have been controlled separately and are waiting to be handed over to the Public Security Department for investigation when the train arrives. Lin Weiwan returned to his seat with his luggage. Zhou Rongrong was a little curious. I don't know what happened specifically. I just heard that a thief was caught in the carriage next to me. Now, seeing Lin Weiwan coming back, although she is a little curious, she didn't ask. The train finally arrived at the station. The crowd surged, and everyone was anxious to get their luggage. Lin Weiwan took the bag to his seat and squeezed out of the train with the crowd. Zhou Rongrong and the other 2 didn't know how far they were pushed away by the crowd. Just after getting off the station, Lin Weiwan was hit by a dagger on the back of his waist. Lin Weiwan's face looked ugly. He was careless. Those 4 people actually had accomplices and sat next to him. Who on earth is that person who is so generous as to bring so many people to arrest me? Little girl, don't talk. Just come with me obediently. A woman's voice came from behind. Lin Weiwan felt that the voice was familiar. Wasn't this the woman sitting next to him? The man took one of Lin Weiwan's luggage bags and followed her to the side to cover him as they walked out of the train station. Lin Weiwan, why are you leaving with Aunt Jiang? Aren't you going home with us? Zhou Rongrong happily carried her bag on her back. Seeing Lin Weiwan's face, she was indescribably happy. The woman called Aunt Jiang exerted a little force on her hand, and Lin Weiwan felt a pain in her lower back. Be obedient and tell her that we will go to do some things first and go home in the evening." Lin Weiwan nodded to show that she understood. "Aunt Jiang and I have something to do. We will go home before dinner." Zhou Rongrong and the other two stood there and watched Lin Weiwan follow Aunt Jiang and her husband and leave. What's going on? Lin Weiwan didn't pay any attention to these two people along the way. Zhou Weinan was still thinking about who these two people were and why he didn't know them. Why did Lin Weiwan leave with the two people? Shen surely didn't care who Lin Weiwan went with. Now he wanted to get home earlier and say good things to his parents. He wanted to find a way for his father to find him another job and transfer him back to the city. Life in the countryside is simply not a life for a human being. Looking at his hands, they were rough, cracked, and old after an autumn harvest. Zhou Rongrong agreed and watched the three people leave, but there was a deep smile in her eyes. After leaving the train station, the two took Lin Weiwan to a more remote place. "Who are you, and what do you want to do?" Lin Weiwan was pinched by the woman's arm and walked forward. Lin Weiwan, who agreed to follow the two people, was more curious about why these people came. The four people on the train were taken away by the police, and he didn't know if they could pry open their mouths. There were still two people left, and Lin Weiwan thought it would be better to hold them in his hands. "You'll know when you get there. Don't talk nonsense. If you dare to scream, don't blame me for going in with a knife. Red knife, come out. Go quickly." The woman pulled Lin Weiwan's arm and pressed the knife against his lower back with one hand. Her eyes were still scanning around, as if she was afraid of being followed and discovered. Three people outside the station watched Lin Weiwan leave, and Zhou Weinan frowned.
Who are those two people?
Lin Weiwan doesn't have such relatives in High City, and Lin Weiwan didn't pay much attention to those two people in the car. Shen surely was only thinking about going home at this moment, and didn't take his words in Dongxing village that he wanted to visit Zhou Rongrong's grandfather to heart. "I don't know, I'll go home first and then visit the Zhou family." After Shen surely finished speaking, he strode away with his canvas bag. He was eager to go home and ignored Zhou Rongrong. Zhou Rongrong looked at Shen Shirley's receding back and temporarily suppressed the thoughts in her mind. It would be better to let Shen Shirley go back and inform his family and prepare himself. What if he suddenly comes to the door and asks for a bunch of white faces? I also have to find a way to get some money. It's always bad to go to the Shen family empty-handed for the first time, because this time when they returned home, the three of them had spent all their money and there was really not a penny left. Now I can only walk back home. Rongrong, do you think Lin Weiwan will be safe? Zhou Weinan was still thinking about the fact that Lin Weiwan had left with that man and woman. "Second brother, you care so much about Lin Weiwan. We are siblings who grew up together." Zhou Rongrong was a little confused by Zhou Weinan. They were not siblings at all, and they didn't grow up together, so why did he care about her so much? "What are you talking about?" Zhou Weinan had no such idea at all. "I wonder if Lin Weiwan will leave on purpose and not go home." Zhou Weinan knew that there must be something for Lin Weiwan to do at home, and if she didn't go back, it would ruin her plan. Zhou Rongrong nodded when she heard this, but she didn't care. The Zhou family was now in its last struggle and there was no way to save the situation. Zhou's father's matter is a foregone conclusion, and the whole family is in disgrace. Now that I am trapped in the whirlpool of the Zhou family, I need to get out as soon as possible. The two of them walked towards home with their luggage, heavy-hearted. Lin Weiwan was taken to a bungalow area in the suburbs. The man locked the yard and took out a rope and ran towards Lin Weiwan. Seeing that there was no one else in the yard, Lin Weiwan stopped pretending to be scared. He kicked the defenseless man directly, and the sound of bones breaking was obvious. The woman was startled and stabbed Lin Weiwan in the back with the dagger in her hand. Lin Weiwan was faster. He turned around and dodged, then took out his weapon, a rolling pin, and hit the woman on the arm. After a while, the two people in the dilapidated house were by Lin Weiwan and leaned against the wall. Looking at the two people with their mouths blocked, Lin Weiwan felt like she might have made a mistake. "When we started fighting, I found that these two guys were much easier to deal with. When I fought with the previous guys in the car, I won by chance. But he was hit several times on his body. Although he didn't see it, he was definitely bruised. Of these two people, the woman is just an ordinary person and the man looks tall, but is not a martial artist. Holding the woman's dagger, Lin Weiwan found a wooden stool in the crippled room and sat down. From now on, you answer whatever I ask. If you don't answer or lie to me, then I promise that this day next year will be your Memorial Day. Lin Weiwan's voice was not loud, but his tone was extremely cold. His perfect face did not look gentle and honest at all. His whole aura was like a demon from Hades, cold and evil. The first thought of the man and the woman was, "It's over. They've made a mistake." Lin Weiwan took the rag out of the woman's mouth. "Tell me, why did you catch me?" "Girl, it's a misunderstanding. We recognized the wrong person. I thought you look a lot like the landlord's daughter, who exploited my family. My father and mother were persecuted to death by the landlord, so I wanted to take revenge. Now I take a closer look, and I find something is wrong.
You two look really alike.
I made a mistake." The woman explained hurriedly, afraid that Lin Weiwan would not believe her, and she kept looking at Lin Weiwan's appearance in the dim room. He was making funny movements, as if trying to confirm whether it was this person. Lin Weiwan smiled and took out a cloth bag from her bag space. It was spread out in front of the two of them, revealing silver needles inside, each longer than the last. He pulled out a short needle and stabbed the woman's throat. Just as the woman was about to shout, she found that she could no longer make a sound and was instantly horrified. "I'm a novice too. I'm just temporarily stopping you from making any sound, so as not to attract outsiders. But don't worry, you'll be able to speak again in a short while after the needles are removed." Hearing Lin Weiwan say this, the woman's heart finally settled down a little. That's good. Lin Weiwan rarely smiled, but it looked weird no matter how you looked at it. "Because if I use somewhere else it might hurt you and make you scream too loudly." The woman's expression was uglier than crying, and the pain in her eyes was beyond words. Middle-aged woman. "Too painful? Are you still human?" Afraid that I would scream out in pain, he thoughtfully made me mute. Lin Weiwan had already pulled out a thin needle that was 15 centimeters long. He suddenly approached the woman with an apologetic expression. "I came out in time, and I didn't bring any disinfectant with me, so you'll have to make do with it." The middle-aged woman's eyes widened. "Are we discussing whether the needle is sterilized or not?" This lunatic. As the long needle approached, the woman's legs were shaking, but the rope tied around her ankles was too tight, so she couldn't escape. The tall man next to her was even more frightened and hid back. People's fear of something is subconscious, such as dodging and avoiding the body and eyes. The long needle entered the body, and the middle-aged woman straightened her neck in pain, and her face turned pale. Lin Weiwan took out another long needle and stabbed it into the woman's body again. The man couldn't watch anymore, but under great fear, he couldn't help but open his eyes to watch. At this moment, the woman was lying on the ground twitching, her mouth wide open, her expression ferocious and terrifying, but she couldn't make any sound. Lin Weiwan glanced at his watch and looked at the middle-aged man. "Don't worry, you won't die. After the few needles just now, I think my technique is good." Lin Weiwan pulled the rag out of the man's mouth. "Why are you arresting me?"
We.
The man was so frightened that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. "Speak nicely. If you don't want to say it, you two can switch places. You feel the pain for her for a while, and I'll let her speak."
I think she would be happy with that.
Lin Weiwan pointed at the middle-aged woman who was twisted in pain next to her and said, I said, we think you are a pretty girl, and we want to take you to Mr. Liu." The man looked at the woman's painful expression and felt that it would be better for her to die at once. Lin Weiwan turned around and pulled out a silver needle from the woman's body and continued to ask the man, "Who is Mr. Liu?" "I haven't met Mr. Liu either. If we come across a good target, we will get him back and then contact the third brother. Third brother will take the person away, and we will have dealt with it." The man quickly told what he knew. His appearance did not match his tall image at all. "The person taken away? What do you mean, where to take it?" "If they're sold, beautiful girls will be sold at a high price, and boys will be sold at an even higher price," the man said with gritted teeth. Lin Weiwan pulled out another silver needle that was stuck in the woman's body. Then, how do you contact each other? Lin Weiwan glanced at his watch. It was almost noon. To be exact, the vacation after returning to High City was only 3 days, and most of the days had already been used. Every time we get good stuff, we tie a red cloth on the big locust tree at the corner of Fingyu Road. As long as we tie the cloth, we can wait in this yard, and the people will arrive in less than 2 hours. Sun Ergui no longer dared to hide anything at this time. He said whatever he knew and did not dare to hide anything. The partner next to him had fainted from the pain, and the girl in front of him woke up after a needle. Lin Weiwan pierced the man's mute point with a needle and turned around to remove the needle from the woman. Lin Huahua had collapsed on the ground at this time. Even after the needle on the mute point was removed, she did not have the strength to shout. I ask you again, what do you want to do with me? Lin Weiwan began to ask again. He was not afraid that the woman in front of him would hear the man's words and collude with him. The body will automatically block the 5 senses when it is under great pain. Only those who have experienced real pain know. Lin Huahua was gasping for breath, her hands and feet shaking unconsciously. Her clothes were already soaked with sweat, and now she was lying there like mud. She didn't have the strength to speak after hearing Lin Weiwan's words, and her head was aching so much that she was a little confused. Speak or not, if you don't want to. Let's continue. I'll tie you 2 up tighter and won't remove the needles. Let's see if you die of pain first, or your accomplices come to rescue you first. After saying that, Lin Weiwan picked up another silver needle and ran towards Lin Huahua. No, I said, we are kidnappers. We thought you were our target on the train. We didn't expect that we would hit a wall this time. Miss, please spare us. Lin Huahua could still remember the severe pain just now. How could she dare to try it again? It would be better to kill her with a knife. Lin Weiwan tied the 2 people up again, blocked their mouths tightly, and walked out of the yard. She searched through their things, and there was nothing else except 2 pieces of clothes and some change. Then there was a knife and a packet of powder. Lin Weiwan guessed that it was a drug or something like that that was quietly taken away. After leaving the yard, Lin Weiwan went straight to the Wei family. It was not easy for him to report to the police, so it would be better to find Wei Shizhou. If there were people who were abducted, they could be rescued in time, which was better than reporting the case and explaining for a long time. Then there were the things of the Shen family. Lin Weiwan was a little worried. Shen's father was the head of the High City Revolutionary Committee. If he handed the things to the Revolutionary Committee, he would probably die without leaving any trace. The things in his hands were enough to prove him, but the trouble was here. Who should he hand the things to? The old man of the Shen family retired and did not hold an official position. Shen's father worked in the Revolutionary Committee alone. Shen's mother was the school director. Shen's aunt and uncle were both employees, and the others were small clerks. Lin Weiwan went through them one by one. These things still had to be handed over in several parts. Even if 2 people had a good relationship with Shen's father and suppressed them, the other parts were enough to kill the Shen family. Lin Weiwan took 2 buses to the military compound where the Wei family lived, reported to the guard room, and made a phone call. Unexpectedly, Wei Shizhou was really there. At the door, Wei Shizhou saw Lin Weiwan carrying her luggage and ran over quickly. Sister Shaowan, have you just arrived in Haisher? Wei Shizhou didn't expect Lin Weiwan to come back so soon. The day before yesterday, she received a telegram from Yi Jibai saying that Lin Weiwan had to go back to Shanghai for something and asked him to take care of her. Unexpectedly, she saw her in person today. Did something happen to you? Lin Weiwan nodded and led Wei Shizhou a few steps outside. I met a kidnapper. Lin Weiwan looked around and whispered to Wei Shizhou.
What?
Are you okay? Are you injured? Wei Shizhou was shocked. How could this girl encounter anything?
I'm fine.
I tied him up in the broken bungalow area. I suspect this is a big organization. You can check it out. Lin Weiwan expressed her thoughts. Wei Shizhou's eyes lit up. This was a military achievement delivered to his door. Where is it? I'll take some people there and bring them back. Wait, this may be a bit troublesome. I'm afraid someone among them is following them secretly. If you take someone with you, it's better to go in plain clothes, so as not to alert the enemy. Lin Weiwan felt that a huge den could not be built with just a piece of cloth. There must be surveillance on the den below. He jumped out from the back wall because he was afraid of being held down when he got out. Wei Shizhou quickly called 6 plainclothes soldiers and set off with Lin Weiwan to the bungalow area. After getting off the car, Wei Shizhou rode a bicycle with Lin Weiwan for the rest of the way. This was the fastest means of transportation besides cars. In this era, cars are too conspicuous. If you ride a bicycle quickly, you will arrive in a short time. I was attacked on the train. Those people were caught by the train police and taken away at the West Station. I don't think those 4 men are kidnappers. They seem to have other purposes. And they are quite skilled. Lin Weiwan told Wei Shizhou what happened on the train. After all, Wei Shizhou was the only military officer she knew. An emergency brake sounded, and Lin Weiwan, who was sitting in the back seat, was almost thrown out by Wei Shizhou. Lin Weiwan, you deserve to be single. Wei Shizhou, I am innocent. I am too concerned. I will find someone to contact them when I get back. Wei Shizhou thought this girl's life was too exciting. She encountered things that ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetime twice while riding a train. After taking her to the place and leaving some people behind, Wei Shizhou asked about the general situation and left with Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan got off the car at the entrance of the guest house. I'll stay here for the next few days. Contact me if you need anything. I'll say hello to the security room. You'll only stay in High City for 3 days. I'll tell you after I finish my investigation. If you go back, I'll contact Yi Jibai. Be careful not to run around. Wei Shizhou felt that these 2 things would not be solved in a short time. Thinking that Lin Weiwan was involved, he reminded her to be careful. He took out the letter of introduction and opened the room. Lin Weiwan went in to rest. He had been running around for most of the day and didn't even have a bite of food. He locked the door and checked around, then went directly into the space to eat. He took a shower, found the things of the Shen family, and divided them into 5 parts. Just after leaving the space, Lin Weiwan didn't forget to go back to his own home. Now the house has been rented out. He actually had to stay in the guest house when he returned to High City. He looked at the time, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He changed his clothes and went out. In the Lin family villa, Zhao Weinan and Zhou Rongrong walked for nearly an hour before they got home. Zhou's mother was still very excited to see her second son and adopted daughter come back, as if she saw hope. Seeing the thin and tanned Zhou Weinan, Zhou's mother looked him up and down with concern. Son, how come you have lost so much weight? She glanced at the gate again, but did not see Lin Weiwan. Isn't Lin Weiwan back? Didn't she go to the countryside with you? Why didn't she take better care of you? Mom, it's good enough that Lin Weiwan didn't kill us. Zhou Rongrong went forward and hugged her mother's arm, pouting her lips and complaining. What happened? Zhou Weidong came out of the house and just heard Zhou Rongrong's words. Brother, why are you back? Zhou Weinan looked at Zhou Weidong, not expecting his brother to be at home. The tenants who had nothing to do at home all leaned out to watch the fun when they heard the noise. Zhou's mother hurriedly pulled the 2 into the house to talk, so as not to be heard gossiping. As soon as they entered the house, Zhou Rongrong and Zhou Weinan frowned. There was a faint smell in the house, and even the window was not opened. After entering the house and closing the door, the smell became clearer. Grandpa Zhou was paralyzed on the bed. When he saw Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong coming back, he was suddenly a little excited. He couldn't move anywhere and could only look around. But he found that he didn't see Lin Weiwan. The small bedroom was different now. The bedroom on the first floor originally only had a bed, a wardrobe, and a small desk. Now the bed is against the wall, with another bed on top of it, and a single bunk bed on the other side. Now there is only a small T-shaped aisle in the room for people to pass through. Zhou Weibei leaned on the bed and did not move when he saw Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong come back. The whole Zhou family was thin, and only Zhou Weibei seemed to have some fat hanging on his body. Old Lady Zhou sat next to Old Man Zhou, watching her grandson come back. Where is that little witch Lin Weiwan? Why didn't she come back? Zhou Weinan glanced at Zhou Rongrong, Grandma. Lin Weiwan had something to do after getting off the train, and said she would come later. What can a yellow-haired girl do? She just avoids things and doesn't want to come back to see us two old guys. That unfilial thing. She should have been strangled to death back then. Old Lady Zhou became more and more angry as she spoke, and she wished she could strangle Lin Weiwan to death right now. In a few months, Old Lady Zhou seemed to have aged a lot. Zhou Weidong stood silently by the side, looking at the thin Zhou Weinan and Zhou Rongrong. Why didn't the third brother come back? Zhou Weinan paused when he heard his eldest brother mention the third brother, and he took a breath after looking at Zhou Rongrong. Something happened to the third brother. What? What did you say? The people in the room were shocked. Something happened. What happened? Zhou Weidong asked hurriedly. The third brother was arrested and sentenced to 4 years. Zhou Weinan lowered his head slightly and whispered, "What did the third brother do to get arrested? How can you be a brother? Why did this happen when you are together?" Zhou Weidong asked in an interrogative tone, looking at Zhou Weinan with a strong question in his eyes. Zhou Weinan didn't say anything, not knowing where to start, but now he seemed to understand a little bit. Why did he steal the medicine in the first place? It was because Lin Weiwan was too lonely. They were obviously relatives, such a close relationship. She actually lived a good life without caring about me, and I wanted to teach her a lesson. In the end, the third brother took all the blame for everyone. How could he explain this? Why did he agree to do this in the first place? Zhou Weinan was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He pinched and pinched with one hand. Zhou Rongrong leaned aside. Her face was tanned and no longer tender as before she went to the countryside. She looked a few years older, with droopy eyes. When she was fair, she was more charming, but now she looks less charming and more sharp. It's all because of Lin Weiwan. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have lived such a miserable life. We had an argument on the train to the countryside. She used her status as a military orphan to morally blackmail us and asked us to pay money. Otherwise, she would let the police arrest us. We paid her the money we had, and when we got to the countryside, she quarreled with the old, educated youth regardless of our lives. In the end, we had to fight ourselves and couldn't even eat a leaf of vegetable. We wanted to teach her a lesson and let her stop making trouble, but she ended up framing a girl. She put us all in it. At this point, Zhou Rongrong couldn't stop crying, sobbing, and accusing Lin Weiwan of her faults. At the end, she talked about all the embarrassing things that happened to everyone in traditional Chinese medicine, but she didn't talk about the part where Zhou Weinan was suppressed by Zhao Kaiyang. Mom, if it wasn't for Shirley's consideration for our relationship and getting married to me, I would have no way to survive. How could Lin Weiwan be so bad? She knew that the malted milk was drugged. Why didn't she tell us and just watched us drink it? Zhou Rongrong said this and threw herself into Zhou's mother's arms and cried, hoping to arouse Zhou's mother's love for her. After all, she grew up with Zhou's mother, and after 10 years, she would have feelings for her even if she had a dog. Now that she is married into a wealthy family, the common enemy of her and the Zhou family is Lin Weiwan, which is beneficial to her in every way. Old Lady Zhou listened to it, but she was confused. The only thing she understood was that Lin Weiwan, the jinx, had done something bad again, causing her third grandson to be sent to the farm for reform. Another thing was that Zhou Rongrong finally climbed up the big tree of the Shen family. Her originally uncomfortable mood instantly improved a lot, and it seemed that 2 wrinkles on her face were reduced. Oh, this is a good thing. Rongrong is getting married. Old Lady Zhou quickly pulled Zhou Rongrong to her side. Now the old man is not well, the son is gone, the eldest grandson has been persuaded to give up, and the other grandsons are even less to be counted on. Unexpectedly, the girl brought back married a good one. Old Mrs. Zhou felt that she had hope in the future. Rongrong, is there no sign of the Shen family marrying you? Although you were taken advantage of by Shen Shirley, you can't just marry like this. Our family is a decent family after all. The betrothal gifts and etiquette cannot be less, otherwise your in-laws will look down on you. Old Mrs. Zhou felt that the Shen family must pay a price. The girl raised by her family for 10 years, She wanted to take her away without a penny, dreaming. Grandma, we just came back, and many things haven't been said. The Shen family doesn't know about me and Brother Shirley yet. Zhao Rongrong's eyes turned. This is fine. Let the Zhao family ask for the betrothal gifts and be the bad guys. She mediated in the middle. She only liked Shen Shirley, and the Shen family would definitely look at her differently. When Zhao Weiwan heard Zhao Rongrong's explanation, his originally tangled mood was instantly relieved. Yes, everything was because of Lin Weiwan. She was selfish and mean. She was obviously the closest relative, but she treated them like this. It was all Lin Weiwan's fault. After listening to Zhao Rongrong's words, Zhao Weidong felt that Lin Weiwan was very unusual. How could a teenage girl be so powerful? What was the problem? Why did it happen? Although Mr. Zhao was paralyzed, his head was clear and his ears could hear. Hearing this, he felt that his eyes went dark. The Zhao family was over. A few days ago, Mr. Zhao was choked by phlegm. He was stuck for a long time and almost passed out. In a daze, he seemed to see another face of the Zhao family. In the dream, Lin Weiwan was adopted by the Zhao family. Nothing happened to the Zhao family, and they received a large sum of money from Grandpa Lin. The fourth child also got his kidney from Lin Weiwan. He listened to the doctor's advice at the beginning and finally came to recognize his relatives. What was the problem? The child didn't hate anyone in the Zhao family at first. She was gentle, beautiful, well-behaved, and sensible. The Lin family educated the child very well. At the same time, they protected the child too well, and he didn't have too many guards against relatives like them. In the end, Lin Weiwan married into the Shen family, and the villa of the Lin family became the residence of the Zhao family. The son became the factory director after the new year, and the daughter-in-law was filial. The third child took over Lin Weiwan's job, the eldest child was promoted to the head of the group, and the second child became the son-in-law of the hospital director. Rongrong was admitted to university and accidentally discovered a large number of treasures in the basement. The Zhao family was in great glory for a while. Grandpa Zhao recovered and immediately found his eldest grandson, Zhao Weidong. He didn't say much, but wanted to confirm whether he was just dreaming or real. Zhao Weidong went in to see the house when no one was there. After looking around, he really found something different under a wall. When Mr. Zhao found out, he got excited and asked Zhao Weidong to find a way to open it. However, the ground was smoothed with cement by Lin Weiwan. If he wanted to go in and find out, he could only use tools to dig it open. However, there were 7 families living in the Lin family's house, including the Zhao family. What does 7 families mean? Fortunately, the house is strong, otherwise it would have been overturned by these 30 or 40 people. If he wanted to dig there, the family living in the original kitchen would be in trouble. The house was occupied, so he could only find an excuse to sublet it, and Lin Weiwan, the landlord, would come forward. Zhao Weidong discovered the strangeness of the original kitchen and heard rumors in High City. He had a vague idea in his mind. If he guessed correctly, the treasure of the Lin family was under there. Originally, she was in a much better mood because of the army's persuasion to quit. Now she must get the thing out of there and hide it before others find out. Even if she is persuaded to quit, it doesn't matter. With this treasure, she can still live a good life. Lin Weiwan sent out all 5 letters along the way. It is unknown how much of a splash the 5 letters will make in the city. When she arrived at the door of her home, she looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar door and pushed it open. Shawan is back. Come on, haven't you eaten yet? The food is just ready. Zhou's mother Chenxian had just served the stewed cabbage when she saw Lin Weiwan coming in. Her eyes swept across Lin Weiwan's face, and it didn't get darker at all, and she seemed to be more beautiful. It was just as Zhao Rongrong said. The children of the Zhao family were bullied by this, which, after going to the countryside, causing the third child to be sentenced to 4 years of farm reform. The farm is not a place for people to stay. The living quarters are messy, leaking in winter and raining in summer. Not to mention food, black steamed bread is harder than stone, and eating 2 meals of sorghum rice is good. Work is even more hard and tiring. Thinking of this, Zhou's mother almost couldn't hold the smile on her face. Come in quickly, your grandma always misses you, always saying that our family has too little time together. Chen Xian said, and pulled Lin Weiwan into the house. The originally clean courtyard was now full of the smell of fireworks, and every family had a coal stove in the yard to light a fire and cook. Lin Weiwan was not watching and saw Wang Qiaoyan's mother, took out the letter from her shoulder bag and handed it to her directly. Annie Wang, this is what Wang Qiaoyan asked me to bring to you. Lin Weiwan looked at the other party and took the letter. Mom, who is this? A young girl slowly walked down from upstairs, with a slightly bulging belly. Looking at Lin Weiwan with a trace of scrutiny, she swept from head to toe, and then back. The woman's gaze made Lin Weiwan feel disgusted, and he turned around and was about to leave. Hey, Comrade Lin, how is my Qiaoyan doing in the countryside? Is she doing well? You must have distributed a lot of food after the autumn harvest. Wang's mother pinched a handful of thin letters, without even opening them, and quickly stopped Lin Weiwan to ask. Auntie Wang, if you want to know, it's better to ask Wang Qiaoyan directly. All the educated youth who went to the countryside lost half their lives during the autumn harvest. After saying this, Lin Weiwan walked directly towards the Zhao family without even looking at Wang's mother's face. Mom, is this Comrade Lin also an educated youth? Is she a child of the Zhao family? Zhao Chunni stood aside with her belly that was not showing, but her eyes were wandering around Lin Weiwan's back. Yes, she is an educated youth like our Qiaoyan and a relative of the Zhao family. Wang's mother glanced at her daughter-in-law and directly concealed the fact that Lin Weiwan was the landlord here. What a coincidence, Mom's is too choking. I feel sick and want to, so I'll go back upstairs first. Zhao Chunni glanced at the envelope and turned away. As he walked, he brushed off his brand new coat, fearing that it would be stained with the smell of oil smoke. He would have to wear it to work tomorrow, and the smell would become old after washing a few times. The Zhao family put out the table, which occupied most of the corridor. Lin Weiwan was silent for a rare time as he helped the whole family put the food on the table. Of course, homemade small ingredients were also added to the dishes. The food was already served, with cabbage stewed with potato strips without any oil or water, and 1 or 2 bowls of sorghum rice for each person. Is Xiaowan back? Why don't you come in? Old Mrs. Zhao was sitting in the room, waiting for Lin Weiwan to come in. Zhou Weidong stood at the window, secretly looking at Lin Weiwan, hoping to find some clues. Go, Grandpa and Grandma miss you very much. Mother Zhou gently pushed Lin Weiwan into the room. Looking at Grandpa Zhou lying on the bed, completely unable to move, Lin Weiwan didn't feel anything. On the contrary, he was surprised that old Mrs. Zhou was still so strong. But she wouldn't be strong for long. Lin Weiwan sneered in his heart. If she killed the Zhou family members directly, she would definitely be suspected, but her body gradually weakened, getting worse day by day, and suddenly she died one day. No one would have thought that it was her who did it. It just takes some time, and she can wait. Grandpa Zhou, Grandma Zhou. Lin Weiwan greeted them and found a wooden stool to sit down. Grandma Zhou felt disgusted when she saw Lin Weiwan's skin and rotten flesh. But she didn't show any abnormality on her face. Xiaowan, it must be hard in the countryside. Let Grandma see you. You have lost weight. Lin Weiwan looked at Grandma Zhou, who suddenly changed her personality. This family is really good at pretending. They hated her, but they all put smiles on their faces to face her. It was really not easy. I'm fine. I can live well. I heard that Grandpa is very ill. How is he doing recently? Lin Weiwan looked at Grandpa Zhou, who was lying there. He has been paralyzed for so long now, and the faint stench in the house can be smelled by standing at the door. I really don't know what it feels like for the Zhou family to live in such a small room. Lin Weiwan glanced around the room. 2 bunk beds and a wardrobe were squeezed into the small room. This seemed to be where Zhou Weidong and Zhou Weibei lived. Your grandfather is old, and his health is getting worse every year. After your second uncle got into trouble, it was a huge to us. I blame myself for having a hard life. Your father passed away early, and now your second uncle is gone too. It's pitiful that we old couple have to send off our loved ones. After saying this, Mrs. Zhao started to cry. Zhou Rongrong at the door hurried in to comfort Mrs. Zhao. Grandma Zhao, don't be too sad. Everyone has their own destiny. Lin Weiwan just gave a few simple words of persuasion. The greater pleasure was watching Mrs. Zhao act. Where was the old lady in her previous life who could hit herself with a cane without breathing? Xiao Wan, you have seen the situation at home now. Your brother and I have not been in good health since the operation. Chun Xian walked in. The dim light fell on Chun Xian's face, and it was very obvious. Her face was pale and bloodless, and it was also yellow. There were many more white hairs on her temples. From the director's wife to this point in just 3 months, it was impossible to say that there was no change. Xiao Wan, take a look, can you come back and help us? Chun Xian coaxed Lin Weiwan gently. With the current situation at home, it would be easiest to transfer Lin Weiwan back because she didn't have to go to the countryside. As long as she said she wanted to come back, she would definitely come back, unlike the other children in the Zhou family. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou's mother, her peach blossom eyes slightly smiling. Aunt, you think too highly of me. I have never served anyone, so I can't do this. I think my eldest brother is very good after all, he came out of the army. His physical condition and discipline are much better than those of us ordinary people. Lin Weiwan directly pulled Zhou Weidong, who was watching the show, in. How can he do it? He is a man. How can he be as careful as you girls? Your grandfather is like this now. Even if he can hold on, he won't be able to hold on for long. Do you really have the heart to watch your grandfather die with regrets? Chun Siyun persuaded gently, exaggerating to persuade Lin Weiwan to stay, which was completely different from the family's quarrel 3 months ago. Then there is really no way. I really don't know how to take care of people, and don't want to. Take care of people. After all, you have a son and a daughter now, so the Zhou family isn't all dead yet. Lin Weiwan said word by word. The people in the room were furious when they heard Lin Weiwan say that. Lin Weiwan, what are you talking about? I will teach you a lesson today so that you know what to say and what not to say. Zhou Weidong stood up and ran towards Lin Weiwan. However, Lin Weiwan was 1 step faster than Zhou Weidong, punching Zhou Weidong in the stomach, and then another fist directly hitting Zhou Weidong's chin. Zhou Weidong was beaten against the wall by Lin Weiwan, and he didn't react for a while that the girl in front of him actually hit him. Feeling a foreign object in his mouth, Zhou Weidong spat and spit out 2 big teeth. The corners of his mouth were bloodshot and looked scary. Zhou Weibei stood up and looked at Lin Weiwan vigilantly. His elder brother was actually beaten by Lin Weiwan. He wanted to fight but didn't dare to. With his physique, he was definitely not Lin Weiwan's opponent. You actually dared to hit someone. Mrs. Zhou pointed at Lin Weiwan and yelled, I've been beating people for a long time. This is not the first time you've seen it. Lin Weiwan rolled her eyes at Mrs. Zhou. This sentence reminded the family of the scene where they were beaten up by Zhou Rongrong before going to the countryside. You. Get out. Mr. Zhou raised his left arm, the only one that still had some feeling, with difficulty, and yelled. The people in the room looked at each other and walked out. Lin Weiwan also stood up and prepared to leave. Xiao Wan. Let's talk. Mr. Zhou saw that Lin Weiwan was about to leave. He hurriedly put together a few words. Lin Weiwan turned around and looked at Mr. Zhou, but still sat back on the stool. Xiao Wan, what are you going to do? Why don't you want to admit that you are a child of the Zhou family? Mr. Zhou didn't know how to ask. What am I doing? Grandpa, you are confused. Of course, I'm going to the countryside. You have changed. Grandpa, people will change. If they stagnate, they will be eliminated. Don't you think so? Lin Weiwan didn't even look at Grandpa Zhou. She was thinking that the Shen family's hard work in the past few months would not be in vain, and whether she should go to harvest another crop a night. Thinking that she didn't know where Shen's father would hide the things, Lin Weiwan sighed again. She couldn't tie up Shen's father and go to find the treasure. What should she do? Xiaowan, I had a dream, and it was very real. Grandpa Zhou's voice was low this time, but he almost used up all his strength to talk to Lin Weiwan. Oh, what dream? Lin Weiwan looked at old man Zhou curiously. I dreamed that you didn't go to the countryside, and I didn't have and paralysis, and our family lived happily together. Grandpa Zhao struggled to utter a few words bit by bit, but his cloudy eyes were always fixed on Lin Weiwan's face. He did not miss any changes in expression, for fear that if he blinked, he would miss Lin Weiwan's surprised expression. Grandpa, you are in a bad state of mind.
You always have wild thoughts.
Things in dreams are good, but you can't confuse reality with dreams. Lin Weiwan persuaded seriously, without a single mistake in his expression. Grandpa Zhao didn't believe that he could dream of such a scene. Maybe Lin Weiwan had also dreamed of it, so he was prepared.
Zhao, Wan.
It's Grandpa's fault. I let them bully you. No matter what you are. You are still a member of the Zhao family, let them go. Grandpa Zhao changed his tactics this time, making himself look pitiful, and began to beg Lin Weiwan with tears in his eyes. He hoped that Lin Weiwan would let the Zhao family go. As long as he had seen those things, Grandpa Zhao knew that in that dream, Lin Weiwan suffered a lot of grievances. The Zhao family did not treat Lin Weiwan well, and took advantage of his death to bully Lin Weiwan. If all these were true, he would definitely not let the Zhao family do this, and he would definitely stand by Lin Weiwan to protect her. The secret room was the evidence of his dream, otherwise how could there really be a secret room there? Zhao, Wan, what do you want to let the Zhao family go? Grandpa Zhao's words seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength. Lin Weiwan looked at the sky outside the window that was gradually darkening, with a suitable smile on his perfect face. Grandpa, we still have a long way to go. If you are not in good health, take good care of yourself. Remember not to think too much. Affecting your mood will also make your condition worse. Then he turned around and looked at Grandpa Zhao and continued, you have to live well so that you can watch us and see how your grandchildren disappear one by one. Seeing old man Zhao looking at him in fear, Lin Weiwan said no more, but gave Grandpa Zhao a sarcastic smile. Leaving the Lin family's house, he looked at the lights on next door on the way. He decided to bring some things to visit Grandpa Qin and Aunt Qin next door tomorrow. After Lin Weiwan left, Zhao Weidong walked into the house and looked at the dejected Grandpa Zhao. Grandpa, are you okay? Zhao Weidong didn't know why Grandpa Zhao had changed so much recently, as if he knew something, but he didn't want to reveal it to himself. As for the secret of the kitchen, Zhao Weidong still wanted to find Lin Weiwan to come back. He would find an excuse for her to drive that family away, so he might as well pay some money to rent the house next door. Grandpa Zhao saw that there was no one in the house at this time, and suddenly raised his hand to grab Zhao Weidong's sleeve and pulled it towards him. Zhao Weidong was shocked by Grandpa Zhao's behavior. What happened? Kill Lin Weiwan, kill her. Grandpa Zhao stared at his eldest grandson. There are not so many coincidences in the world. Now Lin Weiwan is just for revenge. To avenge the Zhao family, she has never thought of letting anyone in the Zhao family go. After Grandpa Zhao finished speaking, he stared at his eldest grandson with turbid eyes, and then let go of his hand. The whole person lay there, and the whole person was immersed in memories. That child really looks a bit like her, with the same appearance and the same temper. Lin Weiwan did not return to the guest house as it was getting dark, but found a public toilet, went in, and changed his clothes. He rode the bicycle he had gotten from the Zhao family to the Shen family. In the living room of the Shen family, Shen surely changed his clothes and sat there. His original clothes now looked too big. Chen Jinju felt disgusted when she saw her elder brother, who had become much darker and thinner. I really don't know what my eldest brother is thinking. He doesn't want to stay in Haishur anymore, but runs off to that place to work in the countryside. How could there be such a stupid person in the Shen family who would rebel against his parents for a woman? Brother, have you thought it through and decided to come back? Shen Jinju asked curiously. Shen surely looked at his sister, who was as beautiful as a delicate flower, and thought about his days in the countryside. I came back to see my parents. Shen surely leaned back on the sofa. When Mr. Shen came home from work, he saw his two children sitting in the living room. Dad, look, my brother is back. Shen Jinju put down the origami in her hand. When Shen surely saw his father coming back, he quickly sat up straight. Well, when did you come back? Why didn't you send a letter to your family? Father Shen only glanced at the much darker and thinner Shen Shirley, then carried the bag and went upstairs. A voice was faintly heard. "Come to the study." Shen Shirley heard it, stood up, tugged at the corner of his clothes, and walked quickly upstairs. Shen Jinju couldn't help but smile as she looked at her brother's figure. This love-headed guy really followed that woman to the countryside without caring about anything else. Now I have to come back to ask Dad for help, so why bother? Shen Shanpu took off his coat at this time, sat on the chair, and looked at his silly son. Have you thought it through? Shen surely didn't expect his father to ask him this. His eyes dodged slightly. Father, I want to go back to High City. Zhou Rongrong and I have already got the marriage certificate. Father Shen turned his head slightly. His sharp eyes seemed to scrape at Shen Shirley with a knife. You can take responsibility for what you have done. Why did you come back to me? Dad, Zhou Rongrong and I getting married was an accident. Rongrong has a good personality and is kind. There is nothing wrong with her. She will definitely be a good daughter-in-law and serve you and mother well. Chen Shirley spoke well of Zhou Rongrong everywhere. The two of them were in a sweet relationship during this period. Although their lives were hard, they felt like they were sharing weal and woe. Shen Shanpu opened the drawer, took out a cigarette and lit it, looking at this son, who didn't look like his own at all. If he didn't know clearly, he would have suspected that the son was given to the wrong person. Among the two children, the daughter looks more like him. It would be nice if the two could be swapped. He took a puff of cigarette and exhaled. Shen Shanpu leaned back in his chair and looked at Shen Shirley through the smoke. What do you want to do when you come back this time? Shen Shirley was a little reserved. After hearing his father's words, he felt that his father still didn't really care about him. I want to bring Zhou Rongrong back. Dad, please help us find a job. For Shen Shanpu, not to mention one job, even 10 jobs could be found. But looking at his disappointing son, Shen Shanpu's mouth curled slightly. It's not that you can't find a job, but the situation is tense now. If we transfer you back together, we'll be too conspicuous. Shen Shirley looked up. What did this mean?
Dad, what about Rongrong?
I can't leave her alone in the countryside. Shen's father casually put out his cigarette in the ceramic ashtray. Then let her come back first. It also gives her a chance to get in touch with her family. I'll find a way to transfer you back next time. Shen Shirley suddenly felt a chill all over his body. When would the next time be? After an autumn harvest. I get up before dawn and get off work after dark, and my palms, soles of feet and shoulders are covered with blisters. The food served to the educated youths didn't have a speck of oil in it, and they didn't even put too much salt in the boiled dishes, so they smelled like pig food. A few days ago, he had a tooth knocked out because he didn't pick out all the stones in the sorghum rice. Dad, can't you bring both of us back at the same time? Shen Shirley felt that it was really hard to stay in the countryside. Anyone who has been there knows it. You don't have enough to eat or sleep well, and you have to work as soon as you open your eyes. After a day of rest, you have to go up the mountain to chop firewood. I have no choice but to go back and wait until I find 2 job vacancies and then transfer you back. Father Shen gave the second option. After hearing this, Shen Shirley shook his head. If anyone comes back, they will be ruined. If they stay any longer, they will be ruined. Look at those who have been working in the countryside for 5 or 6 years. Their skin is rougher and older than his father's. Let's think about it, and bring one of us back first. Shen Shirley didn't know what to do for a moment. If he came back by himself, would Zhou Rongrong be angry? The Zhou family had already finished dinner, and old Mrs. Zhou looked at Zhou Rongrong and said, Your grandfather can't move now, so your mother, your elder brother, and I will accompany you to the Shen family tomorrow. Old Mrs. Zhou has already thought about how to talk at the Shen family. Well, thank you, Grandma. Zhou Rongrong nodded and looked at the bed in the room with a frown. Grandma, should we bring something with us tomorrow? It would be inappropriate to go empty-handed. Zhou Rongrong felt that she still had to show some courtesy to save face, so as not to go empty-handed and be looked down upon by her future in-laws. Although she and Shen Shirley have already obtained their marriage certificate, she will have to live with her in-laws sooner or later, and the etiquette cannot be broken. When old Mrs. Zhou heard about buying things, her face turned unhappy. She had to pay for gifts first before she even received the betrothal gift. His eyes swept over his eldest grandson. Now, everyone in the Zhao family depended on Zhao Weidong's resettlement fee to survive. Xiaodong, what do you think? Old Mrs. Zhao asked the question directly. Zhao Weidong agreed immediately after thinking about it. The Zhao family was in trouble, and he was persuaded to leave and still couldn't find a job. The savings in my hand are dwindling. If this continues, I will really spend all my money. Now that my mother is not in good health, my fourth brother always complains that he is not feeling well and refuses to leave the house. If this continues, he will be dragged down to death. However, ever since his father's accident, those who were on good terms with Zhou's father kept their distance from his family. The Shen family is different. If he can use Zhou Rongrong's marriage to get in touch with the Shen family and become their relative, he can get himself a decent job. Thinking of this, Zhao Weidong agreed directly, of course. It's the first time visiting, so we still have to follow the proper etiquette. The Shen family should have come to visit, but times are different now. The eldest brother is like a father, so as the eldest brother, I naturally have to send Rongrong to the Shen family safely. Zhao Weidong's words made everyone feel much more comfortable. Zhou Rongrong narrowed her eyes with joy. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Lin Weiwan stuck close to the outer wall of the Shen family and climbed over. Fortunately, there was no dog in the Shen family. Lin Weiwan took advantage of the darkness and headed straight for the back door of the Shen family. I found a wire from inside and was about to pry the door open when I saw someone trying to come out through the back door. Lin Weiwan was so scared that he hid in the space. The back door creaked open and a figure walked out. Lin Weiwan sat in the space, looking at the figure outside, who was none other than Father Shen. It's so late. Where are you going? Lin Weiwan looked at it curiously. The structure of the Shen family is similar to that of the Lin family, with the yard divided into front and backyards. It was already midnight, and he actually came out with something in his hands. Could he be planning to go out and hide the money? Lin Weiwan couldn't help but guess. Ever since the Shen family was completely taken over by Lin Weiwan last time, Shen's father no longer kept the money at home, except for some daily necessities. He personally collected those that were sent by others or were collected during secret searches. After Mr. Shen walked away, Lin Weiwan left the space and followed behind. Hanging far behind Shen's father, Lin Weiwan discovered that the house where Shen's father hid things this time was in his backyard. This is to keep things dark under the lamp, so that on the one hand you can keep an eye on it at all times, and on the other hand you can prevent your things from being robbed again. I saw that the broken house in the backyard of the Shen family opened its door on the other side of the street, and Shen's father walked in. Lin Weiwan could only hide in the space and wait. After more than half an hour, Shen's father came out and carefully checked around before returning home. Lin Weiwan quickly climbed into the yard before Shen's father arrived home. Lest Father Shen go home and not sleep and check on the second floor and find himself entering the yard. In the pitch-black yard, Lin Weiwan could see clearly without the help of any lights. After a quick look around, I found the yard was a bit run down. There was no well or firewood pile in the small yard, no shelter, and there were no signs of renovation on the soil on the ground. Lin Weiwan quickly pried open the door of the small house and went in. It's just an ordinary 2.5-room house. As you enter the house, there is a kitchen atrium and 2 rooms on the left and right with no furniture at all. There was no cellar or anything like that, so Lin Weiwan looked around but didn't touch anything with his hands. I just tapped lightly on the place I couldn't call to confirm and found nothing when I scanned it with my consciousness. I watched Father Shen come in with a pillow-sized package, and when he left, the things were gone. Where could it be hidden? Lin Weiwan looked everywhere in the house, even searching the Kong hole, but still couldn't find anything. She also checked the floor in the house and found no problems. Finally, Lin Weiwan took out a ladder from the space and even checked the beams, but still couldn't find anything. We searched the stoves inside and outside the house, but didn't find anything. Lin Weiwan glanced at the time, and it was already past 1 in the middle of the night. It would definitely not be possible to go back to the guest house. I had to find an empty dead end to enter the space, so that I could feel at ease when I came out the next day. After searching around for a long time, Lin Weiwan went into the space to eat and rested for a while before coming out. Father Shen stood on the second floor and didn't see any movement or lights in the backyard, so he felt relieved and went to bed to rest. Lin Weiwan came out of the space and searched again, finally finding the problem on the wall of the west room. People have a habit of looking for things by looking at objects such as furniture, either high or low.
Chen Shanpu was a smart man.
In the empty and shabby house, no one dared to remove the sandy wall tiles. If the wall is really torn down, the people under the wall will be hit. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Who would care about a large wall that is about to be torn down? You should look for it on the ground, or somewhere where you can hide things, such as under the stove pit. Carefully picking out the loose bricks, Lin Weiwan discovered that there was something else going on in this wall. It was surprisingly solid inside. I don't know when Father Shen got hold of this yard. There is a space separated by the gable, which is not very big. At a glance, it is difficult to notice that the entire wall is protruding. Lin Weiwan simply tore the wall apart, but she had no intention of restoring it to its original state. By the time Mr. Shen found out, he would probably have already returned to his hometown, and the thunder he had sent out before would be about to explode. Lin Weiwan took out the small waterproof cloth bags from the interlayer one by one. Lin Weiwan wasted no time in taking it apart and hollowing out the side. He then checked the room again and confirmed that this was the only wall. Only then can I leave with peace of mind. After finding a dead end close to the guest house and entering the space, Lin Weiwan began to unpack and check. Unexpectedly, in just over a month, Chen Shanpu started to make money crazily again because he lost his capital last time. There were 26 pillow-sized waterproof cloth bags. I have no idea where this guy got so many things from. Unpacking the packages one by one, they contained either gold bars and jewelry or bundles of gold. There were also some small pieces of jade jewelry of excellent quality, and Lin Weiwan looked through them one by one. It must be said that the former father-in-law Chen Shanpu has vision, although these things seem to be worthless and not circulated in this era. But the things he collected were all good, including colored pearls, round and smooth jade, green jadeite, Hatian gold, and Tian Huang gemstone headpieces. I really don't know which wealthy family Mr. Shen got these from. Plus the things that were taken away from the Shen family before. These things alone are enough for the Shen family to squander for several lifetimes. A wooden rifle and a pile of bullets were found in a package. I didn't expect this old guy to be so brave and get this thing. After setting the alarm, Lin Weiwan washed up and went to bed. Now Lin Weiwan has eaten the vegetables and food in the space. The advantages are high yield, good growth, and delicious taste. The same vegetables produced in this space taste better than those sold outside. Even the cooked rice smells delicious. The downside is that Lin Weiwan feels that these things are not suitable to appear in the vegetable market, including the fruits in the backyard. It is not on the same level as the current supplies, and it will be too conspicuous if shown out. With a live radar next to him, Lin Weiwan didn't want to take any risks. Who knows if he will arrest himself for the sake of justice? People in this era are crazy. It is common to see sons reporting their fathers and apprentices reporting their masters. When he woke up the next day, Lin Weiwan packed up a bunch of mountain products from his space. After breakfast, I carried 2 large canvas travel bags and returned to the guest house. After returning to the room and checking around to make sure there was nothing wrong, Lin Weiwan stayed for a while before going downstairs. He was carrying only a bag of things in his hand, which contained dried mushrooms, dried black fungus, sesame seeds, and other things that were hard to buy in the market. Thinking that Mr. Qin liked it, Lin Weiwan found 2 bottles of white wine that she had bought before going to the countryside, so that she wouldn't have to queue up to buy things and save time. Lin Weiwan found it quite interesting that after returning to High City, she actually went back and forth to her own doorstep. Standing at the door of Qin's house, Lin Weiwan knocked on the door. The door opened, but it turned out to be the door of the house next door. Zhou Rongrong, Zhou Weidong, and Zhou's mother came out and happened to make eye contact with Lin Weiwan, who was standing at the next door. Chen Suyin looked grimly at Lin Weiwan carrying the bulging suitcase in her hand. I went home empty-handed, but this time I went to someone else's house with a bag of things. He really saw that his family was in such a bad state that he tried to climb up the high branches. Zhou Rongrong saw what Lin Weiwan was holding. She naturally didn't know what was in the suitcase, but Lin Weiwan did take 2 bags of things when she returned to High City. It seemed to be prepared for the neighbors. Zhou Rongrong turned her eyes and looked at Lin Weiwan with a smile. Is Xiaowan going to visit the Qin family? Or is Xiaowan so thoughtful? Zhou Rongrong stared at Lin Weiwan with a sarcastic look. Now that she is the daughter-in-law of the Shen family, what is she, Lin Weiwan? She didn't even take anything home with a little money. Now she is sending it to an irrelevant person. Zhou's mother looked at the luggage bag in Lin Weiwan's hand and then turned her eyes back, smiling. Wanwan is here so early. We have to go out to do some things. Remember to come back for dinner in the afternoon. Old Lady Zhou wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Zhou Weidong. The door of the Qin family opened, and Aunt Qin looked at Lin Weiwan outside the door with surprise and quickly let her in. Xiaowan, let me see. When did you come back? After saying that, she pulled Lin Weiwan up and down to check her and made sure that the little girl was fine before she felt relieved. Aunt, I miss you so much. Lin Weiwan looked at Aunt Qin and couldn't help hugging her aunt's arm. There is a kind of feeling called admiration. Every time Lin Weiwan sees Aunt Qin, she will think of her mother, whom she has never met. She doesn't know what her mother looks like, nor does she know what it feels like to be with her mother. But when she sees Aunt Qin, it feels like she has seen her mother. It can be said that Aunt Qin's appearance and smile satisfy Lin Weiwan's expectations of her mother. If she also has a mother, her image will be similar to Aunt Qin. When old Master Qin heard that Lin Weiwan was coming, he came over from the backyard happily. The 4 people of the Zhou family bought 4 gifts and went to the Shen family. When Shen Jinju opened the door, she saw the 4 people of the Zhou family standing at the door. Shen Jinju is, as her name suggests. In this era, when everyone is not full, Shen Jinju is much plumper than ordinary people. In the future, she would be a plump, healthy, and fair-skinned girl. The Shen family has good genes. Shen Shirley gives people a sense of gentleness and elegance. With his slightly white skin, he gives people a refreshing and clean feeling. Shen Jinju is very pleasing at first sight, with fair skin, a pair of almond eyes, and a small nose, which are very rare in this era. Zhou Rongrong, why are you here? Shen Jinju asked, but she still stepped aside and politely let the other person in. The original plan to go out to play with her good sisters was also abandoned. Watching a play at home is more lively than being outside. Shen Shirley hurried downstairs where he heard that Zhou Rongrong was coming. Rongrong, you are here. Shen Shirley had not figured out how to tell Zhou Rongrong after a night. Unexpectedly, Zhou Rongrong came back with her family. Shen Shirley looked surprised, but his heart was shaken again. Brother Shirley, Grandma, and Mother know about us. Zhou Rongrong stopped talking and looked at Shen Shirley shyly. Shirley, where are your parents? Zhou Weidong asked directly. Mother is upstairs. Jinju, please ask her to come down. Shen Shirley turned around and looked for Shen Jinju, who was sitting beside him with interest. Shen Jinju went upstairs obediently. When she passed by Zhou Weidong, she took a curious look. This must be the big brother that Zhou Rongrong boasted about. They were all from the same place. Coincidentally, Shen Jinju, Zhou Rongrong, Zhou Weibei, and Lin Weiwan were all in the same class in high school. Shen Jinju knew Zhou Rongrong very well. It was just ridiculous that her big brother couldn't tell the difference and mistook a fisheye for a pearl. In the living room, the old lady of the Zhou family looked at Shen's mother. Her face was originally full of wrinkles, and her smile was like a chrysanthemum. Now we have become real relatives, and the 2 children are in love. I wonder what your plans are? When will the wedding of the 2 little ones be held? Shen's mother sat dignifiedly on the sofa, looking at the 4 people of the Zhou family. If it was just barely enough before, it would not be impossible. But what is the situation now? Zhou's father's incident has caused the Zhou family to have no chance of turning over. Zhou Rongrong is also the adopted daughter of the Zhou family. Finding such a woman as a daughter-in-law, her son's life is ruined. Thinking of this, Shen's mother's face turned a little ugly. She only knew yesterday that Shen Shirley secretly got married with Zhou Rongrong. Nowadays, people pay attention to free love. We, as parents, don't need to get involved too much. As long as the two little ones live well, it's fine. When Mrs. Zhou heard what this meant, then don't do the two children's affairs, just muddle through. Shen's mother looked at Mrs. Zhou with a formal fake smile. It will be too late to do it when we come back and have children. After all, they are all in the countryside now, and their schedules don't allow it. If there is no time, we can squeeze it out. Although the times are different now, we won't make do with so much, but there must be a formal ceremony. Marrying a wife and having children is a major event in life. It's too unreasonable to muddle through it. Even if outsiders don't say anything, we, as elders, will feel that we owe the children. Mrs. Zhou directly brought the topic back. Although she was old, she was not short of words. Look at me, I'm old and confused just talking. This is my first visit and I brought you some gifts. Although it's not such a gift, your kid should come first for the first time. But now that things have been decided, we are not unenlightened parents. As elders, we naturally have to make this trip to repay our children's debts. Mrs. Zhou said politely, but she secretly mentioned Shen's mother several times in her words. Hearing this, Shen's mother almost couldn't hold the smile on her lips. Who is this yin and yang? Who is being confused? Who is being rude? Who is being accused of being rude? They are all old foxes. Even if they are not happy in their hearts, Shen's mother still looks very open-minded. We still have to study this matter with my old Shen. I, a woman, can't make a decision. You also know that our family was robbed some time ago, and now there is a big family to support. It's not that I don't feel sorry for my daughter-in-law. Shen's mother didn't forget to pat Zhou Rongrong, who was sitting next to her. But she glared at her son. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. Now that it is no longer able to do anything, it still dares to put on airs in front of her. Shen's mother's impression of the Zhou family has become extremely bad. Zhou Weidong sat there straight, his eyes vaguely falling on Shen Jinju. He has seen girls with plump figures, but there are not many with fair skin, and even fewer girls from families with strong capital. Thinking of this, Zhou Weidong couldn't help but put the things on the coffee table with a smile. If this thing is done, it will be a good story. Close relatives, money, and power. On the coffee table, there are 2 bottles of white wine, 100 candies, a bag of fruit, and 2 bottles of canned peaches. Shen Jinju couldn't help but curl her lips. She thought it was something fun, but it was so ordinary. Looking at the pitiful things on the table, Shen's mother quickly called her distant cousin to come over and take all the things aside so that she wouldn't get angry when she saw them. Every family has its own problems. The lifelong event of the child still needs to be taken care of. Rongrong is a good child. It is hard to find someone better than Rongrong even nearby, not to mention those far away. As for the betrothal gift and the 3 major items, you can discuss them among yourselves. We will not get involved. But the money for milk cannot be less. The last sentence of the old lady of the Zhou family stunned several people from the Shen family. Milk money? Mother Shen felt that the Zhou family had once again refreshed her bottom line of cognition. He was so excited that his chest was breathing heavily. He was not happy with marrying this wife in the first place, and it was okay that she asked for the 3 big gifts, but my family could not afford it. Now she's shamelessly asking for money for milk. How could they say such words? I've lived in High City for so many years, and I've never heard of the term milk money. Each family has its own rules. We've invested a lot in raising Rongrong for so many years, and we can't just raise her in vain. Old Mrs. Zhou said it with confidence. Now that things have come to this, she can't care about anything else. The Shen family has been ignoring the issue, making it seem like the Zhou family is being aggressive and trying to marry their daughter off. It takes 2 to tango. Can the girl from the Zhou family accomplish this alone? Now, the Shen family is in a secure position, so they naturally cannot get away with it. It's not right for grandma to say that. Rongrong is not the real daughter of the Zhou family. I remember Shirley said that Rongrong was almost 10 years old when she came to the Zhou family. I'm afraid that if the money for milk is spread out, people will laugh at it. Mother Shen no longer mentioned the matter of the betrothal gift. What's so funny about this? What my in-laws said is the same for all marriages. We can't raise our daughter to this age in vain. Your Shen family is so wealthy that you can't marry off an ugly daughter-in-law.
So, we don't need much for the milk money.
800 yuan will be enough. Zhao Weidong was stunned when he heard his grandmother's words. 800? Asking the Shen family for 800? Grandma, let's discuss this again. Is this 800? Zhao Weidong felt that asking the Shen family to provide him with a job was much better than this 800. Work is a long-term thing that you can do for a lifetime, but 800 yuan cannot give birth to a child. Shen Shirley's face was as pale as the bottom of a pot at this moment. How dare the Zhao family bring people here like this? Rong brought them here. What is this for? Are the Zhao family selling their daughter? Zhao Rong, if this is your plan, take your family away quickly, and we will get the divorce done in a while. Shen Shirley felt that it was a mistake for him to find the Zhao family. None of them were good people. Maybe Zhao Rong had known about this and was plotting against me. Thinking of this, Shen Shirley's good impression of Zhao Rong seemed to disappear completely. Zhao Rong was startled by Shen Shirley's roar. This was what they discussed last night. Grandma said that returning the money to the Shen family would leave a good impression. Brother Shirley, no, I am sincere to you. After so many years of love, you can't think of me like this. I don't want a dowry, I don't want the 3 big items, I am yours, you know that. No, you disappoint me so much. Brother Shirley, you can't say that to me. Do you really want to doubt my feelings for you because of those material things? Zhao Rong cried aggrievedly, tears dripping from her eyes, and I felt sorry for her. However, things did not develop like this in the previous life. Both the Shen family and the Zhao family were rich, and there were all the necessary etiquette for a powerful alliance, so naturally there would not be the current for tat. It's just that no one present knew it. Shun Jinju widened her eyes. What a big show. It was much more interesting than going to the park and watching a movie. The two families parted on bad terms, and Zhao Rong, with red eyes from crying, followed old lady Zhao and Zhou's mother home. In order to save 8 cents for 4 people on the bus fare, the 4 members of the Zhao family used the 28 taels of money they brought home. It was already past 1 in the afternoon when Lin Weiwan came out of the Qin family and came face to face with the 4 people from the Zhao family who had returned. What a narrow road the enemies meet. Xiao Wan coming quickly, what a coincidence. Zhou's mother hurried forward and pulled Lin Weiwan into the yard. The Zhao family members gathered together again, and Zhou Weidong poured Lin Weiwan a glass of warm water, which was rare. My sister and her family are not friends, but as your brother, I need to trouble you with something. Zhou Weidong sat down opposite Lin Weiwan. I'm old now, and I still haven't found a house to live in after getting married and having kids. Now my family is living together, and it's too crowded. Can you rent me the room next door that used to be the kitchen? Lin Weiwan raised his eyebrows. What was going on? With a glance, Lin Weiwan smiled. It's okay to rent it, we're all family, but according to the contract we signed earlier, if you let them move out before the lease expires, you'll have to pay compensation. After all, the rent for his own house wasn't cheap, so of course he had to abide by the contract. Old Mrs. Zhou was unhappy when she heard this. They were all relatives, and now they had to rent a house. Lin Weiwan was really money-minded.
What are you talking about?
We are all real relatives, but you want to make money from your eldest brother too. Do you still have a conscience? You have collected one part of the rent from us, and now you want another. I should not have given birth to you in the first place, you ungrateful thing. Old Mrs. Zhou didn't get any advantage in the Shen family and was kicked out because of the anger. Now she vented all her unhappiness on Lin Weiwan. Grandma Zhou, brothers have to settle accounts clearly. We are a step further away, so there is no reason for me not to accept the money. It's too late to strangle me to death. It's your fault for not doing it in the first place. Lin Weiwan retorted mercilessly. Zhou Weidong smiled awkwardly. Grandma is old. We will take the property as ours. I will pay the compensation to the tenant next door. After all, it is easier for me to take care of Grandpa and Grandma if I live closer. You guys can't come back if you go to the countryside. Lin Weiwan nodded and followed Zhou Weidong to find the tenant next door. After some discussion, the other party was given a month to find a house and move. Zhao Weidong gave the other party 30 yuan as compensation. Although it was a bit painful to pay this money, he thought about the treasure hidden inside. Zhao Weidong then felt relieved and no longer worried about the small amount of money. Now there is less than 300 yuan left in the army as resettlement fee, and Zhao Weidong feels a little nervous. After Lin Weiwan left, Zhou Rongrong sat there depressed. How could it be different from what she had expected? Now that this matter had come to light, she was in a difficult situation. Old Mrs. Zhou got angry when she saw Zhou Rongrong crying. What a helpless thing. It can't even hold a man down. Why are you crying? Why don't you go and cook? Do you want me, an old lady, to serve you? Zhou Rongrong heard the roar of old lady Zhou and quickly got up to light the stove. Zhou's mother sat on her youngest son's bed and pounded her swollen legs with her fists. He sighed as he looked at his little son, lying motionless in bed. Zhou Rongrong was chopping green onions with a kitchen knife when she felt nauseous and bent over and began to dry heave. Zhou's mother was startled when she heard the retching sound, and then she ran outside to the temporary shed. Rongrong, you are pregnant. Zhou's mother said affirmatively. She had given birth to 4 sons, so what else did she not understand? Zhou Rongrong's face was pale, and her eyes were red from retching. She was stunned for a moment when she heard Zhou's mother's words. Thinking of the recent things, she did not have her period this month. Mom, I don't know. Zhou Rongrong was a little uncertain. There were too many things going on these days. If there was, it should be the night when she was drugged. Zhou Rongrong was a little uneasy. I don't know if the drug that day would have an effect on the child. When Mrs. Zhou heard the noise, she was about to come out and scold again, but she smiled when she heard this. Rongrong, come on, go into the house, let your mother do it today, and we will go to Shen's house to announce the good news tomorrow. Zhou Rongrong felt much better when she heard her grandmother say that. Yes, she was pregnant, and it was Shirley's child. Zhou Weibei also followed her out and looked at Zhou Rongrong. Zhou Weidong went out at the signal of Grandpa Zhou. Zhou Weinan entered the room and found that his eldest brother was not there, so he walked up to Grandpa Zhou. Grandpa, are you hiding something from me? Grandpa Zhou looked at his second grandson carefully without saying anything. He turned his head away silently. Grandpa Zhou originally thought that this grandson was also promising. Unexpectedly, the Zhou family signed up to go to the countryside as soon as something happened. God knows how the few people who were living under someone else's roof got through. He looks handsome, but he is very selfish. The third son will not comment on him. Going to the countryside has made him suffer, and he cannot be asked to do anything for the family. But the second son going to the countryside really chilled his heart. Zhou Weinan looked at his grandfather ignoring him and could only touch his nose awkwardly with his hand, and got up and left the yard. The Shen family was in an argument at this time, and Shen's mother was angry when she saw her disappointing son. I don't care. Hurry up and get the divorce certificate for me. I will never allow such a woman to enter our Shen family. Shen surely looked at his hysterical mother. He had never seen his mother like this. Mom, I can't be so irresponsible. I like Rongrong. We have known each other for so long. I believe in her. Shen surely argued with a firm look, not wanting his marriage to end in such an unclear way. You have also seen what kind of monsters are the Zhou family today. They want to sell their daughter at a clear price the first time they come to the door. How much do you know? Or did you know that the Zhou family is like this a long time ago and followed them to deal with me? Shen's mother was so angry that she didn't know how to scold her stupid son to wake him up.
Mom, I didn't.
Rongrong is innocent. She didn't know that things would be like this. We didn't think about these things when we came back. Shen surely recalled that he had been with Zhou Rongrong for a long time. He never saw Zhou Rongrong unhappy. Humph. If she didn't know, she wouldn't bring her family to the Shen family today. Shen Jinju sat at the corner of the stairs and listened to the quarrel in the living room downstairs. The corners of her mouth pulled up to reveal a faint smile. She didn't care much about Zhou Rongrong coming in. She thought that she was already 19 years old, and she would definitely find someone in 3 or 4 years. But she didn't like the few people she had in her hand. There was always something that didn't suit her. She had to find a satisfactory one before her parents arranged a marriage for her, so as not to be accused of being a dull person like her elder brother. Lin Weiwan had a good appearance but was very boring. She must find the best one. Lin Weiwan walked back along the street, passed by a cake shop, and bought 2 kilograms of red bean paste bars, millet cakes, and cake rolls before leaving. Back to the guest house, she went into the space to cook some food and left the space after she was full. She held a book and read it, and took out the millet cake with one hand and ate it. At night, Mr. Zhao suddenly woke up. "Mrs. Zhao, what are you doing in the middle of the night?" Mrs. Zhao sat up and looked at the old man. There was no smell. It didn't look like he had defecated. Could it be that he had peed? The old lady reached out and touched the mattress under her body, and it was not damp. "Turn on the light." Grandpa Zhao panted, and it took him a long time to utter these 2 words.
Oh.
Grandma Zhao sighed, picked up her walking stick, and knocked on the upper bunk. "Soon, light up the kerosene lamp." This room originally had electric lights, but after the Zhao family moved in, they found that it was cheaper to light kerosene lamps than electric lights, so they stopped using electric lights. They started using kerosene lamps directly. The lights came on, and those who slept on the floor in the room were also awakened. Grandpa Zhao didn't understand why he woke everyone up so late at night. "Now that Bien Hai is gone, I'm not going to be able to do it anymore, and the family is not as good as before. In the future. If you have any questions, just listen to the eldest brother. This child is quite stable." Grandpa Zhao spoke intermittently, looking back and forth at several people. "Dad, it's fine. Why are you saying this?" Zhou's mother looked at the old man in confusion. "If you don't say it again, you can't say it anymore.
You
go and call Lin Weiwan back." Old man Zhou pointed at Zhou Weinan and said. Zhou Weinan wanted to say something, but when he thought about how the old man treated him today, he held it back. He put on his clothes and took the flashlight and went out. "Now our Zhou family is marrying up to the Shen family, so don't waste the remaining friendship. The child is fine, and I marry into the family, which is the long-term solution." Old man Zhou warned worriedly. There was nothing that the people in the room could not see, and the old man was having a typical last moment of light. "I understand, Dad, don't worry. Rong is pregnant with Shen Shirley's child now. We will handle it properly." Zhou's mother looked at the old man's worried look and quickly told her plan. When she went to the Shen family today, she really didn't say anything. The Zhou family was already like this, and I really didn't know why the old lady was so stubborn to negotiate with the Shen family. Lin Weiwan took a nap in the space, then got up and read a book. He found someone knocking on the door outside the space, so he tidied himself up, rubbed his eyes, went out of the space, and opened the door. "Who?" "It's me, Zhou Weinan." "What's the matter so late?" "My grandfather asked me to find you. It's urgent. Come with me to take a look." Zhou Weinan didn't want to make this trip either. Lin Weiwan thought about it and agreed. "Okay, wait for me to put on some clothes." As he said that, he put on a sweater and coat directly. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. The nights in Haishur in late autumn are still very cold. It was chilly outside, and Lin Weiwan found a thick black tweed coat from the space and wore it outside. When he opened the door, as soon as Lin Weiwan came out, Zhou Weinan couldn't help but look at her. "Let's go." Lin Weiwan entered the room, and Grandma Zhou and the others were crying. Seeing Lin Weiwan coming in, his face looked grim again. The old man was dying, but he was still thinking about this ungrateful person. "You guys go out. Xiaowan stay," Grandpa Zhou said with all his strength. Grandma Zhou didn't want to go out, but Zhou Weidong persuaded her to go out. After the door was closed, Grandpa Zhou looked at the face that was 80% similar, with tears in his eyes. "Xiaowan, don't blame Grandpa." Lin Weiwan was a little confused by Grandpa Zhou's words. "What to blame? Is it because you lost me? I don't blame you for this. On the contrary, I should thank you for losing me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the opportunity now." Lin Weiwan told the truth. Although she died at the hands of the Zhou family in her previous life, at least she was reborn. This life is very long, and it's hard to say who'll win. Grandpa Zhou looked at Lin Weiwan. You really look like your grandmother. Which eye of yours can tell that I look like your grandmother? Lin Weiwan was confused by Grandpa Zhou's words. What did this mean? Xiao, Wan, can you please let the Zhou family go for Grandpa's sake? Grandpa Zhou was still worried. What if Weidong couldn't do it? Lin Weiwan sat on the stool next to Grandpa Zhou with a smile. He looked at him deeply. Grandpa, what do you think if it were you? Some things can't be let go just because you want to. Who is innocent? Who is not innocent? Lin Weiwan stood up and prepared to go out without looking at Grandpa Zhou. Lin Weiwan, you. Grandpa Zhou wanted to call Lin Weiwan, but he couldn't catch his breath, so he took a few breaths to catch his breath. At this time, the door opened and several people from the Zhou family walked in again. Grandpa Zhou finally set his eyes on Zhou Weidong. She held her grandson's hand tightly. Take good care of the Zhou family. You have to do what you promised me. After saying this, Grandpa Zhou died. Grandma Zhou was stunned for a long time before she burst into tears. The old man was gone, just like that. When he was still alive, she looked down on him and made the house stink. Now, looking at the old man who had died, Grandma Zhou felt it. Her old man was gone, her son was gone, and it seemed that the closest people were gone. The old lady seemed to wake up from a dream at this time, and suddenly understood, and fell straight down.
Mom.
Mother Zhou was startled by the old lady Zhou who fell down, and hurried over to help her up. Carefully stretched out her finger and tested the old lady's nose, and then slowly exhaled. Fortunately, she just fainted, and she and her two sons put the old lady on Zhou Weibei's bed. Several people began to take care of Grandpa Zhou's appearance. Lin Weiwan left the room and found a stool to sit in the corridor. Let go. Who let me go? Some things are destined, and they will not stop until death. Lin Weiwan listened to the crying in the house and stayed quietly in the corridor. Several neighbors heard the sound, opened the door and looked in, then retracted their heads. After dealing with the old man's funeral, the Zhou family gathered together. Zhou Weidong looked at Lin Weiwan, who was leaning against the wall with an expressionless face. Lin Weiwan, come out with me. The two came to the door of the makeshift kitchen, and Zhou Weidong looked around. Grandpa said, he has something to give you. You can come with me to get it later. Lin Weiwan looked up at Zhou Weidong's eyes. Something for herself? What is it? Grandpa didn't tell me. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Weidong with curiosity. Zhou Weidong's eyes were calm. Grandpa said that he left a good thing for you in the suburbs. I'm afraid that things will change over time, so why don't we go and take a look together? You make your own decision, and I'll have fulfilled Grandpa's last wish. Zhou Weidong's words were very obscure, but he had revealed everything that should be revealed, and it was up to him whether the fish would take the bait or not. Yes, Grandpa specifically told me to leave it only for you. Zhou Weidong was the tallest of the four brothers. He had been training in the army for many years. Standing next to Lin Weiwan at this time, he unconsciously felt a little oppressive. Lin Weiwan looked up at Zhou Weidong, who was hiding in the darkness and couldn't see his expression. My life is okay. You guys can divide Grandpa's things. I don't want them anymore. Zhou Weidong just stared at Lin Weiwan's every move. Grandpa said it was only for you. I want to fulfill Grandpa's last wish. Zhou Weinan hid not far from the door, but he could clearly hear the conversation between his eldest brother and Lin Weiwan. What is this? Knowing that the family was in trouble, he actually left things to Lin Weiwan. Since you insist, then fine. Lin Weiwan no longer refused and followed Zhou Weidong to leave. Zhou Weinan followed Zhou Weidong, and Lin Weiwan not far away. In order to prevent Zhou Weidong from noticing, they deliberately kept a distance. After changing 2 buses, Zhou Weidong took Lin Weiwan out of the city and went to the suburban bungalow area. The old man of the Zhou family passed away, and the Shen family did not show up. It just passed like that. Even Mr. Shen, who had always been on good terms with Mr. Zhou, did not show up. Walking into a hidden courtyard, Lin Weiwan just entered, and Zhou Weidong closed the door casually. Lin Weiwan turned around. Here? Yes, it's inside, go in. Zhou Weidong said to Lin Weiwan with a rare smile. I think you need it more than me. You are all members of the Zhou family, and you also have a share of Grandpa's things. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Weidong sincerely. No, this is given to you by your grandpa, and it's also a gift from me. Zhou Weidong raised the corner of his mouth, put his big hand on Lin Weiwan's shoulder, and walked inside. The door of the house was suddenly pushed open from the inside, and 3 men walked out. Dongzi, why are you reluctant to part with such a beautiful girl? You are hesitating. The man had a pair of triangular eyes and a pointed chin. The moment he saw Lin Weiwan, he became excited. This is a top-notch girl. He has been doing this business for so many years, and this is the first time he has encountered such a girl. Third brother, I leave her to you, he said, and pushed Lin Weiwan out with force. Lin Weiwan staggered after being pushed by Zhou Weidong and looked back at Zhou Weidong. Is this the gift you said you would give me? What else? By the way, third brother, I have a condition, Zhou Weidong said, not looking at Lin Weiwan, but turning to look at his third brother. I'm going to peel off her tongue and cut her tendons so you can take her away without worrying about her doing anything wrong. The third brother was a little reluctant to hear Zhou Weidong say this. You re going to cut her tendons after she's mute? You're such a bad boy. You can't sell such a beautiful person for a good price if you damage her. The third brother is a genuine businessman, and he is quite picky about the control of goods. Third brother, I can pay less for my share. Zhou Weidong turned his eyes to Lin Weiwan again, with a sarcastic smile. As for people, third brother and the brothers can naturally enjoy it. Zhou Weidong, is this what Grandpa meant? Lin Weiwan stared at Zhou Weidong with sharp eyes.
You don't have to look at me like that.
I've spared your life after all. You should be grateful to me. Zhou Weidong said the most vicious words, as if he had done a good deed. Let people insult me, cut my tongue and pick my tendons, and I still have to thank you. Huh. You are indeed a Zhou family member. Lin Weiwan guessed that Zhou Weidong had bad intentions towards her. Unexpectedly, he could be so cruel. I believe you will thank me in the future. As he spoke, Zhou Weidong took out a dagger and approached Lin Weiwan. The door was opened, and a man walked in, followed by 2 men. Zhou Weidong and the others looked back at the door, and when they saw the man with his hands tied and stuffed in, they paused. Third brother, this man followed them stealthily and was caught by us. Do you want to deal with him? The man asked the third brother. The dagger in his hand was already on Zhou Weinan's neck, and he looked like a pig being slaughtered. Zhou Weinan, whose mouth was blocked, shook his head frantically. The rag pressed against his throat, and he couldn't help but shed natural tears. He was lying on the ground with a dusty and disheveled face. Lin Weiwan couldn't help laughing. Zhou Weidong and the third brother turned around and looked at Lin Weiwan at the same time when they heard her laughter. This girl must be scared silly. Most girls would have peed their pants and begged for mercy if they were scared like this. She still had the leisure to laugh at others. Zhou Weinan's blurred vision fixed on Zhou Weidong, and he quickly whimpered for help. Zhou Weidong sighed. He was caught doing something bad by his own brother. What could he do? Third brother, this is my brother, one of us. The third brother looked at the 2 brothers and swept his eyes over the 3 of them. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to set a trap for me? He said, and called one of his men to go out for a tour. It felt a bit bad that someone was following him when he was doing such a shameful business. Third brother, this is really my brother. How dare I betray you?
I'll do it right now. Wait.
The third brother walked to Zhou Weinan's side and lifted up Zhou Weinan's face. He pulled the rag out of Zhou Weinan's mouth. Do you know these 2 people? Zhou Weinan swallowed hard and nodded frantically, fearing that someone would touch his neck with a knife. Yes, this is my eldest brother Zhou Weidong. My name is Zhou Weinan. She is the lost cousin of my family. I won't tell on her. Third brother, believe me, it was me who took her away in the first place. Zhou Weinan saw the doubtful look in the eyes of the third brother and quickly extended an olive branch to join the team. Zhou Weidong turned around to look at his second brother in shock. It was Weinan who abandoned Shaoan. Lin Weiwan didn't expect that her guess was confirmed here. Weinan, what are you talking about? Zhou Weidong couldn't accept it. His younger brother actually did this. Zhou Weinan was only a teenager back then and dared to do this. Brother, it was Grandma who told me to do this. If we send her away, we can have more food. Otherwise, someone among us will definitely starve to death. Zhao Weinan did not think he did anything wrong. He was a family of brothers and sisters, and only Lin Weiwan was superfluous. How many families starved to death during the famine, and some even had their children replaced. The corpse collectors pulled out trucks every day, and the Zhao family was lucky to have so many people not starve to death.
Zhao Weidong was silent.
He could still remember the feeling of hunger back then. It seemed to be engraved in his bones. Sometimes he could even dream of being full and looking for food everywhere because of hunger. Lin Weiwan sneered. People who did something wrong always had a reasonable reason to excuse themselves. Zhao Weinan lived on my parents' casualty pension and abandoned me on the street. You are really particular about doing things. Don't you have nightmares when you wake up in the middle of the night? The third brother and his friends frowned as they listened to the conversation between the three brothers and sisters. Everyone standing in this yard had experienced the famine that year. They usually did all kinds of bad things, but they had never been so cruel to their own family. The third brother was somewhat disgusted with the two brothers Zhao Weinan and Zhao Weidong, but even if he was disgusted, he did nothing. He just focused his eyes on Lin Weiwan in front of him. It would be a pity if he was mute, because he would lose a lot of money if he was sold. If you want to blame someone, blame your parents for dying too early. I should have killed you back then, instead of letting you live to make trouble now. Don't think that your hands are clean. If it weren't for your selfishness, we wouldn't have come to this point today. Zhao Weinan hated Lin Weiwan's arrogant and indifferent look. It was all her fault that we had come to this point today. Okay, Lin Weiwan, don't argue anymore. Don't delay time. Zhao Weidong said, taking out the dagger again and running towards Lin Weiwan. Zhao Weinan opened his mouth in shock. Brother, are you going to kill Lin Weiwan? Are you crazy? Killing someone and finding so many people to watch. Zhao Weidong couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this little witch was playing tricks on him. We just cut her tongue and plucked her tendons to prevent her from saying something she shouldn't. Zhao Weinan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. So that's how it is. Then he is not afraid anymore. Lin Weiwan looked at the approaching Zhao Weidong and the people in the yard. There were 6 people in total. It was a little difficult, but not high. With a cold light flashing, Zhao Weidong rushed forward and headed straight for Lin Weiwan. With a sound, the gate of the yard was knocked open again. The difference was that this time, several people even fell down from the wall. Do and move. Wei Shizhou led his men in and saw Lin Weiwan in the middle of the yard. More than 20 people against a few people, naturally fast, and in a blink of an eye, the 6 people were subdued on the ground. Why is it you? Wei Shizhou walked to Lin Weiwan's side and asked in surprise. Lin Weiwan didn't expect to be intercepted again. Why can't it be me? Look, I was abducted by my own brother, and he also cut my tongue and plucked my tendons. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhao Weidong, who was stopped, and said. The soldiers present all looked at Zhao Weidong sideways after hearing Lin Weiwan's words. Lin Weiwan, you did it on purpose. This is a trap you set. You want to harm me, right? Zhao Weidong looked at the way Lin Weiwan talked to the soldier. He suddenly felt that he had been tricked and murdered. He looked at Lin Weiwan with a fierce look, as if he wanted to eat him alive. If I had that ability, you would have died long ago. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhao Weidong sarcastically. We all heard it. Take them away. Wei Shizhou waved his hand and asked people to take these people away. No, I'm not with them. Don't arrest me. I'm a good person. Zhao Weinan shouted quickly. More than 20 soldiers rushed in. It was the easiest way to arrest Zhao Weinan, who was all ready. Hearing Zhao Weinan shouting that he was innocent, Wei Shizhou went up and kicked Zhao Weinan. Innocent people abandoned the orphans of martyrs. I will make you innocent, make you innocent. Wei Shizhou was so angry that he kicked Zhao Weinan and cursed at him, and the soldiers beside him also glared at Zhao Weinan. This is something that soldiers cannot accept. Sacrificing one's life to defend one's country is not scary. What is scary is that one's children are not properly taken care of. A group of people went straight to Zhou's house. The mastermind behind abandoning Lin Weiwan was old Lady Zhou. Now that the matter has been made public, it is inevitable that they cannot avoid it. The Shen family also welcomed a large group of people at this time, who surrounded the Shen family tightly inside and outside. At the same time, Shen Shanpu's office door was pushed open, and a man in military uniform walked in.
Who are you?
Shen Shanpu looked at the people who came in. How many people dare to break into your own office? Not many have the guts to come in. Director Shen, please come with us. The man took out the arrest warrant. Lin Weiwan followed Wei Shizhou in the office, drinking hot water. I have already sent someone to deal with the matter you mentioned before, and they just called back. Let me ask you, did you see anything strange or take anything in Dongxing village? Wei Shizhou asked vaguely, not wanting Lin Weiwan to know too much and get too involved. What else did Lin Weiwan not understand after hearing this? She took something that belonged to someone else. But now that things are here, can I admit it? How should I put it? I have some space. I could only pretend to think carefully and shake my head to indicate that I didn't know and had never seen it. The old lady of the Zhao family was arrested, and Zhou's mother was so panicked that she didn't know what to do. Zhou Weidong and Zhou Weinan were not at home, leaving only the useless Zhou Weibei at home. Rongrong, do you know where your elder brother has gone? Go out and look for him quickly. Zhou Rongrong didn't know what to do at this moment. Accidents kept happening at home, and she had no idea what to do. I'll go out and look for it. Zhou Rongrong sighed and walked out. He said he was going to find Zhou Weidong, but he actually ran towards the Shen family. When I arrived at the door of Shen's house, I just saw that the Shen family was being ransacked. Zhou Rongrong felt dizzy at this moment, and she fainted due to excitement. Lin Weiwan thought that tomorrow would be the day to go back to the countryside, so she hurried to the store to buy some things. You can install anything you want with your own space, and you don't have to decide when you will come back next time. Generally, people who went to the countryside could go back home once every 2 years. The cost of going home was not small. So many educated youth who came from faraway homes could only wait longer, especially those who had no money and were not loved by their parents. This half-month vacation came at a huge cost. Of course, it can't be wasted. In the department store, Lin Weiwan selected a black turtleneck sweater and a navy blue turtleneck sweater according to Yi Jibai's body size. He also picked out a tweed jacket for himself and Yi Jibai. It would be a shame to take someone else's money and go back empty-handed. It would be almost New Year's Day by the time I go back. There are only a few New Year's goods that can be bought in the countryside, and white rabbit milk candies are relatively rare in the market, so Lin Weiwan directly bought 10 kilograms. There are also 3 pounds of assorted fruit candies and 10 cans of milk biscuits. As for meat, Lin Weiwan decided to take out the bacon that she had previously stored in the space. It was easy to carry and would not spoil easily. It would not be a good idea to go to Uncle Hu again in such a short time. After all, I still have a lot of meat from the last time. I bought another 2 kilograms of butterfly cakes, dragon beard cakes, and sugar cakes, and sent them into the space little by little. There was no shortage of other things in the space, so Lin Weiwan did not buy any more. The state-owned restaurant had run out of food by then, so Lin Weiwan carried her luggage bag directly back to the guest house. When I returned to the room, I entered the space and made myself a hot meal. Lin Weiwan didn't feel sad about what happened today. If you don't care, you won't be sad, but it's a bit regrettable that I can't kill Zhou Weidong's brother with my own hands. When Zhou Rongrong woke up, she saw Shen Shirley beside her. There was a unique smell of disinfectant in the hospital all around. Brother Shirley. Zhou Rongrong's eyes were filled with tears, looking so pitiful. Rongrong, it's okay. Shen Shirley squeezed Zhou Rongrong's hand. I felt extremely mixed emotions as my father and grandfather were both taken away. There are only my grandmother, mother, and sister left at home, and now I am the only man in the family. The doctor's words just now seemed to still be ringing in his ears, and Shen Shirley was somewhat afraid to look at Zhou Rongrong. Rongrong, I have booked a ticket for you. I will take you to the train tomorrow. Zhou Rongrong sat up immediately after hearing what Shen Shirley said. What did you say? You're not going back with me? Zhou Rongrong looked at Shen Shirley in disbelief. Shen Shirley remained silent, and didn't even dare to look at Zhou Rongrong. Then I won't go back either. I want to stay with you.
Shili, I'm pregnant.
Zhao Rongrong stretched out her hand to hug Shen Shirley's arm, speaking softly. When Shen Shirley heard Zhao Rongrong say this, his body trembled, and his throat suddenly felt hoarse. Rongrong, I have no choice. My family needs me, so I have to stay. As soon as Shen Shirley opened his mouth, he put his family first.
What about me?
Am I not your family? I'm pregnant, can you bear it? Zhao Rongrong looked at the man with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, I will send you back to Dongxing village and ask for leave from the village chief and team leader. You just need to take a good rest and take care of your pregnancy. I will send you living expenses every month. Shen Shirley looked at the excited Zhao Rongrong and comforted her. Brother Shirley, I can also work. I can help you take care of the family. I don't want to go back to the countryside. Zhao Rongrong felt like the sky was falling. She couldn't imagine herself waiting to give birth to a child alone in the countryside. Rongrong, listen to me. I will keep an eye out for a job for you. As long as there is a chance, I will bring you back, so that our family can be together. Shen Shirley now has a headache. Every time he comforts Zhao Rongrong, his impatience increases. Why is he making such a fuss about me? Why can't I understand him? What has become of the Shen family now? Zhao Rongrong naturally noticed Shen Shirley's impatience and could only nod in agreement. Helpless tears rolled down the corners of my eyes. It really was like the saying that when it rains, it pours. When the ship is late, it encounters headwinds. Zhou's mother waited at home for a long time, but in the end, even Zhao Rongrong disappeared. She sat there in dejection. Now that there are only mother and son left at home, they no longer feel that the room is too small to accommodate them. But a bigger problem arises. Zhou Weibei is in the recovery period, and so is Zhou's mother. Originally, old Mrs. Zhou and Zhou Weidong helped with some of the heavy work. Now I'm in big trouble. Several family members have passed away, and I have no money left. No one knew where Zhou Weinan had gone, so his mother could only prepare some corn porridge and a small dish of pickles for dinner. The next day, Lin Weiwan carried her luggage and boarded the train. Not surprisingly, she saw Shen Shirley and Zhao Rongrong on the same train. Take out the boiled tea eggs with runny yolk and eat them with malted milk, and the 5-day and 4-night train journey begins again. Zhao Rongrong looked at Lin Weiwan and then set her sights on Shen Shirley. Brother Shirley, what should I do after going to the countryside? Shen Shirley looked at Lin Weiwan eating happily, and it would be a lie to say that he was not envious. He used to look down on these things, but it's different when you don't have them. Don't worry, I will tell the team leader that pregnant educated youth will definitely not work in the fields like ordinary educated youth, and the management method will definitely be different. Shen Shirley tried to calm Zhou Rongrong's emotions while keeping an eye on Lin Weiwan. This doesn't seem to be a very difficult matter to handle, and he turned directly to Lin Weiwan opposite him. Lin Jiqing, you and Rongrong are real relatives. Now I have to go back to High City to work, and Rongrong is pregnant again. For the sake of our relationship, please take care of Rongrong more often. Lin Weiwan paused while peeling a tea egg. Pregnancy. Zhou Rongrong is really pregnant. Qin Jiqing, why don't you take care of your own wife and children yourself, and let others take care of them? Lin Weiwan looked at Shen Shirley sarcastically, wondering how could he say such a thing with such good intentions. If the relationship was good, he would just take care of her for a while, and then he could leave his wife behind and live a free and easy life. Lin Weiwan, you and Rongrong are relatives no matter what. We went to the countryside together and asked you to take care of me. Why do you have to be so mean? Shen Shirley looked at Lin Weiwan's beautiful face. Why could such a beautiful woman be so vicious? I'm sarcastic, but who do you want to take care of your own wife? What are you doing? You found a job in the city and returned to the city, leaving your pregnant wife to farm in the countryside. How can you have the nerve to do that? The conversation between Lin Weiwan and the other person contained so much information that everyone on the train pricked up their ears to listen to the gossip. When the aunt sitting next to him heard this, she looked deeply at this decent-looking young man. What is the relationship between her and me? Am I related by blood? One was abandoned, and the other was picked up. I don't know what's wrong with your brain to have such an idea. If she gets pregnant with my child, I will take care of her.
Oh.
By the way, you said you won't go back to the countryside. That's too much. You find an easy job for yourself and leave your pregnant wife to farm in the countryside. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Rongrong and Xin Shirley carefully. I need to take care of my grandma, mother, and sister. Xin Shirley felt that his family couldn't do without him at this time. As far as I know, your grandmother, mother, and sister are in good health and can support themselves. What kind of care are you giving them? Is it cooking or taking care of their excrement or feeding them and washing their clothes? What kind of care do you mean? Lin Weiwan was full and liked to eat melons and watch the show. Zhou Rongrong then realized that, yes, the women in the Shen family were all in good health and did not need any care. She was the one who needed to be taken care of, and Xin Shirley just didn't want to go back to the countryside and let herself go there while pregnant. It seems like what Grandma said, I can't handle this man. Brother Shirley. Zhou Rongrong called out Brother Shirley with a tender heart. Lin Weiwan, stop trying to sow discord. Didn't I just ask you to look after Rongrong? I'm your mother or your father. I'm asking you to take care of your wife and children. What the Hades do you want? Lin Weiwan sneered. At Zhou's house in High City, Zhou's mother fainted after receiving the notice from the street office. When I woke up again, it was already night. He seemed to have aged by 10 years, and his hair roots had turned white. Mom, you're awake. Zhou Weibei looked at his mother.
Xiaobei.
Zhou's mother burst into tears as she looked at her only son, who was by her side. The train traveled northwards, and when it arrived in Heilongjiang province, small snowflakes were already falling outside. The temperature in the carriage also dropped. Lin Weiwan took out a military coat from his luggage bag and put it on, attracting many envious glances. The train arrived at the station. The cold air rushed into Lin Weiwan's nose. She wrapped herself in a scarf and a hat and carried 2 luggage bags. Zhou Rongrong and Xin Shirley were only wearing thick coats and were shivering from the cold. Brother Shirley, I'm so cold. Zhou Rongrong followed Xin Shirley, carrying a half-deflated luggage bag. Xin Shirley fixed his eyes on the luggage bag in Lin Weiwan's hand. Lin Weiwan, do you have any thicker clothes? Lend them to us. We'll return them to you when we get back to the village. Lin Weiwan just rolled his eyes at Xin Shirley and walked away quickly. Brother Shirley, forget it, let's go. Zhou Rongrong quickly stopped Xin Shirley from continuing. I originally thought that Xin Shirley would give me his coat, but I didn't expect that this man would borrow it directly from Lin Weiwan. Given the relationship between them, how could someone lend me money? Arriving at the village, Lin Weiwan walked back to his little house and quickly made a fire. Xin Shirley took Zhou Rongrong to the brigade to find the village chief and the brigade leader. After work in the afternoon, Yi Jibai saw that someone had returned to the small house in the backyard. He quickly picked up the bucket and went to change the water in Lin Weiwan's water tank. Seeing the girl dusting and cleaning the house, Yi Jibai smiled to himself, as if he were a husband waiting for his wife to come home. You're back. Yi Jibai put the bucket at the door and walked in. Well, it's still cold here. Lin Weiwan put the rag in the basin. Look what I brought you. Yi Jibai walked in front of Lin Weiwan. The big hand rummaged inside the clothes, and Lin Weiwan stared with big eyes. What a great treasure we have found. It is hidden so secretly. A small sound came out along with Yi Jibai's movements. A palm-sized orange-flowered creature appeared in Yi Jibai's hand. With this, we won't be afraid of mice. Yi Jibai brought the cat in his hand in front of Lin Weiwan.
Ah.
Are you sure this little thing won't be taken away by a mouse? Lin Weiwan looked at the kitten in front of her. Cats are still relatively rare in rural areas, and most families are reluctant to give them away. There are many mice, and cats are good at catching mice. No one wants the food they have worked so hard to harvest to be eaten by mice. Yi Jibai's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Weiwan. Raise it, and it will grow up. Big cats are easy to run away, but kittens are easier to tame. Lin Weiwan carefully took the kitten over. What does it eat? I asked my aunt, and she said to give it some leftovers. I'll go catch some small fish from the river when I get back, and we'll use a pot to dry the fish and mix it with rice for it to eat. In 2 months, it will be able to catch mice when it's a little older. Yi Jibai took out a bucket and scooped out the half tank of water that Lin Weiwan had left behind. Sister Xiaowan, you're back. Hu Xiaobang and Shen Minghua also came over, followed by Wang Qiaoyan. Well, how are you all doing lately? Lin Weiwan looked at the three of them. Wang Qiaoyan squeezed next to Lin Weiwan and said, "It's fine. It's much easier now than the autumn harvest. We are either going up the mountain to chop wood or collecting firewood and harvesting vegetables. You're back just in time, and you've caught up with good things. We'll have a meeting to recall the past and sweep past tomorrow and distribute food the day after tomorrow." When they heard about the meeting to recall the past and sweep past, their faces froze. "I said I would treat you to a meal last time, but you didn't get to have it. It's a good thing you're back now, so let's have a better meal tomorrow night," Fat Hu said to Lin Weiwan. In the evening, Yi Jibai took out bacon and sausage and fried a meat dish for Lin Weiwan, and also made an egg and beans. The two of them ate dinner facing each other, and Lin Weiwan watched Yi Jibai wash the dishes and clean up. He took out the 2 cashmere sweaters he brought back from Haishir. "I brought them for you. Take them back and try them on." Yi Jibai wiped his hands and took the 2 soft cashmere sweaters with sparkling eyes.
For me.
Of course, it's a return of favor. Yi Jibai couldn't help but smile, looked around and whispered, "I know what happened on the train. Wei Shizhou sent me a telegram. Don't worry, I'm here." After Yi Jibai left, he locked the door, and Lin Weiwan took the cat into the space. He took out a basket and flowered cloth to make a cat bed for the little orange cat. He caught a few small fish from the small fish pond, quickly turned on the fire, and prepared them into dried fish in the pot. Judging from the kitten's appearance, it is estimated that it is just over a month old. Lin Weiwan prepared dried fish, mixed rice for the kitten, and placed it in a small dish. The little orange cat stumbled over when it smelled the scent of the fish. The kitten ate the dried fish mixed rice and made a whoosh
sound.
Lin Weiwan couldn't help but touch the little orange cat's head with her hand. Sure enough, girls couldn't refuse such a soft and furry little animal. "What name should I give you?" Lin Weiwan stroked the kitten with one hand and supported her chin with the other hand. In the end, she decided on a name that Xiaoju liked very much, Mimi. Every time Lin Weiwan called Mimi, the little orange cat would respond. She took a drop of spiritual spring water and mixed it into the water and fed the kitten with water. Xiaomi smelled the water, raised her tiny tail, and licked the small dish of water clean. It seemed that she liked it very much. After drinking the water, she meowed at Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan tapped the kitten's nose. "Smart guy. Don't be greedy." Lin Weiwan carried Mimi into the space villa. After setting the alarm, it was time to rest. After eating and drinking, Mimi slept peacefully in a small floral cat bed. The two of them lived peacefully. Lin Weiwan got up early, had breakfast, put Mimi in the house, and followed the educated youth to the village committee in his cotton-padded clothes. Today's meeting to recall the bitter past and the sweet past was naturally held in the auditorium of the village committee. This was the only room with enough space, so the educated youth sat together. Slogans were written on the gray and white walls, and the environment was refreshing. Wang Qiaoyan sat next to Lin Weiwan and looked around. "Did you have breakfast this morning?" Lin Weiwan nodded, and Wang Qiaoyan smiled. "We didn't eat because we were afraid that we wouldn't be able to eat after we were full." Lin Weiwan was very upset. The meeting to recall the bitter past and the sweet past was held twice a year, once before the spring plowing and once after the autumn harvest. The meeting mainly recalled the tragic past and praised the new society. If there were landlords in any village, those with bad backgrounds would be dragged in front of the crowd for criticism. Setting up examples would make people reflect on their mistakes and cherish the new society. At 8 o'clock, all members arrived and the meeting officially began. The meeting began with the speeches of the team leader and the village chief. There were also uncles and aunts in their 70s and 80s who took turns to tell their miserable experiences in that era.
Exploitation, slavery, séparation, ingé.
A series of events aroused the emotions of many people. The old people who had experienced it followed and wiped their tears. The young children did not dare to cry and stared at them quietly with ignorant eyes. In a blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. When they talked about now, they had new clothes to wear and could eat as long as they worked. Every household had its own house, could eat meat, and could be allocated rice. Their words were full of gratitude for this new society. They had expectations for life and the motivation to move forward. Forgetting the past is equal to betrayal. Recalling the hardships and pains of the old society, praising the happiness of the new society, improving self-awareness, and strengthening their beliefs and standing firm. The meeting ushered in the several ants carried pot after pot of hot vegetable soup. The team leader, the village chief, and others took out their 2 bowls and took the lead in filling them. Everyone followed suit and took out their own 2 bowls, standing up in a row to line up to fill more than 10 large pots with Accusations rice. It was Lin Weiwan's turn, and he filled 1 or 2 bowls of Accusations rice and returned to his seat. Amid the captain's excited words, everyone raised their bowls and started eating. It was called rice, but there was not a grain of rice in it. The whole Accusations rice was a thin paste made of rice bran, wheat bran, wild vegetables and weeds from the mountains, dried sweet potato vines, radish leaves, and other things that can be seen in the countryside. There was no oil or salt, and Lin Weiwan took 2 small sips from the 2 bowls.
The taste
Is hard to describe, and it's good enough to hold back from spitting it out. He glanced at Wang Qiaoyun, and the girl had already started to drink the second sip. Lin Weiwan turned his gaze to Yi Jibai on the other side and saw Yi Jibai drink half a bowl without changing his expression. Seeing Lin Weiwan peeking at him, he showed Lin Weiwan a standard 8-tooth smile. Lin Weiwan took a breath. They are all ruthless people. Just after drinking 3 sips, someone stood up and brought back the second bowl. Lin Weiwan's eyes were about to pop out of the window. This is a real ruthless person.
Ugh.
There was a vomiting sound behind him. Everyone looked back and saw Zhao Rongrong vomiting behind everyone's back. Shen Shirley hurriedly patted Zhao Rongrong's back and saw that everyone was looking at him. He hurriedly explained, "Rongrong is pregnant, sorry." The meeting of recalling the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness ended with Zhao Rongrong vomiting. In the afternoon, Lin Weiwan and others returned to the educated youth point. As soon as Lin Weiwan opened the door, he heard Xiaomi's cry. Entered the house and looked at the window. Take out the plastic sheet from the space, which was bought in the city before returning to Haishur. Take out the hammer, nails, and small wooden strips, and prepare to seal the windows of the small thatched house. This will make it much warmer in winter, although Lin Weiwan sleeps in the space. But it is not good to go in and out of the house in the cold every day. Yi Jibai saw Lin Weiwan moving a stool out and hurried over. He was wearing the black high-necked cashmere sweater that Lin Weiwan had given him under his black cotton coat. You're going to seal the windows. Yi Jibai took the things from Lin Weiwan's hand. Well, it looks like the weather is getting cold soon, so this will keep you warmer. Wait a minute. Xiaobang has the tung oil putty that he bought some time ago. Use that to seal the windows first. Let it air dry for a few days to dissipate the smell, and then seal the windows. This way it will be warmer. He then returned the plastic sheet that Lin Weiwan had taken out and went to Hu Xiaobang to get a piece of tung oil putty. Yi Jibai held the tung oil putty in his big hands and sealed Lin Weiwan's windows little by little. He then took out a small shovel and smoothed it so that there was no gap between the putty and the window frame and glass. Lin Weiwan stood aside and looked at Yi Jibai. Sure enough, men who work are the most attractive. What is Lin Jiqing doing? Wang Ping saw Lin Weiwan and Yi Jibai applying something on the window as soon as she opened the door. Lin Weiwan turned around and looked at Wang Ping, who was walking over. She's sealing the windows. It's great to have a boyfriend. Unlike us, we have to do everything by ourselves. Wang Ping looked at Lin Weiwan with envy, but her eyes looked through Lin Weiwan at Yi Jibai, who was working attentively. Such a good man didn't fancy her, but she was not in a hurry. There was no need to waste her time here. Lin Weiwan was stunned. What did this mean? Was she very familiar with her? If Wang Jiqing feels sad, she can find someone. There are many male educated youths in the educated youth point and many unmarried male members in the village. Lin Weiwan replied with a smile. Wang Ping looked at Lin Weiwan deeply. I still can't do it. I just want to ask Yi Jiqing for a favor and help me seal the glass. Lin Weiwan raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Jibai behind her. Yi Jibai heard Wang Ping talking to him and smoothed the last bit of putty. I'm going to go up the mountain with Lin Jiqing to chop wood in a while. You can handle it yourself. Yi Jibai glanced at Wang Ping with a cold face and turned his head away. Pack up, we're going out. He turned around and wrapped up the remaining putty and handed it to Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan followed Yi Jibai out of the Jiqing point and walked towards the back mountain. Wang Ping turned away embarrassedly without looking at the two people who left, thinking that she would go to the city to buy books after the food was divided. The two of them shot a chicken on the mountain, while Yi Jibai was cleaning up the chicken. Lin Weiwan came back from fishing 3 fish from the river and looked at the pheasant that Yi Jibai had cleaned up. Did you keep the feathers? With this one, it's just right to make a feather duster. The two of them walked towards the Jiqing point with bamboo baskets on their backs, and Yi Jibai looked at the fat crucian carp in Lin Weiwan's bamboo basket. You are really good at fishing. You can catch 3 big fish in such a short time. Yi Jibai expressed his admiration and pride. You can do it too. Fish like the taste of chicken intestines.
I'll lend you some dried fish next time. Try it.
Lin Weiwan didn't use technology to do this time. It was just luck.
Ye ibain nodded.
Then I'll go fishing next time and prepare some for the kitten. Lin Weiwan smiled foolishly at the big fish in the basket. There are now many more fish in the fish pond in the space, big and fat. Thanks to the time difference in the space and a little spiritual spring water, Lin Weiwan thinks that as long as there is a chance to enrich the species in the fish pond, it will be fine. The other things don't need to be considered by himself. The 5 people gathered in Hu Xiaopeng's house. Lin Weiwan kept a 3-gene fish for himself and asked Ji to cook the other 2 more than 2-gene fish. The backyard of the educated youth site emitted bursts of fragrance again. It was dark when Du Shanshan came back. The difference this time was that Du Shanshan came back on a bicycle, which attracted many people from the village head to the educated youth site. This is the second bicycle in the village. The first bicycle belongs to the captain's family. The little kid ran after the bicycle, laughing as he watched Du Shanshan ride her bicycle into the youth league house. The people who were eating watched Du Shanshan push her bicycle back to the backyard. Wang Ping came out with some water, and seeing Du Shanshan's smug look, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. She was so useless. She thought a broken bicycle was so amazing. Wang Ping only took a glance, but her eyes were on the people who were eating in the main room of Hu Xiaopeng and Xin Minghua. She turned around and saw Lin Weiwan's house next door. The door was slightly open and not locked. Wang Ping's heart moved slightly. It was really frustrating that something so close to her could not be owned by her. The next morning, everyone had breakfast early, carrying a shoulder pole and pushing a cart to the granary behind the village committee office. Today, everyone's face was filled with smiles because it was the annual grain distribution day. After a year of hard work, who wouldn't be happy to receive the results today? When the backyard team arrived, there was already a long line of people waiting to receive grain. Lin Weiwan followed Yi Jibai in line, in front of the line. The village chief, the team leader, accountant Li, and the scorekeeper were all in the front. The most surprising thing was that Dong Daqing was also in the grain distribution team. This is a good job. You can get 10 work points in a day without getting tired. Of course, the people who were distributing grain in the front were either the family members of the team leader or the son-in-law and son of the accountant. This good job is not for others, and everyone can only watch, but no one objected. The 2 major surnames in the entire Dongxing village are all related. Even the big yellow dog at the entrance of the village can be related to the village chief's family for several generations. There were more than 20 people in the front of the team. Lin Weiwan and his friends queued for more than 2 hours, but did not move forward. The reason was simple. One person in line represented the whole family. When it was their turn, they shouted, and the girls, uncles, brothers, and sisters all came. They lined up in the morning, and at noon Lin Weiwan and his friends took out cornmeal cakes from their bags and ate lunch with water. It was more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon before it was the turn of Hu Xiaopeng, who was at the front. Several people came at the same time, and the total work they had done was less than 3 months. Fortunately, the educated youth received a 12-month food subsidy in the first year of their rural life, 30 kilograms per month. The scorekeeper began to calculate Hu Xiaopeng's work points, 65 days of work, 8 work points per day, a total of 520 work points. Each work point is 1.25 cents, a total of 65 yuan. Deducting a year's basic ration, there is still 23.6 yuan. After the scorekeeper finished calculating, he signed for Hu Xiaopeng to check, and Dong Daqing stood there and asked Hu Xiaopeng. The production team's rations were different from those in the city. The ration ratio was 8-2, with 8 basic rations and 2 work-based rations for each person. All male and female members of the production team who reached the age of 60 were no longer laborers. The production team no longer arranged jobs for these elderly people. They all volunteered to work, such as helping their children do the part that belonged to their families. The production team would not give them extra work points. Even if they did not have to work, older people could still participate in the ration distribution. The distribution of basic rations also had a strict control of the distribution ratio. There are 5 levels, namely 0-6 years old, 7-14, 15-17, 18-59, and over 60 years old. 18-59 years old is the highest level, belonging to the strongest labor force in the prime years. Over 60 years old is the second level, 15-17 is the third level, 7-14 years old is the fourth level, and 0-6 years old is the sixth level. The basic ration distribution ratio is 5-4-3-2-1. On this basis, the advanced level is divided. Those who have good work performance all year round can get 10 work points as advanced individuals. People over 60 years old can get rations even if they lose their ability to work. However, the basic ration must be purchased with the labor work points obtained by the family. If it is an elderly person without children, the production team's public welfare fund will be used as a subsidy. This is also a national policy that benefits the people. The elderly have a place to rely on and a place to be supported. Everyone has food to eat, and everyone has work to do. Helping each other, a collective, is a family. The first year of the educated youth in the countryside was allocated 30 kilograms of food rations by the state. If they worked more, they would have the basic food deducted, and the rest could be taken away, which could be exchanged for food or money. And those who worked less did not need to be compensated. After all, they needed an adaptation period in the first year, but it was only for this year, and they could still receive food even if they worked less. However, their own evaluation would not be good, and they would basically have no chance to be rated as first-class workers in the future. This means that in future work, even if you work hard, you may not get 10 work points. When Dong Daqing saw the people at the educated youth point, his back straightened up. When Hu Xiaopeng heard that there were still 23.6 yuan, he said, "Exchange it for rice." Dong Daqing smiled sarcastically. "There's not so much rice. It cannot be exchanged. Even if it is exchanged according to the work point ratio, you can only get 20% of the fine grain." The people behind Hu Xiaopeng were listening carefully. After all, it was the first year in the countryside, and they were not clear about many details. As the saying goes, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. It depends on the conscience of the production team in which village you are assigned to. Hu Xiaopeng could only sigh when he heard this. He had been eating cornmeal for so long and really wanted to eat rice. The only 2 times he had eaten it were bought from the black market. Then let us exchange it in proportion. Hu Xiaopeng walked aside with 37 kilograms of rice and 155 kilograms of cornmeal in his arms. The work points of the few people were similar, so naturally they received the same amount. The only difference was Zhou Rongrong and Xin Shirley. Not to mention the 2 brothers of the Zhou family who were arrested, the food connection was directly transferred. Xin Shirley and Zhou Rongrong did not receive any cents during the days they took leave. Not only did they not receive any, but they also had to deduct a little. When Lin Weiwan agreed to go back to High City with the Zhou family, the Zhou brothers and sisters not only covered Lin Weiwan's transportation expenses, but also covered Lin Weiwan's deducted work points for half a month.
So,
among a bunch of educated youth, only Xin Shirley and Zhou Rongrong did not receive any food. On the contrary, Xin Shirley was transferred because his household registration and food connection were transferred. Under the calculation of the scorekeeper and accountant Li, He compensated the production team 28 yuan. The two left quickly with dark faces. Shen surely didn't expect this result, but he didn't do it. His documents were withheld by the brigade, and he couldn't leave without paying the money. Now he looked at the only 230 yuan he brought from home. Rong, I will leave tomorrow morning. Take these 200 yuan. Take good care of yourself and the child. You don't go to work because you're pregnant, especially if you're in good health. You can go to work, and the work points will be recorded normally. I will send you the money after I get paid. Shen surely looked at Zhao Rongrong's sallow face in the past 2 days. He handed the 2010 in his arms to Zhao Rongrong. This money was Shen's mother's private money, which was secretly given to Shen Shirley. Zhao Rongrong found her small flower cloth wallet from the Kongqin. There were only 12.5 yuan left in it, and she stuffed the 200 yuan given by Shen Shirley into it. Brother Shirley, don't worry. I will take good care of myself, and you have to come to pick me up soon. I'm so scared here alone. Zhao Rongrong threw herself into Shen Shirley's arms. Her face, with her back to Shen Shirley, had a solemn expression. The next day, Zhao Rongrong sent Shen Shirley to the village head and watched the man leave. She felt very upset. It was as if she had no one to rely on, and he just left like that, leaving her in the countryside. She said that she would ask for help if she found a job. But it was not that easy to find a job. If Lin Weiwan had been willing to give her a job, how could she be like this now? Looking at the pile of cabbage like a small mountain, Lin Weiwan thought of more than 10 ways to eat it. Soon it was Lin Weiwan's turn to get the cabbage. According to the proportion of work points, Lin Weiwan received 36 cabbages. Look at Aunt Chunhua's family, with 8 sons. Not to mention how much rice they received, they have already pushed away 4 carts of cabbage. Sure enough, in this era, having more children means labor, and at the same time, you can get more food. Yi Jibai pushed the cart to help Lin Weiwan tie up the potatoes and cabbages. There was a cellar in the front yard, but it didn't matter whether Lin Weiwan put these vegetables in the cellar or not. Lin Weiwan decided to store the sauerkraut directly, and then ask Aunt Li to bring back some Chinese cabbage. Although there are more and tastier cabbages in the space, the surface work still needs to be done. In the morning, the cabbage is distributed, and in the afternoon, the work starts directly. After removing the bad leaves, Lin Weiwan secretly sends them into the space as food for the chicken family. The rest is placed on a wooden rack to dry. The sun is good today. After 2 days of drying, the sauerkraut that has been collected will be more delicious and less likely to spoil. Zhao Rongrong walked out of the yard, and many people on the road showed pity when they saw Zhao Rongrong. The man went back to the city and left his pregnant wife in the countryside. If this is set out, it will be as ugly as it can be, just like being abandoned. Zhao Rongrong felt uncomfortable being looked at, and saw Aunt Wang next door carrying a basket. What has Aunt Wang been doing? Wang Qiuyan looked at Zhao Rongrong's sallow face, and thought of the time when she was pregnant and had poor food and clothes. I'm going to my sister's house. Zhou Jiqing is wearing so little. Wear more clothes when it's cold. Zhou Rongrong didn't expect Aunt Wang, who usually doesn't talk much, to be so kind and care about her. She got angry when she thought about the little money she had. Shen Shirley said he would pick her up and send her money. But things that didn't reach her didn't count as hers. She had to use the little money she had now. The cotton padded jacket in the house for winter was from school and has been worn for 2 years. Thank you, Auntie. My Shirley left me some money. I was thinking of buying 2 pieces of cloth from the city tomorrow. She took out the floral bag from her arms, which contained 20 tens. Wang Qiuyan took a look at it. Oh, put it away quickly, don't lose it. Don't worry, Annie, this is what Shirley gave me today. I'll keep it well when I get back. Zhou Rongrong smiled very sweetly and put the wallet in her pocket. Not far away, she saw Lin Weiwan. Zhou Rongrong looked around and ran straight to Lin Weiwan. Looking at Zhou Rongrong, who was blocking his way, Lin Weiwan subconsciously took 2 steps back. She was a pregnant woman now, and it would be hard to explain if something happened to her so close to him. Xiao Wan, don't be like this. We have known each other for so many years. Do you really want to be estranged from me? Zhou Rongrong looked at Lin Weiwan tenderly and weakly, with a cautious look, as if she was afraid that Lin Weiwan would be angry. Lin Weiwan stared at Zhou Rongrong. What was going on? There is nothing to say between us. Xiao Wan, do you hate me for bringing the Zhou family to disturb your life? Or do you feel uncomfortable because Shirley and I got married? If that's the reason for you, you can hit me and scold me, but don't ignore me. I have thought a lot these days. We are classmates and sisters, and this shouldn't be the case. Then what do you think we should do? Treat you like a sister and take good care of you? Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Rongrong. She was not pregnant for long and should be less than 2 months pregnant. It is only a matter of time before the Zhou family recognizes you.
You are the lost child of the Zhou family.
Where can you go if you don't go back to the Zhou family? Zhou Rongrong didn't think she had done anything wrong. When she brought the graduation photo home, it was the old man of the Zhou family who said that Lin Weiwan looked familiar. It was not until she saw the black jade beads that she was sure that Lin Weiwan was the lost child of the Zhou family. As for saving Zhou Laosi, that was the plan of Zhou's mother and several people in the Zhou family. She was originally adopted by the Zhou family and had no say, let alone influence the Zhou family's ideas. You mean, you are innocent for colluding with them to drug me? You didn't mean to make false evidence that I took the eggs from the Sun family and was almost caught by the Sun family to be a daughter-in-law? Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Rongrong with a sneer. Bad people never think how bad they are, but just think how innocent they are. Zhou Rongrong came to her. There must be some conspiracy. Lin Weiwan was alert and focused on Zhou Rongrong's every move. Xiao Wan, everyone has a hot-headed moment. I won't defend myself. I admit that I'm jealous of you. I'm jealous that you're a child of the Zhou family. I'm jealous that you'll be adopted by a good family, even if you get lost. I'm jealous that you're prettier than me. But I'm also changing myself. I don't want to live in jealousy. These days I've discovered how wrong I was before. Now that I'm pregnant, I know how problematic my thinking is. Xiao Wan, don't you even give me a chance to correct myself? Zhou Rongrong kept talking, tears falling one by one, crying so pitifully. People passing by not far away only saw one with a cold face and the other crying heartbreakingly. You don't need to say so much. The damage has been done. It's too late to say forgiveness. Lin Weiwan made a double entendre and walked away around Zhou Rongrong. After getting 50 cabbages from Aunt Li's house, Lin Weiwan ran back and forth, picking the cabbages one by one. Put them in the cellar for preservation. As the sky gradually darkened, the people who went to the mountains to cut firewood returned one after another. Now the work in the fields has been completed, although no one knows when the blizzard and cold winter will come. But everyone is preparing for the arrival of the cold winter in advance. While the weather is good and the autumn harvest is past, the village has begun to repair houses and build walls to prevent them from collapsing under the heavy snow in winter. Wang Qiaoyan walked to Lin Weiwan with a basket on her shoulder. You are really amazing. You can even store sauerkraut. Then she stuffed the basket into Lin Weiwan's arms. What is it? Lin Weiwan looked at the tightly covered basket. Good stuff. Wang Qiaoyan smiled mysteriously and walked deeper today. Now he has saved more than 20 yuan from selling mountain products back and forth. Lin Weiwan uncovered a corner and found that it was a basket of walnuts. You have gone deep into the mountains. Everyone has wandered around the nearby mountains and really didn't see any walnut trees. Wang Qiaoyan nodded. Yeah, we walked a little deeper today and saw it as soon as we turned a corner. The two of them were standing in the backyard chatting, and a group of people squeezed in. Village chief, Lin Weiwan is there. Zhou Rongrong pointed at Lin Weiwan's pair of red eyes and looked over. Lin Weiwan raised her eyebrows. She knew that this guy approaching her was not good. Village chief, please help me. Now I'm pregnant. Before my family's Shirley left, he gave me all the money he had. I lived on this money. Now the money is gone. What should I do? Zhou Rongrong started to cry again, and Wang Qiaoyan next to her felt sad. She patted Zhou Rongrong's shoulder affectionately. Village chief, Zhou Jiqing's money is indeed lost, and I helped her find it for a long time. The village chief felt that his mind was jumping around, and there was nothing more annoying than this. Then why did you bring me here? I disappeared because I was parting with Lin Weiwan and Lin Jiqing about money. Besides, I didn't go anywhere else. When I was not far from Lin Jiqing, I saw her lowering her head to pick up something. I didn't think much about it at the time, but I didn't expect that my wallet would be gone. Zhao Rongrong explained tearfully. The villagers who followed in to watch the excitement also understood that this Lin Jiqing had picked up Zhao Jiqing's wallet. Xiaowan, I beg you, please give me the money back. Without this money, how can my child and I survive?
I.
Zhao Rongrong rushed to Lin Weiwan, grabbed Lin Weiwan's arm and cried, crying so miserably that she almost fainted. Aunt Wang quickly helped the thin Zhao Rongrong up, looked at Lin Weiwan's fair and round little face, and then glanced at the thin and sallow Zhao Rongrong. She was immediately furious. Lin Jiqing, everyone knows that you are not short of money and have good conditions, but a gentleman loves money. You should get it in a proper way. If you took Zhao Jiqing's money, you should return it immediately. This is Zhao Jiqing's life-saving money. You can't be so black-hearted and greedy for money. Wang Qiuyan's few words directly confirmed Lin Weiwan. After hearing what their fellow villagers said, the villagers' trust in them naturally increased. After all, people of this era rarely lie, especially in such matters. People are very honest and say what they mean. The straightforward character of northeastern people cannot bear to see the disadvantaged group suffer. Soon Lin Weiwan was denounced by everyone. Okay, shut up. Zhao Dezhu sighed and turned to look at Lin Weiwan. Lin Jiqing, did you take Zhao Jiqing's money? The village chief naturally did not want this to happen, especially to Lin Weiwan, who had a special identity. Village chief, I didn't take it. Lin Weiwan didn't know why Zhao Rongrong did this. Even if money was found in her house, she couldn't be sure that the money belonged to her. When Lin Weiwan thought of this, her heart moved. How could Zhao Rongrong be sure that there was her money in her house? And how could she be sure that the money was hers, bringing so many people to bear witness? Unless Zhao Rongrong's money was really in her house. When Lin Weiwan thought of this, she felt that she was careless in the afternoon. Thinking about the cabbage she was carrying back and forth in the front and backyards in the yard, she didn't lock the door. Zhao Rongrong had never been to the educated youth site, so how did the money get into her house?
Who is it?
Someone from the educated youth site? When the village chief heard Lin Weiwan say no, he lowered his head in thought, and he had his say. The mother-in-law is right. What should I do? Village chief, I saw Lin Weiwan bending down to pick up something with my own eyes. I found that my wallet was missing just a few minutes after I separated from Lin Weiwan. Aunt Wang also saw my wallet before she met Lin Weiwan. Zhao Rongrong's eyes slid behind Lin Weiwan, and her words became more firm. It's like this, village chief. I have seen Zhao Jiqing's wallet before that. Moreover, Zhao Jiqing and Lin Jiqing had an argument on the road, and many people saw it. Zhao Jiqing was bullied so badly that he cried bitterly. Wang Qiuyan told everything she saw this afternoon. Yes, I saw it. In the afternoon, Lin Jiqing stood there with a sullen face, and Zhao Jiqing cried like crazy. Yes, I saw it too. Lin Jiqing is too much. It's okay for him to beat people up at ordinary times, but now he even bullies a pregnant woman. Hand over the money quickly. Our village can't tolerate people with dirty hands and feet. When Yi Jibai and his companions came down from the mountain, they saw that the educated youth point was surrounded by a crowd of people again. Zhao Rongrong, why are you walking around the village with your wallet for no reason? All money is the same. You don't think it's yours just because you see it. Lin Weiwan took out a big unity from his trouser pocket and waved it in front of Lin Weiwan. Zhao Rongrong lowered her head in grievance. Of course I know my money. Lin Weiwan, you can't always bully people like this. We're close to you and let you bully us, so that's fine. If you bully outsiders like this one day, they may not let it go so easily. Upon hearing this, the accountant's wife quickly responded, yes, you can't bully people everywhere just because you are the orphan of a martyr. It's really a discredit to the martyrs. Such people will not know that there is something wrong with them until they meet a tough guy one day. As she said that, she didn't forget to roll her eyes at Lin Weiwan, and she had never forgotten that she had suffered at the hands of Lin Weiwan. This girl is a hard bone to chew. If she changed to a softer one, she would have received her matchmaking fee long ago. 50 yuan for a few times is enough to marry her own son. Yi Jibai squeezed through the crowd, walked to Lin Weiwan's side, and asked Lin Weiwan with concern what happened. Looking at Yi Jibai, who came back in a mess from nowhere, Lin Weiwan took one look and turned his head away embarrassedly. This guy was probably looking for things in the mountains like those people. What a sin. Lin Weiwan muttered to himself. Zhou Rongrong said that I picked up her money and didn't give it to her. Lin Weiwan explained the current situation in one sentence. He still admired Zhou Rongrong's incitement of the masses. It turned out that women had to pretend to be weak, and most people fell for it.
What do you mean I said it?
I saw it. Village chief. Please make the decision for me. Zhou Rongrong insisted that Lin Weiwan took her wallet. How much money is missing from Zhou Jiqing? When we find it, we can check the number and see what the wallet looks like. The village chief asked Zhou Rongrong. Since he was going to find it, he naturally had to ask clearly. It was a pity that the team leader had gone to the city for a meeting and had not returned. It was bad for the old man to be alone. 212.50 yuan, this is the only money in my wallet. The 200 yuan was given to me by Shun Shirley before he left. If you don't believe it, you can contact Shun Shirley in High City. Aunt Wang also saw it. Zhou Rongrong said firmly. Her eyes were bright, and she looked straight at everyone without a trace of evasion. Things like money don't have any marks. Even if you receive the money in Lin Weiwan's room, you can't be sure it's yours. After all, Lin Weiwan is not short of money, and she has no need to do such a thing. Yi Jibai stood up and spoke for Lin Weiwan. Wang Qiaoyan nodded wildly. Lin Weiwan is a man who doesn't suffer any loss, but his character is still reliable. Yes, we believe that Lin Weiwan has not taken Zhou Jiqing's wallet. Zhou Jiqing, you have too many criminal records. Who knows if you designed this thief crying catch thief yourself? Pang Hu said with his chest puffed out. How could anyone believe what Zhou Rongrong said, who had no credibility at all? Shun Minghua thought for a moment. If it was planned by Zhou Jiqing himself, it is not impossible. Who would carry so much money around and find someone to show it to others? Let people confirm that you went out with so much money. You had a bad relationship with Lin Weiwan. You stopped Lin Weiwan on purpose and put on a show in front of everyone, then waited to wrongly accuse Lin Weiwan in the end. After all, money and things are the same. Everyone knows that Lin Weiwan is in good conditions. It is not surprising to find 200 or 300 yuan in her room. Shun Minghua analyzed step by step what Zhou Rongrong might do. Zhou Rongrong's face turned ugly after hearing what Shun Minghua said, and then she looked at Lin Weiwan with sharp eyes. I brought the money out because I was worried about leaving it in the house. After all, there would be no one at home when I go out. It wasn't me who took the initiative to show it to Aunt Wang. It was because Aunt Wang cared about me and was afraid that I wouldn't be able to live well, so I said that Shin Shirley had left me living expenses. Zhou Rongrong refuted Shin Minghua's guess. Village chief, I demand to search Lin Weiwan's house. As long as my wallet is in Lin Weiwan's house, even if the money is the same, the wallet cannot be the same. My wallet is made of red floral cloth and is this big, Zhou Rongrong said, gesturing with her hands to show the size. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Rongrong and knew what she didn't understand. The wallet with more than 200 yuan in it was in her room. She needed to think of a way, otherwise she would be blamed for it today. Lin Weiwan looked calm and composed, without a trace of fear, but she was very anxious in her heart. 200 yuan in this era, Zhou Rongrong was holding on to her, and there were witnesses and evidence. Even the orphan of a martyr couldn't save her. She couldn't escape the farm transformation, and she would be recorded in the file of misconduct, which would be a problem wherever she went. It was possible that someone would make a fuss about it in the future. Lin Weiwan had already thought about how much trouble this would cause to her in the future. The village chief looked at Lin Weiwan and Zhou Rongrong with some embarrassment, saying that it was not good for a girl's house. And he didn't want Lin Weiwan to do it from the bottom of his heart, but now Zhou Rongrong was so sure that it was Lin Weiwan who took it. What should she do about it? Lin Weiwan looked at the embarrassment of the village chief and the excitement of the villagers, knowing that the arrow was on the string. I have to post it. You can search, but I want to search Zhou Rongrong herself and her room first. If you want to check on others, prove yourself first. Lin Weiwan's eyes were fixed on Zhou Rongrong. Although it was a delaying tactic, she still hoped to find something in the process. Zhou Rongrong's thin body paused. She didn't expect Lin Weiwan to agree. It was good that she agreed. She was just afraid that you would not agree to the search. Okay, search it. But I want someone to guard here. Zhou Rongrong's eyes swept over Yi Jibai, Wang Qiaoyan, Hu Xiaobang, Shen Minghua, and others. Who knows if these 4 people will go in and hide the things because they are protecting Lin Weiwan. The village chief glanced at Lin Weiwan, Ershing, Dekui, Weiman. The 3 of you guard here, and don't let anyone enter Lin Jiqing's room. Yi Jibai looked at Hu Xiaobang. You stay, we'll go and take a look. Hu Xiaobang nodded to show that he knew, but Shen Minghua's eyes kept scanning the Educated Youth Center. The people in the Educated Youth Center are now back and watching the excitement. If Lin Weiwan was framed, who was the traitor? In fact, Shen Minghua had just thought of another possibility. The wallet was in Lin Weiwan's room, and the people in the Educated Youth Center colluded with Zhou Rongrong to set up this trap. As long as Lin Weiwan stole the money, he would be affected for the rest of his life. A group of people walked towards the small house opposite the Educated Youth Courtyard, which was also a 1.5-room dry rammed earth house. The village chief chose his wife, the accountant's wife, and 2 elderly people who were old and nimble to go in. Zhou Rongrong also went in with him, and they searched the house and Zhou Rongrong's body. Zhou Rongrong was the only one living in the house, and her husband was not at home, so it was naturally not easy to let a man go in to search. Zhou Rongrong, a female comrade. Everyone was waiting outside the house, but Lin Weiwan's eyes swept through the crowd. Every person, including the members of the community, but there was still no clue. She looked towards Zhou Rongrong's house, wondering what was going on inside. As soon as she thought about it, Lin Weiwan's consciousness went out. To Lin Weiwan's surprise, she actually saw what was going on in Zhou Rongrong's room. From the tables, chairs, and benches to the hair in the kangqin, everything was clear in Lin Weiwan's eyes. Looking at the hair, Lin Weiwan suddenly had an idea, and in her consciousness, the hair instantly entered Lin Weiwan's face. This situation made Lin Weiwan's eyes light up, and she didn't have time to sigh. Seeing that Aunt Li and others were already searching Zhou Rongrong's kangqin, the quilts were open to see if the wallet was rolled inside. Zhou Rongrong had already been searched, and now she was calmly watching the few people searching the house. Several people came out of Zhou Rongrong's room and shook their heads at the people outside. Nothing was found. I've already said that my things were lost, and Lin Weiwan found them. Okay, let us go to Lin Jiqing now. A group of people returned to the Jiqing point in a mighty manner. Lin Jiqing, this matter still needs to be checked. The Annies in the village are all honest old people. Don't worry, they will definitely not damage your things. The village chief comforted Lin Weiwan. Several aunties walked towards Lin Weiwan's door.
Wait,
Lin Weiwan said. What's wrong? The village chief and everyone looked at Lin Weiwan. Yi Jibai was anxious in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, but his eyes were unusually cold. Hearing Lin Weiwan stop, he thought Lin Weiwan had thought of something. Zhou Rongrong showed a sarcastic smile. Lin Weiwan, don't delay. Everyone's time is precious. If you have nothing to hide, let everyone go in and search. The truth will be revealed after the search, and no one can harm you for nothing. Zhou Rongrong felt that Lin Weiwan was desperate and wanted to stop everyone from searching the house. With Lin Weiwan's brain, she should have guessed that the things were in her room. Zhou Rongrong was very excited, and there was nothing more exciting than watching Lin Weiwan's dying struggle. I don't mean to stop everyone, I just think Zhou Jiqing's behavior is a bit too much. Lin Weiwan said slowly. What's too much? I lost the money and saw you picked it up, so I naturally have to search you. Zhou Rongrong said proudly. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must catch the stolen goods and catch an adulterer. Just based on your words, you concluded that I took your wallet and wanted to search my body and my home.
Zhou Rongrong, why?
Because you have repeatedly framed me for my character and morality. or because you are a pregnant woman and have privileges, or because you are pregnant and have aroused everyone's sympathy, you can wantonly trample on other people's dignity and step on other people's bottom line and wantonly frame them. Zhao Rongrong didn't expect Lin Weiwan to say this and was immediately furious. Lin Weiwan, don't talk about other things. I just saw you pick it up. It's my life-saving money. I begged you to return it to me, but you didn't. You are a rich man with good conditions, but it is my life-saving straw. You can't go against your conscience and take any money. Zhao Rongrong bit Lin Weiwan tightly and said firmly that the wallet was picked up by Lin Weiwan. The people in the crowd heard this and felt that what Zhou Jiqing said was correct. People saw it, otherwise why would they ask for a search? Zhou Jiqing said he saw it, so just move aside. We'll know if you search it. The accountant's wife asked Lin Weiwan with her arms folded across her chest. Oh? Aunt Li, you picked up the money I dropped yesterday. I'm going to search your house now. Lin Weiwan said directly.
Why?
Don't make up stories. I didn't pick up any money. But I saw it. It was you who picked up my money. Lin Weiwan said with certainty. Bah, you shameless idiot. Li Chunhua said bah. Look, when I said that, you all didn't agree to be searched. Why should I agree to be searched by someone like Zhou Rongrong who has questionable morals? How credible is her word? Can her character change just because she's pregnant? Lin Weiwan, what do you mean? Everyone makes mistakes. Don't attack me personally. People say that knowing one's mistakes can lead to improvement. Don't you allow people to change? Why do you say that to me? After I got pregnant, I just wanted to live my life well, give birth to the baby, and raise it to adulthood. Why do you slander me like this? Zhou Rongrong was so angry that she jumped up and cried, looking like she was bullied. Tears flowed like a spring that couldn't be stopped. To outsiders, she really looked like a girl who was cornered and helpless. Lin Jiqing, I saw Zhou Jiqing's money with my own eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out to testify. Wang Qiuyan stepped forward. It really wasn't long before Zhou Rongrong showed him her wallet, and when she lost it and looked for it everywhere. Since people say they saw Lin Jiqing picking up something, wouldn't it be clear if we searched it? Aunt Wang, she showed it to you, but it doesn't mean she really lost the money. This thing can be hidden anywhere. You can't say I took it just because of what she said. If anyone can prove that they saw me picking up the wallet, I will naturally agree to let you search. Lin Weiwan's eyes swept across the toes of everyone at the Jiqing point again. In the crowd, one person moved his toes slightly forward after hearing what Lin Weiwan said. But no one spoke up to testify. Lin Weiwan was a little puzzled. It was completely different from the person he had guessed. How could it be her? How could it be her? Or did he misunderstand? Don't say so much. Do you want us to search, or do you want us to report to the police?
Don't say we didn't give you a way out then.
Li Chunhua's eyes were like thorns, sweeping Lin Weiwan from head to toe. Lin Weiwan glanced at Li Chunhua, who was jumping happily. It's not impossible to search. I have the conditions. What conditions? The village chief sighed helplessly, knowing that this girl had her own plans for dragging it out for so long. Since Zhou Jiqing kept saying that he saw me pick up her wallet but didn't catch me at that time, but instead asked a large group of you to catch me at this time. Doing so is not only an insult to my personality, but also another kind of oppression. I want to make a bet with Zhou Jiqing. What bet? Zhou Rongrong's expression was a little cautious. I always felt that something was wrong. It shouldn't be. The uneasy eyes looked at one place when asking. Only when the man nodded slightly did he let go of his hanging heart. Shen Minghua always paid attention to the reactions of this group of people. After Lin Weiwan's confusion, he didn't expect to find some clues. But when he saw this person, he also felt strange. Why did two people who had no contact with each other do this together? Yi Jibai lowered his eyes to hide the cold, murderous aura in his eyes. He had seen many life and death on the battlefield, but he didn't expect that the small village was full of such unbearable things. The bet is, if Zhou Jiqing finds her wallet and money on me or in my room, I will voluntarily compensate Zhou Jiqing an additional 500 yuan as compensation for Zhou Jiqing, and I will turn myself into the city police. Lin Weiwan's words caused an uproar. Turning herself in, A girl admits that she is a thief who stole money. 200 yuan is not a small amount. Her life is almost ruined. With a criminal record of theft, no one will want it. Zhao Rongrong couldn't hide her happiness when she heard Lin Weiwan say this. This big talk. Isn't it just that she doesn't want to be searched? Are you scared? Everyone can scare people with big talk, and then refuse the search with righteous words. Today, even if the king comes, she will search this house. And if Zhou Jiqing agrees, then you will naturally pay the corresponding price. If you can't find your wallet in my house or on me, then you have to compensate me 500 yuan and apologize in the city newspaper. Lin Weiwan's words once again caused everyone to exclaim and apologize in the newspaper. They don't even read newspapers for a year, and even if they do, they only read the old ones. This is the first time they have heard of an apology in the newspaper. The village chief has calmed down now. What else can this girl not dare to say? Yi Jibai couldn't help trembling at this time. This girl is really different. The ideas are different, the methods are different. Regardless of what happened, just the fact that she dared to say this made him want to applaud. Wang Xiaoyan felt that it was the right choice to make friends with Lin Weiwan at this time, and looked at Lin Weiwan in front of her with admiration. Zhou Rongrong was furious when she heard it, and her reaction was completely different from when she heard Lin Weiwan say that she would give her 500 yuan just now. Lin Weiwan, do you have the shame to give 500 yuan? Why don't you go to heaven? What a dare. You can also report to the police. I'll wait. Even the police have to have reasons and evidence to investigate the case. You, just based on your words, want to put the pot on my head. Zhou Rongrong, everyone must pay the corresponding price for their actions.
Do you? That?
Lin Weiwan stood on the commanding heights and looked down on Zhou Rongrong like a victorious queen. Zhou Rongrong's chest heaving proved how angry she was. She hated the way Lin Weiwan looked at her. How was she worse than her? How could she not compare to her? Why was it that they were both adopted daughters and she, Lin Weiwan, could enjoy everything from a high position? She would have to live a miserable life depending on others' wishes. Okay. I agree. Zhou Rongrong stood up straight at this time, like a soldier on the battlefield, fearless. That's the best. In case you don't admit it in the future, we can write a written document as evidence. Lin Weiwan looked at Xin Minghua and the others, and Hu Xiaopeng understood, and ran to his room to get paper and pen. The two signed on the table as if they were signing a life and death agreement, with the village chief as a witness, and the seal of the Dongxing Village Committee was officially withheld. Several people entered Lin Weiwan's house, and Aunt Li from the village chief's family searched Lin Weiwan. Simple clothes were easy to search, and once the coat was taken off, Li Chunhua searched. Lin Weiwan allowed several people to search her body, but her mind was scanning her room from the beams to the Kong mat. After cleaning the rice jar, water bucket, and under the stove, Lin Weiwan reached behind the Kongqin and found the wallet squeezed between the Kongqin and the wall. Lin Weiwan immediately put it into the space and opened the wallet in the space. He found that there were really 215 yuan in it. The difference was that the largest note in most people's hands was the 10 yuan big unity note, while the 10 yuan note in Zhou Rongrong's wallet was indeed the small circulation 10. Lin Weiwan wondered where Xin surely got the 10 for Zhou Rongrong. Didn't he clean out the Xin family twice? Lin Weiwan felt it was a pity to report the Xin family. If he didn't report it, the Xin family would be like a chicken ace bank, and it wouldn't take long for them to reap a batch of money. But the money of the vampire Xin Shanpu didn't come from a legitimate source, and he didn't know who he had harmed. It wasn't a good idea to collect it like this, so he had to report it reluctantly. Who let his son live too comfortably, jumping in front of him every day. He came back to his senses and looked at the people in the room, one pair of hands at a time. He felt behind the Kongqin again. He didn't find what he wanted, so he threw the quilt aside in disbelief. He moved the Kongqin away to search. Lin Weiwan looked at Li Chunhua coldly. It was really unexpected, but it wasn't that unexpected after thinking about it. After thinking for a while, Lin Weiwan focused his attention on the 4 people in the room. Fortunately, they hadn't brought them in to harm him. After searching for a long time, the people outside were waiting anxiously, and a few people came out of the room. Zhou Rongrong looked at the accountant's wife Li Chunhua excitedly, but found that Li Chunhua came out with a sullen face.
How is it?
Did you find anything? The village chief asked the few people. Aunt Li, the village chief's wife, shook her head. Nothing was found. Yi Jibai's heart was relieved when he heard this. How is it possible? Zhou Rongrong didn't want to believe this. It's true. There are only more than 30 yuan in change in the drawer in the room. How is it possible? Can't she collect a lot of rent? Why is there only this little money? Zhou Rongrong asked again. Are you crazy? If you have money, of course you save it. Who would keep so much money at home? Oh, you're indeed crazy. Not only do you keep so much money at home, but you also carry so much money with you. Lin Weiwan was full of sarcasm. No, it must be that they haven't searched it thoroughly. I want to go in and find it myself. My money is clearly with you. Zhou Rongrong pushed Wang Qiuyan away and walked quickly to the door of Lin Weiwan's room. Wait, we've searched it all. Why do you have to go in and search again? Lin Weiwan blocked Zhou Rongrong's way. Lin Weiwan was very disgusted with letting Zhou Rongrong enter his house. We've already searched. What's the harm in searching again? Zhou Rongrong said, as she pushed Lin Weiwan. Now that the money is really missing, it's a big problem. That's more than 200 yuan. They must have sided with Lin Weiwan and didn't check carefully, and she said that the people in the village are unreliable. Now it's gone. What will I spend it on? How can I have children and raise them? Zhou Rongrong was extremely anxious at this time, and her previous arrogance was completely gone. Village chief, it must be that they didn't check it carefully. I request another check. Zhou Rongrong, with tears in her eyes, hurried to find the village chief to make the decision. It's already been checked. What's the point? Can't we ask for steady and mature members to check it? Zhou Jiqing, how long are you going to make trouble? The village chief felt that Zhou Jiqing was simply a troublemaker. No, I lost the money. It's my living expenses. It was Lin Weiwan. She must have hidden it. Lin Weiwan, give me my money back, Zhou Rongrong said as she rushed to Lin Weiwan. Now her life depended on this little money. How could it be gone? It must have been hidden by Lin Weiwan. Seeing Zhou Rongrong rushing towards her like a tantrum, Lin Weiwan quickly hid aside. Lest this pregnant woman blackmail him, he would be unable to explain himself. Okay, stop it. The village chief spoke up to stop Zhou Rongrong's crazy behavior. Seeing Zhou Rongrong throwing a tantrum, the village chief felt even more headache. Village chief, can't you collect it again? Look at Zhou Jiqing like this. Wang Qiuyan felt a little sorry for Zhou Rongrong crying like crazy. Search if you say so, or I'll let you be the village chief. The village chief was so angry that he knocked his pipe and glared at Li Dachui's family. He had never seen a man who loved his wife so much, letting a woman jump in front of him every day. Ersheng, get the police from the city and take Zhou to the youth office in the city. Our village is too small to accommodate such a great person. The village chief's mustache twitched with anger as he directed the two women to pull up Zhou Rongrong, who was sitting on the ground. No, I won't leave. Why should I be pulled away? It was her. It was obviously her, Lin Weiwan, who took my money, and the things were in her room. Why, you are protecting her. Just because she is the orphan of a martyr, just because she has good conditions, you are on her side. Zhou Rongrong was yelling hysterically at this time, drooping her body and unwilling to get on the ox cart. If she was sent back to the youth office by the village, she would not be able to explain herself, and she would only be sent to a more miserable place for agricultural reform. Stop it. Are you going to kill someone? She is pregnant. A crisp female voice came from the back of the crowd. When everyone heard the voice, they looked back and saw a female youth wearing a military coat, carrying a suitcase and 2 large bags of luggage standing there. There is only one reason why they are determined to be female educated youth. All the educated youth who went to the countryside dressed like this, and the girl had a round and fair face. There is no such thing in the countryside. Even if you look fair and tender, you will become rough and dark after working in the fields for many years. Lin Weiwan looked at the girl in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Shinjinju. Hi, sure. 2 days after the Shen family got into trouble, because the Shen family father and son embezzled a huge amount of money, the 3 women of the Shen family were driven out of their original villa with their luggage. The 3 people sleeping on the street happened to meet Zhou's mother, who was subletting the house. Life is full of surprises. The Zhou family is penniless. Now, they only have a bedroom converted from the kitchen that has been vacated to dig for treasure. Zhou's mother, who was unaware and could not see her eldest son, could only find a job sweeping the streets and think about renting out the empty room. The 3 of the Shen family moved in, and Shen Zhenju was targeted by the neighborhood committee. Shen Shirley was the one who stayed to work. The Shen family lost its protection. Shen Zhenju could only go to the countryside in tears, and those young talents who were originally interested in getting married also ran away. In order to avoid going to the harsh northwest or the south where there were 2 or 3 crops, Shen's mother and old lady Shen used their last favors and begged for a long time to send Shen Zhenju to the place where Shen Shirley was working in the countryside at that time. Shen Zhenju looked at Zhou Rongrong, who was being bullied, and felt so cowardly. She strode over with her luggage. "Why are you arresting my sister-in-law? This is the first time I heard that someone whose money was stolen was sent to the police." Shen Zhenju's scrutiny swept over everyone present. When she saw Lin Weiwan, she paused for a moment and quickly turned away. But when she saw Yi Jibai standing next to Lin Weiwan, her eyes could no longer move. After a pause, she looked at the person in charge, the village chief, a little stiffly.
Who are you?
The village chief had not received the notice. What was going on with this educated youth? Was it still an educated youth who came to visit relatives? "I am a new educated youth named Shen Zhenju. I am Shen Shirley's sister and Zhou Rongrong's sister-in-law." Shen Zhenju's words surprised everyone. This was the first time they had met an educated youth who came after the autumn harvest. Generally, the educated youth were assigned to go to the countryside in August before the autumn harvest or in March or April. Going to the countryside in winter meant that it would be very difficult to survive without subsidies from home in the winter. In winter, people have a greater demand for food, but the food they were given was limited, and there were no work points. Then they realized that this person was coming for his relatives, so they didn't need to worry about it. "I'm afraid that educated youth Shen doesn't know the whole story. Your sister-in-law's money was lost, but she said she only saw Lin Weiwan picking up things and asked for a search. We sent people to search. We didn't find anything, and Zhou Jiqing was unyielding, so we decided to report it to the police. If you think it's unfair, you can go to the city with the ox cart to accompany your sister-in-law to report it to the police." The village chief took out the pipe on his waist and refilled it with tobacco. "It's better to report it to the police. Anyway, there are too many lice in Dongxing village now, and it's another trouble. It's better to send these 2 away together." His eyes swept to Lin Weiwan and sighed. "Sure enough, this wine and cigarettes are not given for free, so just bear with it. Of course, she wants to frame me for this just based on her own words. If she is not convinced, she will report it to the police. When the police investigate, please fulfill your obligations according to the agreement we signed before," Lin Weiwan said, shaking the paper of the agreement in her hand. Shen Zhenju's eyelids twitched, and she quickly turned around and asked Zhou Rongrong, "What did you sign?" Zhou Rongrong forgot her distress at this time. When she heard Shen Zhenju's question, she remembered what she had signed impulsively before searching the house. Her face suddenly became ugly, with huge compensation and an apology in the newspaper. Thinking of this, Zhou Rongrong was a little dazed. No, it's not like that. The wallet was clearly hidden in Lin Weiwan's room. What happened? She raised her head and looked in the direction where the educated youths were standing. Seeing Zhou Rongrong like this, Shen Zhenju was so angry that she pushed Zhou Rongrong. "Tell me, what did you sign?" Zhou Rongrong staggered after being pushed. It was Lin Weiwan who framed me and made me sign. The village chief gave Ershing a look, hit a car, and bring the police comrades over. With Lin Weiwan's consent, the public security comrades, accompanied by the village head's wife and Wang Qiaoyun, searched Lin Weiwan's house and the area outside the house again. It was getting dark and colder at night. Lin Weiwan stood in the yard in his military coat and watched. Finally, The relevant people went to the village committee office, and the others dispersed. Zhao Jiqing, Lin Jiqing is innocent. We searched everywhere and did not see her wallet or money. As for what you said about seeing Lin Jiqing picking up something, please verify with me accurately. Did you see Lin Jiqing pick up your wallet with your own eyes? Or did you only see her bending down to pick up something? Please answer my questions truthfully. Public Security Officer Tang had come to Dongxing Village last time and met Lin Weiwan and others. He naturally knew Zhou Rongrong in front of him. He was also the one who investigated Zhou Rongrong and the Zhou brothers. Now, for this farce, whether subjectively or objectively, he believed that it was Zhou Jiqing who caused the trouble. Zhou Rongrong stared at the ground and took a deep breath. I saw her pick up the wallet. The distance was quite far. Judging from the pattern, it was my wallet. Then why didn't you stop Lin Jiqing's behavior at that time? There were so many people outside, and someone would come to help if you shouted? Why did you choose to find the village chief and everyone to denounce Lin Jiqing later? Zhou Jiqing, please speak. Tang Jing'an stared at Zhou Rongrong's every move with sharp eyes.
I
was afraid that I saw it wrong, and I was not sure. It was only when I found that my wallet was lost later that I thought of the way Lin Weiwan picked up things. Zhou Rongrong stuttered to explain her behavior. But according to our investigation, Lin Jiqing did not bend down to pick up anything at that time, and 2 villagers can prove that Lin Jiqing left first after talking to you. And after she went back, she did not go near the house to go anywhere else. She was always processing vegetables. We have searched the places she passed by, including the cellar. What do you say? Tang Jing'an slapped the table hard, making a snap. Tell the truth. You have framed the orphan of a martyr. The circumstances are serious. You don't want to get well. The Zhou family brothers are all undergoing reform. You also want to go in and reunite with them, right? No, my wallet is really lost. It's really lost.
Woo.
Zhou Rongrong was so angry that she was crying. More than 200 yuan. She has been frugal since she came to the countryside and has been reluctant to spend it, and now it's all gone. Her lips moved slightly, wanting to hand over the wallet. It was that person who took it. But she couldn't say it. If she said it, it would be really hard to explain. She couldn't talk about the delay. It's no use for you to cry. Tell me, what happened at that time? Why did you frame Lin Jiqing for stealing your wallet? Public Security Tang continued to interrogate Zhou Rongrong. I may have misremembered. My wallet is lost. I only had contact with Aunt Wang and Lin Weiwan on this trip. My wallet was still there when I talked to Aunt Wang. My wallet was lost after I talked to Lin Weiwan, so I thought she picked it up. I lied in a hurry. I didn't see Lin Weiwan picking up the wallet, but it was not long before I thought she stole it. In order to find my wallet, I could only search her house. They also searched my body and house, and my wallet was really gone. Zhou Rongrong could only admit that she lied because she lost her wallet and was anxious to get it back. She resolutely refused to admit that she was wrong to frame Lin Weiwan. Public Security Tang looked at Zhou Rongrong's rogue appearance, and his back teeth squeaked. If she wasn't pregnant, he would really send her to a farm for reform for a period of time. He quickly wrote a police report and an interrogation certificate. Thinking of Zhou Rongrong's misdeeds, the wallet was probably hidden by her. We have already checked with Lin Jiqing. We didn't find her wallet, and you don't have any evidence to prove that it was Lin Jiqing who did it, but you just put the blame on Lin Jiqing. We will let the village chief follow up on the wallet. Even if you really lost your wallet, a large part of it may not be found. But you must apologize publicly in Dongxing Village for Lin Jiqing's matter. Considering that you are pregnant, we will not take you back to the city for ideological education. As for your agreement, since it has the official seal of Dongxing Village, please fulfill your promise. Public Security Tang glanced at the village chief Lin Jiqing and several members in the room and said to Zhou Rongrong. Zhou Rongrong collapsed in the chair after hearing this, her hands shaking with anger. What does it mean to fulfill a promise? Just let it go just because her money was lost? When Zhou Rongrong returned home, she saw that Shinjinju had already made her quilt. Why are you here? Zhou Rongrong opened the box, took out 2 pieces of peach cakes, and poured herself a bowl of warm water before sitting on the edge of the Kong and eating at the Kong table. She was not humble at all to this sister-in-law who she could only look up to before. Shen Jinju glanced at Zhao Rongrong, not giving in, and without arguing, she turned around and took out her bag and opened it. She took out a piece of chocolate from it and slowly opened it, eating it bit by bit. There were less than 5 pieces left in the bag, which were bought before the incident at home. Zhao Rongrong looked at Shen Jinju sitting there and eating chocolate silently, and licked the peach cake residue at the corner of her mouth. You must be hungry after sitting in the car all day. I will make you some corn paste later. Zhao Rongrong wanted to make something good for Shen Jinju. Of course, she thought so after seeing Shen Jinju eating chocolate. She remembered that Shen surely also gave her this in High City before. She didn't have the money to buy it herself. But now there is only cornmeal at home, and there is no way to make any fancy things. Shen Jinju smiled back when she heard Zhao Rongrong's words. Okay. Thank you for troubling my sister-in-law. Zhao Rongrong could only return Shen Jinju's smile awkwardly and quickly eat the peach cake in her hand. You haven't told me yet. Why did you go to the countryside? Zhao Rongrong certainly didn't forget the question she asked. Could it be that Shen surely was worried about her and asked his sister-in-law to take care of her as a pregnant woman? Zhao Rongrong thought so. Shen Jinju looked at the simple mud house in the dim light of the kerosene lamp, with disgust in her eyes. My brother found a job in the city, and I have graduated. It's natural for me to go to the countryside without a job or marriage. Shen Jinju said lightly, and suddenly remembered Lin Weiwan whom she saw this evening. When did Lin Weiwan become so beautiful? The original Lin Weiwan was beautiful, but the current Lin Weiwan is more beautiful. That kind of beauty is beauty without a single flaw from the inside out, with fair and smooth skin and a tender appearance, as if you can squeeze water out of it. The already delicate and beautiful features became more lively, and she glanced at the thin and sallow Zhao Rongrong. Shen Jinju couldn't help but sigh, and she really didn't know how her eldest brother was blind. He chose Zhao Rongrong, a two-faced woman, but he didn't like Lin Weiwan. He could never like Zhao Rongrong. She is too cunning and pretends to be weak. She cries easily, and even the tone of her voice when she speaks to her is different from the tone when she speaks to her brother. Only that idiot Shen surely has been holding her in his hands like a treasure. Zhao Rongrong could only nod when she heard this. Jinju, did you bring money? We need to buy some food from the village, otherwise we will starve this winter. Zhao Rongrong thought of the little cornmeal left at home, and they didn't even get a few cabbages and potatoes for the winter. All of these need to be prepared, and I also need to go to the village supply and marketing cooperative to buy some coarse salt and follow the village Annies to learn how to pickle some salted cabbage to eat in the winter. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinju narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhao Rongrong. Don't you have money? Why are you asking me for money? Zhao Rongrong was upset when she thought of her missing 215 yuan. My money is lost. Lost? Shen Jinju looked at Zhao Rongrong with a suspicious expression. It's really lost, it's gone, otherwise I wouldn't have done something like this today. Zhao Rongrong thought about going to that woman tomorrow to ask her about it. She had clearly given the money to her at the beginning, so how come her money was gone now?
Ha!
Zhao Rongrong, just use this excuse to fool those fools outside. Don't play your tricks on me. Shen Jinju glanced at Zhao Rongrong. Sure enough, a woman like this was not presentable. What I said is true. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Zhao Rongrong looked at Shen Jinju, who was looking at her with lowered eyes, and was unwilling to explain more. Since they were going to starve together, she didn't believe that Shen Jinju could eat alone. Who is that tall man behind Lin Weiwan? Shen Jinju asked Zhao Rongrong.
Tall. Where?
Zhao Rongrong didn't react for a moment. As soon as she said half of the sentence, she knew who Shen Jinju was talking about. Looking at Shen Jinju, he showed the smile of an experienced person.
Ah,
him. His name is Yi Jibai, and he's dating Lin Weiwan now. Zhao Rongrong stared at Shen Jinju's expression, not wanting to miss a single thing.
What? Dating?
Shen Jinju stood up directly. With Lin Weiwan, why? How could she deserve such a handsome man? Zhao Rongrong laughed out loud when she saw Shen Jinju like this. What are you laughing at? Shin Jinju looked at Zhou Rongrong with sharp eyes. Why are you so excited? You're just a man. If you had gone to the countryside earlier, with your temperament, Lin Weiwan wouldn't have gotten the advantage. Zhou Rongrong has always been good at talking. Shin Jinju finally felt better when she heard this. What do you mean? He's just a man. If you want, as your sister-in-law, I will naturally help you. Zhou Rongrong raised her almond-shaped eyes with a hint of charm and said word by word to Shin Jinju. Shin Jinju looked at Zhou Rongrong's expression and instantly understood why her brother liked Zhou Rongrong. You really can't learn this Shun Yun by yourself, and ordinary people can't do it either. The two sisters-in-law lived in rare peace, and the tension was gradually dissipated by a few jokes. In the backyard of the Educated Youth site, Yi Jibai accompanied Lin Weiwan to put the last of the cabbages in order, and the two ate dinner together. Are we going to the city tomorrow? Yi Jibai picked up a piece of tofu, which he had exchanged with Grandma Lu's family in the village. Nowadays, people don't talk about buying and selling, they only talk about exchanging. If someone in the village knows how to make tofu, the neighbors in the village will give them some soybeans in exchange for a piece of tofu to improve their meals. If friends and relatives come, you can add an extra dish to the table. After taking a bite, I felt that it was a little tasteless. I will stew it for a little longer next time. Yi Jibai checked his own results. Lin Weiwan thought about it and decided to go buy some seasonings. It would be inconvenient to go out if it snowed heavily. It seems that someone at the Educated Youth Point helped Zhou Rongrong deal with you today. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan and said in a low voice. Well, I see. I didn't expect the three of them to be so generous and get the whole village here. Lin Weiwan couldn't help but sneer. It's true that a dog can't change its eating habits. It only remembers the food but not the punishment. 3. Yi Jibai was stunned. What else? Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai, wondering if he had missed something. Not 2? Yi Jibai suddenly realized that he was not as meticulous as a woman, but he was a good detective. Including Zhou Rongrong, there are exactly 3. Lin Weiwan lowered his voice like Yi Jibai. The two of them leaned forward unconsciously, and the distance between them became much closer. When the two noticed it, they were stunned for a moment, and Lin Weiwan was the first to react. When Lin Weiwan raised her eyes, she saw Yi Jibai's deep brows and a pair of cold eyes under his long and thick eyelashes that blocked the stars. Under the deep gaze, Lin Weiwan stepped back shyly, but was pinched by a slender and powerful hand on her small chin. Looking at the breath and thin lips getting closer and closer, the fingertips of Lin Weiwan's right hand flashed with silver light, and he retreated perfectly. Looking at Yi Jibai, who was sitting there with an awkward look on his face, Lin Weiwan smiled coquettishly. The price of touching me is high. It's like a sting in the tail of a wasp. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan and reached out to pull out the silver needle from his stiff right hand. Leave those people to me. Yi Jibai looked at the silver needle in his hand in the dim light. Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Ji's slender and clean hands with distinct joints. Keep Zhou Rongrong for me. Lin Weiwan asked directly. You don't need to dirty your hands because of that villain, just hand her over to me. Did you kill her? Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai. Yi Jibai was stunned for a moment when he heard Lin Weiwan say that, his brows slightly frowned. You want to kill her? Lin Weiwan smiled and shook his head. For some things, death is a relief. I prefer to watch her live in pain. Death is very simple. He died in his previous life, but Zhou Rongrong enjoyed her whole life. It is not as simple as she owed him a life. Just like now, with slight differences, life has undergone great changes. The harder and more painful Zhou Rongrong's life was, the happier she felt. Death would only bring temporary relief. Who could understand the pain she suffered from wandering for 100 years in her previous life? How could Zhou Rongrong die? She wants to live in pain to witness that she has lived a rich and beautiful life. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan deeply and put his hand on Lin Weiwan's shoulder. Maybe I never understood her. No matter what you want to do, I will stand by your side and accompany you. I am your hand. He stood up and took Lin Weiwan's hands and put them in front of his chest. Just one thing, don't dirty your hands. Darkness doesn't belong to you. You should live happily in the sunshine, believe me. There was still a scent of sunshine and freshness in the strong arms. Lin Weiwan seemed to be surrounded by sunshine, dispelling the darkness in his heart. The next morning, the village radio sounded, and all the villagers, young and old, gathered at the drying yard. Zhao Rongrong endured the gazes of hundreds of people and walked to the front, facing Lin Weiwan. Her eyes moistened, but she held them back. The reason I'm standing here today is because I lost my wallet yesterday. I want to apologize to Comrade Lin Weiwan. It was because I was anxious about losing my wallet that I made random accusations, and it was a misunderstanding. When Zhao Rongrong saw the gazes of public security Tang and the village chief at me, she paused. It's my fault. I'm sorry to Comrade Lin Weiwan. Because of my selfishness, I framed Comrade Lin. Here, I solemnly apologize to Comrade Lin Weiwan in front of everyone.
I'm sorry.
Zhao Rongrong stood there weakly, as if she could be blown down by a gust of wind. Dao Rongsu left quickly with his eyes red from crying. The village chief gave him some instructions in front of everyone, which roughly meant that they should unite and not do wrong things that would harm themselves or others. Tang Gong'an retired after completing his mission and left with another public security comrade whom he had never met before. It just so happened that Lin Weiwan and Yi Jibai took the same ox cart to the city. There was one more person on the ox cart, Shen Jinju. Shen Jinju was going to the city to mail letters, one to Shen Shirley and one to the newspaper office. I don't know what the two sisters-in-law talked about last night. The money for the apology in the newspaper will be paid by Shen Jinju, and the compensation money can only be relied on by Shen Shirley. It was my sister-in-law who was to blame for what happened to Lin Jiqing this time. I hope you can forgive her. Shen Jinju was wearing a military uniform with a military coat on the outside and 2 pigtails on her chest. Today, Lin Weiwan, like Yi Jibai, wore a black turtleneck sweater inside and a military coat outside. I don't know about others' coats, but Lin Weiwan's military coat is made of sheepskin inside, which is warm and not even a bit of wind can get through. Seeing Shen Jinju talking to him, Lin Weiwan looked at Shen Jinju carefully. It is true that money makes a person better. People who have not been rubbed or worn out and whose skin is not even a little oily are different. Thinking back to her previous life, Shen Jinju stopped hiring servants at home when she was still recovering from surgery. The high-sounding reason is that it is not good to let outsiders know that there are servants in the house. My eldest sister-in-law is an excellent cook, so I will leave the household chores to her from now on. If I say I don't forgive her, will you think I'm too petty and calculative? Lin Weiwan tilted her head and looked at Shen Jinju, staring at the girl in front of her with a half-smile in her eyes. Shen Jinju didn't expect Lin Weiwan to say that. She was stunned for a moment and then quickly smiled. No way, she did something wrong. It's understandable that you don't forgive her. Shen Jinju smiled, revealing her white and neat teeth. Yeah, I thought so too. If you give me the compensation sooner, I will feel much better. Lin Weiwan looked so happy that several people couldn't help laughing. Yi Jibai considerately pulled Lin Weiwan's hat down, which was fidgeting. Shen Jinju glared at Lin Weiwan angrily. She didn't provoke her, so why did she speak like that? Seeing Yi Jibai's considerate look, my mood suddenly became even worse. Where is Yi Jiqing from? I'm from High City. Do you want to go to High City during the holiday after the New Year? Shen Jinju fixed her eyes on Yi Jibai and started a conversation. Lin Weiwan stared at Shen Jinju. She was attracted to Yi Jibai. When Yi Jibai heard Shen Jinju ask him, he felt so cold that he let out a chill. I'm not familiar with Shen Jiqing, so you don't have to talk to me about this. After saying that, he turned to Lin Weiwan without even glancing at Shen Jinju. The corners of Lin Weiwan's mouth twitched a few times, and under Yi Jibai's deep gaze, he blinked and turned his head to the side. When they arrived in the city, the two went to a state-owned restaurant for a sumptuous meal. Lin Weiwan packed 6 meat-filled buns and stuffed them into her shoulder bag. The two went to the grocery store to buy some seasonings. Thinking of the pork in the space, Lin Weiwan bought some more seasonings for braised pork. After the round, I bought some egg cakes, peach cakes, glutinous rice sticks, and rice. The bamboo basket behind Yi Jibai was already full, and Lin Weiwan's bamboo basket was also almost full. The two of them also bought more than 6 kilograms of meat, and it was not until the afternoon that they went to the post office to pick up Yi Jibai's 2 large packages. What Lin Weiwan didn't expect was that she also had a package. After looking at the mailing slip, I found out that it was something mailed to me by Aunt Cheen from next door. Fortunately, Uncle Ershing's ox cart was parked not far from the post office. Lin Weiwan stood there looking at things. Yi Jibai ran 3 times before he moved all the things onto the ox cart. After getting on the ox cart, Lin Weiwan took out a bun and handed it to Uncle Ershing. After declining several offers, the 3 of them finally ate buns and chatted together, waiting for Qinjinju to come back. At the last minute, Shunjinju finally came back, which surprised Lin Weiwan, and asked who was Du Shanshan, who was supported by Shinjinju. The 2 of them helped each other onto the ox cart. Du Shanshan's cotton coat still had some tears in it. Ershing looked at Du Jiqing's appearance and asked, "Do you want to report to the police? Has something happened?" Lin Weiwan looked at Du Shanshan's cotton jacket, which looked like it was caused by a fight. As for Du Shanshan, Lin Weiwan didn't know when it started that the 2 of them didn't even say hello when they passed each other. Du Shanshan covered the corner of her mouth with one hand and shook her head. "No need. Uncle Ershing, I fell by myself. Let's go back." Ershing no longer insisted after hearing what Du Shanshan said and drove the ox cart towards the village. Less than halfway through the journey, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Lin Weiwan wrapped her scarf tightly around her neck, and the small snowflakes flying in the sky gradually turned into heavy snow. In a short while, a layer of white snow accumulated on the bodies of several people. Every once in a while, they shook off the snowflakes on their bodies and arrived at the educated youth point before dark. After moving the things, Lin Weiwan watched Du Shanshan return to her house in disappointment. Shinjinju wanted to continue talking to Du Shanshan, but she didn't expect Du Shanshan to be unwilling to say anything more. I could only walk back, and I didn't forget to smile when I passed Yi Jibai. In the room, Yi Jibai moved all the things and lit the Kong for Lin Weiwan. The 2 of them brought a brazier into the house so that the house could warm up faster. Yi Jibai gave one of the larger packages to Lin Weiwan and placed it on the Kong. "Open it and take a look. This is for you." Yi Jibai didn't know what girls would like. I could only ask someone to get these for me, and I also wanted to see what Lin Weiwan likes. For me, Lin Weiwan didn't expect Yi Jibai to be so generous and give her such a big bag of things. "Well, I don't know what you girls like, so I just got whatever I could think of." Yi Jibai took Lin Weiwan to open the package, which contained things packed in small cloth bags. Imported chocolate, a radio, a cashmere sweater, canned luncheon meat, for cans of beef, and Coca-Cola. Looking at the tightly packed glass bottle in the wooden box, Lin Weiwan was surprised. It was intact even at such a long distance. "I'm afraid I need to leave this for 2 days before I can open it and drink it. It's been shaking all the way and it's very hot, so it will run away as soon as I open it." Yi Jibai took the 2 intact bottles of Coca-Cola and placed them on Lin Weiwan's small table. He took out a cloth bag and opened it to reveal a set of dark brown corduroy clothes and pants, the style of which was very different from those sold in ordinary stores. "I bought this outfit for you too. Try it on when you have time." He looked at the time on the alarm clock on the table. "It's getting late, so I'll go back first." Yi Jibai handed all the things to Lin Weiwan and returned to the front yard. Although the 2 of them were friends on the surface, the time they spent together was still limited. After all, in this day and age, if you spend too much time together, you'll still be gossiped about. Watching Yi Jibai leave, Lin Weiwan closed the door, locked it, and lowered the curtains. I put the things on the Kong into the wooden box and carried Xiaomi into the space. Lin Weiwan put Xiaomi into the house and made some rice with dried fish. He went out to feed the chickens and then took a slow walk in the yard. Chen Jinju was eating corn porridge and looking at the few small pieces of pickles in the bowl. She found it hard to accept for a moment. "We eat this every day? This is the only thing in the countryside. If the money hadn't been lost, we could have lived a better life. Now that I have lost all my money, it depends on how much money your brother can send me next month. Otherwise, we won't have a good new year." Zhou Rongrong touched her belly, which didn't look pregnant at all, and watched Shinjinju poking the corn paste in the bowl with chopsticks. "Did you see Yi Jibai when you went out today?" It would have been fine if Zhou Rongrong didn't mention it, but when she mentioned Yi Jibai, Qin Jinju felt so choked up that she couldn't eat. That's not a man at all. He's clearly an iron-faced devil who doesn't give any face to female comrades at all. How can there be any progress if even basic communication is difficult? Zhou Rongrong picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and put it in her mouth. She felt choked and quickly scooped 2 more mouthfuls of corn paste into her mouth to relieve the choking. He swallowed the corn paste in his mouth and smiled at Qin Jinju's sad face. Actually, there is a solution. All the men Qin Jinju had met before always chased after her. With the relationship with Shun's father, if she wanted to live a good life and climb up, even if Qin Jinju had a sour face, those men would flock to her. Now that I've met someone I really like, I have no idea how to break through. When he heard Zhou Rongrong say this, he immediately looked up at Zhou Rongrong. What method? Men are like that. Even if they say they don't like it or don't want it, their bodies are honest and tight. Zhou Rongrong raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Qin Jinju with her eyes hooked. Qin Jinju froze there, her face gradually turning red. Think about it slowly by yourself. I'm going to go out for a while. Zhou Rongrong pushed the dishes and chopsticks away, got up from the bed, took the flashlight, put on Qin Jinju's military coat and walked out. It was a cold night in northeast China in late October, and the snowflakes that had been falling for half a day were already above the ankles. This is the first heavy snowfall that Dongxing village has experienced this year. The moon is hidden behind dark clouds, and almost no light can be seen. The snowflakes flying in the sky are not getting smaller and are still swirling and falling with the north wind. Every step Zhou Rongrong took in the snow made a hiccup.
Hiccup. Sound.
In the woods behind the mountain, 2 people shone their flashlights at the ground. It was unclear who was who, only the sound of low arguing could be heard. I handed my wallet to you, and now you tell me that it's missing. How dare you say that? Just tell me if you secretly hid my wallet. I did put it in her room. Who are you trying to fool? Why wasn't it found after I put it there? I'm not the only one involved in this matter. You should ask Li Chunhua. She didn't even come. Do you think it's my problem? I don't care. Now that the money is lost, you must compensate me. What should I compensate you with? If you want compensation, go to Li Chunhua. I put the things there. You too can't blame me if you are not helpful.
You.
Aren't you afraid that I will expose you? Then go ahead. If you dare to say it, I will tell everyone that you are the mastermind behind the drugging. Don't blame me then. Zhou Rongrong watched the figure slowly leave with a flashlight, but there was hatred in her eyes. The 2 of them parted ways unpleasantly, and Zhou Rongrong could only leave the back mountain in a hurry. Watching the 2 people leave, a tall figure emerged from behind a tree. His deep brows and eyes now showed an icy chill. The heavy snow continued to fall until the next morning when it slowly stopped. When Lin Weiwan opened the door, he found that the snow in front of his door had been cleared. There was a white snow in the distance. Hu Xiaobang was holding a ladder while Shen Minghua was climbing up to the roof little by little. The snow piled on the roof was very thick. In order to prevent the house from collapsing under the heavy snow, we had to go up and sweep away the snow. Yi Jibai was standing next to Hu Xiaobang and saw Lin Weiwan coming out, so he walked over to her. Wear more clothes, I'll go up and clear the snow later. As soon as Qin Jinju walked to the backyard of the educated youth site, she saw Yi Ji and Bai Lin Weiwan hanging out together. The smile on his face was a little stiff, and he walked closer step by step. Everyone is here. Can you ask Yi Jiqing for a favor? There is a thick snow on our house. My sister-in-law is pregnant and can't climb high, and I am afraid of heights. Yi Jibai frowned and looked at Qin Jinju, who walked up to him. If you have any trouble, you can find the person in charge of the educated youth site. I'm not that person. But we are all educated youth. Can't we help each other when we encounter problems? Is Yi Jiqing afraid that Lin Jiqing will be angry and misunderstand? I think Lin Jiqing is so kind and generous that he will definitely not be angry with you because of Yi Jiqing's help. Qin Jinju said softly with a well-behaved look. Lin Weiwan tilted her head, thinking that he was taking her with him again. I mind.
Uft.
Wang Xiaoyan had just walked into the backyard with a basket when she heard Lin Weiwan's words and couldn't help laughing. When Shen Jinju heard the laughter mocking her, she looked back and stared at Wang Xiaoyan fiercely with her back to the others and said sternly, "What are you laughing at?" Wang Xiaoyan was stunned by Shen Jinju's stare and then rolled her eyes back at Shen Jinju. "I'm laughing at you for overestimating your own capabilities. You know the answer to something very well, but you still rush forward. Don't you think it's funny?"
You.
Shen Jinju was so angry that she raised her hand and was about to hit Wang Xiaoyan. "Stop, this is the educated youth site, not your Shen family." Lin Weiwan yelled at Shen Jinju. Wang Ping, who was clearing the snow at the door, walked over slowly and smiled at the posture of the few people. "It's not a big deal. It's not good for the educated youth to make such a fuss after going to the countryside. Come on, I'll accompany you to find the person in charge of the educated youth point." Wang Ping smiled and nodded at Lin Weiwan and pulled Shen Jinju to the front yard. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Ping, who was trying to please her. If she hadn't noticed Wang Ping's subtle behavior the day before yesterday, she might have really thought she was a good person. "I'll go get the ladder." Yi Jibai saw Wang Xiaoyan looking for Lin Weiwan and walked towards Hu Xiaoping. Wang Xiaoyan walked to Lin Weiwan with a bamboo basket. "Look, you'd better take good care of your things." Lin Weiwan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. "Have you packed your things?"
Yes.
"I brought food. Let's roast the brazier." Wang Xiaoyan lifted the floral cloth covering the bamboo basket, revealing the small sweet potatoes, chestnuts, and a few green-skinned oranges inside. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Xiaoyan. "This.
Oh.
What is this? Go in quickly. It's so cold." After getting the brazier ready and moving it to the Kong, the white snow outside was reflected through the window, making the room much brighter. Lin Weiwan picked a few more sweet potatoes and threw them into the brazier, and the two sat on the Kong face to face. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan was embarrassed by Lin Weiwan's gaze, so she turned around and tucked the broken hair between her ears with her hands. "What do you think of Chunlei?" Wang Xiaoyan's words made Lin Weiwan stunned, looking at the stove tongs in her hand. "Did something happen between you?" Lin Weiwan put the stove tongs aside, picked up the thermos and two unused bowls to prepare a bowl of malted milk for a few people. Malted milk is expensive to others, but Lin Weiwan really doesn't like to drink it. She usually uses it to do favors. It's just right. The aroma of malted milk dissolved in boiling hot water filled the room. Lin Weiwan used a small towel to pad the bowl and handed it to Wang Xiaoyan on the Kong table. She glanced at the people across the street who were still cleaning the roof. "It's not a big deal. After you go back to High City, I'll take some time to go to the mountains to pick mountain products. I don't know what happened that day. The place I stepped on suddenly collapsed, and Chunlei happened to hold me. After that, I often followed him to pick mountain products. He has been here for a long time and knows the location of many things in the mountains." Wang Xiaoyan's eyes became brighter and brighter as she spoke. "Do you know? The money I earned from picking mountain products in the past 10 days is twice what I earned in the previous month." Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Xiaoyan carefully. "Love with vested interests is not bad. Well, do you know the situation of Chunlei's family? I remember that he seemed to have been in the countryside for 6 years. He has not been able to go back for so long. Do you know what this means?" Lin Weiwan presented the actual situation to Wang Xiaoyan and analyzed it for Wang Xiaoyan. "What does it mean?" "You mean his family can't afford to let him go back. Wang Xiaoyan has been busy counting money these days. Chunlei is warm-hearted, generous, and considerate. He gives himself enough emotional value. Wang Xiaoyan never thought about those problems, and the Wang family itself was not well off, without a father, and her brother and mother were not prepared to help her. Wang Xiaoyan ignored the family aspect. "But my family situation is not good either. We are both the same and no one is picking on anyone. He confessed to me yesterday and I told him to think about it. I didn't feel comfortable saying yes to him at that time." Wang Xiaoyan showed a little shyness and picked up the stove tongs to turn the sweet potatoes beside the clay brazier. Lin Weiwan made herself a cup of brown sugar water and drank it slowly. "Your family can't bring you any help, but it won't add any burden to you. How can you be sure that Chunlei's family doesn't need you?" Even if they don't need you, do you really want to stay in the countryside for the rest of your life? We can't stay in the countryside forever. Sooner or later, we will go back. Wang Xiaoyan didn't believe that the country really didn't care about so many educated youth who went to the countryside. After paying the sweat of their youth, the country will definitely give them a policy. Yes, I also believe that we can go back sooner or later. Do you know where Chunlei's family is from? How well do you know him? If one day you can go back, would you rather go to High City to get a job, or would you rather go home and live with Chunlei? Lin Weiwan threw out a greater benefit. In less than 3 years, it will be the time for these fledglings to take off. The opportunity flashed by, and whether they can seize it depends on this time. It is better to find a job that will last until old age than to put a lifetime of happiness on an illusory marriage. Lin Weiwan did not think that she was double standard. Wang Xiaoyan was different from herself. As for Yi Jibai, Lin Weiwan did not deny that she was attracted by her beauty, and Yi Jibai was not an ordinary person, so she agreed to get along with him. Since her rebirth, she has been a serious egoist. She has a very clear idea of what is good for her and what she wants. As her good sister, if Wang Xiaoyan finds a good one, she will naturally set off firecrackers to celebrate. But Chunlei is not a good person. Although she cannot be too sure, she is very suspicious of Chunlei's identity. If Wang Xiaoyan is involved with Chunlei, it will be really irreparable. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Lin Weiwan's words and lowered her head to think about how hard her brother worked to be transferred to Haisher for his job. Changing from a rural household registration to an urban household registration is a qualitative leap. It won't be long before her brother's allocated house will be approved. Thinking of Chunlei's thoughtfulness, Wang Xiaoyan was confused again.
But
The words came to her lips, but she didn't know how to say it. But what? You just went to the countryside. Even if you really stay in the countryside, you have to find a house and land. What do we have in our educated youth camp? You don't really think that you can spend your whole life with just a passionate love. Lin Weiwan's words were heart-wrenching, and she kept giving Wang Xiaoyan strong medicine. Seeing Wang Xiaoyan's constant hesitation, Lin Weiwan slowly let go. There was no argument to prove that she was not deeply involved and had not really fallen in love. If it was true love, she would ignore the difficulties, but Chunlei's starting point was the temptation of interests. A hero saving a beauty has little attack power. After all, Chunlei's appearance is not very lethal. There were voices outside. Lin Weiwan looked outside and saw Yi Jibai, Hu Xiaobang, and the other two carrying a ladder. He looked back at Wang Xiaoyan and turned to leave. Come in and warm up and drink some hot water. Lin Weiwan let the three in. The three walked into the warm house with a chill. It was not cold on the day of the snow, but it was cold the next day. The half of Hu Xiaopang's ear that was exposed was already red from the cold, and it started to itch after entering the house. As soon as he entered the house, he smelled the fragrance of malted milk, and Hu Xiaopang was so happy that his fangs were not visible. He didn't care about his red hands that were already frozen. Sister Xiaowan is still caring for people. Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai holding the bowl and thought of Chunlei and didn't know what to say. I really don't know how far Yi Jibai's work has progressed.
excuse me.
Which room is Du Jiqing in? The man stood at the door in a neat cotton coat and a package on his back. There was a faint smile under his clear and gentle face. Are you looking for Du Shanshan? Lin Weiwan looked at the man in front of her with a sense of incongruity. He was handsome, but he had a hint of loneliness and coldness that was difficult to detect. Well, I'm her friend. I came to see her and give her some things on the way. Tang Jing'an paused slightly when he saw Lin Weiwan. He didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman in this remote countryside. Her house is next to this one. Lin Weiwan pointed to the side. Wang Xiaoyan jumped off the Kong curiously and stood at the door to watch, holding a fragrant roasted sweet potato in her hand. Thaddy, who couldn't help but smile again when he saw Wang Xiaoyan's gossiping look. Lin Weiwan was relieved when he saw Wang Xiaoyan's carefree look. Fortunately, she was not deeply involved. Tang Jing'an politely nodded to a few people and continued to knock on Du Shanshan's door. Wang Ping looked at the handsome man knocking on Du Shanshan's door. Seeing that she was staring at him, he smiled at her politely. This comrade is here to look for Du Jiqing, right? She hasn't come out since she came back yesterday. She seems to be in a bad mood. Wang Ping put down the broom in her hand and walked to Tang Jing'an. I don't know what happened to Shanshan. She doesn't want to talk to anyone after she came back. Then she knocked on the door for Tang Jing'an. Shanshan, are you okay? A friend is here to see you. Please open the door. Then she knocked twice more and listened attentively to the noise in the house. Fat, who put down the bowl in his hand, took a roasted sweet potato and followed Wang Qiaoyan to watch. The two of them sat on the doorstep like obedient babies. Shen Minghua held the ladder, and Yi Jibai climbed onto the roof with tools, shoveling the snow away bit by bit. Lin Weiwan continued to turn over the sweet potatoes and chestnuts on the mud brazier. The sounds outside the house could be heard clearly because of the open door. Wang Ping knocked on the door twice, but Du Shanshan did not come out to open the door, so she could only look at Tang Jing'an with some apology. What is your name, comrade? Wang Ping's eyes were on the handsome young man in front of her. Tang Jing'an smiled gently but politely. Please forgive me for being Tang. Du Shanshan sat on the Kong, listening to the voice outside the house, holding the shirt that had been crumpled into a ball. What happened yesterday seemed to be still vivid in her mind. She didn't expect that there was another woman beside Tang Jing'an. The two of them lived in the same house in an unclear way, so what was she? The funny thing was that the woman actually said that she was just Tang Jing'an's adopted sister. She looked like a fox, so what was she? It was really disgusting. She must have watched too many Qiangyao dramas. She couldn't tolerate her boyfriend being an important air conditioner and being affectionate to everyone. Love is purely selfish, and she couldn't accept someone interfering in the love between two people. That woman was an existence she couldn't tolerate. The two of them got along again, even if they didn't break the window paper. That kind of ambiguous relationship was a problem. And Tang Jing'an actually thought that he was making a fuss, and said that he was narrow-minded. It made him think that he was not a good person for being so petty, so he ran out in a rage and hid an old lady's soy sauce jar. The cotton-padded jacket was torn, and she had to pay 3 yuan to get out. What was annoying was that Tang Jing'an didn't chase her out at that time. What was the meaning of running here now? Listening to Wang Ping's mean voice outside, Du Shanshan resisted the urge to go out and tear Wang Ping's heart. She was really tired of this broken place. How could she go back? She was about to collapse from eating these things every day. There was no computer, mobile phone, no takeaway snacks, nothing. Du Shanshan couldn't help crying. Tang Jing'an, who was outside the door, heard the voice inside and knocked on the door quickly. Shanshan, open the door. Things are really not what you think. Please listen to my explanation. Lin Weiwan heard that this was a big drama and couldn't help but bring the brazier to the door. Sitting on a small stool, the 3 melon eaters gathered together. Facing the cold wind and snow, the 3 of them ate roasted sweet potatoes and roasted the charcoal brazier to watch the show. Yi Jibai couldn't help but smile when he came down from the roof. He and Shen Minghua went into the house to wash their hands and took out their coats for Lin Weiwan to put on. He poured himself a bowl of hot water and stood behind Lin Weiwan, eating melons and watching the fun. Shen Minghua squatted beside him and ate hot roasted sweet potatoes. The 5 people who ate melons were all together. The wooden door opened with a creak, and Du Shanshan came out with red eyes. Looking at Tang Jing'an, who was standing anxiously at the door, "You go. There is nothing between us." Tang Jing'an was stunned when he heard Du Shanshan say that. His eyes were full of sadness and pain. "Shanshan, let's talk. You can't just shut me out like this." Tang Jing'an looked at Du Shanshan deeply. He didn't want to let go of Du Shanshan. He blocked Du Shanshan many times, but he never met the mysterious supplier. Whether it was a small amount of side dishes or thousands of kilograms of rice and flour, those things made him more and more curious about Du Shanshan. He investigated Du Shanshan's background thoroughly. She was from an ordinary family, with an unwelcome daughter and a sent-down youth. Where did she get the connections to get so many good things? The quality of these things was really too good. Du Shanshan was different from other girls. Sometimes a sudden idea would make him suddenly enlightened. For his future development, he felt that he could not do without Du Shanshan, at least not at this time. How could he let her go? May's situation was special, and he did not make special arrangements for her. May was in poor health, and since he promised to take good care of her, how could he ignore her? What to talk about? What else can we talk about? Will her existence affect our relationship? Or do you want to have both the Huang and vying? Du Shanshan's words contained too much information, and the people in the backyard dropped their jaws in shock. Hu Xiaoping looked at Tang Jing'an as if he was looking at a gangster. Lin Huahua could no longer bear to watch, so he turned his head to the side to watch the heavy snow pressing on the green pines, which looked different from far and near. Tang Jing'an was so angry at Du Shanshan's words that he was shaking a little, with a look of blame in his eyes. Do you know that what you said will kill me? Du Shanshan was a little timid when she saw Tang Jing'an's eyes. That's what you think. How are you going to settle your sister? I can't accept 3 people living together. It's unfair to me. Du Shanshan now felt that Tang Jing'an was too indecisive in dealing with emotions, and Tang Jing'an was indeed a good hand in business. According to her analysis, Tang Jing'an is a long-term stock that can be invested, and he will make a big splash sooner or later. In less than 10 years, he will definitely have the advantage to stand out in the reform and opening up policy. Shanshan, wait a minute. Wait until I meet a good one and find a good home for Mei. You have to give me some time. Tang Jing'an just wanted to comfort Du Shanshan quickly, seeing that the end of the year was approaching. He had already received the deposit for the batch of goods, and without Du Shanshan, he couldn't afford the consequences. Then wait until you have dealt with it before you come to me. Du Shanshan didn't want to hear perfunctory words. She didn't like Jiang Mei. To use their description, she was a scheming green tea, who was too good at pretending. Tang Jing'an stood there a little depressed. Give me some time. Looking at Du Shanshan's expression when she solved the problem, Tang Jing'an knew that this matter would not go over well with Du Shanshan. Shanshan, it's cold. You put these things away. I will come to see you after I deal with the matter. Tang Jing'an handed the big package beside him to Du Shanshan's arms, took a deep look at Du Shanshan, and turned away. Lin Weiwan stood up, shook his legs that were a little numb from sitting, and walked into the house. The days of hibernation are beautiful for the wealthy, educated youth. People like Zhao Kaiyang, who lie in the house almost all day, move less but eat less. If they eat all the food in winter, it means that there will not be enough food for the next year, and then they will go to the brigade for advance payment. In the long run, the result is that they are hungry because of debts. Especially after returning the money and food to Lin Huahua, Zhao Kaiyang began to live frugally. Lin Huahua has been staying quietly in the house since she settled the accounts with Zhao Kaiyang that day. It seems that she has changed her temperament. Now she is holding a book, reading quietly in the light of the snow outside the window. Zhou Rongrong has been vomiting since she became pregnant. Zhou Rongrong has become very thin in just 1 month due to the low-fat meals. Shin Jinju stared at Zhou Rongrong, who was vomiting again. The house was already smelling terrible. She really wanted to move to the educated youth camp to live together. If she moved away, she was afraid that everyone would say that the Shin family didn't care about Zhou Rongrong's life or death. There were sporadic noises coming from outside, and the people in the educated youth camp heard the noise and came out to see. Many villagers ran to the back mountain with flashlights, led by the team leader and the village women's director. Lin Weiwan opened the door, looked at the scene outside, and quickly put on thick clothes and military coats, took out flashlights, and followed out. Just after locking the door, Wang Xiaoyan ran over. Let's go, and watch the fun. What happened? Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Xiaoyan's excitement. Wang Xiaoyan pulled Lin Weiwan and ran quickly towards the back mountain. It's a big deal. Accountant's wife Li Chunhua was caught cheating. Wang Xiaoyan said as she pulled Lin Weiwan through the crowd and squeezed forward. Accountant Li slapped Li Chunhua in the face one after another. I told you to cheat. I told you to cheat. I'll beat you to death, you shameless person. At this time, the back mountain was surrounded by members, and Lin Weiwan looked at the scene of ice and snow. For a moment, his brain couldn't keep up. It was so cold. Could he bear it? Soon, a tall figure stood behind him. Lin Weiwan turned around and saw Yi Jibai standing behind him with a cold body. Everyone tied Li Chunhua and Li Changyu with ropes and pushed them towards the village committee. Dong Daqing was standing at the back of the crowd and was being pulled forward by Li Zhaodi. His face was not very good. When he saw the few people at the educated youth point, Dong Daqing turned his head to the side. Go back. It will be lively tomorrow. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan following the crowd and secretly pulled Lin Weiwan's clothes. The next day, the loudspeaker in the village sounded, and all the villagers and educated youth went to the village committee to gather. Looking at Li Chunhua and Li Changyu, who were shaved in the yin-yang style, standing in the front, I don't know which ant was so willing to take out all the rotten vegetable leaves from home to feed the chickens. They threw them wildly on Li Chunhua and the other person. Some people were not satisfied with the throwing, so they brought a swill bucket from home and poured it on the two people one by one. The auditorium originally used for the meeting was suddenly filled with a strange smell. The village chief cleared his throat. You can throw anything, but remember to clean it up after you're done.
Whose house is that? I'm talking about you.
Hurry up and take the dung bucket back to me, otherwise this house can't be used by anyone. Lin Weiwan covered her nose and watched from behind. There was still something she didn't understand. Yi Jibai must have been involved in Li Chunhua's matter. She didn't know how Yi Jibai did it, but now looking at Li Chunhua's appearance, Lin Weiwan felt relieved. She didn't know how Dongxing village would deal with it, whether to raise her high and let her go lightly, or to send her to the farm for the sake of justice. If you cheat on someone at this time, you might end up getting shot. The village chief had a calm expression and a stable mood. After so many things happened in the village, he had let it go. After a round of education and criticism, the two were driven to the city by ox carts. The people at the educated youth point walked back slowly, as if Li Chunhua's matter didn't exist. Zhou Rongrong was a little scared, afraid that Li Chunhua would be taken away and tell about the frame-up. After 2 days of timid rest, she was in a bad state again. In the second month, she did not see any letters or money from Shun Shirley. Zhou Rongrong and Shinjinju, who were already short of food, finally had an argument. Shinjinju would go out whenever the weather was good. She found someone she could talk to at the Educated Youth Center, Cui Hongying. Every time Shinjinju came to find an excuse to find Cui Hongying, she wanted to contact Yi Jibai in disguise. Unfortunately, it was winter, and most people rarely went out unless necessary. In the Northeast, it was either snowing or on the way to snow in winter. Even if the snow stopped, it was freezing cold. People at the Educated Youth Center rarely went out, let alone out of the yard. Shinjinju came a few times and then stopped. She talked about some meaningless things every time, and the people who wanted to see her could not see her. Every day, Lin Weiwan went into the space to get more time, enjoy life, take a bath, and read books. She also took some time to knit 2 scarves for herself, thinking that it was close to the end of the year. Lin Weiwan also knitted a black scarf for Yi Jibai in the space. Time passed quickly, and the new year was approaching. It was the day to hand in and distribute the New Year pigs, the 25th day of the 12th lunar month. The New Year pigs were also called fat pigs, but the pigs were not fat. In an era when people were not full, pigs were naturally not full. The New Year pigs that were handed in were taken away, and the remaining pigs were uniformly distributed by the production team according to the number of people. Of course, the distribution of pork was also divided into 3 stages according to age groups. Families with a large population had a great advantage at this time and could take more pork back. As for where to get it, it all depended on luck. Everyone arrived and started to draw lots. One person from each household came out to draw lots, and then the pork was cut from the beginning. No one could say a word of objection to which number was cut. There was no one who was picky. In previous years, everyone was eager to share the pork, but this year, everyone looked at the fat pigs with a bit of an ugly face. The past was vivid in their minds, and many people prayed not to be assigned to the pig's ace. More people looked at the 4 brothers of the Sun family who were punished by the clan rules. The knife-like eyes seemed to be able to kill. The big pot had been set up and started to boil water. Men, women, and children gathered around to watch the annual pig-killing ceremony. The basins for collecting blood had been set up, and the chopping boards were all set up. Feng Yuzhen had drawn lots for the educated youths, so the distribution of pork would not put the educated youths at the back like the distribution of rice. But Lin Weiwan had also made up her mind. The pork she was given was to be sold. She would rather eat grass than eat it. She had pork and bacon in her own space, so she didn't need that much. The knife was sharpened, and the pig kept jumping violently after one cut, but it was suppressed. After a while, it was motionless. After bleeding, boiling water was poured on it, and the pig hair was scraped off. The official meat distribution began, and those who shouted their numbers went over. Of course, they had to bring money with them. Even if it was the New Year pig, it was not given away for free, but the price was lower than the price outside. The price of pork in the city was about 80 cents, but the price on the black market was 2.5–2.9, and there was still a shortage of supply. The New Year pork distributed in the village did not require meat tickets, and the price was 60 cents per pound. Each person aged 18 to 59 can receive half a caddy of pork, and those aged 60 and above and 15 to 17 can receive 4 tails of pork. Those aged 7 to 14 can receive 3 tails of pork, and children aged 0 to 6 can receive 2 tails of pork. Although the amount is small, every household can take home 3 or 4 caddies of pork, and those with a large population can receive more than 10 caddies of pork. There are more than 50 households and more than 200 people in Dongxing village, and these 4 or 5 pigs are just enough to be divided. When it was the turn of the educated youths, Lin Weiwan received 4 tails of pork and followed a few people back. The pig blood and offal at the end of the pork distribution were not for the educated youths. The pig blood still had to be distributed to a family with connections, and the offal was all returned to the kilometer. The 7 or 8 people who slaughtered the pigs and the village cadres would gather together for dinner in the evening. The rest would be frozen, and after the New Year and the beginning of spring, when the village discussed the production plan, these things would be kept for the village authorities to drink. Back at the educated youth point, Lin Weiwan felt a little embarrassed looking at the piece of meat and could only freeze it with some snow first. On the other side, the crowd dispersed, but the village chief looked grim. The fried large intestines that he liked to eat the most in previous years were hard to swallow this year. He couldn't accept it even with his eyes closed. Several people were packing up the pig's offal, and they were a little worried when they saw the large intestines. As for what happened in the end, no one on that day mentioned it again. This matter has become a big mystery in Dongxing village. According to rumors, it was the village chief who took people to the Sun family and exchanged the meat of the Sun family with large intestines. Some people also said that the village chief used fried large intestines to treat guests from the neighboring village. Some people even said that the village chief solved it with his eyes closed. In short, the village chief took all the responsibility for this matter. Since that time, the pig pen has been a forbidden area for the Sun family. People in the village will expel the 4 brothers of the Sun family if they see them approaching the pig pen. Of course, this is a later story. That night, the whole village was filled with the smell of meat. Although it was disgusting what the Sun brothers did, who could refuse such a meaty dish once a year? Lin Weiwan found a piece of meat from the space and made himself a twice-cooked pork. Today, Yi Jibai, Hu Xiaobang, and the other 2 went to eat together. According to Yi Jibai's understanding of Lin Weiwan, it is estimated that Lin Weiwan will not touch the meat and will find a way to replace it. Wang Qiaoyan cut a little meat and stewed it with the female educated youth in the front yard. As for the rest, everyone is waiting to eat it during the New Year. On the 26th, several people went to the city to buy things for the New Year. Lin Weiwan didn't want to go because there were all kinds of things in the space, and many things were exposed, but Wang Qiaoyan made a fuss and had to go with him. At the end of the day, they bought some snacks, fruits, and red paper. Lin Weiwan also bought the unique sugar melon stove candy from the Northeast. It was crispy and sweet, and Lin Weiwan liked it very much. Yi Jibai's backpack had 6 more sugar melons. It was a big market, and several people bought some household items before leaving. Back at the educated youth camp, Lin Weiwan was about to open the door when she found that the door lock was broken. Many people went to the city to buy things today. Everyone was obsessed with the new year, and it was hard to say who went and who didn't. Yi Jibai stood beside Lin Weiwan and looked at the pried open door lock and reached out to stop Lin Weiwan. "I'll check it out. You go to Xiaobang to borrow a flashlight. The lighting in the dry, rammed earth house is not good. Even in the daytime, the light is still very dim. Dongsheng village has no electricity, and all the homes rely on the most primitive kerosene lamps or candlesticks for lighting." Lin Weiwan borrowed a flashlight, and Hu Xiaobang and Shen Minghua followed behind him. Yi Jibai took the flashlight and pushed open the door to check. There was no change in the outer room. Except for the curtain of the bowl rack cabinet being lifted up, there was nothing in the outer room. Entering the inner room, I found that all the locks on the cabinets were violently pried open, and the things inside were turned out. Clothes were scattered all over the floor, and the comm mats were peeled off. Lin Weiwan calmly observed and found that the people who came in were looking for something with a purpose. There was also a little bit of malice. For example, some of his things were damaged. The floor was full of torn pants, cut shirts, and rubber shoes that were all covered with snow and mud. Yi Jibai looked around and turned back to look at Lin Weiwan standing at the door. "Look if there is anything missing." Seeing Lin Weiwan's calmness, Yi Jibai was quite surprised. Most people couldn't accept such a situation, especially when all kinds of supplies were in short supply. At a glance, the value of the damaged items in Lin Weiwan's house was over 100, and the specific things that were lost were still unknown, so he turned back to look at Shen Minghua. "Go and call a few people to call the village chief. We have to catch the thief." As he said that, he gently picked up the 2 pieces of clothing on the ground and put them aside. There were 2 identical footprints on them. Although there were only a few blurry footprints on each, the 2.5 footprints were particularly clear. Soon, more than 20 people gathered at the door of Lin Weiwan's room. The village chief stood there. Fortunately, he was accompanied by the team leader this time. He looked much calmer, and his face was not so dark. "Village chief, we found that the lock had been pried open when we came back, and the house was in this state." Lin Weiwan pointed to the inside of the house and said, "Is there anything missing?" The village chief looked into the house. The things were quite ordinary, but the clothes were newer and better. "I can't see the things for now, but many clothes and pants were cut up. It seems that they have great malice towards me." Lin Weiwan couldn't think of anyone who had offended her recently. There were many people who had grudges against her, but to do such an excessive thing. That person came in just to cut things up? Lin Weiwan didn't believe it. Only a fool would do such a thing so blatantly. If they were found out, they would have to be reformed on the farm. Cutting things up was a small matter, but the crime of maliciously targeting educated youth and orphans of martyrs was enough to make her drink a pot. The village chief touched his chin and immediately turned his eyes to Zhou Rongrong, who was watching the excitement. The people at the educated youth point also looked at Zhou Rongrong openly and secretly. It was Zhou Rongrong who had a grudge against Lin Weiwan. Now that this matter has come out, it is obvious that Zhou Rongrong is taking revenge on Lin Weiwan. Zhou Rongrong felt awkward being looked at by everyone, and then she realized that she was suspected by everyone. "Village chief, I didn't do this. You can't throw dirty water on me for this matter." Zhou Rongrong quickly denied it. "I didn't say it was you who did it." The village chief rolled his eyes at Zhou Rongrong and took a puff of cigarette. Yi Jibai came out with 2 shirts. The 2.5 shoe prints on the 2 clothes just fit together to form a whole shoe print of the right foot. "Village chief, this was found in the house. It should be left by that person." The village chief looked at the clear footprint. The size of the footprint was obviously that of a female comrade. And there was a clear pattern on the shoe. It was not an ordinary cotton shoe, but a cotton rubber shoe. Almost all villagers wear shoes made at home, and not everyone can afford to wear cotton rubber shoes. The village chief clapped his hands and cleared his throat. "In order to find out who deliberately destroyed it, please cooperate with the female educated youth. We need to extract the footprints for comparison. If you don't want to, we can also ask the public security comrades to deal with it." The village chief's words disgusted several female educated youths in the educated youth point. "Village chief, you are treating us as thieves." Cui Hongying was the first to speak. She didn't like Lin Weiwan in the first place, And now that a thief broke into Lin Weiwan's house, she was of course happy. Some people are born to be incompatible and hate each other. Cui Hongying just couldn't like Lin Weiwan. Anyway, she would not admit that she was jealous of Lin Weiwan because she was prettier and better off than herself. The other female educated youth did not speak, but they agreed with what Cui Hongying said. Wang Qiaoyan picked up a few pieces of cut shirts and spread them on the ground. She wiped the soles of her shoes a little and stepped on them. Although they were also cotton rubber shoes, the difference was the size. Wang Qiaoyan's feet were a whole circle bigger than the shoe prints. After Wang Qiaoyan stepped on the shoes, she stood directly beside Lin Weiwan. I just want to prove my innocence. I have no doubts. I just hope to catch this thief. Today, she is unhappy and can break into the house to cause damage. Tomorrow, if someone accidentally offends her, they may also be harmed. If you don't prove your innocence, it is also a disguised way to protect the thief. Lin Huahua came out from behind and stepped on the position next to Wang Qiaoyan. Lin Huahua's shoe print was obviously a circle smaller than that one, and it was directly removed. Lin Weiwan hadn't seen Lin Huahua for a few days. Now, seeing Lin Huahua, he suddenly felt that Lin Huahua had changed a lot. The previous Lin Huahua was passionate and unrestrained, with the breath of a girl. Now Lin Huahua is calm and low-key, as if she has suddenly experienced a lot of things and matured a lot. One after another, 3 more educated youth came out to step on the shoes. Feng Yuzhen, Su Xiaohong, Shen Jinju, and even Zhou Rongrong came over to step on them. In the end, only Cui Hongying, Du Shanshan, and Wang Ping were left. Du Shanshan walked over slowly, looking listless. She left a shoe print and walked away. Cui Hongying saw that she and Wang Ping were the only ones there, so she stepped forward and walked away. Wang Ping followed Cui Hongying and stepped on it. Yi Jibai and the others, as well as the village chief and the captain, stepped forward and found that the shoe prints of 2 people were the same size and width as the thief's. But the pattern of the soles was different. The pattern of the thief's soles was wavy, and the print on one side of the back heel was very shallow. Yi Jibai knew that this person must have some minor problems with his walking, which caused serious wear and tear here. When he stepped on the clothes in the house, he deliberately made them dirty and used force on the forefoot, resulting in a lighter force point on the back heel. Du Shanshan didn't expect that her shoe prints were the same size as the thief's, but fortunately the pattern of her soles was different. Wang Ping was the same as usual, and she couldn't see anything, and stood there quietly. Shen Minghua stood not far away and looked at the shoes of several female educated youth. He had also looked at the footprints just now. There were only 2 of the same size. The thief's feet were smaller than normal. It was a blessing in disguise. If he had the same size as other female comrades, it would be difficult to distinguish. Seeing that the shoes were only about 36, Shen Minghua's eyes were on the shoes of Du Shanshan and Wang Ping. Du Shanshan was in a bad mood these days and was absent-minded. She rarely went out. Every time she went out, she either went to the toilet or carried firewood to make a fire and cook. There were slightly collapsed creases on the heels of the shoes, and there were also a few watermarks on the uppers of the shoes. It should have been worn for a few days without washing. And Wang Ping's shoes were very new, really new. It was a new pair of shoes. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Ping and Du Shanshan. He had never had any conflicts with them. He couldn't figure it out for a while, and he was silent, not knowing what to say. Zhou Rongrong looked at the different footprints and suddenly felt that she was a good person. She straightened her back and supported her stomach with her hands. Everyone looked up at each other, looking like someone who had nothing to fear. Shen Jinju's eyes fell on Wang Ping's feet, which frightened Wang Ping. She originally just wanted to find the bead, and thought of searching it while Lin Weiwan was out, and many people were not at the educated youth point. But the door was locked, and the last time she went in to secretly put Zhou Rongrong's wallet was too short. After going in once, she always wanted to go in a second time. She always felt a little anxious and couldn't sleep because she couldn't find the black jade bead. Looking at the pried open lock, she came up with a plan to cut and destroy several of Lin Weiwan's clothes. This way, Everyone would definitely think that it was done by someone who had a grudge against Lin Weiwan, and she and Lin Weiwan had never torn their faces. Even if they suspected something, they couldn't suspect herself. When she saw Yi Jibai coming out with clothes with footprints,
She was immediately shocked.
she just wanted to make a mess to frame others, but she didn't expect to leave footprints. The place where everyone was standing was close to her house. Wang Ping immediately put on her new shoes and stepped on the snow twice to dirty the soles. Seeing Shen Jinju staring at her, Wang Ping could only pretend to be calm and stand there. Du Shanshan frowned and thought about the noise she heard in the morning. Almost everyone in the educated youth point had gone out. Some walked to the city early, some bought some things at the supply and marketing cooperative in the village, and some went out to the homes of familiar villagers to exchange things in preparation for the new year. She didn't want to go out, and the things Tang Jing'an sent were enough for her to have a good new year, so she didn't go out. If there was anything different today, it was that she heard the wooden door next door being pushed out and the sound of the frame. She originally thought that something was being repaired and was too lazy to go out to see, nor did she consider that the door was being pried open. Okay, everyone, go back and do what you need to do. Come with me to the village committee office. The village chief pointed at Lin Weiwan, Wang Ping, Du Shanshan, and others. Du Shanshan saw the village chief pointing at her and then at Wang Ping in a decisive tone. It was her. I didn't go out the whole day today. Around noon, I heard her open the door, and then there was a ding-dong sound. At first I thought it was Wang Ping fixing the door. I was in a bad mood these days and didn't go out much. I was sure she did it. Yes, I'm curious too. Wang Ping, the shoes on your feet are new, right? What about your original pair of shoes? It's obvious that Du Shanshan has worn her shoes for a while. Shen Jinju also stood up. Although she was speaking for Lin Weiwan on the surface, she was also trying to improve her favorability and presence in front of Yi Jibai. Whether I say it or not, the matter is set in stone. She would still like to say one more word to gain some favor and add icing on the cake. Wang Ping's face looked much uglier at this time. She originally wanted to put the blame on Zhou Rongrong, but she didn't expect that she would be implicated because of half a footprint. Zhou Rongrong looked happy at this moment because 2 of the 3 people who framed Lin Weiwan were in trouble. Zhou Rongrong looked at Lin Weiwan with disbelief. How on earth did she do that? Will I be the next one? The person who couldn't understand the most when watching Wang Ping being taken away was Lin Weiwan. He thought a lot but couldn't figure out when he and Wang Ping had a grudge. The next day, a female police officer and a male police officer came and packed a bag for Wang Ping. Before leaving, Wang Ping found Lin Weiwan. She took the initiative to admit her mistake and offered 200 yuan in compensation for the damage she had done to Lin Weiwan. The Wang family will send the money over after the Chinese New Year. Lin Weiwan was still satisfied with the compensation, but when she asked the public security officer Wang Ping why he treated her like this, the other party just said that he couldn't stand her. Lin Weiwan didn't believe this excuse, but this was the only other option. When tidying up things in the house, Lin Weiwan discovered that Wang Ping was looking for something with a purpose. Looking at the traces of searching, it seemed that Wang Ping did not miss even a gap. After Zhou Rongrong came back from the educated youth point, the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Jinju changed. The letter sent to Shen surely received no response, and Zhou Rongrong looked at her haggard self in the mirror. Qin surely wouldn't abandon me, would he? Would he forget about me when he met another girl? The more Zhou Rongrong thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Otherwise, Shen surely should give the job to herself. Shin Jinju sat there eating melon seeds and looking at Zhou Rongrong, sister-in-law. Please cook quickly, I'm hungry. Shin Jinju called out twice before Zhou Rongrong turned around and looked at Shin Jinju, who was sitting there. Can't you do it yourself? I'm pregnant now. Why can't you take care of me? Shin Jinju had never cooked in her nearly 20 years of life, and she frowned when she heard Zhou Rongrong say that. If I don't come, you won't eat? Shin Jinju looked at Zhou Rongrong's unpresentable appearance and started to retort. We live together and I'm pregnant. What's wrong with asking you to cook for 2 times? Do you have to argue with me like that? This is a country village, and I thought you were the eldest daughter of the Shin family? There should be a limit to being arrogant. It's already this time. The Shen family is finished, and you can never go back. Zhou Rongrong hated the way Shen Jinju acted superior to her. Did you still think it was the former Shen family? Now Shen Jinju's background is even worse than hers, yet she still dares to look down on her. Zhou Rongrong, what do you mean? How dare you talk to me like that? If you despise the Shen family, why bother marrying into the family? In my opinion, only a fool like Shen Shirley would like you. And I know exactly what you are thinking. You don't have to act with me. I can't cook, and I can't cook well. If you despise the Shen family, just get a divorce. Shen Jinju pointed at Zhou Rongrong and said something heartbreaking. Zhou Rongrong was shaking with anger. She was thinking she didn't expect that something would happen to the Shen family. Is this what she wanted? If she had known this, she would not have gotten married. Now that she was still pregnant, Shen Shirley actually abandoned her in the countryside and left her alone. Zhou Rongrong looked down at her belly, which was not bulging. She was pregnant. It's my fault. I've been extra sensitive since I got pregnant. Jinju, don't be angry with your sister-in-law. I'll go cook now. Zhou Rongrong said as she walked to the outer room to get some firewood to cook. Shen Jinju was stunned by Zhou Rongrong's sudden change. On the 28th, it's time to put up window flowers. After getting up early and having breakfast, the 5-member group gets together and takes out red paper. Lin Weiwan and Wang Xiaoyan were sitting on the Kong. There was a small stack of red paper on the table in front of them. They were eating melon seeds while cutting window paper cuts. Xiaomi was snoring on the small cushion behind Lin Weiwan. It was the only one with the most leisure time in the room. In the outer room, Yi Jibai moved the desk from Hu Xiaopeng's room and began to write couplets. Shen Minghuabang was splitting bamboo strips and trimming the burrs on them, and he and Hu Xiaopeng were preparing to make red lanterns. The 5-member group has one thing in common, which is that they take life seriously no matter where they are. The room was bustling with activity, and the Kong was heated. It was almost noon, so Lin Weiwan took out the big grass carp that Hu Xiaopeng had brought and started cooking it. I don't know how long Hu Xiaopeng and Shen Minghua took to fish before they finally got the fish out of the river. The river in Dongxing Village connects Donghe Village to Guizi Village. Dongxing Village does not have its own river roe deer, let alone the opportunity to fish every year. If villagers want to eat fish, it all depends on their own ability. Whether they fish or put fish in baskets, it all depends on their own ability. It was impossible to pull the net. The river is wide and the water is fast-flowing. It is said that the deepest part is as high as 2 people. Even Grandpa Duo, who is the best swimmer in the village, has to check the water conditions before he dares to go down. During the flood season, you can't stay near the water. Wang Xiaoyan brought the wood ears she picked from the mountains and the eggs she exchanged from her aunt's house in the village. Yi Jibai contributed a can of meat. Lin Weiwan looked at the can of eggs, fish and meat and wondered what to take. There is everything in the space, but it cannot be brought out into the open. Lin Weiwan thought about it and could only take out 2 bottles of canned fruit, 1 can of peach and the other can of hawthorn. Soon the room was filled with fragrance. Yi Jibai helped Lin Weiwan pull the bellows and watched her do it. He added a little bit of seasoning, all of which were familiar to him, but the dish tasted different when made by Lin Weiwan. Cut the fish meat, coat it with onion, water, salt, egg white, starch, and add a little oil. Take out the tomato sauce stored in the jar in the fall, heat oil in a pan and add tomato soy sauce and mushroom powder. Add the fish fillets coated with batter, sprinkle with chopped green onions, and a portion of tomato fish is ready. Wang Xiaoyan cleared the Kong table in the room and brought in the dishes prepared by Lin Weiwan. Hu Xiaopeng, who was still making lanterns at the door, had already focused all his attention on the prepared dishes. Fish head Lin Weiwan made a dish of chopped pepper fish head. Although it was a little small, the fish head would not be wasted. In this era, even families who can eat meat will not waste anything. With 4 dishes and 2 canned foods, the small Kong table was full. Hu Xiaopeng ran back and got 2 stools. As soon as the door was opened, the fragrance in the house floated in the yard, which was especially obvious in this cold winter weather. Everyone in the front yard was tortured to death again. Smelling the faint fragrance, everyone regretted the separation. Otherwise, everyone could pick up a chopstick of today's dishes. Thinking of the remaining pork, they can only bear it. It will be better in 2 days. Feng Yuzhen went outside to get firewood and met Chen Lei coming out. The two looked around, and there was no one else. Feng Yuzhen looked at Chen Lei with sharp eyes. How's your work going? Chen Lei looked outside while smoking firewood. She refused. I will think of another way. Hurry up, I always feel that something is wrong. If it doesn't work, just adopt that plan. Feng Yuzhen whispered and walked towards the female educated youth's room with firewood. As if nothing had happened. Chen Lei smelled the fragrance in the air that he had never tasted before and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Lin Huahua held a book and looked at the two people leaving the window. He just lowered his head silently, pretending to know nothing. The spring festival couplets were written, the window flowers were cut, and the 5 people talked and laughed while making lanterns. Lin Weiwan got some flour to make paste, and it was dark when everything was done. The remaining dishes were heated up, and Comrade Hu Xiaopeng even took out the last tomato soup to soak the rice. The 28th was considered to be over. Lin Weiwan and Hu Xiaopeng both posted spring festival couplets and lanterns in their houses, and also posted window flowers. Lin Weiwan felt relieved when he saw Wang Qiaoyan laughing. He turned to look at Yi Jibai again and sighed in his heart. Brother, come on, get those people away quickly. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan looking at him like that. His face was expressionless, but his ears were a little red. He took his time to clean up the kitchen for Lin Weiwan and waited until the end with a righteous look in the teasing eyes of Comrade Xiaopeng. After watching the people leave, Yi Jibai closed the door and pressed Lin Weiwan against the wall. A pair of eyes looked deeply at Lin Weiwan through the lenses. You just looked at me like that. Do you have something to say to me? Lin Weiwan was stunned by Yi Jibai. Well, he seemed to have misunderstood something. I knitted a scarf for you. Do you want to try it? A New Year's gift. Lin Weiwan could only think of giving the scarf he had just knitted to Yi Jibai. The slender white fingers pushed Yi Jibai's chest, but did not push him away. Lin Weiwan looked at the man in front of her in confusion. With his back to the light, Yi Jibai's tall figure was hidden in the darkness. A breath of aggression came over her, and Lin Weiwan stared motionlessly at the man who was slowly approaching her. A smile appeared on her thin lips, and she raised one hand to take off her plain glasses and stood up. Then, how can I repay you? A pair of narrow eyes flashed with dangerous signals. In Lin Weiwan's surprised eyes, a trace of coldness and softness came up. The moment Lin Weiwan saw Yi Jibai take off his glasses, she had only one thought in her mind. Glasses are a hindrance. The moment he took off his glasses, Yi Jibai's whole face was exposed to Lin Weiwan's eyes. Unlike the usually cold and abstinent Yi Jibai's expression just now had a hint of evil, which was a look that Lin Weiwan had never seen before. The two panted and leaned against each other calmly. Yi Jibai put on his glasses again and returned to his usual appearance. Lin Weiwan quickly pulled away and took out the scarf that had been washed in the cabinet space. Yi Jibai followed behind Lin Weiwan. Seeing the scarf held by the girl, Yi Jibai bowed his head slightly to signal Lin Weiwan to put it on him. Lin Weiwan put the scarf around Yi Jibai's neck when they were so close. Go to bed early. Yi Jibai reached out and touched Lin Weiwan's jade white face under the light. If he stayed any longer, something bad would happen. Yi Jibai strode out. Looking at the pattern on her neck that was different from ordinary scarves, it was obvious that it was carefully woven. Yi Jibai couldn't help but curl his lips when he smelled the faint fragrance from the scarf. Lin Weiwan locked the door and hugged Xiaomi on the ground into his arms. He reached out and touched his slightly swollen lips and fell down on the Kong embarrassedly. His heart was beating like a deer, and it took a long time for him to slowly calm down. After drawing the curtains, Lin Weiwan moved the Kong table to the corner of the Kong. In the middle of the night, Lin Weiwan woke up from his sleep in the space and added a handful of firewood to the Kong so that the room was warm until morning. Just as she was about to enter the inner room, she heard someone knocking on the door. Who? It's me, Shen Minghua. Do you have any medicine for colds and high fevers? I need it urgently. At the door, Shen Minghua was wearing a military coat and was rubbing his hands back and forth because of the cold. Wait a minute. Lin Weiwan hurried into the inner room and lit the kerosene lamp. She spread the quilt, opened the cabinet, took out the medicine bag from it, took out the cough, cold, and fever medicine, and opened the door for Shen Minghua at the door. The door opened, and a cold wind came in from outside, making Lin Weiwan shiver. Here, it's all here. Lin Weiwan didn't know who had a cold. She quickly handed the medicine to Shen Minghua. Is it serious? I can also give you acupuncture to relieve it. Lin Weiwan asked Shen Minghua, who was anxious. Shen Minghua thanked her with the medicine book and stopped as he was about to turn around and leave. Is it okay? Of course, we are all friends, so it's a bit awkward. Lin Weiwan looked at Shen Minghua openly. Wait for me, I'll put on my coat. Lin Weiwan turned and went into the house to take out his military coat, cotton hat, and scarf, quickly put them on and walked out. Let's go. Shen Minghua took a deep look at Lin Weiwan and quietly took Lin Weiwan out of the educated youth point with the help of the nightlight. Although Lin Weiwan was a little strange, she didn't ask much. Is this a girlfriend? When the two walked to the cowshed, Shen Minghua turned around and looked at Lin Weiwan. If you don't feel good, you can go back. Shen Minghua was entangled all the way. He wanted to bring Lin Weiwan with him, but he was afraid that someone would see him and implicate Lin Weiwan. Grandpa looked very sick. He didn't know about it for the past 2 days. He was fine when he came a few days ago. He found out that Grandpa was sick when he came to deliver things tonight, and he was angry that they didn't come to find him because they were afraid of implicating him. What's the matter? Let's go in. Lin Weiwan entered the cowshed faster than Shen Minghua. Under the dim firelight, 5 elderly people were huddled in the haystack at the foot of the wall. On the other side was the big yellow ox that was responsible for the labor of the village. The whole shed was filled with a smell. Shen Minghua followed behind Lin Weiwan and quickly turned on the flashlight in his hand. Who is it? An old voice asked. Grandpa Chu, it's me. Shen Minghua walked over quickly. I brought the medicine and a friend. Lin Weiwan walked forward and looked at the only one of the 5 old men who was still lying there. Under the firelight, the old man with white hair was covered with a worn quilt. There was sweat on his forehead, but his temperature was not very high. His lips were purple, and he had difficulty breathing and was in a semi-conscious state. This is my grandfather. He has been drowsy for the past 2 days. Shen Minghua didn't expect that he would be like this after not seeing him for more than 2 days. His face was full of regret. Lin Weiwan pinched the old man's pulse and opened his eyes to look at his pupils. Severe cold and pneumonia and joint problems. It is definitely not possible to live here for a long time. Lin Weiwan retracted his hand, touched the cold and torn quilt, and sighed deeply. The environment here is not suitable for recuperation. If they stay like this, these old people will suffer from problems. Rheumatoid arthritis is a common phenomenon. Several old people stared at the beautiful girl with snow-white skin in front of them. I didn't expect that she looked so powerful at such a young age. Shen Minghua took out the medicine given by Lin Weiwan. Take the medicine first. Lin Weiwan held Shen Minghua's hand. This medicine is useless. It only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. It won't get better. Picked out a portion of anti-inflammatory medicine. Take one of these first. Have you eaten? It's better to make some porridge. Xiao Xin brought the rice. I'll go and cook it now. A short old man stood up swiftly and rummaged through the piled items next to him. Shen Minghua looked at Lin Weiwan. Then what should we do? Send him to the hospital? It would be best to send him to the hospital. His condition. The village doctor will definitely not be able to cure him. Lin Weiwan saw Shen Minghua's worry and said bluntly. Shen Minghua looked ugly and embarrassed after hearing what Lin Weiwan said. People who were sent to the cowshed cannot leave easily, and everything must be approved by one level at a time. I'm afraid Grandpa can't wait until that time. If we need to apply for medical treatment, it may take too long. Lin Weiwan, do you have any ideas? Shen Minghua asked Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan pursed her red lips. Acupuncture alone may not work. Chinese medicine is also needed. These medicines can be found in the space, but it is the first time for Lin Weiwan to give medicine to people. She is a little undecided. She has performed acupuncture several times and has a good idea about it. As for this medicine, Shen Minghua looked at Lin Weiwan's entangled look. Don't be afraid. Just use the medicine. I will find a way to get anything you need. Lin Weiwan came back to her senses and looked at Shen Minghua. The Chinese medicine I have is just right, but I am afraid I need to try 2 doses to see the effect. Shen Minghua was overjoyed to hear what Lin Weiwan said. Just use it. Don't worry about anything. Lin Weiwan nodded in response, took out the alcohol and silver needles from her bag, and looked at the cowshed worriedly. We must find a way to move him to another place. This place is not suitable for recuperation. The air was filled with the smell of cow dung, and the whole shed was leaking cold wind. The sanitary conditions were very poor. Shen Minghua nodded and watched Lin Weiwan disinfect the needle. Half an hour later, Mr. Shen was much more awake, and he opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. The old men were also very happy that they could meet such a great Chinese medicine doctor in the countryside. Grandpa, don't worry about recuperation. I will find a way. Shen Minghua's eyes were red. Lin Weiwan and Shen Minghua walked out. What do you want to do? Shen Minghua took a deep breath and his whole throat was sore. Send a telegram and try to transfer Grandpa away. Lin Weiwan looked around. What do you think of Hu Xiaobang? Shen Minghua looked sideways. What do you mean? Instead of reporting to the higher-ups, it's better to secretly get him to your house. You and Xiaobang can take care of the things in the room. By the time the higher-ups approve it, your grandpa's illness will have been cured by 70%. No one goes to the cowshed anyway, and Dongxing village is not that radical to these people. Take him there secretly and send him back in 10 days. No one will find out. Lin Weiwan proposed a seemingly dangerous but most convenient method. The two stopped, and Shen Minghua thought about it, and it was true, especially since the new year was approaching and no one cared about the people in the cowshed. I'll go back and test Xiaopeng's attitude. If he agrees to help us, I'll take Grandpa over in a while. The two quietly returned to the backyard, and Shen Minghua went back to the house to find Hu Xiaobang. Lin Weiwan quickly entered the space, which gave him a lot of time, and he quickly prepared 2 sets of Chinese medicine. Old Master Shen is over 70 years old. He has been in the cowshed for a long time. His mind is depressed and his body is weak. He must not take too much medicine but can only take it step by step. He added 2 more medicines to warm the bones, and Lin Weiwan wrapped them in paper and left the space. It took less than 10 minutes outside. Thinking of the temperature in the cowshed, Lin Weiwan took out 2 thick quilts looted from Zhao's house from the space. The outside was not very good, but the cotton inside was 90% new. If he took out more, he would be suspected. 2 quilts were the limit. He quickly tied the quilts with rope. He also took out the meat given by the village. Even if he gave acupuncture and prescribed Chinese medicine, he still had to keep up with the food supplement. Shen Minghua came over and nodded to Lin Weiwan, followed by comrade Hu Xiaobang in a military coat. Let's go pick up Grandpa. You help me keep watch. Lin Weiwan nodded and followed behind the 2. The 3 quickly took the old man to the backyard of the educated youth site. Lin Weiwan asked Hu Xiaobang to come over to help her get things. After entering Hu Xiaopeng's house, Lin Weiwan put the meat and dried vegetables in the outer room. Hu Xiaobang carried 2 quilts into the house. Shen Minghua only brought 1 quilt to the countryside, thinking that he could make do on his own. Unexpectedly, Lin Weiwan sent 2 quilts. That won't work. You need one too.
Take it back.
Shen Minghua knew how difficult it was to get cotton. Many families had a quilt for 10 years and were reluctant to throw it away. The cotton inside eventually became a ball and had to be mixed with new cotton to make a new one. I brought a lot of things to the countryside. You can give these 2 quilts to Grandpa Shen. They can also be used in the cowshed later. Don't push me. You have to cheer up and take care of Grandpa Shen these days. What if you get sick from the cold? Shen Minghua had no choice but to take the quilt after hearing what Lin Weiwan said. I put the pottery jar in the outer room. Grandpa has eaten the porridge. You boil the medicine. Just boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl of water. I will come again tomorrow morning. Lin Weiwan tightened her clothes and returned to her room. As for Shen Minghua, Lin Weiwan did not expect Shen Minghua to come for the people in the cowshed. She thought Shen Minghua was Lin Weiwan returned to the room. After the tossing and turning just now, almost 2 hours had passed. After locking the door, thinking about the situation in the cowshed, and thinking about the fear of being discovered by boiling medicine back and forth, Lin Weiwan entered the space. Lin Weiwan, who had slept in the space, could not sleep now. He took out the medicinal materials and prepared to make pills for the subsequent conditioning of Grandpa Shen so that it would be more convenient to eat. Lin Weiwan woke up early the next day, had breakfast, and ran to Hu Xiaopeng's room carrying a basket of vegetables. It contained a can of malted milk and a bowl of brewed malted milk with 2 drops of spiritual spring water added. The 29th day of the lunar calendar may be busy preparing food for families with many people. But the situation at the Educated Youth Center was no different from usual. Many people even delayed their breakfast time and got up late in the morning. This way you can do nothing and just eat 2 meals a day. It can also save some food. But Lin Weiwan is different. If no one comes, maybe they will run away to the space. As time goes by and the amount of exercise increases, it is natural to eat on time. After taking Mr. Shen's pulse, I found that it had improved a lot, but it was still very weak. He took out the malted milk and asked Shen Minghua to feed it to Grandpa Shen. Use this can of malted milk to make it for Grandpa Shen. Shen Minghua held the can of malted milk. He really hadn't prepared these things. He usually only thought about sending some coarse grains and meat to his grandfather. After the new year, Okay, don't be polite. We are all good friends. Lin Weiwan interrupted Shen Minghua. As for Shen Minghua, Lin Weiwan did not do it for any other reason. Since they had fought together, they were now brothers, and their brother's affairs were his own affairs. The injections were completed half an hour later, and the group discussed that if anyone asked about it, they would just say that Shen Minghua had a bad cold. Old Master Shen coughed occasionally, and he would definitely be heard when he passed by Shen Minghua's house and went to the toilet at the back. As for Mr. Shen going to the toilet, he could only temporarily install a toilet in the house and empty it every day. After showing it to Mr. Shen, Lin Weiwan returned to her room, cleaned herself up, and sat there adjusting the radio. After thinking for a while, he found out the preserved fruits that Yi Jibai had given him last time and started eating them. There are many kinds of preserved fruits in a box, including apple preserved fruits, apricot preserved fruits, pear preserved fruits, peach preserved fruits, hawthorn preserved fruits, green plum preserved fruits, and fruit leather. Lin Weiwan tried one of each and found that the peach ones tasted better.
I ate one more.
Today is the 29th, and many families in the village are making dough and steaming buns. Lin Weiwan tried to tune the radio for a long time but couldn't get it right, so she turned it off. Turning around to knead the dough, steamed buns. I don't really feel like eating them. I thought of something that tastes better than steamed buns, brown sugar mahjong rolls. Take out the brown sugar and steam it in a steamer. Brown sugar itself has hard lumps, and the steamed brown sugar will be more loose and can be better mixed with the sesame paste. Add the steamed brown sugar into the sesame paste and mix well. Pour white flour and baking powder into a bowl. Mix well and add a little brown sugar and white sugar. Pour in warm water and add a little yeast to make dough. Roll the dough into a thin sheet and spread the brown sugar sesame paste evenly on the dough. In a short while, sesame paste and sugar rolls appeared on the chopping board. Lin Weiwan lavishly spread a layer of sesame paste and sprinkled a layer of brown sugar on the surface of a steamed bun. Put it in the steamer and let it rise for 20 minutes before steaming. Lin Weiwan made a lot at a time, and most of it was sent directly to the steamer in the space for finishing. A small half is left outside and steamed. As Yi Jibai pushed the door open against the cold wind, he smelled the fragrant aroma of sesame paste. What did you do? It smells so good. Yi Jibai put down the heavy bamboo basket in his hand. It's mahjong candy rolls. Do you like sweet things? Lin Weiwan asked Yi Jibai. Yi Jibai took out the large wooden washtub he had made for Lin Weiwan. Looking at Lin Weiwan's smile, I like everything you do.
Ha.
Fat Hu was following behind, frowned when he heard what Yi Jibai said. Yi Jibai looked back when he heard the voice, for big words popped out in his eyes. Do you have any objections?
No. Just continue as if I don't exist.
Fat, who happily picked up the carrying pole and prepared to fill Lin Weiwan's water tank with water. Yi Jibai drew water from the water tank and poured it into a large wooden basin, then put 7 or 8 fish that he had just caught from the river into it. Xiaomi was squatting on the ground playing. He saw water splashing out of the basin and curiously leaned over the edge of the basin to watch. A big carp jumped and swung its tail on Xiaomi's head. Little Mia let out a meow and ran into the inner room.
Haha.
Lin Weiwan was amused by Xiaomi's appearance. You caught so many fish in this morning. Lin Weiwan looked at the fish in the basin, all of which were quite large. Well, use what you said last time. Yi Jibai took out 2 pheasants from the basket, already processed. Hu Xiaopeng came back and poured the water into the water tank. Qiao Yun is not here. I don't know where she went. The few of them had already agreed to celebrate the New Year together. This way it would be more lively. Otherwise, it would be boring to celebrate the New Year alone. The location was set at Hu Xiaopeng's house. Hu Xiaopeng and Shin Minghua's house was bigger. But thinking that Mr. Shen was recuperating, the final gathering place was changed to Lin Weiwan's house. The sesame paste and sugar rolls came out of the pot, the aroma spread, and Hu Xiaopeng's stomach started to rumble. Oh my, it's terrible. I'm so hungry.
Give me one to try.
Fat, who squeezed next to Yi Jibai and waited next to the big pot. The heat from the stove was just enough to warm him up. After fishing with Yi Jibai for the entire morning, he was almost frozen to death. Lin Weiwan glanced at Hu Xiaopeng's red hands from the cold and said, "Come and wash your hands first. Wash them clean before eating." While pouring hot water into the basin, she also added 2 drops of spiritual spring water. Looking at the 2 people's hands that were frozen like carrots, "Come here and soak your hands, otherwise you'll get frostbitten." Yi Jibai put the frozen chicken away and walked over, soaking his hands in the basin. "Did you go up the mountain last night?" Lin Weiwan asked Xiang Yejibai. "It was good enough to catch so many fish in half a day. The chicken must have been caught in the mountains at night or daytime. We went there early today. We always have to add 2 dishes for the New Year." Yi Jibai said easily, his narrow eyes just staring at Lin Weiwan. "You're going up the mountain in such cold weather. Are you trying to kill yourself? We have other things to eat even without chicken. Are you frostbitten?" Lin Weiwan was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, looking Yi Jibai up and down.
No.
Yi Jibai said softly, with a smile on his face. "Hu Xiaopeng, who is soaking his hands opposite you. You 2 are really not trusting others. You still don't consider yourself a human being." The resentful look was met with a stern look from Yi Jibai, and he immediately lowered his head obediently. Lin Weiwan sighed, turned around and took out 2 bowls, scooped 2 spoonfuls of loquat sauce into each bowl, and added 3 drops of spiritual spring water. "Drink some hot water first to warm your body." Then he put the bowls on the table for the 2 of them. "Turn around and pick up the steamed buns. Don't prepare to cook at this time." He took the bowl, opened the kimchi jar, and picked out a bowl of 8 treasure pickles. He took out a vegetable basket and picked up 8 steamed buns and a plate of pickles. "I'll take them to Shin Minghua. You guys don't go out, keep warm in the house." He didn't know where that girl, Tianwang Qiao Yun, had gone in such a cold weather. Of Shin Minghua's room, Lin Weiwan thought that she should prepare the 5-day medicine for Grandpa Shin tonight, as no one would deliver medicine to the door during the New Year. "I'll deliver it over soon after it's ready before it gets dark. I'll think about how much trouble I've caused the village chief and the team leader since I arrived, so I'll have to prepare some things when they visit me during the New Year." As I was walking back, I saw Wang Qiaoyun, whose face was red from the cold, coming from the front yard. "Where have you been? It's so cold." Lin Weiwan took the bamboo basket from Wang Qiaoyun's back. They quickly dragged Wang Qiaoyun, who was almost frozen, into the house to warm her up. After drinking a bowl of loquat sauce and warm water, Wang Qiaoyun felt alive again. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Qiaoyun's frostbitten ears, poured some warm water mixed with spiritual spring water, and gave Wang Qiaoyun a hot towel to cover her ears for a while. Let Wang Qiaoyun soak her hands as well. "I went to the black market, and guess who I saw?" Wang Qiaoyun smiled like a mouse that stole rice. Yi Jibai looked at the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. Hu Xiaopeng's mouth was stuffed with steamed buns, and just as he was about to speak, the steamed buns came out of his mouth. I quickly covered my mouth, and when I swallowed it, I choked and rolled my eyes because it was too dry. Yi Jibai poured a bowl of boiling water for Comrade Xiaoping, and Lin Weiwan had no choice but to stand up. Wait a moment. Then, he quickly went to the outer room. Yi Jibai followed him out and saw Lin Weiwan boiling water to make soup. I quickly squatted down and helped to light the fire. A tomato and egg soup is ready in less than 5 minutes. Lin Weiwan poured the egg soup into the large bowl, as usual, and secretly added 2 drops of spiritual spring water. This way, Mr. Shen will get better faster, and Shen Minghua won't be affected by the disease. I'll take it there, you don't go out, Yi Jibai said as he took the basket from Lin Weiwan's hand. Wang Xiaoyan brought the hot soup into the house, but Hu Xiaoping hadn't even swallowed the steamed bun in his mouth yet. Can't you eat slowly? You'll choke to death. Wang Xiaoyan glared at Hu Xiaoping's useless look, but served him 1 or 2 bowls of egg soup. Hu Xiaoping's eyes opened wider. Sesame paste, brown sugar, oil, and white flour. Which one of these things is not precious? Even in the capital, not every household can eat it. With these ingredients, who would dare to do it? The main reason is that the food Lin Weiwan cooked was so fragrant that it felt like my tongue was about to fall off. Hu Xiaoping put the steamed bun in his mouth down and tilted his head high. My sister Lin's cooking skills. Anyone who eats it will know. It's so delicious that it will make your tongue fall off. The aroma of sesame paste in the room was tempting. Wang Xiaoyan had been hungry for the whole morning, and her saliva was unconsciously secreted more. Don't just watch. Eat it while it's hot. Lin Weiwan added more bowls and chopsticks to Wang Xiaoyan. Yi Jibai also came back, and the 4 of them gathered around the table on the Kong, eating sesame paste and sugar-coated rolls. Wang Xiaoyan's eyes lit up when she took the first bite. What a divine way of eating it. It was so delicious. It's so delicious. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but praise. If it tastes good, eat more. Lin Weiwan served hot soup to everyone. Oh, I almost forgot what I was going to say. Guess who I saw in the black market? Wang Xiaoyan looked mysterious. Who? Fat Hu asked casually. Lin Weiwan thought the black market. Could it be Du Shanshan? She was the one who went to the city the most frequently among the educated youths in the center. You can't guess it, right? Let me tell you, it's Du Shanshan. I have a sharp eye and didn't expect she was selling things. There are many varieties of things, and fortunately, there are fruits. Wang Xiaoyan put down the steamed bun in her hand and went to the outer room to bring in the bamboo basket she carried back. When the cotton cloth that was delivered to the door was uncovered, there was a package of apples, a package of oranges, a large piece of pork, and various canned and paper-wrapped sausages, candies, and rice. Lin Weiwan watched Wang Xiaoyan excitedly placing things one by one on the box. Lin Weiwan felt his eyelids twitch every time Wang Xiaoyan picked up something. This girl didn't hide anything at all. She was completely letting herself go. Before, Lin Weiwan had suspected that Du Shanshan had the same space as herself. After all, the luggage bag that Du Shanshan brought with her when she went to the countryside was deflated and torn. The person looks malnourished, but he can keep coming up with good things, which would be suspicious to anyone. Today I was very powerful and killed many people. I followed a group of aunties and uncles to rob and brought back so much. Wang Xiaoyan's proud look made Lin Weiwan couldn't help laughing. Hu Xiaoping couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Wang Xiaoyan. Anyone who could win the fight against the old men and women before the new year is not an ordinary warrior. Come and eat quickly, it will get cold soon. Lin Weiwan called Wang Xiaoyan over. In the black market, Du Shanshan would carry back 2 large bamboo baskets of things from outside every once in a while. Today, Du Shanshan alone has taken over almost all the customers on the entire street. Tang Jing'an watched Du Shanshan from a distance and did not stop her. Instead, he asked a few of his younger brothers to maintain order. After much persuasion, Du Shanshan finally got the batch of goods for herself. I originally wanted to send Jiang Mei to another house to stay temporarily. Unexpectedly, Mei fell ill just when she was about to pack her things, so she had to put the moving on hold and let Mei recuperate first. He let his brothers see that he ignored the life and death of his sister entrusted to him by his brothers for the sake of a woman and sent the sick Jiang Mei away. In the future, which brother would dare to put his head on the belt and fight with me? Seeing Du Shanshan being angry with him, Tang Jing'an was not angry. He just let her vent her anger. Those who came to the black market today were lucky enough to find something. No matter what it wasn't expensive even without a ticket. The things you buy are all very interesting, and what's available in this wave may not be available in the next wave. There are fresh apples, daily necessities, sometimes meat, various condiments, wine, homemade sausages, and a wide variety of things. Wang Er stood next to Tang Jing'an worriedly as he looked at the surging crowd. Brother, there are more and more people. Will something happen? Tang Jing'an pursed his lips as he looked at the crowd that continued to pour into the black market. Find more brothers to guard each intersection. If it doesn't work, we'll just have to abandon this place. Tang Jing'an made the worst-case scenario plan and was already thinking about how to get Du Shanshan away as quickly as possible. This is how people flow in the black market. In an era when electricity was not widely available and there were no telephones, everything had to be spread by word of mouth among people with good connections. Many people rushed to the black market after hearing the news, hoping to have a good new year. Du Shanshan can no longer remember how much she earned today. During this period, she has been renting short-term houses in the city. As long as the supermarket restocks, she will make a batch. After all, there is no need to worry about them going bad if they are left in the winter. I had been thinking about reconciling with Tang Jing'an, but I didn't expect that witch Jiang Mei to be pretending to be sick. What's hateful is that Tang Jing'an actually believed it. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. What's the point of having feelings? What's the point of being the boss's woman? Just be more open-minded. Aren't you happy being the boss yourself? As the flow of people grew, Tang Jing'an asked his people to quickly send away the goods he had not sold. He squeezed through the crowd and walked to Du Shanshan's side. Let's go back. If we continue like this, something bad will happen. Du Shanshan rolled her eyes at Tang Jing'an. None of your business. Tang Jing'an squatted down. If we continue like this, the police patrol will come. There are too many people. Du Shanshan was already angry. Seeing that Tang Jing'an was always interfering with her, she got angry. You just can't stand seeing me get better, right? I want to stay here today. Why don't you listen to advice? Then Duent tried to persuade me. Du Shanshan looked at Tang Jing'an's face. His handsome features repeatedly made her sink. She quickly turned her head to the other side. Her chest rose and fell with anger, like a grudge. Run, the police are coming. Someone shouted, and the crowd started to stir. Those who were caught by the police buying things would be criticized, and their things would be confiscated. In this era, even a little bit of things can make a family feel distressed. Many people who were holding things or had already bought things and wanted to buy more began to flee in panic. It was not so easy for the sellers. If they were caught, they would not only be criticized, but also sent to labor reform. Those who refused to change their ways after repeated admonitions or the amount was huge would lose their lives. Tang Jing'an grabbed Du Shanshan's arm. Come with me. Du Shanshan looked at the two large bamboo baskets full of things and felt reluctant to leave. Things. Who cares? Run. Tang Jing'an pulled Du Shanshan hard and squeezed into the crowd and ran to a small intersection. The place chosen by the black market is not only secretive, but also well-connected, which is convenient for escaping in case of trouble. As for the result, it depends on luck and speed. The public security will also take a look in advance when jointly enforcing the law. I don't know what the situation is this time. Du Shanshan followed Tang Jing'an into a dead end and turned into a house. After passing through the backyard, I saw a ladder that had been erected by the wall and two of Tang Jing'an's brothers. In winter, people wear thick clothes, and Du Shanshan is wearing a military coat, so her movements are naturally not as agile as Tang Jing'an and his friends. After climbing over the wall, the two brothers hid the ladder, and the four of them quickly split into two groups and left. Tang Jing'an turned around and took Du Shanshan into a house and locked the door. After entering the house, he started a fire and started sweeping the floor with a broom. Du Shanshan looked at Tang Jing'an in a daze. Let's go. Why don't you run away? Take off your military coat and put it in the closet and wipe the Kong mat.
Tang Jing'an calmement instructait du Shanshan.
Du Shanshan was stunned when she heard Tang Jing'an's words, but then she calmed down and looked like she had suddenly realized something. While she was wiping the Kong, there was a knock on the door outside. Who is it? Tang Jing'an asked, put down the broom, and went to open the door. Looking at the two public security officers at the door, comrade, what are you doing? Are you living here alone? The public security comrade looked at the cold yard. No, it was just me and my wife. Did anyone pass by just now? I didn't notice. Tang Jing'an looked surprised. The two police officers looked at the comrade who was running quickly at the other side of the intersection and nodded. Sorry for disturbing you. The two turned around and left quickly. Du Shanshan hid at the door and listened to the sound, covering her chest with her hands, feeling a little scared. Tang Jing'an locked the door again and walked into the house. You have prepared this yard a long time ago. Du Shanshan asked Tang Jing'an. Well, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Maybe they will come back soon. You have to act more realistically. Tang Jing'an got closer to Du Shanshan with every word he said, and finally, he just controlled Du Shanshan between himself and the door. Let me go. Du Shanshan lowered her head slightly to avoid Tang Jing'an. She would bump into him as soon as she raised her head. I can't let go. I can't let go the first time I saw you. I can't let go in this life. Tang Jing'an said to the girl in front of him affectionately. You are shameless. Du Shanshan pushed Tang Jing'an's strong chest with her hand in anger. Not only am I shameless, I also. Tang Jing'an clamped Du Shanshan's chin with one hand and pressed against her. Before the educated youth ordered dinner, Lin Weiwan stuffed the divided medicine into a bamboo basket and went to Lin Huahua's house. This medicine is for the next 5 days. It's not good to send medicine during the new year. I will send it to you in advance. If Grandpa Shin feels uncomfortable, remember to come to me quickly. Lin Weiwan took the medicine out of the bamboo basket. I wrote the number on this medicine. You boil it according to the number. Lin Huahua was stunned when he heard what Lin Weiwan said. It was the first time he saw someone taking Chinese medicine like this. Don't be afraid. After taking these few doses of medicine, Grandpa Shin's illness will be mostly cured. Lin Weiwan knew that what he did was different from other Chinese medicine practitioners. After checking Grandpa Shin's pulse again, Lin Weiwan seemed to be able to see through the wrist of Grandpa Shin's pulse. As the 3 fingers moved, Lin Weiwan could detect the subtle differences reflected in Grandpa Shin's pulse. It was as if the entire internal network of the body was attached to his eyes. This was also what Lin Weiwan discovered when he took Grandpa Shin's pulse for the first time. At the signal of Grandpa Shin, Shen Minghua took out something wrapped in black cloth from the cabinet. When Lin Weiwan took back her hand, she put the box in Lin Weiwan's hand. This is what Grandpa asked me to give you. Thank you for your help these days. Without your grandpa, I'm afraid. Shen Minghua looked at Lin Weiwan gratefully. Looking at the thing in his hand, even through the box and the cloth, a wisp of thick white mist was revealed. I can't keep this thing. I see Grandpa Shen because I treat you as a friend. Your grandpa is my grandpa. Lin Weiwan stuffed the box back into Shen Minghua's arms without any reluctance. Grandpa Shen sat up with the help of Shen Minghua's arm. Xiao Wan, keep this thing. This is a gift from Grandpa. The Shen family has nothing left. This thing was originally a souvenir. It is not worth much now. You can take it to play with or give it to others. This is Grandpa's intention. Grandpa Shen waved to Shen Minghua, and Shen Minghua immediately put the box back into Lin Weiwan's arms. I really can't accept it. Just from the mist, you can tell how valuable the things inside are. I even practiced on Grandpa Shen. How can this little medicine be worth such a valuable thing? If you don't accept it, I won't take this medicine. Don't come here again in the future. Minghua, take me back to the cowshed later. Grandpa Shen's words made Shen Minghua and Lin Weiwan tilt their heads at the same time. Grandpa Shen, I will accept it. I will keep this thing here. If you want to see it or use it one day, I will give it to you. Lin Weiwan looked at the stubborn Grandpa Shen and had no choice but to accept it. That's right. Just accept the things given by your elders with peace of mind. After being escorted to the door by Shin Minghua, Lin Weiwan stopped. I have prepared some things for you to pick up later. There are some pills for preventing cold and removing dampness, strengthening the body, and some daily necessities and food. You take them to the old people in the cowshed, and I won't go over there lest there are too many people and attract other people's attention. Lin Weiwan whispered to Shin Minghua. With Shin Minghua's things alone, it is not enough to help a few old people. Looking at the old man who is as old as his grandfather, he still can't just watch. Seeing that the new year is coming, he should do his best. Although it doesn't matter, it's not a bad thing to help. Shin Minghua didn't expect Lin Weiwan to be so thoughtful. I thank you on their behalf. Lin Weiwan waved his hand. Okay, it's not a big deal. Back in the room, Lin Weiwan put a full bamboo basket behind the door and waited for Shin Minghua to come and pick it up later. Take the wooden box out of the bamboo basket and put it on the Kong table. Open the black cloth package to reveal the real thing inside. The gorgeous conch shells revealed a different kind of beauty in the dark room. A scent of agarwood slowly wafted out, which shocked Lin Weiwan. Without looking at what was in the box, this agarwood conch shell box was already a treasure. Cranes, morning sun, peonies, and fairy stones covered the entire agarwood box. Opening the delicate lock and slowly lifting the lid, a soft light instantly illuminated the room. Lin Weiwan was startled and grabbed the box and went straight into the space. Entering the villa in the space, Lin Weiwan opened the box again, only to find that it was actually a lifelike sculpture of a kind-hearted guanyin statue. The guanyin statue was carved from a whole piece of mutton fat white jade. From the lotus crown on the head to the lotus platform on the base, the carvings were delicate and lifelike. A red mirror gem was inlaid on the forehead, holding a lotus in the right hand and a jade bottle in the left hand. The tentacles were warm, and the overall height was about 30 centimeters. The light came from the jade bottle in Guanyin's hand. The small jade bottle could actually illuminate the entire room. Lin Weiwan saw this for the first time, and suddenly felt that the Guanyin statue in his hand was a little hot. It was too precious. What kind of family was the Shin family to have such a treasure? Looking closely at the luminous jade bottle, Lin Weiwan guessed that the jade bottle was carved with something like luminous stone, commonly known as night-shining pearls. The most precious thing was not the Guanyin statue carved from a whole piece of Hetian mutton fat jade, nor was it the jade bottle that was brighter than other night-shining pearls. The most peculiar thing was that the night-shining jade bottle was held in Guanyin's hand. There was no breakpoint on the entire hand and the bottle. Lin Weiwan had a bold hypothesis that the jade material was originally a combination of mutton fat jade and night-shining pearls. Put the Guanyin statue on the coffee table. Because of the light emitted by the jade bottle, the whole Guanyin statue looked dreamy and vivid. In Lin Weiwan's eyes, the greedy spiritual spring in his home was actually slowly absorbing the mist on the Guanyin statue. The spring water also did not let go of the mist on the snail box. Lin Weiwan left the space and waited for Shin Minghua to come and get something. He didn't know that when he opened the box in the room just now, the bright light was not only seen by Lin Weiwan. Another person who passed by the backyard to go to the toilet also saw it. After leaving the space, Lin Weiwan waited for Shin Minghua to come and get something, while thinking about what delicious food to cook for the New Year's Eve dinner tomorrow. Usually when the five of them get together, they eat chicken, fish, pork, and so on. It would be a bit boring to cook the same thing as usual during the New Year. Until Shin Minghua took away the things, Lin Weiwan hadn't figured out what to make. On New Year's Eve, Yi Jibai, Hu Xiaobang, and Wang Qiaoyan all gathered in Lin Weiwan's room. Wang Ping's room on Lin Weiwan's side was locked, and Du Shanshan didn't come back last night. The backyard became the world of a few people again. Yi Jibai chopped wood, Hu Xiaobang fetched water, and Wang Qiaoyan followed behind Lin Weiwan to help prepare the dishes. It was almost noon, and dishes were placed on the round table in the inner room. Improved version of sweet and sour pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, traditional iron pot stewed fish, Lin Weiwan's specialty, braised pork with fermented bean curd, 3-no stick, sausages brought back by Wang Qiaoyan, a plate of fried peanuts, and wensi tofu soup. Melon seeds, peanuts, white rabbit milk candy, chocolate with wine filling, jiaolianji, and rock sugar, were placed on the tea tray. There were canned hawthorns to relieve greasiness, and drinks included Coca-Cola that Yi Jibai brought to Lin Weiwan and malted milk and loquat sauce that Lin Weiwan brought out. Fresh fruits included apples and oranges that Wang Xiaoyan brought back from the black market. This table was complete, not to mention that it was a large plate of noodles in that era, even in the next 20 or 30 years. A large table with delicious food. Several people from all over the world gathered together to spend the first year of going to the countryside. Unfortunately, Shen Minghua pretended to be sick and stayed in the house to take care of Mr. Shen, so Lin Weiwan could only prepare some of each dish for the two of them. Although the presentation was not as large and beautiful as the ones here, it was enough for 2 people to eat 2 or 3 meals. The fragrance from the backyard drifted out when the door was opened several times, and the people gathered in the front yard were not thinking about it. The only meat dish on the table was stewed meat with sauerkraut. Compared with the fragrance from the backyard, it looked watery and white. The remaining dishes were braised tofu, boiled cabbage, and steamed pumpkin and potatoes with soybean paste. Oh, today's sauce was fried in the pan, and 2 eggs were beaten. Zhao Kaiyang picked 2 pieces of meat and put them in the bowl to eat. He felt that the saltiness was a bit off and ordered a chopstick of egg sauce. Lin Huahua looked at Zhao Kaiyang with disdain and quickly turned his head away. Wait a little longer. It will be fine after these 2 years. Lin Huahua thought of this, and his eyes became more determined. The chopsticks were not slow in picking up the meat in the bowl. After all, they paid for the meat. If they didn't eat it, it would be a bargain for others. The 4 people sat down in the backyard. Hu Xiaobang quickly poured Coke for Lin Weiwan.
Come on.
Sister, fill it up. You've worked hard. Lin Weiwan felt that she was already full of flavor. After the meal was over, Lin Weiwan wanted to go into the space to take a shower. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Lin Weiwan with admiration. The same things, ingredients and pots. How could the things be made so differently? The 4 people scanned the food on the table. The aroma of rice and the taste of the dishes were so fresh and fragrant that they almost wanted to cry. Hu Xiaobang was so useless that he shed 2 tears. He was eating and didn't know which dish to look at. He kept giving Lin Weiwan a thumbs up and looked at Yi Jibai with envy. This old guy really found a treasure. Yi Jibai's eating speed was not slow, but he was much more elegant than Hu Xiaobang's. Wang Xiaoyan had completely let herself go in the backyard, and in the end she and Hu Xiaobang fought over the remaining spoonful of sanbozen on the plate and almost overturned the table. After dinner, Lin Weiwan watched obediently as Yi Jibai and 2 others cleaned up the battlefield. Wang Xiaoyan went back to sleep after eating, and Hu Xiaobang went back to see Shen Minghua with great tact. Only Yi Jibai and Lin Weiwan were left in the room. Yi Jibai looked deeply at the girl in front of him. Thank you for your hard work today. It's the new year, as long as everyone is happy. Lin Weiwan was not so petty towards his friends. I'll make it for the new year next year. This is for you. Yi Jibai took out something wrapped in a blue checkered handkerchief from his arms and placed it on his large palm. Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai in confusion. This is... Yi Jibai opened the handkerchief, and a pair of glass-type imperial purple jade bracelets appeared in front of him under the light. Lin Weiwan didn't dare to take it anymore. This. You. Last time we went to pick up the package, I asked my grandma to send it to you. Yi Jibai put the bracelets on Lin Weiwan's hands, and her fair skin matched the imperial purple jade bracelets to show a different kind of beauty. Lin Weiwan looked at the strong Yi Jibai. The bracelet was beautiful, but it looked more like handcuffs. It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Lin Weiwan wanted to take off the bracelet on her hand. This is for you. I gave it to you. The situation is special now. You can wear it at home. I have something to give you when we return to Beijing. Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai like this. Is this a reward for me to make New Year's Eve dinner? This is the right to be my lover. Then I feel I'm losing out. Lin Weiwan was looking through Yi Jibai at the pile of gold and treasures in her space that looked like a scrap collection station.
Yi Bai.
From now on, everything I have is yours. Comrade Lin Weiwan, marry me. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan affectionately. Lin Weiwan paused for a moment when she heard what Yi Jibai said, looking at the handsome man in front of her. Okay. Lin Weiwan smiled. Maybe life doesn't need too much consideration. Sometimes it's good to go crazy once. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan and thought she would reject him, but he didn't expect Lin Weiwan to agree.
Great.
Yi Jibai was as happy as an impulsive child. He picked up Lin Weiwan and spun around in the small room. After locking the door, Lin Weiwan entered the space and filled a pool of spiritual spring water for herself in the villa to take a bath. The jade bracelet on her wrist was covered with thick white mist, which showed how rare this jade was. The bracelet was placed on the table, and the spiritual spring was secretly absorbing the white mist again, but now the space no longer resisted Lin Weiwan's use of the space when absorbing the white mist. At this time, the mist on the white jade guanine in the living room had been completely absorbed by the spiritual spring. Soaking in the spiritual spring water little by little, you can feel that every inch of your skin is absorbing pure energy. Awakening, rebirth, condensation, precipitation. Every breath is like being in the sea of clouds, comfortable and breathable. The black hair is like black satin under the nourishment of the spring water. Lin Weiwan picked up her bathrobe and put it on. She walked to the kitchen of the villa and squeezed herself a glass of fresh apple juice to help digestion. She sat in the sea of flowers at sunset and admired her own golden mountain. She felt satisfied. Outside the Educated Youth Center, Zhao Rongrong brought up the dumplings, which were the most sumptuous food for the two sisters-in-law. The two of them ate the dumplings stuffed with pickled cabbage and meat in silence. No one wanted to pay attention to each other. After lunch, Zhao Rongrong packed up and walked out the door. Shen Jinju watched Zhao Rongrong go out and frowned slightly. What was she going out for at this time? Thinking of Zhao Rongrong again, Shen Jinju didn't want to be a nanny, so she fell directly on the Kong and prepared to sleep for a while. Zhao Rongrong turned left and right along the snow-covered path, looked around, and knocked on the wooden door in front of her. It was getting dark, and the lights in the Educated Youth Center gradually lit up. Yi Jibai was the first to come to Lin Weiwan's room, still with a fresh breath on his body. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Lin Weiwan adjusting the radio. Let me do it. Lin Weiwan stepped aside and let Yi Jibai adjust it. He glanced at the time, and it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. It is customary in northeast China to eat dumplings and set off firecrackers on New Year's Eve. After a while, the radio was finally adjusted. The quiet courtyard suddenly became particularly lively because of the sound of the radio. The radio was playing the model opera of Sha Jiabang, which came out in a humming voice. Lin Weiwan opened the box and filled the almost empty tea tray and took out 2 bottles of canned peaches, a bag of peach cakes, and a bag of tea. Yi Jibai stretched out his hand to hug Lin Weiwan's waist and covered Lin Weiwan, who was much smaller than him. I will go to report after the new year. Yi Jibai's voice was hoarse and low. The breath of his words hit Lin Weiwan's ears and made her feel itchy. Lin Weiwan could only nod shyly, feeling the heat of his chest behind her. Hearing the creaking sound of shoes stepping on the snow, Yi Jibai gently touched Lin Weiwan's slightly red ears and left quickly. Hu Xiaoping walked in with a few firecrackers and a small hanging whip. Come, take a look at my treasure, Sister Lin. Brother will make a few loud fireworks for you to listen to. Hu Xiaoping came in without looking at the house, but just put the firecrackers behind the door of the outer room. Knowing that Lin Weiwan was in the inner room, thinking about Lin Weiwan's good cooking skills at noon, he was trying to flatter her. When he looked up, he saw Yi Jibai walking out of the inner room, and he was stunned.
Ah, old Yi.
You are here too. What else? Yi Jibai reached out and pulled down a few small whips, waving to Lin Weiwan. Put on a coat. We will set off firecrackers in the yard. Okay, wait for me. Lin Weiwan nodded, opened the box and took out the military coat and walked out wearing a hat and scarf. The door of the inner room was closed to prevent the air conditioning from entering, and the door of the outer room was open. The fire in the stove was reflected 2 meters away, and with the light of the kerosene lamp, the yard didn't seem dark at all. I walked to the middle of the yard and stood next to Yi Jibai, watching Yi Jibai take out a match to light the fuse of the small firecracker and throw it out quickly. Pop! The small firecracker exploded in the middle of the yard with a crisp sound. Do you want to try it? Yi Jibai handed a small firecracker to Lin Weiwan.
Yes.
Hu Xiaopeng looked at the figure of a pair of beauties standing in the snow setting off firecrackers. He was redundant. The educated youth in the front yard heard the sound of firecrackers in their yard and came out wearing cotton clothes. Zhao Kaiyang's cotton coat was dark, and the patches on the shoulders, sleeves, and elbows were worn out, and the original color could not be seen. There were a few rice soup marks on the collar. Most of the cotton coats in winter are like this. This is the only cotton coat. If you take it apart and wash it, you can't wear it. Even if you take it apart and wash it, it may be damaged by washing it more than once. Especially without a woman, he, a grown man, can't do these delicate work. This cotton padded jacket was brought from home when I went to the countryside. Now that I have worn it for 2 years, the cotton inside has begun to clump. When the cold wind blew, Zhao Kaiyang, with his hands in his sleeves, couldn't help shivering from the cold, and even his shoulders were hunched. Looking at the two people standing in the backyard, Zhao Kaiyang felt for the first time that he and they were from 2 different worlds. Even though they were in the same yard at the same time, there seemed to be an unbreakable barrier between him and them. The sound of small firecrackers exploding in the yard restored a lot of popularity to the educated youth point that had been silent for a long time. Several people in the front yard crowded behind the house with flashlights to watch the excitement. But no one stepped forward to join in, as if they could no longer fit in since the day they separated. Although they live in the same yard now, there is an invisible dividing line. Wang Qiaoyan came through from the back. Unlike other people in the front yard, she could swagger into Lin Weiwan's team and envy others. Brother Xiaopeng, bring me a few. I want to play too. After all, they were all 18 or 19 years old. Even though they were doing the same work as the adults, they were still very lively and liked to participate in the play. When they were happy, they played and made a fuss, and when they were unhappy, they fought. Under the envious eyes of everyone, Wang Qiaoyan, accompanied by the fat man, stood at the door of Du Shanshan with a small whip and started to set off the small whip, having a lot of fun. The firecrackers were set off one after another and attracted Xinjinju and Zhou Rongrong, who lived outside the educated youth point. Xinjinju's eyes had been looking at Yi Jibai's tall figure since she entered the backyard. Looking at the two people standing very close, Xinjinju's eyes seemed to be poisoned and stared at Lin Weiwan, fearing that she would touch Yi Jibai. Why should she, an orphan who had a hard life and killed her parents, stand there? Only she was worthy of a person like Yi Jibai, and Xinjinju's eyes were on Yi Jibai again. From the clothes to the temperament, Xinjinju can be sure that Yi Jibai is not from an ordinary family. Although I don't know how old Yi Jibai is, the temperament of people who have been in high positions for many years is different from that of ordinary people. Xinjinju is in Haisher, and she has a relationship with Shen's father, so she has met many people. She has a good eye since she was a child, which is somewhat similar to Lin Weiwan. Zhou Rongrong looked at her sister-in-law's wolf-like eyes. What else did she not understand? A barely perceptible smile rose faintly at the corner of her mouth, and the inexplicable light in her eyes was safely hidden in the darkness. These days, Xinjinju told everyone how much she took care of her sister-in-law, and she put layer after layer of gold on her face. When she returned to the house, she was like 2 people, either saying that the food was salty or that the rice was not good enough. She didn't help at all when she was working and making fire. Zhou Rongrong hated the way Xinjinju looked down on her. Now who is more noble in the Shen family or the Zhou family? They're all family members with bad backgrounds. She doesn't believe that Xinjinju can still make any trouble. Shen surely seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. So many letters had no news. Zhou Rongrong didn't want to guess anything anymore. The worst plan was that Shen surely found someone else in the city and didn't want her anymore. Zhou Rongrong's eyes gradually became empty, but she was thinking about how to send the little ancestor in front of her far away. Lin Huahua stood aside, watching the 4 people having fun, and couldn't help but smile. Play, there will be a time for you to cry. I know so much now. I reviewed 2 years in advance, just waiting to see people anxious and painful. As she looked at it, she set her eyes on Zhao Kaiyang in the crowd. A trace of cruelty was hidden in her eyes and disappeared completely. She glanced at Chunlei standing next to Zhao Kaiyang. Lin Huahua cast her eyes on the people playing in the yard again, but she was thinking about another thing in her heart. Lin Weiwan clapped her hands. Let's go back to the house. It's so cold. The 4 people went into the house one by one, and the backyard returned to peace again. Several people in the front yard also walked back. Zhou Rongrong followed Shinjinju with a flashlight. The cold wind blew over, which made Zhou Rongrong's envious head sober up. She looked at Shinjinju, who had already surpassed her, with a big smile. Jinju, slow down, wait for me. Can't you go faster? You're so slow. If you want to walk faster. You're going to freeze to death. Shinjinju hugged herself with both hands. Without a military coat, she was only wearing a cotton coat and cotton pants, which were soaked by the wind. In order to clean, Shinjinju took a wet towel and dipped it in soap to wipe the dirty places on the cuffs and collars. In order to avoid not daring to confess when she sees her favorite person during the new year. The clothes were still hanging in the house. When she heard the noise, even if she didn't have a military coat to wear, Shinjinju came out wearing a padded jacket. Now, when she got home, she felt cold and went straight into bed. The 2 had eaten dumplings during the day. Now there was no condition to make dumplings at night, so they could only go to bed early. In the sea market, Shen Shirley went out with a bag of apples and 2 fishes during the day. He arrived at the staff family compound and went up to the 2nd floor along the wooden stairs. He knocked on the door twice and waited at the door. The wooden door opened with a creak. And the one who opened the door was a pretty but slightly dark girl. Why are you here? Yanzi, I came to see you. Isn't it almost the new year? I'm giving you some New Year's goods. Shin Shirley handed the apples and fish in his hand to the girl. You should leave quickly. It's not good for people to see you. Feng Yan hurriedly took the things and drove them away. Shin Shirley could only smile and nod and leave. Aunt Wang, who came out to take out the garbage, had been keeping an eye on the door of Feng's house. Seeing the young man leave, she smiled and asked Feng Yan, Yanzi is dating someone. Feng Yan was a little shy, but because she was dark-skinned, her blushing didn't show. My cousin came to give you some things. Aunt Wang, don't guess. After saying that, she closed the door with the things in her hand. Aunt Wang curled her lips. The young man looked at Yanzi with a look of daze. How could he be a cousin? Did she think she was blind? The young man looked handsome and well-dressed, so why did he fall in love with Yanzi? No, she had to find a way to find out. If he was a good man with good conditions, she could introduce him to her old lady. What if it worked out? The 4 people gathered together and started chopping stuffing and kneading noodles. There were only 2 kinds of stuffing for dumplings, radish and meat, and pickled cabbage and meat. Pure white flour. The 5 people took out half of their white flour and put it together, preparing to make more dumplings. One good thing about the Northeast is that in winter, the outside is a natural big freezer. The dumplings that have just been wrapped are placed outside, and they are frozen hard in a short time. But they have to be put away to avoid being taken away by other things. The 4 people talked and laughed while listening to the radio, and Hu Xiaopeng told them a few jokes. After the dumplings were wrapped, they were taken outside to freeze. Wang Xiaoyan moved the Kong table to the middle, and the 4 of them played poker and ate melon seeds together. This ghost thing is really good. Wang Xiaoyan picked up the apple in her hand, which was sweet and crisp. Yiji looked at the apple on the plate with deep eyes, wondering how the deployment was going over there. At 12 o'clock, Hu Xiaopeng went out to set off firecrackers, and Lin Weiwan and Wang Xiaoyan quickly put the dumplings into the pot. In this era, it was good to eat meat once or twice a year. Many families had to count the meat they got. Those with wives and daughters at home might not be able to eat it, but the eldest son and grandson could eat more. After the dumplings were cooked, it was not difficult to eat 1 or 2 bowls with an open stomach. The dumplings were ready. As usual, 2 large bowls were filled for Xin Minghua and put into the basket, with vinegar sauce and garlic paste specially prepared by Lin Weiwan. The 4 of them also gathered together to eat the hot dumplings, chatting and laughing to officially welcome the arrival of the Year of the Rabbit in 1975. In Haishur, Zhou's mother was making dumplings with 2 grain flour, looking at Zhou Weibei, who is still lying in bed. Xiaobei, come to work with me after the new year. I have made an agreement with Director Chu. If you work hard, we will get paid well. Zhou Weibei looked at the roof with empty eyes and jumped up when he heard Zhou's mother talking about going to work. Mom, I won't go even if I die. If I go to carry manure, how will my classmates look at me? I'm only 19 years old. How can I get a wife? And which girl would be willing to marry a manure carrier? Zhou Weibei didn't dare to think about the days when he would spend all day with manure. Now, he didn't feel hungry just watching Zhou's mother making dumplings. The smell could be smelled from 2 or 3 meters away. If the family wasn't so poor, he really didn't want to eat the food cooked by his mother. What are you going to do if you don't go? We can't be the same as before, we have to live. I can support you for 1 day, 10 days, 10 years. Can I support you for a lifetime? If I die one day, will you starve to death? Mother Zhou looked at her youngest son with great regret. Now, of her 4 sons, only this useless one is left. The adopted daughter ran away and never sent anything home, not even a penny. Thinking of this, Mother Zhou cried while making dumplings. The good family has become like this now. He feels ashamed to see people, but she has the face to see people. In the past, she was the wife of the deputy director, and many people envied her. When she went out, everyone had to talk to her. Now she has to push a manure cart through the streets to collect manure. If she didn't meet those former subordinates in the factory one day, she would have lost face long ago. She sat down on the chair somewhat powerlessly, and the dumplings in her hands became slower. We can't go back anymore, Xiaobei. Why don't you work for a few years while you are still young? Mom will be with you. Let's save some money. When we have saved enough, we can marry a country girl. When we find a better job, we can sell this manure job. Mom doesn't have any other abilities. This is all I can do for you. Now that you don't want it, do you know how many people want this job? We can only endure it if it's a little dirty and smelly. It's better than us not having enough to eat. Thinking of devoting herself to the old director who had already been spoiled for Zhou Weibei's job, Zhou's mother felt sick in her heart. If she had any way, she wouldn't want to go down this path. Fortunately, she hadn't suffered much in the Zhou family over the years. Compared with the women of her age, she was still younger. Zhou Weibei could only turn his head slowly to the side and shed tears after listening to his mother's words. During this period of time, he was either sleeping or sleeping, as if nothing had happened when he was asleep. His father was still the deputy director, his eldest brother was a soldier, his second brother was a doctor, and his third brother went to the countryside. When he was at home doing nothing, he would rather be hungry than wake up and face everything, escaping from reality and everything he didn't want to accept. Mom, I'll go. After the new year, I'll go pick up manure with you. Zhou Weibei's voice was a little choked. He slowly stood up and walked to Zhou's mother. He followed Zhou's mother to learn how to make dumplings, and it took him almost half a year to see this little bit of meat. It would be a lie to say that he was not greedy. He almost forgot what the meat tasted like. The faint laughter of other residents in the building made their family seem even more desolate. Equally desolate was the Shen family next door, with only a wall between the two families. No one looked down on anyone, even though the son-in-law Shen Shirley had to call Zhou's mother Mom. But now the Shen family is in a difficult situation. The whole family is supported by Shen Shirley's salary, so forget about the matter of rushing to recognize his relatives. Shen Shirley had no such plan. Anyway, Zhou Rongrong was the adopted daughter of the Zhou family. She was even less related to him. Shirley, our family is counting on you now. Mother Shen was shoveling the dumpling stuffing. Although they were making the same dumplings, the Shen family had more meat stuffing in their bowl than the Zhou family next door. It looked more appetizing. Mom, I know, don't worry, I will work hard and take good care of you and Grandma. Shen Shirley said he understood. Looking at the house, which was less than 10 square meters, it turned out that his bedroom alone was nearly 20 square meters. Now a family of 3 had to squeeze into a 10 square meter room. And it was Lin Weiwan's house. He never thought in his life that one day he would have to rent Lin Weiwan's house to live. If he had not married Zhou Rongrong but Lin Weiwan, would it be different now? Did he pocket all the rent for this villa? Thinking of this, Shen surely suddenly realized that he was too sincere in the past. He was worthy of Zhou Rongrong and this relationship, but he was most sorry for himself. If he married Lin Weiwan, even if something happened to the Shen family, he would not have to work from 8 to 5 to make a living under the hands of others. Thinking of this, Shen surely regretted it. He was young and ignorant. At the educated youth point, after dinner, several people were too sleepy to go back to sleep. Yi Jibai helped Lin Weiwan clean up, quietly holding Lin Weiwan's fairy white fingers. When I finish my business, you will come with me. I promise to treat you well in this life. Yi Jibai didn't know how to coax the little girl, so he could only express his feelings by saying what he wanted to say in his heart. He liked Lin Weiwan more and more, and he didn't want to let go, and couldn't let go. The two of them stayed together for a while, and then Yi Jibai returned to the front yard. Lin Weiwan locked the door and went directly into the space, of course, holding the increasingly clever little me. He went to sleep directly after entering the villa, and when he woke up, he began to read medical books again. He figured out the prescriptions and effects of the medicine bit by bit. When he was tired of studying, he picked some fruits from the orchard at the back. A bite was filled with the fragrance of the fruit. When Yi Jibai returned to the room, everyone had fallen down, and the lights in the house were not off on New Year's Eve. Yi Jibai looked at the people on the Kong without much expression, and quietly took off his outer tire and got on the Kong. Don't think about that guy named Ji anymore, Zhou Rongrong said as she sat on the Kong, cracking melon seeds with one hand. What do you mean? Shen Jinju immediately became alert when she heard Yi Jibai and looked at Zhou Rongrong. It means exactly what it says. You said you would help me last time. Is this how you helped me? And you told me not to think about it? Shen Jinju deeply understood what it meant to fall in love at first sight. Last time is last time, this time is different. That night, the educated youth was already with Lin Weiwan. Do you think you still have a chance? What do you mean? It means exactly what it says. As a girl, you naturally don't understand the things between men and women, Zhou Rongrong said as she curled her lips and spit out the melon seed shells from the corner of her mouth. Shen Jinju was stunned, her eyes full of hurt, and her eyes instantly turned red. Why does she do that? She's just a jinx with a tough life, but she actually seduced Yi Jibai. How shameless, Shen Jinju said angrily, and subconsciously pulled the curtain in front of her with her hands, and the curtain was broken with a swish.
Sound.
How do you know? Did you eavesdrop? You have no shame. Shen Jinju couldn't accept the thought of Zhou Rongrong eavesdropping on Yi Jibai. Maybe even seeing it.
I saw it.
Zhou Rongrong looked at Shen Jinju angrily with a smile.
You.
I'm going to tell my brother that you're an unfaithful woman. Shen Jinju didn't expect Zhou Rongrong to do such a thing, so she said that if Zhou Rongrong was left alone here, she might cuckold her brother. Shen surely just didn't believe her. Look, now he couldn't help but peek at other people doing things. Still pregnant. How am I unfaithful to my husband? Please don't throw dirty water on me. You have peeked, and you still don't admit it. Shen Jinju now regrets very much that she didn't persuade Shen Shirley to get a divorce before returning to Haishur. I said I saw Yi Jibai and Lin Weiwan sneaking into the shabby house.
I didn't say why I went to see them.
Look how anxious you are. Zhou Rongrong looked at Shen Jinju sarcastically, whose emotions were fluctuating greatly. Where is the shabby house? When did you see it? Doesn't Lin Weiwan have his own house? Shen Jinju looked at Zhou Rongrong and her gaze instantly calmed down, with suspicion in her eyes. The small shabby house was the residence of an old landlord in Dongxing village. Later, when the landlords were being attacked, the house was ransacked and burned down. It is said that the landlord's family members all hanged themselves in the shabby house, and no one dared to live there anymore. But it has become convenient for others.
And
Zhou Rongrong couldn't help but glanced at Shen Jinju as she spoke. What do you know as a girl? The youth training center is so small. If you stay in there for a long time and make some noise that others hear, what will you do? It's impossible to get things done so quickly. After these few words, Shen Jinju blushed. Zhao Rongrong finally stopped being sarcastic. Shen Jinju turned around abruptly and stared at Zhao Rongrong with sharp and vicious eyes. You lied to me. Zhao Rongrong looked at Shen Jinju with clear eyes. What did I lie to you about? How did you know that Yi Jibai would go to the shabby house with Lin Weiwan at that time? You hardly go out and don't live in the educated youth center. How could you know? Shen Jinju's face returned to normal, and she looked at Zhao Rongrong with a scrutinizing look. Zhao Rongrong pulled her thin lips into a faint smile. Although I don't live in the educated youth camp, it doesn't mean I don't know what's going on there. After all, I have lived there for a period of time. I don't go out much, but I still go out. Even if a pregnant woman doesn't do any work, I still need to take a walk to help with the delivery. If you don't believe it, then forget it, but you shouldn't get involved in what's going on between them. Their affairs are already a foregone conclusion, and it's not a good idea for you to break up a couple. Zhao Rongrong once again spoke to stop Shen Jinju. Shen Jinju stared at Zhao Rongrong with a suspicious look. Then tell me, when will they come out next time? Zhao Rongrong laughed. That's not necessarily true, this matter. But since you want to see it, next time they come out to cheat, I'll let you know when I get the news. Zhao Rongrong agreed generously. Shen Jinju picked up the thermos and poured herself a cup of hot water. Zhao Rongrong didn't look like she was lying. The Chinese New Year is a happy time. In the blink of an eye, it is the 15th day of the lunar month. Children in every family are looking forward to the Lantern Festival meal. After the Lantern Festival, adults start to get busy, but today is different. There was another snowstorm on the 15th day, and the outside was covered with snow again. The thickest snow reached up to the calves, again delaying the desire of some hard-working people to go out. Zhao Rongrong walked with Shen Jinju, one step deep and one step shallow. In Shen Jinju's arms was the only valuable item she brought from Haishir to the countryside, a camera. In front of the door of the dilapidated house, Zhao Rongrong pointed to one of the rooms in the house that was still relatively intact. It's right there, do you want to see it? Zhao Rongrong's eyes were full of provocation. Just look, what's there to be afraid of? Shen Jinju glanced around and walked towards the house. She took every step carefully so as not to make any noise, and Zhao Rongrong also followed behind Shen Jinju. The two of them entered a room one after the other. Zhao Rongrong gestured to Shen Jinju to look through the small hole in the middle wall towards the other room. Shen Jinju walked over and found that there was no sound in the entire yard. Are they here? He asked Zhao Rongrong quietly. Anyway, we came out of the educated youth point together, so even if we haven't arrived yet, we'll be here soon. Zhao Rongrong pushed Shen Jinju a little further inside. I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me. Then he was about to walk out. Shen Jinju quickly pulled Zhao Rongrong over and said, You lied to me. Before she could ask anything else, she heard footsteps outside the door. Just as Zhao Rongrong was about to speak, she was knocked unconscious by a broken brick that Shen Jinju picked up from the ground. After knocking Zhao Rongrong down, Shen Jinju had no time to run away, so she could only push open the back window and jump out. Wu Er entered the room and quickly closed the door. He adjusted to the darkness in the room for a while, and when he came in, he saw the woman on the ground. He was delighted. He didn't expect that the educated youth named Zhao was so cruel that he even spared his own sister-in-law. He just groped over and started taking off his clothes. Shen Jinju went around to the front door and listened to the noise inside, still not understanding anything. Zhao Rongrong wanted to kill her. She took out the camera, adjusted it, and paused slightly. Should I call someone over or take a video of it? If I call someone over, Zhao Rongrong will have an affair with me. My family won't be able to hold their heads up when they go out. I don't know how long I will have to stay in this countryside, and it will not be good for my reputation. If I don't have the chance to go back to the city, I will have to stay here and will inevitably be criticized by others. Hearing the voice inside, Shen Jinju decided to keep the evidence in her own hands. He pushed open the shabby wooden door with one hand and started clicking with the camera. Wu Er was frightened the moment the door was pushed open. He jumped up, put on his pants, and ran out. Zhao Rongrong was dazed, but was awakened by the cold wind. What was there for him to not understand when he saw himself? He was actually knocked unconscious by Shen Jinju. When he saw the camera in Shen Jinju's hand, he didn't dare to say anything for fear of attracting the villagers. Shen Jinju stood at the door and sneered at Zhou Rongrong, who was hurriedly putting on her clothes. Zhou Rongrong's face turned red with anxiety. She put on her clothes hastily and ran out. The two returned home one after the other. Shen Jinju leaned against the door frame of the inner room and looked at Zhou Rongrong, who was crying. Go through the divorce procedures with my brother and move out of here. Zhou Rongrong looked up suddenly when she heard Shen Jinju's words. You are going to force me to death. I force you? You want to marry me to the old bachelor in the village. You say I force you. Do you still have any shame, Zhou Rongrong? Shen Jinju felt that Zhou Rongrong was really bad and shameless. She saw the man running out, and he was almost as old as her father. Zhou Rongrong is really bad to the core. If this thing succeeds, her reputation will be ruined, and she will no longer have the protection of the Shen family. Even a witch like Zhou Rongrong dared to plot against her. When the time comes, as long as Zhou Rongrong comes out to testify that she and that man are in love, she will not be able to win even if she goes to the city to sue. I'm pregnant with your brother's child, and you're forcing me like this. You just want to kill me. Zhou Rongrong looked at Shen Jinju with an unpleasant expression. Shen Jinju was amused by Zhou Rongrong. Just you want to harm me. I just suggested that you divorce my brother and leave, which is harming you. Zhou Rongrong, don't be so hypocritical. Go down to the rural wall, or divorce my brother immediately. It's your choice. Shen Jinju raised the camera and shook it. She won't move out, and we will get a divorce. A tall figure walked in from the door, wearing a slightly worn cotton coat and with some stubble on his chin. Zhou Rongrong was stunned. She stood up and cried out in surprise, "Second brother." Shen Jinju was stunned when she saw the much more mature man in front of her. Is he still the idiot of the Zhou family? How come there is such a big change? You were actually released. The Shen family naturally knew something about the Zhou family's affairs. Seeing Zhou Weiwan suddenly coming back, Shen Jinju was of course surprised. Why couldn't I come back? It's not my fault. I was just a child back then, and my grandma was in charge of everything. Zhou Weiwan said with full confidence, as if he was really young and ignorant. Shen Jinju looked at the Zhou family's brother and sister. It was true that birds of a feather flock together. If the children at home were like this, the ones from outside would also develop like this. I don't care whether you come out or not, just take your sister and get out of here. Otherwise. Shen Jinju tilted her neck and looked straight at Zhou Weiwan. When Zhou Rongrong heard what Shen Jinju said, she was so scared that she cowered like a little rabbit and hid behind Zhou Weiwan. Zhou Weiwan felt a little disgusted by Zhou Rongrong's action. But for now, it is better to deal with Shen Jinju first. What else? Zhou Weiwan fixed his eyes on the camera on Shen Jinju's chest and snorted coldly. Shen Jinju was so scared that she stepped back holding the camera. What are you going to do? I won't do anything. This house was originally given by everyone to compensate my third brother. Your brother and Rongrong were only living here temporarily. To put it bluntly, this house belongs to the Zhou family, and you have no right to chase them away. Just because Zhou Rongrong has harmed others, just because Zhou Rongrong has cheated on my brother, you, the Zhou family, must give up this house. Otherwise, I will hand over the photos of Zhou Rongrong cheating on people. Shen Jinju's eyes were fixed on the Zhou brother and sister, not missing any of their eyes or subtle expressions. Zhou Weiwan looked at the camera on Shen Jinju's chest and smiled. If you wanted Rongrong to be arrested, you would have gone there by now. I guess there is no film in your camera. Zhou Weiwan's words startled Zhou Rongrong and surprised Shen Jinju even more. This camera was given to me by my father's friend after our house was robbed last time. She kept it because she liked it, and even when something happened at home she sold her bicycle, but she couldn't bear to sell her camera. The film had long been used up, and the only remaining photo only captured a blurry figure. She felt something was wrong at the time, but she still mustered up the courage to press the shutter button to scare Zhou Rongrong. You really don't care about Zhou Rongrong's life. Shen Jinju looked at Zhou Weiwan with forced calmness. It doesn't matter whether I care or not. It depends on your choice. Do you go and hand in the photos and send Zhou Rongrong to jail, or do we go through the divorce procedures with Chen Shirley and move to the educated youth camp by yourself? From now on, we will go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. Zhou Weinan said word by word. Shen Zhenju packed her luggage and moved into the educated youth site, and everyone knew that Zhou Weinan had returned. But no one said anything. The telegram came quickly. Within 3 days, Shen Shirley received Shen Zhenju's telegram. He angrily asked for leave and took a bus to the countryside. The moment he saw Zhou Rongrong, he slapped her to the ground. "You witch! You dare to cuckold me! I will beat you to death." In the small room, Zhou Weinan stopped Shen Shirley's violence. "Don't blame me for being rude if you hit me again." Zhou Weinan punched Shen Shirley twice. The two have known each other for so long, and this is the first time they have fought in all these years. But Zhou Rongrong is of great use to him now. What if she gets hurt? In the afternoon, the two went into the city to complete the divorce procedures. Shen Shirley felt so ashamed that he didn't even go back to Dongxing village. He left 50 yuan for Shinjinju and stayed in the guest house waiting for the bus back to the city. Lin Huahua prepared a bag of dry food, water, torches, and matches for herself to go into the mountains. If she didn't go now, she would miss the opportunity. She remembered that something happened here in her previous life, although she was not clear about the details. But she guessed that there must be something hidden in the mountains, which is why those people had been searching for it for so long. If I find it first and don't take too much but hide some aside, maybe that will be enough for the rest of my life. When the Zhou brother and sister came back, Zhou Weinan quickly lit the fire and rekindled the extinguished stove, and the room became warm. "Second brother, what should I do in the future?" Zhou Rongrong was a little confused for a moment. "I don't know what I should do now. I can't blame her for what happened to Shinjinju. Which girl of age doesn't want to get married? Now the Shen family is bankrupt. Shinjinju's character was not even as good as hers, so she found a husband for her out of kindness. Shinjinju has high standards, and she can't stay single for her whole life, so as her sister-in-law, she naturally has to help. You deserve it. You have a good life, but you always scheme against others. You end up losing more than you gain." Zhou Weinan walked into the inner room and pointed at Zhou Rongrong and cursed. Zhou Rongrong didn't expect Zhou Weinan didn't understand her, so she just lay on the Kong and cried. Actually, there is a solution. Seeing Zhou Rongrong crying, Zhou Weinan quickly changed the subject to prevent her from denying her responsibility. "Are you serious?" Zhou Rongrong's eyes were shining with an imperceptible light. "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back to inform you before entering the house. It's estimated that the two people will be here soon. No matter what others say, just say that you are the daughter of your second uncle." Zhou Weinan solemnly instructed Zhou Rongrong. Zhou Rongrong sat there, stroking her belly gently. "We will go to the city to deal with him tomorrow." Zhou Weinan's eyes fell on Zhou Rongrong's belly. Zhou Rongrong also looked at her belly. "No, I will take care of it." Zhou Rongrong looked at Zhou Weinan's smile with a hint of cruelty. After the new year, the weather began to gradually warm up, and the small roads in the village gradually became lively. People came to visit and chat, and took advantage of the midday sun to hug the branches broken by the snow at the foot of the mountain. Lin Weiwan put down his pen and closed his notebook, stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes, feeling a little tired. He got a cup of spiritual spring water from the space and drank it. The remaining 2 drops were directly applied to his eyes, and he felt much more comfortable. Xiaomi was sleeping soundly on Lin Weiwan's legs. "Xiaowan, let's go to the river to wash clothes." Wang Qiaoyun's voice came from the door. Lin Weiwan looked around and found that there was nothing to wash, so he quickly pulled down the bed sheet that was pressing on him. "I'm here. Wait for me." He took out a coat that he used for cooking yesterday and threw it into the wooden basin and took out the soap. Wang Qiaoyun's wooden basin contained the clothes that had been accumulated over the past few days. The water level of the Dongxing River is not high in winter, so it is just right to dig a hole to wash clothes. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to go back and forth to draw water from the well to wash. When the two of them walked to the river, there were already 2 people washing clothes. Wang Qiaoyun pulled Lin Weiwan upstream. As soon as Wang Qiaoyan squatted down and turned a few times, she found that her soap was missing. Winter coats are relatively dirty, and they must not be washed clean without soap. What's wrong? Lin Weiwan found a stone equipment to smash a hole in the thin ice on the riverside, and found that Wang Qiaoyan was looking for something. I remember I put the soap in the basin. How come it's gone? Wang Qiaoyan shook out 2 pieces of dirty clothes and a bed sheet, but didn't find any trace of the soap. Okay, stop looking, use mine. Lin Weiwan handed his soap to Wang Qiaoyan. No, it must have fallen somewhere. You wash it first, I'll go back and look for it, and I'll be back soon. Wang Qiaoyan said, and went back along the way she came. Lin Weiwan broke the ice and brought the basin over, preparing to shuffle the bed sheet through the water and wait for Wang Qiaoyan on the shore. Thinking that they had reached the river, Lin Weiwan watched a crucian carp take a breath and run away by the ice hole, and his heart moved. He made 2 sticky rice in the space and simmered them with spiritual spring water. He found a sturdy dry branch nearby and stuck the sticky rice on the branch and tied the 4 corners of the bed sheet to the branch. In this way, the water and fish can be collected at the same time as long as the consciousness covers the range of the bed sheet. Everything was ready. Lin Weiwan dipped the bed sheet into the water and leaned against the branch to lie horizontally on the ice. The power of the spiritual spring water was very strong. One after another, fish swam into the bed sheet frantically. Lin Weiwan touched the wooden stick with one hand, and his consciousness began to wrap the water and fish in the bed sheet directly into the fish pond in the space. Anyone who has been on the ice knows that kind of sound, the sound of ice breaking on the broken ice. Lin Weiwan quickly straightened up and put away the branch. Yuri back so soon. Before he turned around, he felt a strong force coming from his back. The whole person fell headfirst towards the ice hole. Lin Weiwan lost his balance and was shocked. He subconsciously looked back, and his body also turned sideways. He dared to see Zhao Rongrong standing behind him. As luck would have it, Lin Weiwan's arm just grabbed Zhao Rongrong's retracted left hand. The 2 of them smashed into the ice hole at the same time. With Zhao Rongrong's exclamation, Lin Weiwan, what are you doing? The 2 of them smashed into the river at the same time. The cold river water instantly engulfed the 2 people. The 2 people were heavy and were swept downstream by the turbulent current. Hurry up, someone fell into the water. Hurry up. The 2 people downstream had already noticed that the 2 people upstream suddenly fell into the water and hurriedly ran to the village and shouted. Wang Qiaoyan found her soap on the ground in the outer room. She didn't know where it fell. Before she reached the river, she saw 2 ants running back while shouting. Who fell into the river? Wang Qiaoyan stopped one of them. That beautiful Lin Jiqing, and that. Wang Qiaoyan didn't finish listening, only to hear that Lin Weiwan threw away the soap in her hand and ran to the river.
And it was downstream.
Yi Jibai heard that there was a commotion outside and ran to the river, without wearing a coat. Many villagers had already run to the river. Zhao Rongrong held Lin Weiwan tightly underwater and didn't let go. Lin Weiwan realized at the moment when she and Zhao Rongrong entered the water that Zhao Rongrong deliberately let him pull her. However, Zhao Rongrong did not expect that the ice surface could not bear the weight of the 2 people because the gap opened was even larger and they fell into the river together. After chopping Zhao Rongrong unconscious with his backhand, Lin Weiwan really wanted to let Zhao Rongrong drown. Thinking that he was indeed holding Zhao Rongrong when he fell into the water, he was afraid that if Zhao Rongrong really died, it would definitely be his fault. He could only hold Zhao Rongrong's hair with one hand and swim desperately towards the shore with the other hand. It was difficult for people to tell the direction under the frozen water. He could not even take a breath. Lin Weiwan swam out of the space several times. Anyone would be dead if this happened. Wang Qiaoyan stood on the downstream side of the river and smashed the ice with things crazily. His hands were worn out before he smashed 2 ice holes. Lin Weiwan finally found the direction of the shore with his consciousness released and swam towards the shallow water on the shore. Wang Qiaoyan saw Lin Weiwan swimming towards the shore through the ice and ran towards that position crazily and quickly held a stone and started to smash the ice on the shore. Yi Jibai, Hu Xiaobang, and Shen Minghua ran over and saw Wang Qiaoyan, with blood on her hands, smashing the ice to expand the size of the hole. Yi Jibai saw the hole expanding and jumped down, followed by Wang Qiaoyan, whose hands were covered in blood. Hu Xiaobang tried to grab Wang Qiaoyan subconsciously, but failed. He could only watch Wang Qiaoyan go into the water and swim towards Lin Weiwan. Hu Xiaobang and Shen Minghua, who couldn't swim, continued to expand the hole. At this time, many people had gathered on the shore. Seeing the black shadow in front of him, Lin Weiwan took a closer look and found that it was Yi Jibai. Yi Jibai grabbed Lin Weiwan with one hand and pulled Zhou Rongrong's arm while swimming forward with the other hand. He didn't care about Zhou Rongrong and didn't want to touch her. If Lin Weiwan couldn't hold her, it would be her fate. He just needed to hold his wife. Wang Qiaoyan came over and could only hold Zhou Rongrong with one hand and whip Lin Weiwan with the other to save some energy. The four people in the water gradually left the rapids and approached the shore. Yi Jibai was the first to send Lin Weiwan out of the water, followed by Zhou Rongrong, Wang Qiaoyan, and finally himself. Zhou Rongrong's lips were purple from drowning, and Zhou Weiwan hurriedly gave Zhou Rongrong first aid. After all, he studied medicine before and was Zhou Rongrong's brother, so he was the most suitable for this job. Hu Xiaobang Shen Minghua quickly took off his cotton coat and put it on Lin Weiwan and Wang Qiaoyan. What are you waiting for? Go back and change clothes. The village chief looked at the few people who were freezing and said. Zhou Rongrong also vomited all the water and just opened her eyes. The severe pain in her abdomen made her face pale in an instant. Brother, my stomach hurts so much. It's not a miscarriage. An ant looked at the blood flowing from Zhou Rongrong's body. Hurry, send her to the city hospital. Ershing, go and pull the bull cart. The village chief felt that he should retire next year. He was too old to withstand so many storms. It's still more fun to play with the grandson at home. Yi Jibai sent Lin Weiwan back to his room and then quickly ran back to change clothes. Lin Weiwan entered the room and quickly entered the space to get himself a cup of spiritual spring water. He took off all the wet clothes and changed into a cotton coat. He took out the thermos and put in half a cup of spiritual spring water and added half a can of loquat paste to prevent the few people from tasting it. He put on a military coat and a hat, took out disinfectant and bandages, took out his own cotton coat, and ran to the front yard with a thermos. When he entered the house, Wang Qiaoyan was getting dressed. The dirty set was not taken back, and this set was wet again. He could only wear a padded coat and cover himself with a quilt and shiver. Lin Weiwan entered the room and quickly stuffed the cotton coat and trousers into Wang Qiaoyan's quilt so that it would be warmer when she put it on later. Warm up these clothes before you wear them. He took out Wang Qiaoyan's cup and poured out the hot loquat water. Hurry up and drink it. I'll treat the wound on your hand for you. As he said this, he took Wang Qiaoyan's frostbitten and cut hand and began to disinfect and apply medicine. While applying the medicine, Lin Weiwan secretly brought spiritual spring water and evenly applied it on Wang Qiaoyan's hand. Lin Weiwan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you by the river, otherwise you wouldn't have been washed away by the river. Fortunately, you are okay. Wang Qiaoyan was trembling, and she broke down and cried when she saw Lin Weiwan applying medicine on her. Lin Weiwan hugged Wang Qiaoyan. It's okay, I'm fine now. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Qiaoyan's collapsed appearance and knew that the girl was scared. After comforting Wang Qiaoyan, Lin Weiwan carefully applied ointment on Wang Qiaoyan's hand. Lin Huahua and Xinjinju looked at Lin Weiwan and suddenly felt that it was good to have a good sister who would risk her life for her. Warm yourself up. I'll bring you food these days. Lin Weiwan poured Wang Qiaoyan a large cup of loquat water, and the room suddenly smelled fragrant again. Lin Weiwan, what kind of water is this? Xinjinju had eaten and drunk a lot of good food, but she had never tasted the fragrance of this water before, so she could smell it subconsciously. It's the loquat paste I made myself. I'll make some for you when I have a chance, but I'm afraid I can't do it now. I'll send the rest to Yi Jibai. Xinjinju wanted to make a sarcastic remark when she heard Lin Weiwan's words, but when she heard Yi Jibai, she remembered that Yi Jibai had also fallen into the water. She should send all the water to Yi Jibai, so she hurried over. I'll help you. Lin Weiwan moved the thermos to another position. No need, thank you. Then he turned and left the room. After delivering hot water to Yi Jibai, Lin Weiwan returned to his backyard with the empty thermos, of course followed by Yi Jibai. After entering the house, Yi Jibai found Lin Weiwan's wet clothes in the basin in the outer room, and the fire in the stove was almost extinguished. He quickly squatted down to gather firewood. What happened today? Why did you fall into the river? Yi Jibai asked his doubts. He believed that Lin Weiwan was a cautious girl and would not let such a thing happen to her. Zhou Rongrong pushed me, and I grabbed her when I lost my balance. Lin Weiwan calmly talked about the situation by the river, but her heart was not calm at all. When she looked back and saw Zhou Rongrong pushing her, she remembered the scene of her being pushed off the balcony by Zhou Rongrong in her previous life. The two scenes overlapped, and Lin Weiwan's face turned pale unconsciously. Yi Jibai noticed Lin Weiwan's fear and quickly stood up and hugged Lin Weiwan. His big hands shuttled through Lin Weiwan's hair. It's okay, don't be afraid. Yi Jibai made dinner, and Lin Weiwan was arranged by Yi Jibai to sit on the warm Kong. Hu Xiaobang and Shen Minghua took back the things they had forgotten by the river. Yi Jibai and Hu Xiaobang were cooking in the kitchen. Soon, a pot of fish soup, a plate of shredded potatoes, and a plate of fried eggs came out of the pot. Lin Weiwan looked at the dishes on the Kong table. Where did the fried eggs come from? Because her chickens were not allowed to be exposed to the light, there were no eggs in Lin Weiwan's kitchen. Xiaoping got it from Aunt Li's house. You female comrades should take good care of it after soaking in cold water. I also boiled brown sugar and water for you. You can drink it after dinner before going to sleep. Yi Jibai put the bowls and chopsticks in front of Lin Weiwan with hot fish soup. Qiaoyun. Lin Weiwan thought about going downstairs to deliver food to Wang Qiaoyun. Xiaopeng has already delivered it. You can eat with peace of mind. Yi Jibai held down Lin Weiwan, who was about to go downstairs. Did anyone see you when you fell into the water? Was there anyone nearby? Yi Jibai felt that this was not a simple matter. Lin Weiwan recalled and shook his head. At that time, he was only greedy fishing. I didn't notice who came to the shore, and I didn't expect Zhou Rongrong to dare to harm people in front of everyone. I was careless. 3 days later, Zhou Rongrong and Zhou Weinan came back and brought 2 policemen with them. Dongsheng village was lively again. Zhou Rongrong was dressed tightly and knelt in front of the village chief to demand severe punishment for Lin Weiwan. I don't ask for anything else. I just want Lin Weiwan to return my child. She was the one who dragged me into the water. Zhou Rongrong cried so hard that she almost fainted. The walls of the educated youth site were full of people again, and many people were holding melon seeds in the cold wind while looking at the educated youth yard and throwing melon seed shells. When Lin Weiwan was called to the front yard, the veins on the village chief's forehead jumped. The team leader looked at Zhou Rongrong with a dark face. It was really a disaster that would last for thousands of years. This year's advanced again, went down the drain. Lin Jiqing, do you have anything to say? If not, go back with us and accept the investigation. A public security officer walked up and said to Lin Weiwan. The 2 policemen who came this time were not the public security officer Tang, who had come twice before. Why are you arresting me? Lin Weiwan certainly didn't want to go to the police station in front of so many people. This Zhou Jiqing said that you pushed her into the river, causing her miscarriage. You must come with us if you did such a thing. Lu Chanan looked at Lin Weiwan and prepared to take her away by force if this Lin Jiqing struggled to escape. If you want to investigate, you can do it here. I refuse to go to the police station with you. I don't want my reputation to be insulted. Lin Weiwan stood there openly. Lin Weiwan, just tell me if you dragged me into the river. Zhou Rongrong glared at Lin Weiwan and asked aggressively. Yi Jibai was a little anxious and was stopped by Hu Xiaobang just as he was about to step forward. Zhou Rongrong's words made everyone focus on Lin Weiwan again. If Lin Weiwan didn't admit that her image in the hearts of her good friends and Yi Jibai would definitely be greatly reduced, but this sentence was just the beginning. Zhou Weinan frowned and looked at Zhou Rongrong. She said she had her way, and that was it. Facing such a vicious woman, He didn't know if he had chosen the wrong partner. However, the plan had already been carried out to this point, and there was no turning back. I dragged you. Lin Weiwan's affirmative answer excited the people present, and the voice of Tsiu gradually became louder. Then what else can you quibble about? Zhou Rongrong's eyes were full of pride. Although the result of falling into the river was not what she wanted, the ending was not much different from what she had planned. Shinjinju was instantly happy when she heard Lin Weiwan say that. If Lin Weiwan got into trouble, then Yijibai would be hers.
She didn't want to say what she saw that day.
I'm not quibbling. I just want to take everyone to the river to have a look. Lin Jiqing, please come with us. Even a death row inmate can have a last word. Lin Weiwan's words surprised many people. This was a completed mission. The village chief didn't know why Lin Weiwan said that. It didn't matter if he refused to admit it. He had asked everyone in the village these days, but no one knew how the two fell into the river that day. Everyone followed Lin Weiwan to the river. The ice cave that was broken that day had a layer of ice on it again. Lin Weiwan ignored everyone and walked down with 2 police officers and Yi Jibai. Lu Gong'an stood in front of Lin Weiwan. Did you bring us here to say something? Lin Weiwan smiled at Lu Chang'an. My evidence is here. Following the direction of the ice cave pointed by Lin Weiwan, a group of people looked at the ice surface curiously. Lin Weiwan directly reached out and pushed Lu Chang'an. Lin Weiwan used some strength. Lu Chang'an did not expect Lin Weiwan to be so strong. The situation was too sudden. The whole person only had time to turn around to see why Lin Weiwan pushed him. With both hands waving, he naturally grabbed Lin Weiwan's arm that was deliberately leaning towards him.
Ah!
Lu Gong'an, what are you doing? Lin Weiwan shouted. The whole person fell into the river with Lu Gong'an, and Yi Jibai quickly pulled the 2 people back. Lu Chang'an stood firm and pointed at Lin Weiwan angrily. What are you doing? Lin Weiwan just stretched out her white little hand and gently pressed down Lu Chang'an's hand that was pointing at her. I didn't do anything. I just did what Zhou Rongrong did to me 3 days ago. I don't know if Zhou Rongrong told you when she reported the case. Lin Weiwan's words once again caused 1,000 waves. Many people looked at Zhou Rongrong, and more people stayed away from her, fearing that she would push them into the river. Yi Jibai stood up with a smile on his face and waited. He had originally thought that he would use his connections to release Lin Weiwan when he got to the city, but it seemed that he didn't need to do it himself. The little girl had her own way. You mean that it was because Zhou Rongrong pushed you that you panicked and grabbed her and fell into the river with her? Lu Chang'an couldn't accept this setting for a while. Otherwise, why would I drag her to commit suicide when I'm alive and well? I'm not short of money, and I'm not feeling well. What reason do you think I have to drag her to die with me? Lin Weiwan's words also made everyone think about it. Yes, Lin Jiqing is recognized to have good conditions and is beautiful, so why did she drag Zhou Jiqing to jump into the river? This doesn't make sense. Zhou Rongrong's face turned pale. She was supposed to fall on the ice with Lin Weiwan. If she fell like this, the baby would definitely not be saved. Her stomach had been aching and bleeding for a while. It had been like this since the house fell apart. So when she heard what Zhou Weinan said, she only wanted to put the blame on Lin Weiwan. This way, she could leave Lin Weiwan, who was charged with intentional injury, and send her to the farm. I didn't do that.
I'm pregnant.
Why would I risk my life and the life of my child to drag you into the river? Zhou Rongrong's tears fell like they were free. Everyone was confused again. What hatred did these 2 people have? It was always the 2 of them. I went to the river because Wang Jiqing asked me to wash clothes. What were you doing there? Lin Weiwan asked calmly. I was chatting with you. You were mean and wanted to hurt me. You took advantage of me because I was pregnant. Zhou Rongrong pulled Zhou Weinan's arm in fear. What do you want to talk to me about? What is there for us to talk about? What does it have to do with me whether you are pregnant or not? Why would I hurt you? Am I jealous that you are prettier than me, or that you live a better life than me, or that I am resentful of you because you live a happier life than me? Lin Weiwan's words were like a stab in Zhou Rongrong's heart, each one more painful than the last. It was you who pushed me into the river. If I had pushed you into the river, You wouldn't have tried your best to save you. Everyone present knows how dangerous the rapids under the ice are. I could have hurt you without caring whether you lived or died, so why would I have saved you? Tell me, are you a vicious and ungrateful person who pushed me into the water and then framed me? Lin Weiwan's voice was so loud that even the villagers standing behind could hear it. Indeed, even those who can swim can't guarantee that they can pull someone up from under the ice while holding their breath, let alone in such cold water. Why did Zhao Jiqing want to harm you? Lu Gong'an felt that he still had to find a reason and make a breakthrough in his speech, so as to determine which of the two girls was lying. Because she wanted to kill for money. Lin Weiwan's words made the villagers of Dongsheng village boil again. What do you mean? Lu Gong'an asked puzzledly. Zhou Rongrong didn't tell Comrade Lu. She is my uncle's adopted child. Now there are only a few of us in the Zhou family. I am the orphan of a martyr, both my parents are dead, and I have a villa in High City under my name. And Zhou Rongrong's aunt's family rents my house. As long as I die, they can occupy the property with a clear conscience. Everyone suddenly understood why the two were always for tat. To be precise, it was Zhou Jiqing who was constantly harming people. So this is the problem. The village chief stood up. I can testify to this matter. Lin Jiqing is indeed the orphan of a martyr, with excellent conditions. On the contrary, it is Zhou Jiqing who has repeatedly troubled Lin Jiqing since he went to the countryside. I saw Zhou Rongrong pushing Lin Weiwan. Shen Jinju's soft voice came out. Everyone looked at Shen Jinju, who made the sound. Shen Jinju's words were naturally more convincing. Shen Jinju has no relationship with Lin Weiwan, but is a sister-in-law to Zhou Rongrong. No, I didn't. Zhou Rongrong cried and shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Weiwan frowned and looked at Shen Jinju. What was she going to do? Didn't we already agree to go our separate ways? I saw you push Lin Jiqing with my own eyes. Although you are my ex-sister-in-law, I can understand that you don't want this child now that you are divorced from my brother. But I can't go against my conscience and say I didn't see it when you used tricks to harm others. Shen Jinju's words were like a drop of water falling into a frying pan, and everyone was shocked. What a shocking piece of news. After getting divorced and not wanting children, they actually used the children to frame others. Get out of our Dongsheng village. I don't know who shouted first, and then the villagers followed suit. The crowd gradually became agitated. Lu Chanan looked at the angry villagers and quickly arrested Zhou Rongrong. Village chief, let's take the person away. Our colleagues will handle the rest. With that, the two of them took Zhou Rongrong, who was crying and refusing, away. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Rongrong being taken away with some regret. What was this? He hadn't even started yet, but she had already ruined herself. When she fell into the water, she checked Zhou Rongrong's pulse and knew that she was destined to lose the baby. Unexpectedly, she was planning to do this to me, but Zhou Rongrong didn't expect that both of them would fall into the glacier at the same time. Lin Weiwan looked at Zhou Rongrong, who had already gone far away, and Shen Jinju, who suddenly spoke up for her for some unknown purpose. Zhou Rongrong's body was damaged from the moment she fell into the glacier. Now that she has been taken away, there is a great possibility that she will be sent to an extremely harsh farm for transformation. Her body cannot last more than 3 months. His eyes were again on Zhou Weiwan, who was staring at Zhou Rongrong with concern. When did he become so kind as to pay attention to Zhou Rongrong? The next day, 2 public security officers came from the city and took statements from several people. There is solid evidence that Zhou Rongrong has harmed others, and she is about to be sent to a farm. Due to her severe condition, her initial reformation period will be 6 years. Zhou Weiwan went to the city the next day and was not in good condition when he came back, but no one paid attention to him. Lin Huahua walked in the mountains for 2 whole days, telling others that he was going to the city, and even went to the village chief to get a letter of introduction. Since it is the hibernation season, the management is not that strict, and every family has several relatives. For example, Du Shanshan is often not seen. After the Chinese New Year, Tang Jing'an came from the city and visited the village chief's home. Du Shanshan basically stayed in the city all the time. Lin Huahua looked at the empty cave in front of him, feeling a little uncertain. In her previous life, when she was married to Zhao Kaiyang, she often wandered around in this mountain. No one would ever think of coming to this place. There is almost no road leading to the side. The trees are dense and shady, and even the old villagers will choose to walk on the other side of the hillside. Unexpectedly, there was a cave hidden under the small. Looking around with a flashlight, Lin Huahua discovered several sets of footprints of different people on the ground of the cave. Was the stuff taken away? Lin Huahua walked out of the cave and returned with doubts. There are so many differences in this life that many things can no longer be investigated. The educated youth who go to Dongxing village now are different from before. Lin Huahua thought about the fact that such a thing had happened since she was reborn, and she felt a little relieved about the differences now. Before he walked down the mountain, he heard someone talking not far ahead. Lin Huahua quickly stopped and found a big tree to hide under. Don't go up the mountain during this period, but we must also keep an eye on who goes up the mountain. Our main target is her. Sistering, it's not easy to act at the educated youth camp. We can't reach her kitchen, and we can't even put the medicine in. I've contacted the higher-ups, and they've sent people here. The people from last time have already been trapped. We shouldn't act rashly. We should wait until the right time to take the people away. Yes. Lin Huahua's hands began to tremble with fear when she heard the voice. After returning to the educated youth point, Lin Huahua went into the house to rest and glanced at Wang Qiaoyun and Xinjinju in the house. Thinking of what he heard in the woods, he took out the key hanging around his neck and opened the cabinet at his feet. After a while of groping, he finally found the bracelet. After the 15th, the weather gradually warms up and more people go out for activities. Lin Weiwan was shocked when she saw Du Shanshan being sent back by Tang Jing'an. How could she have gained so much weight after just one new year? When Du Shanshan saw Lin Weiwan looking at her, she raised her head and walked past Lin Weiwan. Du Shanshan's lips are red and her skin is fair in a bright floral cotton coat. Lin Weiwan threw away the water and went into the house, ignoring Du Shanshan. There are some people you really don't know what's wrong with you, so there's no need to care about it. Oh no. Someone come quickly, something happened. There were shouts and gong sounds coming from outside. Naturally, the people at the educated youth site heard it, put on their cotton coats, and went out. Seeing a lot of people running towards the back mountain, Wang Qiaoyun immediately pulled Lin Weiwan to watch the fun. By the time they arrived at a place in the mountains, it had been surrounded by 3 layers of enemies. Hurry, Ershing, go drive the ox cart and report the case. The captain quickly ordered people to report the case. There were bloodstains scattered on the snow. Lin Weiwan wanted to go forward, but was blocked by Hu Xiaopeng. You'll have nightmares if you see this. Fat Hu stopped the 2 curious girls. Brother Xiaopeng, did you see that?
Who is that?
Wang Qiaoyun stood on tiptoe to look inside, but the people in front were too tall, and she couldn't see anything at all. It's Zhao Kaiyang. Lin Weiwan and Wang Qiaoyun were stunned. Why is it him? Zhao Kaiyang has been either lying or sitting since the beginning of winter. Except when it is his turn to light the fire, cook, or go to the toilet, he never leaves the educated youth site. Brother Xiaopeng, Zhao Kaiyang was. Wang Qiaoyun gestured with her hand. The wolves have come down the mountain. Everyone please keep the doors and windows closed tightly for the time being. The village chief's voice came from above. Wolf. Wang Qiaoyun showed a look of horror. Lin Weiwan had never seen a wolf in his life, and he didn't know why Wang Qiaoyun was so afraid of wolves. Let's go back. We need to find something to reinforce the house. The east wall has collapsed a bit, so we need to rebuild it. After hearing this, Wang Qiaoyun was already thinking about how to save her life, so she pulled Lin Weiwan and walked back. As he walked, he muttered that Lin Weiwan's house was not okay either, and he had to use wooden boards to seal the windows from the outside. Hu Xiaopeng followed the 2 of them back. Every time he heard something Wang Qiaoyun said, he thought this girl was quite interesting. Yi Jibai rubbed the blood off his hands with the clean white snow next to him. He was the first person to discover Zhao Kaiyang's body. The public security comrades arrived and inspected the scene. Yi Jibai also followed him to the city. Everyone in Dongxing village began to feel insecure, and they began to reinforce their own walls. Those who had no walls but only fences began to reinforce their houses. They began to seal the windows with wooden boards and strips. People who lived near the mountains knew about it. Wolves are social animals. When wolves come down the mountain in the winter and taste blood, it means that the village has been targeted by wolves. It is only a matter of time before they are attacked. If you are lucky, they may come next year. In the village committee, the elders and managers of the village gathered together to discuss. It has been more than 20 years since the last time wolves came down the mountain. My suggestion is to report it to the higher authorities and organize people to take the initiative. Accountant Lee put forward his own opinion. Since his wife cheated on him, Accountant Lee seemed to have aged 10 years. He has become much calmer and is not as radical as before when encountering things. I don't think it's that serious. Let's not make everyone panic. We haven't seen a wolf pack for many years. Now we encounter one, and we don't know what to do. Why don't we wait for the public security comrades in the city to investigate first? I don't agree with you. If the wolf pack really comes down the mountain, our village will be the first to bear the brunt. Who will be responsible if something happens? You can't think that way. Do we have to hide? How long will we hide? More than a dozen old men in the village committee were arguing with each other. Finally, it was decided to distribute the only 3 gongs in the village. One was at the educated youth point closest to the foot of the mountain. If anything was found, the gong would be sounded as soon as possible to warn. The second gong was at Changgue's house in the center of the village. If something happened, everyone could hear it. The third gong was placed in the village committee. The village committee took turns to guard it 24 hours a day. When they heard the gong, they would send a bullock cart to report the news. They would ring the gong all the way to ask for help from neighboring villages. Each family would strengthen the house and prepare ladders. If a wolf entered the house, they would rescue people as soon as possible. Since Dongxing village has no electricity, the final plan can only be said in this way. Let's wait for the public security comrades to come in the afternoon to give everyone some advice. It may not be realistic to ask the nearby garrison troops to go into the mountains to hunt wolves. If a team can be transferred to take the villagers and old hunters to explore the mountains, it will be the best outcome. The people in the backyard immediately found thick and sturdy wooden strips to reinforce the doors and windows. Since a piece of the courtyard wall on the east side of the educated youth site is missing, it is impossible to fill it with bricks now. They can only get some sturdy long branches and sharpen them together to make a temporary fence. Although it is not sure what it will be used for, it is better to have it than not. It was the first time that the people in the educated youth site were so united in a temporary deployment. Shen Minghua cast his eyes in the direction of the cowshed less than 100 meters away. It has been in disrepair for a long time, and there is nothing there. The cowshed smells strong. If a wolf really goes in, I am afraid everything will be too late. Lin Weiwan was cutting wood with a knife. Seeing Shen Minghua's worried expression, he thought about the situation in the cowshed. Let us go to the village committee to find the village chief. Lin Weiwan could only come up with this solution. Before the wolf pack problem was solved, they could only borrow a sturdy house from the village and let several elderly people live there first. He turned and entered the house and took out 5 big unity notes from it. Things should be prioritized according to their pros and cons. Will it work? It has to work even if it doesn't. Being arranged to be sent down does not mean that there is no human rights. The cowshed has no defense at all. If something happens, it will be a sacrifice. The purpose of the demotion is to reform them, not to kill them. I believe that the village chief and the team leader understand the reason. The reason why Lin Weiwan brought a group of 5 people was to cover up Shen Minghua. After all, Shen Minghua's identity was special, and he might be lucky not to be implicated. Several people walked quickly to the village committee. Building a house only cost a few dozen yuan. It would look better if Lin Weiwan handed the money to the public account. It was Lin Weiwan's idea to give benefits to people before asking for help. Things were naturally done smoothly. Shen Minghua excitedly followed Hu Xiaobang to help his grandfather, and others moved to the utility room of the village committee. Although the house is small, it is made of red bricks, solid and safe. Yi Jibai was nailing the window for Lin Weiwan with a hammer, thinking of the scene of Zhao Kaiyang's accident. There were only Zhao Kaiyang's footprints and Wolf's paw prints nearby. But someone else's footprints were found behind a tree less than 100 meters away. Looking at the depth and completeness of the footprints, Yi Jibai guessed that the man had been watching when Zhao Kaiyang got into trouble. As for why he was not attacked by wolves, this also needs further investigation and verification. Lin Weiwan glanced at his watch. It was almost noon. He went straight into the house and started preparing lunch. Wang Qiaoyan took out her own rations and prepared with Lin Weiwan. The simple 2-grain pancakes with winter melon soup were very fragrant when they came out of the pot. Lin Weiwan took out a cabbage and made bacon and cabbage fried vermicelli. He also made some pickles and placed them on the Kong table. Hu Xiaobang and Xin Minghua also came back. Several people washed their hands and ate, and the 5-member group gathered again. Everyone don't go to the back mountain. It's not safe. Yi Jibai was the first to speak loudly. Although some things were not clear, he still warned everyone first. His eyes were on Lin Weiwan, who was the most disobedient. Lin Weiwan was looked at by Yi Jibai like this, and he didn't know whether to raise or put down the hand holding the pancake. Well, I agree. The back mountain is too dangerous. Lin Weiwan nodded repeatedly. Yi Jibai, I'm talking about you. Lin Weiwan, I understand everything. It's been many years since I heard of wolves coming down the mountain to eat people. Wang Qiaoyan couldn't help but say. Her father was killed by wolves because he was protecting students. She was only 2 or 3 years old at that time. This was what her mother said. In the afternoon, when everyone was still busy reinforcing the youth camp and making traps, Du Shanshan packed a small bag and rode a bicycle out of the youth camp. Looking at the figure going away, it is indeed the safest choice to leave Dongxing village now, but who knows when the wolf pack will come. Even if there is a letter of introduction from the village chief, it will only take 10 days or half a month at most, and you still have to come back. Is Lin Weiwan, the educated youth, here? There's a letter for you.
Ziking, du Ziking.
The voice of the postman came from the door. Lin Weiwan walked out and received a letter. Other educated youth followed him out. Even though she didn't hear her name being called, she still hoped to receive a letter from home. Du Jiqing just left. You can give the letter to the village chief and leave it at the village committee. We will tell her when she comes back. Feng Yuzhen stood there and said enthusiastically. Everyone knew that Du Shanshan was afraid that she would go to the city to find her boyfriend and would not be able to come back for a while. Back at the educated youth point, Lin Weiwan looked at the letter and opened it to find that it was actually a letter from Wang Fuduo. The letter briefly introduced that his house was very good. The 6-month lease had expired, and he had collected 540 yuan from 9 households and remitted it to her, asking her to go to the post office to check. Lin Weiwan didn't expect Uncle Wang to take care of her so much. She had thought about going back to collect it herself. Unlike others, Zhou Weinan only cares about who comes to the village these days and hangs out outside almost all day. The villagers asked him curiously, and Zhou Weinan just said that he was afraid of a sudden attack by wolves, so he patrolled around and notified everyone as soon as something happened. The village chief learned about Zhou Weinan's situation and specially commended Zhou Weinan for his awareness during a village meeting. Lin Weiwan felt strange. First it was Chun Jinju who testified for her for no reason, and then it was Zhou Weinan. She knew very well what kind of people Chun Jinju and Zhou Weinan were. Both of them were extremely selfish. It would be fine if he was just an extremely selfish person, but Zhou Weinan is a very bad person. Lin Weiwan didn't believe that Zhou Weinan was so conscious that he wandered around the village every day without any reinforcement of his house. What on earth is he going to do? I tried hard to recall what happened in my previous life, but the development of this life was completely different from the previous life. Everything that happened after going to the countryside was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Weiwan thought about it all night but couldn't figure it out. The only thing she was curious about was how Zhou Weinan came back. For half a month, everyone in the village was on high alert, but there was no movement at all. The tense nerves gradually relaxed, and even Du Shanshan moved back in. As soon as Zhou Weinan reached the entrance of the village, he saw 2 people wearing military coats and carrying luggage bags entering the village. Unlike summer, In winter, there are no old ladies sewing shoe soles and chatting under the big banyan tree at the entrance of the village. When Zhao Weinan walked there, he was bumped into by two people. "Comrade, is this Dongxing village?" Liang Aimin asked Zhao Weinan. Zhao Weinan was startled when he was called. He looked at the two people with caution and nodded slowly. "This is Dongxing village. Are you guys here? We are here to look for someone. Is there any educated youth who went to the countryside with the surname Zhao?" Liang Aimin continued to inquire. Regarding the young man in front of him who looked like a scholar, he guessed that there was a 90% chance that he was an educated youth who went to the countryside.
You.
Dai Chun stopped Liang Aimin. "Comrade, can you take us to the village committee?" Zhao Weinan nodded. "You follow me." Zhao Weinan turned around and took the two of them towards the village. Dai Chun turned his head and signaled Liang Aimin with his eyes, and the two followed Zhao Weinan. "Uncle Li, has the fence been reinforced?" Zhao Weinan asked Li Dalong, who was reinforcing the fence. "Zhou Jiqing, I'm almost done."
Who are these two people?
Li Dalong asked the two strangers behind Zhou Jiqing. "They said they were looking for the village chief, so I took them to the village committee." Zhou Weinan spoke a few words enthusiastically to Uncle Li and walked towards the village committee. Liang Aimin's eyes lit up. "Comrade, where is your hometown?" Zhou Weinan looked at Liang Aimin in confusion. "My hometown is High City." Liang Aimin was already 80% sure at this point. Then did Comrade Zhou go to the countryside by himself? Zhou Weinan shook his head dejectedly. "I have many brothers in my family, and now only my sister and I are here." Liang Aimin couldn't help but curled the corners of his mouth. After searching for almost half a year, he finally found the right person. When they arrived at the village committee, the village chief looked at the person who came and asked, "What did you say?" "We are looking for Zhou Jiqing, a girl, 18 years old." The village chief was stunned for a moment, looking for Zhou Rongrong, and then pointed at Zhou Weinan, who was at the door. "This is Zhou Jiqing's brother. Don't you know him? What do you want to see him about?" Dai Chun took out a transfer document from his bag. "We are here to pick her up on behalf of her relatives." "This is the approved document." The village chief took the document and stamped it with a series of red seals. "Relatives? What is the origin of this Zhou Rongrong? Why did someone come all the way to find her?" The person you are looking for is not in our village now." Village Chief Li Changwei didn't want to say bad things about someone in front of his relatives. They could only point at Zhou Weinan awkwardly and said, "This is Zhou Jiqing's brother. The person you are looking for has probably been taken to the farm. You can go to the Public Security Bureau in the city to ask. All the information I have has been transferred away." The two felt a little embarrassed after hearing what the village chief said. A girl was taken away by the police and reformed on a farm. What a big deal. "Village chief, let me explain to the two comrades." Zhou Weinan stepped forward at the right time. The village chief nodded and let them talk about it themselves. "Anyway, the files at the Public Security Bureau contain everything and are better than what he says." Zhou Weinan brought the two of them to his home, packed up a small package, and told them about some conflicts that Zhou Rongrong had with the educated youth. When he went to explain, he accidentally slipped and they both fell into the river. Now he was falsely accused and sent to a farm for reform. It was also said that Chen Shirley had abandoned his pregnant wife in the countryside, and now they were divorced and the child was gone. In short, Zhou Rongrong's tragic character was quickly established by Zhou Weinan. The three of them set off directly to the city to look for someone. The village chief only understood that Zhou Rongrong was an adopted daughter of the Zhou family and that her relatives had come to claim her as their daughter. But this matter was not important at all, and was soon forgotten. After waiting for half a month without seeing even a single wolf hair, the 4 public security investigators who had stayed behind also went back yesterday. The long-term stressful life has caused many villagers to gradually become lazy. The weather is gradually warming up and the snow on the ground is slowly melting. It's time for every household to remove the wooden boards from their windows. The weather is getting warmer and spring plowing will begin in 2 months. Du Shanshan sat in the house, looking at the transaction in the yard through the door. Tang Jing'an is really a charismatic person. He made money and attracted a big client with just a few words. Just as more than a dozen people were about to tie up the tested rice and flour again, more than 20 soldiers jumped down from the courtyard wall. Tang Jing'an was shocked and turned to run to the backyard, but he was met by more than a dozen armed soldiers. All the people in the yard were under control in less than a minute. Du Shanshan's face turned pale, and she was pushed into the yard with her arms tied behind her back. The door opened, and a tall figure walked in with a few people. "I'll leave this matter to you. Lock this person up in solitary confinement and knock her mouth open." Du Shanshan looked at Yi Jibai's frantic struggle. Yi, the village chief, who was smoking a pipe, was called away by 2 public security officers, who retrieved the information and left. The village chief continued to smoke his pipe calmly. He would not be surprised if he was told that there were 10 or 8 spies lying in ambush in their village. His cloudy eyes looked into the distance aimlessly, and he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Seeing that the weather was good, Lin Weiwan changed her clothes and walked towards the city. As luck would have it, the only cow in the village fell sick, and everyone who wanted to go to the city had to rely on their own legs. After getting up early and having breakfast, Lin Weiwan went out and went to the post office to pick up the rent money. I received 2 more letters from the old man who insisted on taking me as his apprentice. The old man was really patient. Lin Weiwan had refused many times, but the old man always believed that Lin Weiwan was his last disciple. In the end, Lin Weiwan was moved by the old man's persistence and agreed. Whenever the old man was happy, he would write Lin Weiwan at least 2 letters every month. Either I study medicine or I care about life, physical health, and mood. In short, it means caring about your beloved disciple. On the farm, Zhou Rongrong opened her eyes and saw the dilapidated roof. The house was not only cold, but also filled with a foul smell. After looking around, I was sure that this was not my home. I was just talking to Shin Shirley. How did I get here in the blink of an eye? Where is this? I was kidnapped. Zhou Rongrong showed a suspicious look. I found that I was not, and I was still wearing a dirty and old cotton padded jacket, but my body was very heavy, as if I was pressed by something. What happened? You woke up. I thought you didn't make it last night. Take a rest quickly, otherwise you will faint again when you get up to work tomorrow. A woman with frostbite all over her face stood beside Zhou Rongrong. Looking at Zhou Rongrong's bloodless face, "Don't you want to find a way to contact your family? If you go on like this, you will die." Zhou Rongrong recalled bit by bit, and the dusty memories in her mind were constantly opened. Every time she passed a point, Zhou Rongrong's face turned blue with anger. The woman standing didn't say much when she saw Zhou Rongrong like this. She walked to her haystack and fell down directly. How could this happen? I went back to the past, but I have never experienced such a day. Reaching out to touch her chest, Zhou Rongrong panicked for a moment when she didn't feel the bead. Where was the bead? She recalled that she had gotten the bead, but it was taken away by Lin Weiwan. Lin Weiwan. Zhou Rongrong couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Lin Weiwan was also reborn. She was taking revenge on herself, the Zhou family, and the Shen family, so it was like this. What year, month, and day is it now? Zhou Rongrong asked the woman lying next to her in a hoarse voice. You are really sick. It's February 11th, 1975. The woman didn't even look at Zhou Rongrong, but turned around and tightened her tattered cotton coat. In 1975, Zhou Rongrong thought that she was living well in the countryside in her previous life. Her health was much better than it is now. Suddenly, she felt a foreign object on her ankle. Zhou Rongrong sat up with great effort and opened her trouser legs. On her ankle was the black jade bead. She couldn't help but cover her head with both hands, and the chaotic memory fragments attacked again. At night, when everyone had fallen asleep, Zhou Rongrong fumbled with the black jade bead hanging on her wrist. Her eyes were terribly bright. Although her body was weak, her brain nerves were very energetic. In her previous life, she had exposed the existence of the bead before pushing Lin Weiwan downstairs, so Lin Weiwan asked for the black jade bead back directly after her rebirth. The one in her hand had been tested with blood, and there was no reaction at all, which proved that the real bead was still in Lin Weiwan's hand. The Zhao family was robbed, and the Shen family was robbed. The things inside should be in the space where Lin Weiwan stayed. And the treasure of the Lin family should have been taken away by Lin Weiwan a long time ago, so she was relieved to rent the house to so many people. Lin Weiwan, you are great. Thinking about the fact that I am reborn now, it should be because I really died of illness last night, so I came here. Fortunately, it is not too late. I just need to sort out the things and know where the treasure is. Thinking of Zhao Weinan's words, people from Jing City have come to look for Lin Weiwan. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhao Weinan will bring people here in a short time. Zhao Rongrong looked at the black jade beads on her wrist in the dim moonlight. Lin Weiwan.
Let's wait and see.
The weather in February was warm at noon, and the temperature became a little cooler in the afternoon. The snow in the middle of the road had melted, and Lin Weiwan walked towards Dongxing village. Looking up, he could see the big banyan tree at the entrance of the village in the distance, and Lin Weiwan quickened his pace. Before he took the third step, 6 people suddenly rushed out from both sides of the road. The 6 men were strong and not from Dongxing village. Lin Weiwan stood there and watched, thinking about how to deal with them later. Your name is Lin Weiwan, right? The leading man was wearing a worn-out cotton coat, but his question was affirmative. Who are you? Lin Weiwan looked at the distance between himself and the village. It was half a kilometer away. It was useless to shout, and he would definitely not be heard. Here to teach you a lesson. The 6 people directly pulled out the weapons behind them, either a wooden stick or a dagger. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't cold after squatting in the snow for a long time. When they jumped out, their legs were a little numb. 6 people surrounded Lin Weiwan. The wooden sticks, as thick as arms, hit the back of Lin Weiwan's head directly. Lin Weiwan quickly dodged and stopped hiding. He approached the closest person and hit the opponent's knee and neck, which were vulnerable. He held the opponent's arm, holding the dagger with one hand, and put the other hand on the side of his neck. He kicked the kneecap. The sound of broken bones was so obvious in this cold and quiet season.
Ah, my leg.
After killing one, Lin Weiwan dodged the dagger stabbing at his chest and raised his leg to sweep the arm holding the dagger in front of him. The sound of broken bones came again. This group of people wanted to kill him and had no intention of leaving him alive. Lin Weiwan was no longer merciful. If he attacked, he would definitely one person and make him unable to move. He didn't bend down or say a word when the stick hit him. Only 2 of the 6 people were left. Lin Weiwan glanced at the 4 people lying on the ground and twitching. The other 2 didn't dare to step forward. Aren't you coming out yet? If you dare to find someone to attack, why hide like a turtle? Lin Weiwan's eyes were fixed on the surroundings. A figure walked out from the dirt next to him, wearing a cotton jacket that was so dirty that the color could not be seen. Wang Ping. Lin Weiwan didn't expect that the person who found someone to deal with him was Wang Ping. Weren't you arrested? Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Ping, who was a little haggard. Can't you be released after being arrested? The compensation money has been paid to you. Now it's time to settle the accounts between us. Wang Ping looked at Lin Weiwan and sneered. She got to know a lot of people during the 6 months she was locked up. Now, as long as she got the black jade beads, she could leave. She didn't want to stay in this remote place. What accounts do we have? I don't remember offending you. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Ping, who seemed to have changed. Hand over your black jade beads, and I will spare your life today. Wang Ping pulled out the dagger from her waist and said coldly. Lin Weiwan looked at Wang Ping carefully. She actually knew about the black jade beads.
It seems that these people can't stay.
If you want the beads, come and get them as long as you have the ability. Lin Weiwan said, without waiting for the 3 people to react. He stabbed the 3 people in the face with a flying needle. Without a trace of hesitation, the 3 people fought together again, and Wang Ping stood at the edge and looked for opportunities to stab Lin Weiwan with a knife every time. Before the 3 people could decide the winner, 3 people ran over quickly from a distance and started fighting. The indiscriminate attack made Lin Weiwan and Wang Ping stunned. What's going on? It's just that time waits for no one. If you are not careful, you will be hit. You don't even have time to open your mouth to ask. Lin Weiwan is better. Except for himself, everyone is an enemy. He just beats people to death. The three new people who joined the melee are obviously stronger than the people brought by Wang Ping. Soon, the people Wang Ping brought were stabbed in the neck. Wang Ping wanted to run away in fear, but she had no chance and could only watch helplessly as she fell into the blood. Lin Weiwan retreated, and at this time, the people Wang Ping brought had all been dealt with. The three approached Lin Weiwan step by step. "Girl, don't be so scared, just follow us obediently." A middle-aged man stared at Lin Weiwan and whispered. It was a real performance of what it means to say the most gentle words and do the most cruel things. Lin Weiwan kept retreating, with either stick wounds or knife wounds on her body. How could she not be injured? With so many people fighting together, even a martial artist would be injured. She was thinking about how to escape. The three people on the opposite side were very powerful, even more powerful than the four people she met on the train on her way home. Lin Weiwan unconsciously compared the three people on the opposite side with the four people on the train. Her brain also reacted. They were all in the same group, and they were coming for those things in the mountains. Lin Weiwan suddenly realized that there was a gun in the space that she didn't know how to use, and there was a grenade that she didn't dare to use. He quickly looked around and smiled at the three people. "If you can't win, run." Lin Weiwan didn't care about anything. During the fight just now, the two sides had changed their positions. Lin Weiwan happened to be standing on the side of Dongxing village, no longer surrounded. There was only one target in his eyes, the big banyan tree at the entrance of the village, and only the whistling wind in his ears. Lin Weiwan ran madly in front, and the three people chased after him. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the village, Lin Weiwan didn't dare to take it lightly. After running past the big banyan tree, before Lin Weiwan could be happy, a big dog rushed towards him. "Be careful." Wang Xiaoyan, who was standing on the roof, saw Lin Weiwan running back with blood and ran into a wild wolf, and her throat was hoarse. Looking at the bloody mouth coming towards her, Lin Weiwan fell backwards and slid under the wild wolf. "Quick, go save Lin Weiwan. She is at the entrance of the village." Wang Xiaoyan shouted to the people who were fighting with the wolf below. Yi Jibai drew out his hatchet and ran towards the entrance of the village. Hu Xiaoping followed closely. Looking at the blood and internal organs on the ground, Lin Weiwan felt sick. He didn't care about much and turned to run to a higher place, towards the back mountain. The strange sight of two wolves and three people following behind him made Yi Jibai, who was running not far away, stunned. He didn't care about much and could only run after them, and they quickly entered the mountain. Lin Weiwan quickly dodged the giant mouth that pounced on him from behind and saw Yi Jibai and the three people wrestling together. He could only continue to take detours to lead the wild wolves behind him into a deeper place. The cover of trees also gave Lin Weiwan some time to relax. When Yi Jibai dealt with the three people, he found that Lin Weiwan had already run away, so he could only follow the messy footprints into the mountain. Recently, everyone's tense nerves have gradually relaxed. Most nights, one person is left awake at home to keep watch to avoid being attacked by wolves. Many people make up for sleep during the day, and some people even remove the wooden boards that block the light from the windows. Families who got up early were either eating or catching up on sleep. No one expected that more than 10 wolves would sneak into the village. With a wolf howl, people kept making heart-wrenching roars. Wang Xiaoyan and the others closed the door of the Educated Youth Center and found tables and chairs to block the windows and doors. Then the wild wolves were very fast and powerful, constantly biting and hitting, as if with a purpose. Hearing the wailing outside, Yi Ji, Bai Hu, Xiaopeng, and others picked up their axes and rushed out. Shen Minghua also ran quickly to the village committee. For a while, the strong men in the village gathered with their weapons to form a team to kill wolves together. Run to the attacked family to save people. Originally, Wang Xiaoyun's house was relatively safe. I don't know what went wrong. The originally solid window was knocked open by the wild wolf. Lin Huahua, Shin Jinju, and Wang Xiaoyan were so scared that they closed the door of the inner room and opened the door of the outer room and ran out. Before they ran out, they saw a wolf blocking the gate of the Educated Youth Center. The three of them could only climb up the ladder to the roof and kicked the ladder down. The good thing was that the wild wolf couldn't do anything to them for a while, but the bad thing was that they couldn't get down or run away. Yi Jibai groped forward along the footprints. The snow in the mountains had not melted, and every step was difficult to walk. Under the snow, there might not be a flat dirt road or broken branches. When he saw Lin Weiwan, he found that the little girl had been held hostage. Yi Jibai, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Chunlei held a gun against Lin Weiwan's head. Seeing Yi Jibai catching up, he was not panicked at all, but rather expected it. Let her go. Yi Jibai stood straight. If you care about her so much, just do something for me. Chunlei exuded a sense of relaxation and was not in a hurry. You have been exposed. Surrender. You can't run away. Yi Jibai stared at Chunlei's subtle expression, but his peripheral vision was always observing the situation around him. Whether I can run or not is my own business. I have no regrets in sacrificing my life for the Empire. I have no regrets in having such a beautiful girl by my side. Chunlei pulled Lin Weiwan's injured arm with one hand, and the bright red blood dripped through the cotton jacket onto the pure white snow. Lin Weiwan's lips were slightly pale, and she just took a deep breath without saying a word. Chunlei did this just to stimulate Yi Jibai by watching her groan in pain. Lin Weiwan was in pain, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. Chunlei smiled heartily. You really make me look at you differently. You can endure so much for your good lover. Lin Weiwan turned her head slightly to look at Chunlei. Killing 2 wild wolves just now was already the limit of her body. She was so tired that she was about to enter the space when she was caught by Chunlei.
Come with me.
It's so boring to follow that rigid man. Chunlei hid behind a tree and saw Lin Weiwan heroically kill 2 wild wolves. It's a pity to leave such a woman here. What he got in return was Lin Weiwan's rolling eyes, but he didn't care. Lin Weiwan was now completely exhausted, with both of his arms being removed by Chunlei. He couldn't even touch the space to secretly fetch the spiritual spring water to drink. You brought that wolf down the mountain, right? Lin Weiwan said in the affirmative. Chunlei turned his eyes away from Yi Jibai and glanced at Lin Weiwan, who was speaking. How was it? It was exciting, wasn't it? Did you like it? It was so exciting. Chunlei's eyes revealed an excited look, and the whole person was a little excited. After 6 years of sleeping on straw and tasting gall, being targeted and bullied, now he was taking revenge, and the whole person was excited. Thinking of the bloody scene at the foot of the mountain, he felt his heartbeat speed up and his blood boiled. Not so good. Lin Weiwan didn't want to pay attention to this lunatic. Chunlei looked at Lin Weiwan with an expression of appreciation that you really don't understand. Lin Weiwan and the others must be taken away. Everyone in the educated youth camp and the village has been checked. Only Lin Weiwan and the girl named Du Shanshan seem to be a little different. Now that they have been caught, they will be taken away for interrogation. Looking at Yi Jibai in front of him, he knew that this person was different, but he didn't expect that he was actually a soldier. Yi Jiqing loves Lin Jiqing so much. Why not take this opportunity to prove how much you love her? Chunlei glanced at the dagger in Yi Jibai's hand, cut off a finger first, so I can see if you like Lin Jiqing enough. Lin Weiwan shook his head. Don't worry about me. Go quickly. Yi Jibai pulled out the dagger and wiped it on his sleeve. What do you want to do to let him go? Who told you I want to let him go? If you listen to me, I can let Lin Jiqing commit fewer crimes. Chunlei said, but the hand that was pinching Lin Weiwan's wound became even stronger. Don't touch her, I'll cut her. Yi Jibai stretched out his hand and held the knife in one hand and cut down. Chunlei's chest rose and fell. Seeing Yi Jibai like this made him even more excited, and even his breathing became rapid. Don't! Lin Weiwan shouted, not caring about the gun pointing at her head, and suddenly broke away from Chunlei's control and fell to one side. Chunlei didn't care about Yi Jibai, raised his hand and fired a shot in the direction of Lin Weiwan. The bullet hit the snow, and Chunlei aimed at Lin Weiwan again. Unexpectedly, Lin Weiwan, who had lost his arm and was already exhausted, still had the strength to break free. Yi Jibai rushed to Chunlei as soon as Lin Weiwan broke free. Gunshots continued to be heard in the mountains. When Hu Xiaopeng arrived with his troops, he only saw Yi Jibai, Lin Weiwan, and Chen Lei all lying in blood. Quick, save them. Hu Xiaopeng commanded his men to quickly take Yi Jibai and Lin Weiwan away. Looking at Chen Lei, who was already dead after being stabbed several times, he didn't expect that this guy was hiding in the mountains. Waking up from the strong smell of disinfectant, Lin Weiwan looked at the unfamiliar room. I felt sore all over. When I moved, I felt pain in my abdomen and arms. You're awake. The nurse who had just come in saw the bed wake up and hurried forward. Your wounds have been bandaged, but don't move. Where is this? Lin Weiwan's voice was a little hoarse. You go out first. Hu Xiaopeng walked in a military uniform. Where's Yi Jibai? Lin Weiwan was a little surprised to see Hu Xiaopeng in a military uniform. I knew that Yi Jibai would have a partner, but I didn't think that this person was Hu Xiaopeng. It was really easy to plan for the two of them, one in the open and the other in the dark. He was shot, but he's not seriously injured for now. You can meet him in 2 days when he can get out of bed. Hu Xiaopeng put the lunchbox on the table next to Lin Weiwan's bed. Lin Weiwan smelled the aroma of meat and rice when he opened the lunchbox. Sure enough, the food must be good when Hu Xiaopeng takes care of people. Eat something first. The doctor told me that you have too many injuries on your body. How did you get like this? He said without any taboos and directly used a spoon to hold a mouthful of rice to feed Lin Weiwan. I want to drink water. Lin Weiwan refused the food in front of her mouth. Now she felt that her throat was as uncomfortable as swallowing a razor blade. Hu Xiaopeng quickly put down the spoon and poured warm water for Lin Weiwan. Wang Qiaoyan will be here soon. She will take care of you these days. Hu Xiaopeng had arranged for someone to pick up Wang Qiaoyan. After all, Lin Weiwan had no other relatives and only had a few of them as his best friends.
Yes.
In the afternoon, the case handlers will come to record your statement. Just tell the truth. Leave the rest to me and Jibai. Hu Xiaopeng said in a serious manner, and he looked like two different people from the youth cadre. Lin Weiwan nodded to show that she understood. From yesterday to now, Lin Weiwan felt like she was dreaming. Not long after the meal, Wang Qiaoyan came and filled hot water for Lin Weiwan to wipe her face and hands. Seeing the blood stains on the bandage, he couldn't help but tear up. How did you get hurt so badly? They are so abominable. More than 10 people died in the village. It's scary. Anyone who saw that kind of scene would be unbearable. Sitting on the roof and watching the villagers being attacked by wolves, but unable to do anything. Lin Weiwan held Wang Qiaoyan's hand and comforted Wang Qiaoyan's somewhat uneasy mood. It's all over. Hello, are you Comrade Lin Weiwan? 2 soldiers stood at the door. Now the affairs of Dongxing village have completely bypassed the local police and are under the charge of the army. Yes, who are you? Lin Weiwan looked at the 2 strangers.
Come in.
Hu Xiaopeng just walked to the door and brought the 2 people in. Comrade Qiaoyan, please wait outside the door for a while. We will call you after we have made a record. Hu Xiaopeng ordered directly. The door closed again, and Lin Weiwan looked at this single room. Fortunately, Hu Xiaopeng was considerate enough not to arrange a multi-person room for himself. Comrade Lin Weiwan, you have been attacked no less than 3 times. Do you know why they targeted you? An office worker opened his notebook and asked directly. I don't know, but I guess they might be looking for something. Lin Weiwan leaned against the head of the bed and said weakly. Then do you know what it is? I don't know. Why did Wang Ping appear there? What did she tell you? She said she found a few friends to settle accounts with me because of her reform in the farm. Lin Weiwan answered with both true and false answers. Naturally, she couldn't talk about her black jade beads, let alone say that all the things in the cave went into her pocket. If she had known that it would cause such a big trouble, she would not be greedy. Now, she couldn't say that the things were in my space, and I had to hand them over. I'm afraid she would be the next one to be dissected. After 3 hours of questioning, Lin Weiwan's face became paler and paler, and the 2 of them left after questioning. Lin Weiwan watched the 3 people leave, and Wang Qiaoyan came in and quickly poured Lin Weiwan a glass of water. After secretly adding a few drops of spiritual spring water, Lin Weiwan drank the whole glass of water before falling down to rest. Yi Jibai woke up from his coma, and the wound on his abdomen had been treated. looking at Hu Xiaobang sitting on the chair, whereas Lin Weiwan. In the ward, on the other side of the corridor. Hu Xiaobang peeled an apple for Yi Jibai. I'll go see her. Old Yi, have you ever thought that the thing is in Lin Weiwan's hand? Do you know what you were talking about?
Yi Bai Frovnet.
If it's not there, why are they staring at Lin Weiwan? Hu Xiaopeng's eyes were sharp and aggressive at this time. Then where do you think she put the things? She is strong, but those things require a lot of manpower and material resources to move away. Yi Jibai spoke with facts. It's not that he didn't doubt it at the beginning. He also searched Lin Weiwan's room carefully that day, and there was nothing related to those things. As for Lin Weiwan, he didn't believe from the bottom of his heart that she was involved in this matter. I interrogated Su Xiaohong overnight, and she said she saw something in Lin Weiwan's room. Do you want to kill Lin Weiwan? I didn't. I just wanted to protect her. If she knows the stuff, she can just hand it over and we'll deal with it. Hu Xiaobang didn't think his idea was wrong. It was better to investigate it himself than to let others find out. Now this group of people are staring at Lin Weiwan. If they want to get rid of Lin Weiwan, they must act first. I believe the stuff is not with her. She has never left my sight. Su Xiaohong said, I will ask Lin Weiwan. Yi Jibai wanted to get up, but the pain from the wound in his abdomen made his face pale. Hu Xiaobang quickly put down the apple in his hand. You don't have to rush to go. Take care of yourself first. Lin Weiwan came to Yi Jibai's ward the next day. How are you? Looking at the man half leaning on the bed, Lin Weiwan's eyes were full of concern. Step by step, he walked to the bed. How are you? Are you still in pain? The scene of Yi Jibai blocking the gun for him was still vivid in Lin Weiwan's mind at that time. Seeing Yi Jibai's hot blood flowing on her hand, she was completely stunned. Much better, how are you? Yi Jibai stretched out his hand to Lin Weiwan. Holding their hands, Lin Weiwan sat on the bed and looked at the man in front of her. The perfect face coupled with the sickly state made Lin Weiwan's heart beat fast. With deep eyebrows and high nose bridge, Lin Weiwan couldn't help but use her hands to trace Yi Jibai's eyebrows. Do you like it? Lin Weiwan paused a little embarrassed. Male beauty is misleading. It's embarrassing.
Well.
Then one day without this face, will you still like me? Yi Jibai took off his plain glasses and looked deeply at the girl in front of him. Are you jealous of yourself? No matter what you become, as long as you treat me sincerely. Lin Weiwan whispered in Yi Jibai's ear. The two sat quietly together, enjoying this rare tranquility. I'm afraid their testimony is a little unfavorable to you. Yi Jibai still raised it first. What? What did you see in the house some time ago? Yi Jibai's words were ambiguous. Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai beside him with a smile. Someone put that thing here with me, for safekeeping. I can't take it out, nor can I give it to you. Yi Jibai paused really. It's about your innocence. The innocent are innocent. I don't want to drag him into this because of me. Lin Weiwan guessed that it should be that group of people who saw the Guanyin statue that Grandpa Shen gave him. It would be very bad to take that thing out at this time. Anti-imperialist and anti-feudal things, even if it has nothing to do with that group of people, it is enough for the three of them to drink a pot. It's all my fault for being careless. I really didn't expect that thing. Lin Weiwan looked at Yi Jibai solemnly. I promise to keep the thing you mentioned for others. That thing must have nothing to do with what you're looking for. Believe me. Lin Weiwan just stared at Yi Jibai's expression, not wanting to miss a single expression. Yi Jibai looked at Lin Weiwan deeply and reached out to touch Lin Weiwan's hair. I believe you. Leave the rest to me. When you are willing to tell me, I will listen carefully. In the farm, Zhou Rongrong was supported by Zhou Weinan and walked out. She was about to faint at any time. My sister can't walk far in this state. She needs treatment and recuperation. Zhou Weinan still had a lot of things to tell Zhou Rongrong, so he naturally couldn't let her be taken away now. Dai Chun looked at the weak Zhou Rongrong and nodded in agreement. It was impossible to bring back a corpse with great difficulty. The three of them sent Zhou Rongrong to the first hospital for treatment quickly. Dai Chun sent a telegram to Beijing City, by the way, explaining Zhou Rongrong's current physical condition. Zhou Rongrong dragged her broken and exhausted body to rest on the hospital bed. In her heart, She was thinking about how to get the black jade bead back. She guessed that Lin Weiwan must have kept the bead close to her. In other words, as long as Lin Weiwan was caught, no matter if he skinned her and pulled out her muscles, he would always find her. As long as the jade bead nourishes her, her broken body will always return to normal. This is why she was not afraid at all when the doctor told her that she might be infertile for life after the examination. In her previous life, she had the jade bead. No matter how tired she was during the day, she would feel refreshed when she woke up the next day. The bead was just temporarily deposited with Lin Weiwan. When she returned to Beijing and established herself, there would be plenty of opportunities to strangle Lin Weiwan to death. In her previous life, she could kick her out of Shun Shirley cleanly, and in this life, she could still get rid of her perfectly. Thinking of this, Zhou Rongrong couldn't help but look at the building in the distance. In this life, Shun Shirley actually abandoned her, which was indeed a bit unacceptable to her for a while. In the previous look, he was still a close pillow partner, but now he would just kick her away like a burden. But it's okay. In this life, she will use everything to stand higher and farther. Zhou Weinan walked in with a prepared lunchbox and looked at Zhou Rongrong, who was hanging a bottle. Let's eat. I've got your favorite braised pork. Zhou Weinan opened the lunchbox, and the aroma attracted the attention of the bed next to him. The doctor said that you will be almost well in half a month. By then, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other often. Zhou Weinan stared at Zhou Rongrong with deep eyes, but his words were full of care. Brother, I understand. Don't worry, we grew up together. No matter where we are, I am your only sister. When I settle down, I will definitely find a way to take you away. The brother and sister ate a sad drama, which seemed to be just a deep brother-sister relationship to outsiders. A few days later, Lin Weiwan was sent back to Dongxing village. Because other places were closing in at the same time. Yi Jibai, with injuries, interrogated Hu Xiaopeng overnight and verified the situation one by one. There was no time to deal with the marriage application report. Dongxing village was in a depressed state everywhere, and the eyes looking at the educated youth were even more unfriendly. Everyone heard the gunshots, and even the younger ones who had not heard the gunshots knew that the situation that day was too special. The arrival and departure of the army and the reduction in the number of people in the educated youth camp made the members of the community wary of the educated youth from the bottom of their hearts. The educated youth camp suddenly lost 5 people and became much quieter. Lin Weiwan returned to her room, and Wang Qiaoyan was busy cleaning. Some days when no one lived there, there was a lot of dust even with newspapers on the walls. Qiaoyan, I'm afraid it's not easy to stay in this village. Lin Weiwan thought of the expressions of the people on the way back. Wang Qiaoyan paused while wiping the table on the Kong. It doesn't matter whether it's good or not. There's nothing we can do. We have to live on. Turning to look at Lin Weiwan, hurry up and get the certificate with Yi Jibai, so that you can leave with the army. Lin Weiwan pulled Wang Qiaoyan to sit down, limped to open the box, and took out some peach cakes and some biscuits.